Eli Light, like a radiant beam of light. With him present, solitude has no refuge, laughter shatters silence, and his gaze envelopes one in warmth. Just standing side by side ignites a lively atmosphere. Gentle senior reserved, guardian Cedric, Diggory, I shall wait for you, until you too harbor feelings for me. Moist puppy, inconsistent exterior Harry Potter. Can you promise to like only me? Cold facade, warm heart, secret admirer Theodore not. If I cannot openly express my affection, then I shall harbor a secret admiration for you. Sundera, dominating possession Draco Malfoy. I have no need for the title of friend, you may only be my lover. Unrequited, love, unfulfilled, longing Lisa Depan. Is it true that being gazed upon by the one you adore brings profound happiness from within? Ultimate possession, mutual, belonging Tom Riddle. I am yours, and you are mine in return. Chapter 1. The Letter, the Wand, the Owl. Mom, Dad, look, it's a letter from Hogwarts. Delivered by an owl? Eli exclaimed, catching the envelope with one hand, while hurriedly offering the owl a few biscuits with the other. Thank you for your hard work, eat plenty. Ah, this lad seems so delighted that his tail might just wag. Chuckled his father, Henry Wright, who was nestled on the sofa, perusing the newspaper as he glanced up, playfully teasing him. Of course. Eli twirled around the living room, brandishing the letter, his heart pounding with excitement. I'm certain he'll be sorted into Gryffindor. He'll even become an Auror someday. Henry set down his newspaper and ruffled Ella's hair. Becoming an Auror can lead to injuries, you know. Just like him, with invisible scars accumulated over the years. Eli immediately frowned, pushing his father's hand away. But Dad, you said that scars are the medals of a warrior. Henry chuckled heartily at this remark. All right, you're absolutely right. At that moment, Lolo, the house elf, emerged from the kitchen, carrying dinner. She meticulously arranged the plates and then seated herself at a small table in the corner, her eyes sparkling with delight, whether for her young master or for the roasted potatoes on the table was uncertain. Let's eat first, said his mother, Mia, with a warm smile, her chestnut hair loosely tied back. She waved at Eli from her chair. Dear, let your father accompany you to Diagon Alley tomorrow to buy your supplies. It happens to be his day off. She glanced toward Henry, who was conveniently on duty at the Ministry of Magic. Henry immediately raised his hands in surrender. Understood. I promise to procure all the essentials for our young wizard tomorrow. With his mouth full of bread, Eli mumbled, I want a new wand. And I'll treats too. Mia gently tapped the rim of his bowl. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. The warm light enveloped the family's laughter, softening the atmosphere around them. Early the next morning, Eli was already dressed and pacing in the living room. Upon seeing Henry emerge from the bedroom, he hurried over and tugged at his sleeve. Dad, let's go. If we don't hurry, the sun will be scorching our backs. Henry was slipping on Mia's newly purchased khaki trench coat, adjusting his hat as he casually pocketed a pouch of money. He feigned nonchalance, saying, what's the rush? Back in my day when I started school. Stop. Eli quickly covered his ears, his little face scrunching up like a dumpling. Dad, I could recite that story by heart. I've heard it more than 10 times. Let's go. Henry chuckled at his son's antics, ruffling Eli's face and smoothing out the little wrinkles. All right, my little ancestor, we shall depart. He turned and grabbed a handful of flue powder from a jar by the fireplace, raising his chin towards Eli. Are you ready? Eli's eyes sparkled like 2 stars as he nodded vigorously. Yes. Diagon Alley, Henry declared, tossing the flue powder in the fireplace, which erupted into vibrant green flames. Eli hopped eagerly behind him, taking quick, tiny steps as if fearing to miss a single moment. As the green flames dissipated and their feet touched the ground, Eli couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Before him, Diagon Alley bustled with life, as if about to burst with excitement. The cobblestone street was teeming with wizards and young witches carrying shopping bags, colorful shop signs floating overhead. The wooden sign for Ollivander's wand shop swayed gently in a breeze, while the sweet scent of strawberry ice cream wafted from Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. A shopkeeper in a striped apron stood at the entrance of the cauldron shop, calling out to passers-by, the brass cauldrons glinting in the sunlight. A little sprite pushed a cart overflowing with quills and parchment, the wheels rumbling over the cobblestones. A few witches in pointed hats haggled at the entrance of Leaky Cauldron, their books stacked high like small mountains. Owls flitted through the alley, some swooping down with parcels, while others perched on shop awnings, preening their feathers and occasionally hooting softly. The air was a delightful melange of the aroma of toasted bread, the scent of ink, and a faint hint of magic. Eli inhaled deeply, his eyes wide with wonder as he clutched Henry's hand, looking left and right, his little feet momentarily frozen in excitement. Dad, look at that. And that over there. All right, listen to me, Eli, Henry said, catching his son who was about to bump into a passerby. He pointed to a shop not far off with a sign that read Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. You go there to order your school uniform. And remember to tell Madame Malkin your size, clearly. I will head to Flourish and Blots and the Cauldron Shop to purchase your textbooks and a brass cauldron. Once I'm done, they'll come find you. What does that sound? Isla followed the direction pointed out and noticed several young wizards of his age trying on robes in the store. He immediately nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "No problem. I know the way." He clenched his fists, striking a pose of a little adult. "Father, hurry along. Once I finish ordering my clothes, I might even finish shopping before you." Henry chuckled, giving his arm a gentle squeeze. "Don't wander off, just wait here in the shop. I'll be back shortly." "I know." Isla, unable to contain his excitement, waved his hand and dashed towards the robe shop. The sound of his little shoes echoed on the cobblestone path, and before he even stepped inside, he was captivated by a black wizard's robe displayed in the window. As Isla lifted the beaded curtain at the door, his attention was drawn to a golden-haired boy standing in front of the fitting mirror. This boy, adorned in a nearly new black robe, held his chin slightly aloft, furrowing his brow as he conversed with a nearby witch. His voice, though low, carried an air of impatience. "This fabric is far too ordinary. My father insists on the finest silk trim." His hair gleamed with a platinum hue, his skin was pale, and his eyes resembled pale gray glass beads, always gleaming with a discerning gaze, as if nothing in the shop could meet his standards. Isla paused momentarily, discreetly shifting to the side, thinking to himself, "This fellow certainly speaks with an air of arrogance." He maneuvered around the mirror and politely addressed Madame Malkin, who was adjusting the cuffs of the golden-haired boy. "Excuse me, Madame Malkin, I am here to order new student robes." And no sooner had he finished speaking than he heard the platinum-haired boy scoff softly, a volume just enough to be audible. "Humph, judging by his attire, he must be from some backwater place." Isla cast a glance at him, but chose not to respond, instead offering Madame Malkin a gentle smile. "Thank you for your assistance. I am Eli Light, a new student at Hogwarts." Madame Malkin promptly replied, "Ah, certainly. A child from the right family. Is it? Please step onto the mat, and I shall take your measurements." Upon seeing that Isla ignored him, the golden-haired boy pouted and muttered, "Country bumpkin," but Isla seemed oblivious, obediently standing on the mat as Madame Malkin measured him. With a soft tape, a hint of eager anticipation gracing his lips, she was far more interested in what his new robe would look like than engaging in a verbal spar. "Hey you." The platinum-haired boy suddenly spoke, his tone softened yet still tinged with a hint of discomfort. Isla, raising his arm for Madame Malkin to measure his sleeves, turned his head at the sound. The boy hesitantly lifted his chin, his gaze fleetingly scanning his attire before, quickly averting as if feeling a tinge of embarrassment. "Are you also a new student at Hogwarts?" Upon seeing Eli nod, he cleared his throat, adopting a rather stiff tone. "I am Draco Malfoy. Once we arrive at school, it would be wise to distance yourself from those unsavory types and associate with me. Instead, I can have my father introduce you to some respectable friends." After uttering this, he cast a swift glance at Eli, his ears subtly tinged with crimson, before immediately resuming his haughty demeanor, as though the mere act of initiating conversation had drained him of all patience. Eli blinked, observing the boy's conflicted desire to engage while maintaining an air of superiority, and couldn't help but smile slightly. "I am Eli Light. A pleasure to meet you." Malfoy. He chose not to respond to Draco's mention of respectable friends, instead adding cheerfully, "Once we arrive at school, we will all be classmates and should get along splendidly." Madame Malkin, standing nearby, chuckled and interjected, "Indeed, all of you are destined for Hogwarts, and soon you shall be alumni together." Draco, momentarily taken aback by this gentle demeanor, found his rehearsed words momentarily stuck in his throat, settling for a dismissive grunt as he turned to the mirror to adjust his collar. Yet, the faint blush at the tips of his ears betrayed his earlier discomfort. Eli noted this, and thought that the blond boy was not as difficult to interact with as he first appeared. In fact, he seemed far more endearing than his previous haughty facade. Just then, the beaded curtain at the door rustled, and a small, slender boy with black hair timidly stepped into the room. I'm here to order my school robes," he stammered. As he finished his sentence, Eli turned his head, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. Eli couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, this boy possessed strikingly beautiful eyes, reminiscent of emeralds submerged in crystal-clear water, shimmering with a hint of shyness. His hair was slightly disheveled, and he wore a faded old coat, nervously clutching its edges at the doorway. Draco furrowed his brow, poised to speak, but Eli subtly halted him with a glance. Eli smiled warmly at the boy. "Are you also a new student?" "I'm Eli, and this is Draco." The boy paused for a moment, then returned a gentle smile, revealing a delicate dimple. "I'm Harry Potter." "What did you say?" Draco, as if struck by a petrifying spell, abruptly turned around, his platinum hair fluttering slightly from a sudden motion. He stared intently at Harry, his eyes wide with disbelief, the earlier hint of arrogance vanishing entirely, replaced by unabashed astonishment. "You are Harry Potter? He repeated, his voice wavering, as if struggling to accept the reality of his ears. Who in the Wizarding World was unaware of this name? The boy who had vanquished the Dark Lord, the legendary savior. Draco scrutinized Harry from head to toe, his gaze traversing the disheveled black hair, lingering on the striking green eyes, and finally resting upon the faded coat. He opened his mouth, hesitating to articulate his next, though they had never imagined that the legendary savior would appear in such a guise, equally present in Madame Malkin's shop. To procure school robes, beside them, Eli was equally taken aback. He had heard tales of the boy who lived, yet he had not anticipated encountering the actual individual here. Harry, acutely aware of the scrutiny, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He nervously twisted the hem of his clothing, his cheeks warming slightly. With a timid nod, he murmured, "Yes, it's me." Upon speaking, he quickly lowered his gaze, as if unaccustomed to being observed so intently the stray locks of hair fell forward, concealing his glimmering green eyes. Draco parted his lips, seemingly poised to utter something perhaps, "My father knows your parents," or "I've long wished to meet you," but the words faltered on the tip of his tongue. Swallowed back as he maintained his astonished expression, fixated on Harry, Eli, observing the exchange with amusement, gently prodded Draco's arm and whispered, "Don't frighten him." Startled by Ellis' nudge, Draco suddenly regained his composure. The initial shock was swiftly masked beneath a veneer of awkward pride. He curled his lip, deliberately raised his chin, and adopted his characteristic critical tone. "Humph, so it's you." Despite his words, his gaze involuntarily flickered back to Harry. Now devoid of the previous disdain and imbued with an inexplicable curiosity, he turned to the mirror, feigning to adjust his robes while muttering, "Nothing particularly special." Madame Malkin had just finished taking Eli's measurements and cheerfully beckoned to Harry. "Come here, child of the Potter family. I need to take your measurements." At last, Harry exhaled in relief and hurried to the fitting mat. Eli, standing nearby, observed Draco's conflicted demeanor and secretly smiled. Perhaps this young Malfoy was not as insufferable as he seemed. Chapter 2. The Notice, the Wand, the Owl. 3 boys stepped out of the robe shop in succession. As they settled in the alley, a towering figure, reminiscent of a small mountain, squeezed through the crowd and approached them, his bushy beard speckled with crumbs. None other than Hagrid. "Harry, finally found you." Hagrid's booming voice resonated, causing ears to ring. He clasped Harry's shoulder and, upon spotting Eli, broke into a broad smile, revealing 2 rows of immaculate teeth. "Well, if it isn't the little lad from the right family, your father is waiting for you at WizardingWorld. Says he'll take you to buy an owl after you've chosen your wand." Eli's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded eagerly. "Thank you, Hagrid." Beside him, Draco instinctively took a step back, his brow furrowed tightly. He cast a fleeting glance at Hagrid's soiled leather coat, quickly averting his gaze. His lips curling slightly as if he had caught a whiff of something unpleasant, a hint of disdain barely concealed. Hagrid was too engrossed in conversation with Harry to notice Draco's slight movement. Eli observed silently, merely waving goodbye to Harry and Draco. "I'll go find my father now. See you at school." "See you at school," Harry replied with a smile. Draco huffed in acknowledgement, but, as Eli turned away, he sneaked another glance at Hagrid's retreating figure, his expression as though something had jabbed him uncomfortably. "I've been waiting for you." It's felt like an eternity. Almost the time it takes to finish an ice cream. Henry crossed his arms, watching Eli dash over, panting slightly, a teasing glint in his eyes. Eli's eyes lit up, momentarily forgetting to catch his breath. "Dad, does that mean we can go get ice cream later? Less chatter." Henry tapped Eli's head lightly and gestured toward the door of Ollivander's wand shop. "Let us go inside and choose your wand first. Then we'll talk about other things." Eli stuck out his tongue playfully and hurried to keep pace with his father, already contemplating whether to choose strawberry or chocolate flavor. As they pushed open the door to Ollivander's wand shop, a musty scent mingled with the aroma of what enveloped them. The shop was brimming with towering stacks of wand boxes, and sunlight streamed through narrow windows, casting mottled patterns on the floor. An elderly gentleman with spectacles emerged from the back room. It was Ollivander. He scrutinized Eli and smiled warmly. "A child of the right family, I presume? Your father once wielded a hawthorn wand, 13 inches, with a unicorn hair core, perfect for casting protective spells." Henry nodded in affirmation from the side. "Indeed. It served me well for many years." Ollivander turned and retrieved a wand box from the shelf. "Let us try this one. Walnut, 11 inches, with a dragon heartstring core. Suitable for a brave child." Eli accepted the wand and waved it lightly. Several wand boxes on the nearby shelf clattered to the ground. He quickly set it down, sticking out his tongue in embarrassment. "Guess this isn't the one." Ollivander then presented another wand, cherry wood, 10 inches, with a phoenix tail feather. The moment Eli grasped the wand, a warm surge of energy coursed through his arm. He waved it gently, and the wind chime by the window began to tinkle melodiously. Its sound clear and delightful. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with recognition. "This is it. Cherry wood is most suited for the brave and upright." And the core of Phoenix Feather will bring an unexpected harmony. It seems you share an affinity with it. Eli held the wand, a sweet sensation blossoming within him. As if he could feel it gently quivering in his palm, as if greeting him. Henry withdrew 7 gold galleons from his pouch, their heavy gleam catching the dim light, and placed them on the counter with a crisp clink. Mr. Ollivander, with a beaming smile, accepted the galleons, carefully nestled the cherrywood wand into an exquisite box, and handed it to Eli, saying, "Treat it well, and it shall respond in kind." Eli cradled the wand box as if it were a rare treasure, holding it tightly against his chest. Henry ruffled his hair and said, "Let us go now and fulfill our ice cream promise." Hooray! Eli's face lit up with joy as he followed his father outside, his steps light and buoyant. With a new wand in hand, ice cream was not far off, indeed. It was a perfect day. After leaving Ollivander's, Henry guided Eli into the Florin ice cream parlor. "I'll have a double scoop of cranberry, please." Eli leaned over the counter, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the vibrant array of ice creams displayed in the glass case. Upon receiving the cool, tangy pink ice cream, he took a generous lick, his eyes squinting with satisfaction. Henry leaned against a nearby pillar, watching him while savoring his own cup of lemon sorbet at a leisurely pace. Once they were full, they made their way to the Elop's Owl Emporium. The shop was alive with chatter, various owls of all hues turning their heads on the shelves. Eli immediately spotted a warm, yellow snowy owl in the corner. Unlike the others, it was quiet and simply preening its feathers, its amber eyes gentle and bright. "That one," Eli exclaimed, pointing to the snowy owl, and turned to the shopkeeper, asking, "Is it a boy or a girl?" "It's a little gentleman," the shopkeeper replied with a smile, gently lifting the snowy owl from the shelf and placing it into a cage lined with soft fabric. Eli leaned closer to the cage, gently poking the owl's wing. "From now on, I shall call you Leo, all right?" Leo seemed to understand, cooing softly twice and nuzzling his head against Eli's finger. Eli's joy deepened as he carefully lifted the birdcage and followed Henry toward the alley. With a new wand, a new friend, and sweet ice cream, along with the snowy owl he named Leo, Eli's journey to Diagon Alley was nothing short of perfect. Chapter 3. The start of term, the train, Gryffindor. The day of the new term arrived as if enchanted with a spell of acceleration, seemingly appearing in the blink of an eye. Eli, with his brand new backpack, cradled the wand box and held the cage containing Leo, hurried alongside Henry towards King's Cross Station. Sunlight streamed through the glass dome of the station, warming the hearts of all who passed through. "Remember, cross platform 9 3/4 to find the Hogwarts Express." Henry adjusted Eli's collar and added, "Take good care of yourself at school. Leo will help you send letters home." Eli nodded vigorously, his eyes shining with anticipation. "I know, Dad. I will write." In the distance, the whistle of a steam train echoed, carrying a hint of urgency. Eli took a deep breath, gripping the birdcage containing Hogwarts tightly. He had arrived. In his haste, Eli collided with someone, his shoulder bumping against another person. I'm sorry. The apologies rang out simultaneously. He looked up to see a cheerful brown-haired boy, slightly taller than him, with gentle eyes. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Eli scratched his head and initiated the conversation. Hello. I'm Eli Light, a freshman this year." The brown-haired boy smiled, revealing 2 small canine teeth, his voice warm. "I'm Cedric Diggory, a third year from Hufflepuff. Are you heading to catch the train?" He gestured towards platform 9 3/4 nearby. "Let me help you with that cage. It looks like you can hardly hold it." Eli's eyes lit up as he quickly handed the birdcage containing Leo over, exclaiming, "Thank you so much." Leo tilted his head in the cage, seemingly greeting Cedric. The 2 boys walked side by side towards the platform, and Eli felt his anxiety dissipate. It seemed that the seniors at Hogwarts were rather kind. Upon reaching the train, Cedric pointed to a carriage ahead. "My friends are waiting over there. I'll take you to this one." Eli quickly accepted the birdcage back, smiling gratefully. "Thank you, Senior Diggory." "No problem. Take care on your way." "See you at school." Cedric waved and briskly walked away. Eli, carrying his luggage and the birdcage, continued along the train until he found an empty compartment, pulled open the door, and slipped inside. He placed the birdcage by the window, and Leo immediately hopped to the railing, curiously observing the students outside. Just as Eli set down his backpack, the train let out a loud whistle and began to move slowly. Eli leaned against the window, watching the platform recede into the distance, his heart fluttering with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. He wondered who he might encounter on this journey. Suddenly, the door swung open with a whoosh, and Harry peeked his head in, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Eli. "Eli, Harry, long time no see." Eli winked at him, smiling as he scooted over. "Come in and sit." Harry had barely set down his backpack and exchanged a few words when the door was gently pushed open again. A red-haired boy leaned in, a hint of shyness on his face. "Excuse me, all the other compartments are full. Is it all right if I sit here?" He carried an old-looking backpack and clutched a bulging parcel in his hands, his eyes darting quickly between the 2 occupants of the compartment. Eli immediately nodded. "Of course. Come in." Harry also waved him over with a smile. The red-haired boy sighed in relief, quickly pulling the door open and entering. after setting down his belongings. He scratched his head. Thank you both. I'm Ron Weasley. Eli Light. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes widened in surprise. His gaze flitting between Harry's face and Eli's, filled with cautious curiosity. After a moment of hesitation, he finally couldn't restrain himself, his voice lowered. So, you are the Harry Potter, right? Harry nodded slightly, while Ron swallowed nervously, his fingers instinctively curling around his red hair. He then whispered, they say you have a scar on your forehead, shaped like a lightning bolt? Harry paused for a moment, then raised his hand to brush aside the fringe, revealing the faint lightning-shaped scar. Ron leaned in closer, his eyes wide with amazement as he quietly exclaimed, wow, it really is there. He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and added, I've heard my parents talk about you, but I never expected to share a compartment with you. Eli, observing from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the name Harry Potter garnered attention wherever it went. As the sunlight outside began to slant, a sudden clattering sound filled the compartment, accompanied by a woman's voice calling out, would you like some snacks? We have all sorts of candies, pastries, and chocolate frogs. Eli's eyes lit up as he quickly rummaged through his pocket for some silver sickles. Harry followed suit, and the two of them approached the door, purchasing a tray brimming with pumpkin pasties, licorice wands, chocolate frogs, and a few bags of fizzing whizbees. Ron gazed longingly at the mountain of treats, swallowing hard as he clutched the sandwiches his mother had prepared, murmuring, I brought this. Eli, pushing a large portion of the snacks onto the small table in the center, cheerfully said, don't hold back, let us share. I've never tasted a Weasley sandwich before, it smells delightful. Harry nodded in agreement and handed over a piece of pumpkin pasty, encouraging, here, try this, it's quite delicious. Feeling a bit shy, Ron accepted the pasty and offered his sandwich in return. You should try mine. It's a ham sandwich my mom made, with a bit of mustard. Leo, in his cage, cooed twice, seemingly eager for the little feast. The three boys shared snacks and sandwiches while discussing their speculations about Hogwarts. The atmosphere in the compartment lively and cheerful, even the howling wind outside seemed to take on a lighter tone. Ron was busy pointing his wand at the cage containing Scabbers, enthusiastically saying, watch this. I'm going to try to turn him yellow. However, before he could complete his spell, the compartment door was abruptly flung open. A girl stood in the doorway, her brown curls tousled, as if blown by the wind. She hurriedly asked, have you seen Neville's toad? He has been looking everywhere for it. Ron, interrupted mid-sentence, frowned in annoyance and replied, no. And could you at least knock before entering? The girl paused, then noticed Ron's wand, her eyes sparkling with interest as she momentarily forgot her apology. Oh, sorry. But are you casting a spell? May I see? She leaned forward, her unruly curls swaying with the movement, her tone tinged with curiosity. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under her gaze, Ron hesitated, his wand faltering as he retorted, I haven't started yet. Chapter 4. The start of term, the train, Gryffindor. Ron, with a determined expression, waved his wand, mumbling an awkward incantation. Unfortunately, instead of turning Scabbers yellow, the rat squeaked and lost a tuft of fur onto the floor. Just a slip-up, he said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Hermione let out a soft laugh, her gaze momentarily pausing on Harry as she noticed that his glasses had been knocked askew by Ron's earlier antics. Without waiting for Harry to respond, she approached him and gently touched her wand to the glasses, uttering a spell, Reparo. In an instant, the glasses returned to their original state. Hermione looked into Harry's green eyes and smiled, saying, there you go. Those eyes of yours are truly beautiful. Blushing slightly, she turned to leave, adding, I'll go look for Neville's toad elsewhere. The compartment fell silent for a couple of seconds before Ron muttered something about oddities. Harry, however, touched his newly repaired glasses, momentarily lost in thought. Eli nudged him with an elbow, raising an eyebrow and asking, what are you daydreaming about? Coming back to reality. Harry shook his head and smiled, nothing much. Suddenly, Ron leaned in with curiosity. Which house do you want to get into? My brother says Gryffindor is amazing, but Slytherin, not so much. Before he could finish, Eli pounded his chest and chimed in, both my parents are Gryffindors, so I'm definitely going to be one too. No doubt about it. He winked at Harry, what about you? Harry ran his fingers through his hair and softly replied, I'm not sure yet, but Gryffindor sounds appealing. Ron's excitement peaked, that is fantastic. We might just end up in the same house. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted them. Ron swung it open, only to furrow his brow at the sight of Draco, who stood at the entrance with his arms crossed, flanked by two lackeys, his platinum hair shining under the light. Well, if it isn't the Savior and his new friends, Draco sneered, his gaze sweeping over Harry and landing on Ron's worn clothing. A smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Weasleys, huh? Seems like you carry that air of poverty wherever you go. Ron's face flushed with anger, ready to retort, but Draco turned his attention to Eli, his tone softening slightly. Light, why are you associating with these people? Your parents would be disappointed. Eli stood up, frowning. Malfoy, choose your words more carefully. They are my friends. Draco scoffed, dismissing Eli with a wave. His focus returned to Harry. Potter, once you're in school, remember to know your place. Some circles aren't meant for everyone. With that, he strutted away, slamming the door behind him. Ron clenched his fists and muttered an insult. While Harry remained silent, lips pressed together. Eli patted both their shoulders. Ignore him. He'll get his comeuppance once we're in the house. As the train gradually slowed, the sky outside had darkened considerably, and the silhouette of the castle could be faintly seen in the distance. Another knock sounded at the door, and Ron rolled his eyes, grumbling about who it could be, reluctantly pulling the door open. Standing at the entrance was Hermione, cradling neatly folded wizard robes in her arms, sounding quite urgent. Hurry and change your clothes. We're almost there, and I still haven't found Neville's toad, but don't delay getting off the train. Eli accepted his robe with a smile, saying, Thanks, Hermione. I knew you were kind, didn't I? You were just overthinking it, Ron. Ron pursed his lips, donned his robe, and muttered softly to himself, being kind is a bit excessive. As he bowed his head to fasten the buttons, he felt a twinge of discomfort at being reminded by a girl who appeared to be more knowledgeable than he. Harry had already changed into his robe and was adjusting the collar for Eli, noticing that they were all getting ready. Hermione turned to knock on the door of the next compartment, her unruly curls swaying in the dim light. The train halted at the pitch-black platform, where Hagrid stood at the forefront, holding a lantern and bellowing, First-year students, follow me. A group of them trailed behind him across the damp, chilly grass. Arriving at the lakeside, just as they were about to board the boats, Hagrid suddenly waved to Harry. Harry, over here. At that moment, all the first-year students' gazes converged upon him, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and an indescribable sense of awe. Harry instantly felt uneasy, instinctively retreating behind Eli. She patted his arm and gestured towards a nearby small boat. They, along with Ron and a strange little wizard, huddled into one boat. The vessel glided across the tranquil black lake, and the lights of Hogwarts Castle grew increasingly brighter in the distance, its spires silhouetted against the night sky, evoking an air of mystery. Upon reaching the castle entrance, Professor McGonagall awaited them. Hagrid whispered a few words to her, and they exchanged a knowing glance, marking the transition of the process. The newcomers followed Professor McGonagall into the grand hall, beneath a ceiling adorned with shimmering stars, where 4 long tables were filled with students from each house. The sorting hat was placed upon a stool, and after singing its peculiar song, Professor McGonagall picked up the list and began to call out names. Hannah Abbott. The first new student nervously stepped forward. The sorting hat paused momentarily upon her head, then declared loudly, Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff table erupted in cheers. Eileen nudged Harry. Don't be anxious. No matter which house you are sorted into, it will be fine. Harry nodded, though his palms began to sweat discreetly. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat and announced, Hermione Granger. Hermione immediately emerged from the line, although her hair remained a mess. Her posture was straight as she approached the stool, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. As the sorting hat descended upon her curls, it seemed to ponder rapidly. In no time, it shouted, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in applause, and Hermione beamed with joy, trotting over to find a seat, glancing back at the line of first-year students as if seeking confirmation. Next was Neville Longbottom, who trembled with nerves. After a struggle to climb onto the stool, he nearly dislodged the sorting hat as he settled. The hat lingered on his head for an extended moment, causing Neville's face to redden as he muttered, Not Slytherin. After a full minute, the hat finally announced, Well, Gryffindor it is. Neville visibly exhaled with relief, nearly leaping from his seat as he stumbled towards the Gryffindor long table, where Hermione cheerfully patted his shoulder. Ron Weasley. Taking a deep breath, Ron advanced to the front, amidst the raucous cheers from his brothers. As he sat down, he discreetly wiped his hands on his trousers, betraying his own nervousness. The sorting hat was placed upon his head and, as if recognizing him, mumbled, Another Weasley, before almost immediately declaring, Gryffindor. Well done. Fred and George's voices echoed from the far end of the table, causing Ron to blush as he hurried over, where his brothers pulled him down into his seat, one even slipping a piece of candy into his hand. When it was Draco Malfoy's turn, he strode forward with an air of confidence, as if he were not about to be sorted but rather receiving an award. The moment the hat touched his hair, he quietly muttered, Don't let me end up in the wrong place. As if receiving an order, the hat immediately proclaimed, Slytherin. Polite yet proud applause erupted from the Slytherin table as Draco raised his chin, casting a smug glance towards Harry as he settled into his seat. I'll patted Harry's arm, winked at him, and confidently marched up to the stool. Unperturbed, he even adjusted the sorting hat on his head. The hat spun around on him before leisurely stating, Courage is present, and you possess a sharp mind, quite reminiscent of your parents. I could not suppress a laugh and was about to speak when the hat boomed, Gryffindor. Another round of cheers erupted from the Gryffindor side as Al jumped down, high-fived Ron, and chose a seat close to Harry, giving him an encouraging gesture. Finally, it was Harry Potter's turn. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall's voice resonated through the hall, instantly silencing the crowd, all eyes fixating on him as if time itself had halted. Harry's heart raced like a drum. His legs felt weak as he awkwardly made his way to the stool. The moment the sorting hat was placed on his head, a voice infiltrated his mind, declaring, this is quite challenging, undoubtedly brave, and there is wisdom within you. Ravenclaw would suit you well, and there is a hint of ambition too, though it seems you do not desire that. Harry mentally pleaded, not Slytherin, not Slytherin. The hat paused, seemingly weighing its options, before suddenly announcing, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in jubilation, with Fred and George even standing on their chairs in celebration, while Ile and Ron waved enthusiastically at him. Harry felt as if a tremendous weight had been lifted off his shoulders as he hurriedly descended from the stool and nearly sprinted to the Gryffindor table. As he sat down, Ile patted his back and handed him a slice of pumpkin pie, while Ron beamed, I told you, you'd end up here. Biting into the pie, Harry glanced around at the smiling faces, feeling a quiet sense of relief wash over him. Chapter 5, Fragrance, Dormitory, First Class. Eli was deeply engrossed in a conversation with a boy named Dean about the Quidditch team when he caught a glimpse of Harry furrowing his brow. Instinctively pressing his hand against his forehead and letting out a soft hiss, he immediately halted his discourse and leaned in, inquiring, What is the matter, Harry? Are you unwell? Harry shook his head, ruffling his hair, his voice somewhat muffled. I'm fine. It just felt like my head was aching for a moment, but it's passed. He glanced at Eli, offering a smile, perhaps attributing it to a moment of nervousness. Eli still harbored some concern and stole a glance at Harry's forehead, where the lightning-shaped scar lay concealed within his hair, barely discernible. Are you truly all right? Should we inform Madame Pomfrey? I'm really fine, Harry replied, handing him a piece of bread. Hurry and eat. Dinner is about to commence, and just look at that roast chicken. It smells delightful. Eli accepted the bread, reassured by Harry's demeanor, and resumed his conversation with Dean, albeit occasionally casting furtive glances towards Harry, feeling that the earlier moment was perhaps more than mere anxiety. The clamor in the great hall gradually subsided, and all attention turned to the venerable figure of Professor Dumbledore seated at the center of the head table. His silvery beard nearly reached his waist, and behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, his blue eyes sparkled, as if harboring stars. He gently clapped his hands, his voice resonating clearly throughout the hall. Welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts. Before we begin our dinner, I have a few words to share. An instant hush fell over the assembly. Even the most mischievous students straightened in their seats. First, Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye, a warm welcome to our new students. I trust you will soon grow to love this place. However, I must remind you of a few rules. He raised a finger. First, no one is permitted to enter the Forbidden Forest, especially without a teacher. It is rather unsafe there. Many new students widened their eyes in curiosity, and Eli discreetly nudged Ron. What's in the Forbidden Forest? Ron shook his head, equally intrigued. Dumbledore raised a second finger. Secondly, the room at the first corner of the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor is off limits to all. Believe me, you wouldn't want to know what lies within. This piqued their interest further, and Harry could not resist exchanging a glance with Eli, both reflecting a shared curiosity. Lastly, he raised a third finger, his tone lightening. Also, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind you that the use of magic in the corridors is strictly prohibited. Broomsticks are not allowed in the castle, and do refrain from defacing the armors. A soft wave of laughter rippled through the hall. Dumbledore winked and concluded, well, that wraps up the rules. Now, let us commence our evening repast. As his words faded, the previously empty long tables were instantly laden with an abundance of food. Roast chicken, baked potatoes, stews, pies, and an array of vividly colored juices, all exuding tantalizing aromas. The students erupted in cheers, eagerly grasping their cutlery, as the hall returned to its lively ambience. The dinner concluded amidst a symphony of laughter, the food on the plates vanishing as if by enchantment. The Gryffindor prefect, a senior student, rose and clapped his hands. First-year students, follow me. I shall escort you to the common room. Eli tugged at Harry, while Ron trailed closely behind, and Neville hurriedly joined. The four boys wedged together in the throng of newcomers. The prefect guided them through a maze of corridors, ascending a spiral staircase, eventually halting before the portrait of the fat lady. The password is dragon dung, he announced. The fat lady's portrait came to life, raising an eyebrow as the door within the painting creaked open. Inside lay a warm and inviting circular room, with a crackling fireplace flanked by armchairs, and the Gryffindor crest adorning the walls. Boys over here. The girls will follow another prefect, he instructed, gesturing towards a door on the left. They entered the boys' dormitory area, where the prefect paused before a door. You four will reside here. He pushed the door open, revealing 4 canopied beds, each accompanied by a bedside table and a wardrobe. Eli immediately claimed the bed by the window, tossing his backpack onto it. This one is mine. Ron chose the adjacent bed, while Harry settled beside him, and Neville cautiously placed his toad cage atop the bedside table, having finally found Trevor. Wow, this is far cooler than I imagined, Ron exclaimed, running his fingers over the bed curtains, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Eli leaned against the window, peering out into the darkened grounds. Classes start tomorrow. I wonder what charms will be like. Harry joined him by the window, his heart brimming with curiosity, although weary from the day's events. The thought of residing here for an extended period filled him with joy. Neville had already begun to make his bed, muttering, "I absolutely cannot oversleep tomorrow." The four boys, newly acquainted, chattered animatedly in their little dormitory until the prefect arrived to remind them to extinguish the lights, reluctantly burrowing into their blankets. In the darkness, Eli heard Ron quietly say, "Good night, mates." "Good night," came the chorus of responses, tinged with fatigue but predominantly infused with anticipation for the morrow. As dawn's first light crept into the room, Eli sprang from his bed, quietly organizing his backpack and polishing his wand until it gleamed. With the assembly time approaching, he turned to the other three beds still cocooned in their covers, clearing his throat to call out, "Wake up, time to get ready. If you don't hurry, we'll be late." Ron mumbled as he turned over, while Neville jolted upright, his gaze bewildered as he scanned the room, clearly having dreamt of searching for his toad. Only Harry, still groggy, drew back the curtains, rubbing his eyes as he made his way to the washroom. Upon reaching the door, he paused, his nose twitching. What is that delightful scent? Eli, combing his hair, approached and gently patted Harry's cheek, attempting to rouse him. "It must be my shampoo. My mom bought it for me, claiming it's made with mint and some sort of herb." Harry remained silent, simply captivated by the delightful fragrance emanating from Eli. A subtle blend of fresh grass and a hint of mint, reminiscent of a meadow just washed by rain. Lost in thought, he was startled when Eli's fluffy hair brushed against his nose, eliciting a ticklish sensation. Reacting as if scalded, Harry instinctively took a step back and nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Ah, yes, I should go freshen up." With that, he hurried into the washroom, his reflection revealing slightly flushed ears. Eli stood perplexed, scratching his head. Why did Harry seem as if he had been pecked by a raven? The group hurriedly gathered their belongings, seizing their bags and racing toward the hall. They hastily devoured a few bites of toast and sipped half a cup of pumpkin juice before joining the throng toward the classroom. Fortunately, Eli had memorized the route the night before, expertly guiding them through a series of turns until they finally burst into the Transfiguration classroom just before the bell rang. Once settled in his seat, Eli spotted Hermione in the front row and immediately beamed, rushing over to pull out the chair beside her. "Good morning, Hermione." Ron and Harry exchanged glances at this sight, unable to suppress a quiet chuckle. Just yesterday, Eli had remarked on Hermione's excessive kindness. Yet today he was the first to dash to her side. Neville found a spot not far from them, sitting cautiously as if to avoid causing any further commotion. "Good morning, Eli," Hermione replied, turning to him with a gentle smile. Her tousled curls appeared slightly more orderly today, though they still cascaded in a fluffy heap over her shoulders. Eli felt a blush creep upon him, instinctively rubbing his nose as his gaze flickered to the tabby cat on the podium, elegantly grooming its paws. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "Do you find that cat somewhat familiar? I suspect it's Professor McGonagall in her animagus form. My dad mentioned she can transform into a cat." Hermione's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she discreetly glanced at the podium, nodding in agreement. "I've heard that too. Becoming an animagus is quite challenging. There are hardly any in all of Britain." As they engaged in their quiet conversation, the tabby cat suddenly leaped off the podium and circled the classroom, enveloped in a flash of white light. When the luminescence dissipated, Professor McGonagall stood before them, clad in a striking emerald robe, her expression as stern as granite. "It appears everyone is present," she stated, adjusting her glasses as her gaze swept over the class. "Transfiguration is among the most intricate and perilous branches of magic at Hogwarts, and I expect no one to take it lightly." She pointed to a matchstick on the podium. "Today, we shall begin with the basics. Attempting to transform this matchstick into a needle. Observe my movements closely." With that, she raised her wand and gently tapped the matchstick, uttering an incantation. Instantly, the matchstick twisted, tapering to a fine point, shimmering until it transformed into a gleaming silver needle. "Now, it is your turn," Professor McGonagall announced, surveying the room. "Begin practicing. I will check each of you individually." A rustle of activity filled the classroom as everyone picked up their wands, aiming at the matchsticks before them. Eli poked at his matchstick, softly murmuring the spell, but it merely trembled slightly, failing to sharpen at all. He turned to Hermione, noticing her brow furrowed as she repeatedly practiced her gestures, while Ron, in a state of urgency, jabbed the matchstick onto the table, prompting Professor McGonagall to cast a warning glance in his direction. Harry, gripping his wand with a hint of anxiety, was about to make an attempt when he heard Eli quietly advise from beside him, "Take your time, focus." Taking a deep breath, he concentrated and gently uttered the incantation towards the matchstick. To his surprise, the matchstick wiggled. Though it was far from transforming into a needle, it nonetheless exhibited some response. Eli tried several times, gradually finding his rhythm. He focused intently on the matchstick, his fingers firmly clutching the wand, deliberately slowing his speech as he whispered the spell. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the matchstick suddenly clicked. The slender wooden rod began to taper, ultimately becoming a needle that glimmered with a cold light. While the tip was not particularly sharp, its shape was undeniably reminiscent of a needle. "Well done, Light." Professor McGonagall happened to walk by, her eyes reflecting rare approval. Your grasp of transfiguration is commendable. Gryffindor earns 5 points. A few soft gasps of astonishment echoed around him, and Eli felt a surge of pride. Just as he tucked the needle away, Hermione approached, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. How did you do that? I tried several times, but it remained straight. There's really no secret to it. Eli scratched his head, thoughtfully recalling. Just don't rush when casting the spell. Focus on the idea of it tapering, and keep your wrist motion light, as if you were shaping it. As he spoke, he demonstrated the gesture to Hermione. You see? It's about this. Don't apply too much force. Hermione observed his movements intently, nodding in contemplation before picking up her wand to try again. This time, although the matchstick did not completely transform into a needle, it distinctly curved, showing significant improvement. Look, Eli's eyes lit up, and he generously praised her. I told you. You're brilliant. You grasp concepts so quickly. Try again, and I am sure you will succeed. Hermione blushed slightly at his compliment, becoming even more focused in her practice. Ron, watching from the side, was taken aback and whispered to Harry. Those two seemed to hit it off. Harry remained silent, merely observing Eli as he explained the key points to Hermione, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 6, Charms Class, Lisa, Friends. As the Transfiguration class concluded and Professor McGonagall departed the classroom, students began to disperse in small groups. Neville hurried off to find his toad. Bidding them farewell as he ran, Hermione, clutching her books, announced her intention to visit the library for research and left as well. Eli packed his bag, only to turn and find Ron staring at him with an expression that suggested he had figured him out. Harry stood nearby, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Hey, Ron was the first to speak, his tone imbued with an unnamable implication. You were just chatting away with her before class ended, and you even sat next to her. What's the deal with seeking her out right away? Eli, taken aback by the question, furrowed his brow at Ron as if he were observing something bizarre. Ron, are you daft? Ron immediately bristled. You're the daft one. Consider this, Eli remarked, rolling his eyes and gesturing towards the direction Hermione had departed. She reminded us to change our clothes yesterday, and her swift comprehension of transfiguration in class is indicative of her academic prowess. It would be wise to cultivate a rapport with a top student. When we find ourselves struggling with assignments, we could seek her assistance. He spoke with conviction and then added, moreover, she is genuinely kind. Your sensitivity yesterday was unwarranted. Ron, momentarily at a loss for words, could only mutter, regardless. I find her somewhat bothersome. Harry, unable to restrain his laughter, interjected, all right, our next class is charms. Shouldn't we ponder the material for tomorrow? Eli promptly took hold of both their arms and urged them outside. Yes, charms. I've heard Professor Flitwick is exceedingly entertaining. Though Ron continued to grumble softly. His feet moved in tandem with theirs. Sunlight streamed through the corridor windows, casting elongated shadows of the three boys. The following day, upon arriving at the charms classroom, they found it already populated with students. Eli's gaze immediately landed on a girl seated by the window, the Ravenclaw first year he had greeted on the train, who had been engrossed in a copy of A History of Magic. I'm heading over there, Eli called to Ron and Harry, waving his hand as he dashed to the girl's side, smiling as he pulled out a chair. Do you remember me? I'm Eli Light. The girl looked up, a friendly smile gracing her features. Of course I remember. I'm Lisa Dupin. Have you chosen this spot too? Indeed, the lighting here is splendid. Eli set down his backpack and engaged her in conversation. Ron observed this exchange, unable to suppress a smirk as he turned to Harry, his tone laced with exasperation. Why doesn't he sit with us? First Hermione, now a Ravenclaw. Harry stifled a laugh and patted Ron's shoulder. Perhaps he wishes to broaden his circle. Besides, this spot works quite well for us. He pointed to the vacant seats in the front and led Ron over. Barely settled. The diminutive Professor Flitwick floated into the classroom atop a stack of books, his voice high-pitched yet lively. Good morning, my little darlings. Today, we shall learn our first spell, Wingardium Leviosa, the levitation charm. Eli immediately perked up, exchanging a glance with Lisa, both reflecting anticipation in their eyes. Ron, seated ahead, shot a glare at Eli but was met with a playful grimace in return, prompting him to sulk and think to himself, just wait until the spell class. I'll outpace you all. After demonstrating the levitation charm, Professor Flitwick instructed the students to practice in pairs. Ron waved his wand at the feather before him, struggling to articulate the incantation, his pronunciation a jumbled mess. The feather remained obstinately still, igniting frustration that turned his face crimson. Your wrist is too stiff. Hermione had approached without him noticing, arms crossed as she stood beside him. And your pronunciation is incorrect. It should be Wingardium Leviosa, not the garbled version you're attempting. Ron, already irritable, bristled further at her comments, retorting defiantly, what is it to you? I can practice on my own. I merely offer a friendly reminder, Hermione said, furrowing her brow. Practicing until dusk will not yield results. Better than some who only know how to make snide remarks. Ron exclaimed, slamming his wand onto the table, causing the feather to flutter down gently. If you're so skilled, why don't you do it yourself? Hermione, undeterred, picked up her wand, aimed at the feather, and with a delicate flick of her wrist, clearly uttered the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather soared into the air, hovering gracefully. Ron's face instantly turned the color of a ripe tomato. He wanted to retort, but found himself at a loss for words, only able to sulk and turn away. Eli, observing from the sidelines, chuckled and nudged Lisa's sleeve. See, I told you they would quarrel. Lisa smiled quietly, not responding. Hermione returned her wand, glanced at the sulking Ron, chose not to comment further, and turned back to her seat. A moment of silence enveloped the classroom, broken only by Professor Flitwick's guidance to other students. Harry gently nudged Ron's arm. Don't be upset. She meant well. Ron huffed, grasped his wand, and resumed practicing, though this time his movements were noticeably gentler. Watching Ron's irritated demeanor, Lisa couldn't help but whisper to Eli. They seem rather amusing together. Eli, attempting to levitate the feather, chuckled at her words. Ron is simply proud. And Hermione is rather forthright. Neither of them is ill-natured. As he spoke, he deftly turned his wrist and recited the spell. The feather quivered and began to float, albeit unsteadily, like a leaf on the verge of falling. Not bad, Lisa exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she took up her wand. My father says the levitation charm is the most challenging of the basics. One must find that lifting sensation. She tried twice, but the feather remained stubbornly still. Yet her determination only deepened as she focused on refining her gestures. Watching her earnestness, Eli recalled her quiet demeanor while reading on the train and suddenly felt that Ravenclaw's students possessed a certain calm intelligence. Was A History of Magic enjoyable? He inquired. I've always thought that book rather dull. It was quite good, Lisa replied, meeting his gaze. It discusses many origins of ancient magic, like how the transition from using stones to wands occurred. It's fascinating. She paused before adding, though, I must admit, spell class is far more entertaining than reading. As they practiced, their conversation flowed easily, occasionally celebrating each other's success and keeping the feather afloat a second longer. When Professor Flitwick floated by, he happened to witness Eli's feather perform a little spin in the air. Progress right. He smiled. Just a bit more stability, and you'll excel. Eli was about to express his gratitude when a cheer erupted from Ron's side. His feather had finally lifted off the table, albeit for merely half a second before it fell, yet it was enough to elate him as he high-fived Harry. As the lesson concluded, Professor Flitwick beamed at several students who had made notable progress, including Eli, who had managed to keep his feather afloat for half a minute. As everyone gathered their belongings to leave, Lisa approached Eli, clutching her book, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Eli, since we have no classes this afternoon, would you like to join me at the library? I seek to explore advanced notes on the floating charm, which may prove beneficial for both you and me. No sooner had she spoken than Ron scoffed, turning away with a pout and deliberately remarked to Harry, some people are truly busy. Having just finished discussing one matter only to arrange another rendezvous at the library, Eli, having overheard, chose to disregard him and instead scratched his head, addressing Lisa. No, thank you. Weevee agreed to visit the Quidditch pitch this afternoon, especially with a match approaching. He gestured towards Harry and Ron. Perhaps next time? We can visit the library together then. Lisa, unfazed, smiled and nodded. Sure, let us talk about it when we have time. She waved her hand. I'll take my leave now, goodbye. Goodbye, Eli reciprocated as he waved her off. Once Lisa had walked away, Ron turned back, crossing his arms and muttering. At least you have some conscience, not rushing off to find someone else. Could you refrain from acting like a jilted lover? Eli chided him. Lisa's quite nice. And what is wrong with going to the library? Isn't it beneficial to learn more? What is so great about that? Ron grumbled. Quidditch is far more exciting. Harry interjected with a chuckle. All right, let us head to the Quidditch pitch. I'm eager to see it as well. Eli then pulled the two along. Sunlight streaming through the corridor's stained glass, casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the floor. Although Ron continued to mumble under his breath, his strides quickened, clearly eager to view the Quidditch pitch. As the trio made their way, Ron, after a moment of hesitation, finally voiced his discomfort. Why do you enjoy befriending girls so much? It's always Hermione and Lisa. Eli paused, then laughed. Is friendship really constrained by gender? Hermione is knowledgeable, and Lisa excels in her studies. Conversing with them is quite enlightening. Besides, they are both wonderful people, so why shouldn't I befriend them? Seeing Ron still unconvinced, he added, look at Harry. Doesn't he converse with girls too? Harry quickly waved his hands. I didn't say you shouldn't. That is not what I meant. Ron's cheeks flushed slightly as he scratched his head. I just feel you seem to connect with everyone so easily, which is a bit surprising. Eli raised an eyebrow. Isn't that preferable to your tendency to argue with Hermione after just a few exchanges? She is simply insufferable. Ron retorted, albeit more quietly. But I do think it's great that the three of us hang out together. Upon hearing this, Eli and Harry exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Eli patted Ron on the shoulder reassuringly. Rest assured, you and Harry are my first friends at Hogwarts. It's certainly different. Ron's ears turned slightly crimson, and he fell silent, though his steps noticeably lightened. Harry glanced at the two and smiled. realizing Ron merely needed time to adjust to the idea of someone making numerous friends at once. Before long, the imposing silhouette of the Quidditch pitch emerged ahead, instantly capturing Ron's attention as he excitedly pointed and shouted, "Look, it's the goalposts." The earlier discomfort had long been eclipsed by his anticipation for Quidditch. Chapter 7. The Library, Autumn Zhang, Notebook. On weekends, the library is so tranquil that one can hear the soft rustle of turning pages. Eli, clutching several supplementary texts for his charms course, wandered among the shelves for quite some time before finally locating an empty seat by the window. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting a warm patch of light upon the table. He opened his book, having barely read a few pages, when the chair opposite him was gently pulled back. Instinctively, Eli looked up and met a pair of bright, clear eyes. Seated across from him was an Asian girl. Her long, raven hair casually swept back, revealing a smooth forehead and delicate profile. Her nose was elegantly shaped, and her lips bore a subtle hue, exuding a serene and graceful aura. She was not wearing glasses, and her long eyelashes fluttered as she lowered her gaze to place her books, volumes on ancient runes, on the table. Judging by her uniform badge, she was likely a Ravenclaw, and she appeared to be a year ahead of him, probably a senior. Eli was momentarily taken aback and quickly averted his gaze, pretending to immerse himself in his book, although he couldn't help but ponder. Are all Ravenclaw seniors this beautiful? He discreetly glanced out of the corner of his eye and noticed that she had opened her book, her expression focused, her slender fingers turning the pages with a feather-light touch. The library remained quiet, save for the occasional sound of pages being turned by the two of them. After reading for a while, Eli couldn't resist looking up again, only to find himself caught in her gaze. He felt a sudden rush of panic and forced a somewhat awkward smile. The girl paused for a moment, then politely nodded at him, her lips curving into a gentle smile before she returned her attention to her book. Eli exhaled, feeling a bit embarrassed for having been so obvious. He redirected his focus to his own book, yet somehow, he found the quiet figure across from him far more distracting than the spells inscribed on the pages. As Eli furrowed his brow over a section about the softening charm, a soft voice broke the silence, tinged with curiosity. "Are you reading about charms?" He looked up abruptly, realizing it was the Asian senior addressing him. She had set aside her runes book and was now observing the pages of his book with an expression devoid of malice, purely inquisitive. "Oh, yes," Eli replied, feeling slightly nervous as he instinctively pulled the book closer to himself. "It's supplementary material for charms class. I'm trying to understand some of the principles behind certain spells." The senior smiled, her expression warm and bright, reminiscent of the sunlight filtering through the window. "I see you're looking at the softening charm. It can be a bit tricky, especially when it comes to controlling the force of the spell. Too light, and it won't work. Too heavy, and it could harm the target." Eli's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected her to be knowledgeable about this. "Yes. The book says to apply pressure as if crushing a fallen leaf. But I find that metaphor rather odd and unclear. Perhaps try to visualize your magic as a flowing stream," the senior suggested thoughtfully, patiently elaborating, "not a rushing torrent, but rather a gentle brook formed by the melting snow in spring, flowing softly." Her analogy was far more comprehensible than the book's, and Eli felt a sudden clarity wash over him as he eagerly nodded. "I think I understand now. Thank you, senior." "You're welcome," the girl said as she picked up her book. "I am Qiu Zhang, a member of Ravenclaw. And you?" "I'm Eli Light, a first year from Gryffindor," Eli quickly replied, silently noting the name Qiu Zhang, which he found quite melodious. Qiu Zhang nodded, refraining from further conversation as she immersed herself back into her book. The library regained its previous tranquility, yet Eli read with newfound focus. Even the once perplexing material seemed to become clearer. After quietly reading for over half an hour, Eli furrowed his brow at a complex diagram of gestures, when Qiu Zhang closed her book and began to gather her belongings. She neatly stacked her books in her arms and, as she stood, glanced towards Eli, softly saying, "Eli, I must take my leave now." "Oh, all right, senior, goodbye." Eli quickly looked up. Just then, Qiu Zhang seemed to recall something, halting her steps to rummage through her bag. She produced a light blue notebook and said, "Ah, here. This is for you." She handed him the notebook. "These are my notes from the first year in my charms class, containing some key points on spells that I found difficult to grasp at the time. Perhaps they may assist you." The cover of the notebook was slightly worn, indicating it had been well used, with small star stickers adorning the edges, radiating a hint of youthful charm. Eli was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. "This is too precious." "No, thank you, senior. I can manage on my own." "It's quite all right," Qiu Zhang replied, placing the notebook on his desk with a gentle smile. "I have no need for it now. It would only gather dust. If you find it helpful, feel free to look it over, and you may return it once you're done." With such insistence, Eli reluctantly accepted, cradling it carefully in his arms. "Thank you immensely. I will certainly peruse it and return it to you promptly." "No need to rush." Qiu Zhang waved her hand. "I'll take my leave now. Goodbye." "Goodbye, senior." Watching as Qiu Zhang's figure disappeared around the end of the bookshelf, Eli opened the notebook. The handwriting was elegant and neat, with simple gesture illustrations accompanying each spell, and a small note indicating that the wrist should sweep like a feather gliding across the water, a metaphor reminiscent of what she had just taught him. Clutching the book and Xiao Zhang's notebook, Eli had just stepped out of the library when he collided with an oncoming individual, nearly dropping the books from his arms. "I'm so sorry." He quickly steadied himself and looked up to apologize, only to be momentarily stunned. "Oh, Senior Diggory, what a coincidence to see you again." Cedric, who was also busy steadying him, chuckled, revealing a bright smile. "Apologies, it seems I was again not paying attention. Here, let me help you." He picked up a copy of Standard Spells, Beginner, that had fallen to the ground. "It appears we truly are fated to cross paths, having bumped into each other at King's Cross Station and now here again." Eli scratched his head, recalling that day at the platform when he had been preoccupied with his luggage and bumped into this Hufflepuff senior, who had kindly helped him lift his suitcase. "It is indeed quite a coincidence," Eli remarked, steadying his books. "Did you just come from the library, Senior?" "Yes, I was researching materials for herbology class." Cedric pointed to the notebook in his arms. "It seems you've made quite a collection." "Indeed, I just borrowed a few books, and a senior gave me her notes," Eli replied. Cedric smiled. "I won't disturb you any longer. I must return to the dormitory." "All right, be careful on your way back. Try not to bump into anyone again." Cedric chuckled, waving his hand. "Until next time." "Until next time, Senior." Chapter 8. Cedric, the Library, Notes. Eli gradually discovered an intriguing phenomenon. It seemed he possessed a certain magnetism that drew acquaintances to him in specific locations. Take the library, for instance. Ever since his serendipitous encounter with Senior Qiu Zhang, he had developed a habit of visiting the library every Wednesday afternoon. Each time, he deliberately sought an unoccupied seat by the window. And scarcely had he spread his books open when someone would inevitably pull out a chair nearby. Sometimes it was Lisa, clutching a copy of History of Magic, cheerfully exclaiming, "What a coincidence! You're here too." Other times, it was Hermione, bearing a towering stack of books, who would sit down and immediately inquire, "Have you seen magical herbs and fungi?" On one occasion, Senior Qiu Zhang herself approached, sitting beside him and softly asking, "Here to gather information again?" They always greeted him first, as if they had known he would be present. Initially, Eli considered it mere coincidence, but as the encounters multiplied, he could not help but chuckle. Was it possible that Wednesday afternoons in the library had become his designated social hub? Just today, as he opened the notebook given to him by Qiu Zhang, he heard the sound of a chair being moved. Looking up, he found Cedric seated across from him, holding a copy of Magical Plants and Potions. With a smile, he remarked, "It's you again, right? It seems that the window seat on Wednesday afternoons has become your exclusive spot?" Eli shrugged and shifted his chair aside. "Please, take a seat, Senior. It appears everyone enjoys coming to the library on Wednesdays." Cedric settled in front of him, shaking his head at the remark. He leaned on the table, resting his chin on his hand, his lips curling into a gentle smile as he regarded Eli. "No, I specifically come here to run into you." His voice was soft, laced with a teasing tone, and the sunlight streaming through the window cast a warm glow upon his hair, rendering him even more amiable than usual. Eli, oblivious to any deeper meaning, assumed he was jesting and retorted playfully, "Oh, come now, Senior. You, a busy third-year student, wouldn't he have time to purposely bump into a little brat like me?" As he spoke, he nudged Qiu Zhang's notebook aside. "Are you here again to look up something for herbology? I must tell you, I can't be of any help." Cedric observed Eli's earnest expression, unable to suppress a low chuckle. He refrained from elaborating, simply picking up his book and opening it. "All right then. Let us consider it a coincidence. What about you? Still perusing your spell notes?" "Yes, the notes from Senior Qiu are quite detailed," Eli eagerly offered, extending the notebook towards him, entirely unaware of the fleeting flicker of emotion that crossed Cedric's eyes upon seeing the name Qiu Zhang. Cedric glanced at the star stickers adorning the notebook cover before returning it to Eli, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the back of Eli's hand. Though Eli paid it no mind. Engrossed in reciting the incantations, Eli remained oblivious to Cedric's gaze, which occasionally drifted beyond the pages, landing on the slight curl of his lips as he spoke. Eli was explaining the unlocking spell noted in his notebook when Cedric suddenly interjected, his tone imbued with an inexplicable nuance. "Hey, I have a question. Why do you call her Senior Qiu, yet refer to me as Senior Diggory?" Eli paused, his pen hovering in midair. He had never contemplated this matter, and after a moment of thought, he could not unravel the reasoning. Scratching his head in confusion, he replied, "Huh, is that so? Perhaps it's because her surname is Qiu? No, wait, her surname is Zhang." As he continued to flounder in his explanation, he ultimately surrendered to the perplexity, admitting, "I honestly don't know why. It just feels natural to call her that. Should I start calling you Senior Cedric as well?" Cedric regarded Eli's frowning, conflicted expression, the amusement in his eyes deepening, and he deliberately elongated his response. "Oh, if you wish to call me that, then go ahead." "All right, Senior Cedric." Eli tentatively tried the name, feeling it both awkward and refreshing. Cedric acknowledged with a nod, lightly tapping the pages of his book with his fingertips, unable to suppress a smile. Eli, oblivious to Cedric's peculiar demeanor, returned his focus to his notes. After staring at his notes for an extended period, until his eyes felt weary, Eli leaned back in his chair, stretched languidly, and let out a prolonged yawn. With a hint of moisture gathering in the corners of his eyes, rubbing his eyes and shaking his head, he finally noticed that Cedric was still seated across from him, absorbed in his book. Sunlight cast a gentle shadow across his profile, and the sound of turning pages was almost imperceptible. "Hey, Senior Cedric, you haven't left yet?" Eli exclaimed, surprised, as he had assumed Cedric had long since completed his research and departed. "I've been here for nearly 2 hours." Cedric lifted his head, closing his book with a smile. "No rush. It's not like there's anything pressing back at my place. I noticed you were so engrossed that I didn't want to interrupt." He gestured toward the window, where the sky was darkening. "Aren't you heading back to the dorm?" Only then did Eli realize that indeed, the light outside had faded, and the candle holders in the library had been lit, casting a warm glow upon the pages. "Oh, really? I got so caught up in my notes that I lost track of time." He hurriedly stuffed his book and notebook into his bag. "Well, I'll be off then. You should head back early too. Shall we leave together?" "I'm headed the same way," Cedric offered, rising and collecting his belongings. "Sure," Eli replied, shouldering his bag and following Cedric out of the library. As they stepped into the corridor, they spotted Xiao Zhang waiting at the corner, clutching several books, seemingly anticipating someone. Upon seeing Eli, her eyes brightened, and she quickly approached, handing him a deep green notebook. "Eli, this is for you." Eli accepted the notebook, noticing the title on the cover, Transfiguration Class Notes, First Year. "Since you mentioned that Transfiguration has been somewhat challenging," Xiao Zhang smiled. "These are my old notes. They might be of help." Her gaze flickered to Cedric behind Eli, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she raised an eyebrow at him, her expression laced with playful teasing. Cedric returned her a nonchalant expression, remaining silent. Eli, completely oblivious to the unspoken interaction between the two, focused solely on his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Senior Xiao. You are truly my savior." "You're welcome," Xiao Zhang replied, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. She cast a fleeting glance at Cedric, her tone light. "I'll take my leave now. You two continue your conversation." "Goodbye, Senior." Watching Xiao Zhang walk away, Eli, holding 2 notebooks, excitedly turned to Cedric and said, "Senior Xiao is so kind. What do you think I should gift her as a token of appreciation? Honey Dukas candy? Or?" He rambled on, unaware of Cedric's gaze fixed upon the deep green notebook nestled in his arms. Cedric's brow furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed as he replied blandly, "Let us head back to the dormitory. The dining hall will be out of food if we delay any longer." "All right." Eli suddenly remembered dinner and hurriedly walked alongside him, clutching the 2 notebooks tightly, his mind set on reviewing the Transfiguration notes that evening. Chapter 9. Chess, Dinner, Hermione. As the two made their way toward the castle, Eli was engrossed in flipping through the spell class notes that Xiao Zhang had given him, oblivious to their route. It was only upon reaching the fork leading to Gryffindor Tower that Cedric halted. "This is where I part ways." He indicated the corridor leading to the Hufflepuff common room. "Do you need me to wait for you? We could go together once you've stowed your things." Eli finally grasped the situation, scratching his head. No. I'll head straight to the hall after I drop off my things. Harry and the others must be waiting for me." He remained entirely unaware that the Hufflepuff common room and Gryffindor Tower were not in the same direction. Cedric's previous suggestion of on the way was, in fact, a deliberate detour. Cedric observed Eli's obliviousness with a hint of amusement in his eyes, but chose not to confront him. "All right, then hurry along. Don't keep them waiting too long." "Okay. See you, Senior Cedric." Eli waved and dashed toward the staircase, clutching his notes. Cedric stood still, watching as Eli's figure vanished around the corner before he turned to head toward his own common room. The torches in the corridor flickered, casting a gentle glow on his lips, softening his expression. This little fellow truly had no defenses at all. Eli had barely pushed open the door to the Gryffindor common room when he was greeted by the sharp sound of chess pieces clashing. Harry and Ron were huddled around a small table, engrossed in a game of Wizard's chess, with Ron holding a knight, his focus unwavering on the board. "Hey, you guys are playing Wizard's chess without me. Why didn't you call me?" Eli tossed his bag onto the sofa and hurried over. "What is the status?" "Let me see." Ron looked up and rolled his eyes. "Call you? To go on a date in the library, perhaps?" "What date? Don't be ridiculous." Eli attempted to reach for Ron's castle piece, only to have it swatted away. "I was at the library studying. Senior Xiao even gave me her Transfiguration notes." "Oh, Senior Xiao." Ron stretched the words teasingly. "Far more interesting than playing chess with us, I see. Stop being silly." Harry chuckled as he nudged Ron and said to Eli, "We just set it up. You arrived just in time. Can you take a few steps for me? Ron is about to checkmate me." "Sure." Eli immediately perked up, sitting down beside Harry. "Let me see. Ron, your moves are rather sneaky. No wonder Harry is struggling." Ron proudly lifted his chin. "Of course. I've been practicing with Fred and George since I was little. Eli ignored him, focusing intently on the chessboard, tapping his fingers on his chin. Watch me, he declared, picking up Harry's bishop. I'll move here. At once, the wizard chess pieces sprang to life, the bishop charging toward Ron's knight, staff raised high. Ron clicked his tongue, hastily repositioning his pieces for defense. The common room buzzed with excitement, the crackling flames in the fireplace casting flickering shadows around the three boys huddled together. The battle on the chessboard reached a fever pitch as Eli executed a brilliant tactic, capturing Ron's queen. Suddenly, a loud growl erupted from someone's stomach, echoing distinctly in the quiet room. The three boys paused, exchanging bewildered glances. Eli raised his hand to glance out the window. The sky had long since darkened, and the fire in the hearth had dimmed. Oh no, he scratched his head, looking vexed. I think I came to call you for dinner. Ron let out a dramatic wail. We're doomed. The great hall must be closed. No sooner had he spoken than the common room door swung open, revealing Hermione and Neville, both carrying bulging bags. Upon seeing them gathered around the chessboard, Hermione sighed in exasperation. I knew you wouldn't go for dinner. She handed her bag to Eli. Fortunately, Neville and I received some bread and jam from the house elves in the kitchen, along with a pot of warm pumpkin juice. The aroma of whole wheat bread wafted from the bag, causing Eli's eyes to shine like stars as he took it eagerly, nearly bowing to Hermione. Thank you, Hermione. You are my angel. Hermione blushed slightly at the compliment, about to respond when Eli suddenly grabbed Neville's hand and shook it enthusiastically. You're my angel too, Neville. Neville's face flushed crimson as he stammered. And no need to thank me. It was Hermione's idea. Harry, smiling, chimed in. Thank you both immensely, otherwise we would have gone hungry tonight. Only Ron, after fumbling with his hair for what felt like ages, finally muttered shyly, Titch, thank you, his voice barely above a whisper. While his ears turned beet red, Hermione shot him a glance, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, choosing not to tease him. Eli, unable to contain his excitement, quickly tore off a large piece of bread and handed it to Ron. Hurry up and eat, it will get cold. The delightful aromas of bread and jam soon filled the common room, as the boys gathered around the fireplace, munching and discussing the recent chess game. The disappointment of missing dinner was swiftly washed away by the warmth of the food and the lively atmosphere. Chapter 10. Mandrakes, Curiosity, Touch. The following day, herbology class took place in the greenhouse, where the damp air was rich with the scent of earth and some peculiar plants. As Eli had just set down his backpack, preparing to find a seat, the chair beside him was abruptly pulled out with a clang. Draco Malfoy, arms crossed, settled into it, his platinum hair gleaming under the warm light of the greenhouse, dazzling to the eyes. I want to be in your group, he stated arrogantly, as if issuing a decree rather than suggesting a partnership. Eli furrowed his brow. But I intended to team up with Neville. Neville? Draco scoffed, his gaze sweeping over to Neville, who was nervously eyeing a pot of mandrakes not far away. You wish to partner with that fool who can't even keep track of his own toad? Don't be ridiculous. He tapped his wand against the table. Being with me is far superior to being dragged down by him. Professor Sprout mentioned we would be handling mandrakes today. Do you wish to be deafened by their screams? Eli hesitated. Indeed, the cries of mandrakes could drive one to madness, and Neville had mentioned just yesterday that he was somewhat afraid of them. He glanced at Draco. Despite his loathsome demeanor, he seemed to excel in herbology. Fine, Eli finally acquiesced, but do not overstep your bounds. Draco raised an eyebrow, as if finding Eli's words amusing. Yet he refrained from retorting, simply retrieving a thick pair of ear protectors from his bag. At least you know your place. Eli eyed the ear protectors in Draco's hands, muttering to himself, a true air of wealth. Even his ear protectors are more refined than others. He then fished out a plain woolen pair from his pocket, just as Professor Sprout's voice echoed through the greenhouse. All right, children, let us begin. Remember to wear your ear protectors. Draco had already picked up a small trowel, nodding towards Eli. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Eli grimaced, reluctantly moving closer. Professor Sprout was demonstrating how to carefully extract the mandrakes from their pots, reiterating the peril of immature mandrakes cries, which required constant use of ear protectors. Draco, arms crossed, stood nearby, observing the little plants with their purple roots, resembling infants. A smirk gracing his lips, likely thinking the professor was being overly dramatic. When Professor Sprout instructed everyone to form groups for hands-on work, Draco, seizing the moment while Eli was distracted tying on his gloves, reached out to touch the mandrake's leaves. Don't touch. Eli reacted swiftly, grabbing Draco's wrist with considerable force. The professor warned us that if they aren't mature, touching them could lead to trouble. Draco stumbled slightly from the unexpected tug, momentarily taken aback before shaking off Eli's grip, his tone suddenly irate. What are you doing? Yet, despite his fierce words, a faint blush crept to his ears, as if the abrupt contact had unsettled him. A mix of embarrassment and anger. Perhaps no one had dared to pull him like that before. Eli, oblivious to Draco's reddening face, merely frowned. I told you not to touch it. What if you get hurt by their screams? Draco shot him a glare, choosing silence, yet he refrained from reaching out again, crossing his arms and pretending to observe other groups. However, his ears subtly leaned toward Eli, clearly indicating that he had not completely dismissed Eli's admonition. Eli, observing the sudden shift in the atmosphere, exhaled a sigh of relief as he cautiously began to dig up the mandrake roots, internally musing about Malfoy's arrogance and recklessness. Chapter 11. Night Stroll in the Kitchen. As soon as the herbology class concluded, Eli had scarcely exited the greenhouse when a voice called out from behind him. Oi. Right. He turned to see Theodore not standing in the shadows of a nearby tree, his dark robes accentuating the pallor of his complexion, his gray-blue eyes barely discernible in the dim light. Eli paused, taken aback. Not was typically reserved within Slytherin, often seen in the company of Malfoy, yet seldom initiating conversation with others. What is up? Eli inquired, slightly wary, as he had never been particularly fond of the haughty, pure-blood elite of Slytherin, whose words were often laced with condescension and concealed agendas. Nevertheless, Not possessed an undeniable charm. With long, thick lashes that framed his eyes, and when standing quietly, he resembled an unfinished portrait. Eli found himself inexplicably more patient. Not did not approach, merely gestured toward a nearby thicket, his voice a mere whisper, as though apprehensive of being overheard. Come here for a moment. I need to discuss something. Curiosity piqued. Eli followed him to a secluded corner where the underbrush obscured them from view, the air thick with the scent of earth and leaves. What is it? Eli could not help but ask. Not turned, his back to the light, half of his face cloaked in shadow. He scrutinized Eli for a few moments before speaking. His tone peculiar. Why are you so close to Malfoy? Eli was taken aback. It's just for herbology class. He insisted on being in my group. Not remained silent. His brow furrowed, fingers absently stroking the handle of his wand, his demeanor less of an interrogator and more of someone conflicted. Eli felt a surge of discomfort under Not's gaze, about to inquire further when footsteps approached from a distance. Not quickly stepped back, dismissing the matter with a hurried, "It's nothing," before hastily retreating, his posture betraying a sense of urgency, as if fearing discovery. Eli stood there, perplexed, scratching his head in confusion. What was that all about? Shaking his head, he dismissed the incident and headed toward the common room, preferring the company of Harry and the others over the increasingly peculiar behavior of Slytherins. Upon pushing open the door to the Gryffindor common room, he was called by Hermione. Eli, wait a moment. She approached briskly, clutching 2 books. Would you like to join me in the library? I intend to research some potion information, particularly the acne potion we'll be concocting tomorrow. I've heard the process is quite intricate, so it wouldn't hurt to prepare in advance. Eli yawned and waved his hand dismissively. Thanks, Hermione, but I have some things to attend to. I think I'll just lie down in my dorm for a bit. I stayed up late reviewing my notes last night. In truth, he simply craved a nap, as the herbology class had proven exhausting due to the mandrake roots. Hermione looked a bit disappointed but nodded in understanding. All right then, take care of yourself. I'll go on my own. As soon as Hermione departed, Harry and Ron approached, their eyes gleaming with mischief, signaling trouble. Eli, Ron whispered conspiratorially. Do you want to join us for a night stroll? A night stroll? Where to? Eli inquired, intrigued. Eliaton felt a surge of energy, his drowsiness dissipating significantly. Harry mysteriously winked. The kitchen. It is said that the house elves will leave food for students who arrive late. Let us take a chance. Perhaps we might discover some roasted potatoes or treacle tarts. Eliaton was momentarily taken aback. The kitchen? I have no idea where it is. Despite his time at Hogwarts, aside from the Great Hall, he had never encountered the kitchen. Ron patted his chest with assurance. Don't worry. He faltered mid-sentence, turning to Harry. Harry cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward. Actually, we don't know its exact location either. Ron quickly added, but we can certainly search for it. It must be somewhere within the castle, and following the house elves might lead us there. Eliaton watched as their enthusiasm grew, unable to suppress a laugh. You two don't even know where it is, and yet you dare to plan a nocturnal adventure? Now that is what I call a spirit of adventure. Ron, defiantly lifting his chin, replied, Are you coming or not? After a moment of contemplation, Eliaton decided that staying in the dormitory to sleep was decidedly less interesting than embarking on a quest for the kitchen, especially since his potions class was not until the afternoon. Let us go then, he declared, lifting his chin. But if we get caught by Filch, don't say I didn't warn you. Fear not, we are quite clever. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Chapter 12. Hair drying, nocturnal adventures. And Cedric. In the dimly lit dormitory, the flickering candlelight cast shadows. Eliaton had just finished his shower, towel in hand, drying his damp hair, the ends still dripping. Harry approached, his eyes sparkling with eagerness to set off, while Eliaton frowned slightly. Wait, my hair isn't tea dry yet. Ron, nearby, rolled his eyes and nudged him with his elbow. We're not going to a feast. Why bother smelling so nice? Filch 1T let you off the hook just because your hair is wet. What if I catch a chill with wet hair? Harry interjected, brandishing his wand and waving it above Eliatun's head while uttering a simple drying charm. A warm breeze enveloped his hair, swirling around, instantly transforming the damp strands into a soft, fluffy texture, reminiscent of a sun-kissed puppy, exuding a cozy, inviting warmth. Eliatun shook his head from the force of the spell, chuckling as he tossed the towel onto his bed. All right, that's good. In the corner, Neville lay on his bed, the covers pulled up to his chin, revealing only his round, wide eyes. Are you really not coming, Neville? Ron asked again, a hint of encouragement in his tone. Neville quickly shook his head, his voice barely above a whisper. I think I'll pass. I'm afraid of forgetting the password and being scolded by the portrait, and besides, I'm a bit tired today. Ron shrugged, muttering coward under his breath, though his tone suggested no real reproach. Harry tucked his wand back into his sleeve and winked at the two. Let us go, before Filch patrols this area. Eliatun followed behind them, quietly opening the dormitory door, his heart racing with excitement. The prospect of a midnight adventure in search of the kitchen sounded far more thrilling than remaining in the dormitory. The three of them tiptoed out of Gryffindor Tower, the corridor illuminated only by the flickering shadows of the torches, their footsteps echoing distinctly in the silence. Eli led the way, occasionally turning back to gesture for silence to the two behind him. Harry walked in the middle, tightly gripping his wand, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Ron trailed behind, softly murmuring the route. The kitchen is near Hufflepuff, he suddenly whispered into Eli's ear, his voice barely above a whisper. Eli paused, glancing back at him. How do you know? George and the others told me, Ron replied, raising an eyebrow with pride, lowering his voice further. The kitchen is hidden behind a painting near the Hufflepuff common room, depicting a basket of fruit. You have to tickle the pear to open it. Is that true? Eli questioned, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Your brothers didn't trick you, did they? Of course not. Ron exclaimed, exasperated. They even snuck into steel treacle tarts last time. Harry interjected to ease the tension. Let's check it out. We have no other leads anyway. Eli nodded, resuming his pace, though internally he mused. The Hufflepuff area? Isn't that quite close to Cedric and the others' common room? I hope we don't run into anyone. He quickened his steps, the armor in the corridor casting flickering shadows in the firelight, nearly causing him to miss a step a few times. This midnight escapade was indeed far more exhilarating than he had anticipated. The trio crouched low, utilizing the shadows of the corridor to approach the vicinity of the Hufflepuff common room. They soon spotted the fruit painting Ron had mentioned on the wall. Ron stealthily crept forward and, imitating George's instructions, gently tickled the pear in the painting. With a soft click, the frame swung open like a door, revealing a stone staircase leading down, the enticing aroma of freshly baked bread wafting up. We did it, Ron whispered excitedly. Just as Eli was about to step inside, he heard a familiar voice from within, as if engaged in conversation. He paused, signaling Harry and Ron to stay put while he cautiously peered inside. The kitchen was spacious and bright, house elves bustling around the table, and seated at the edge was none other than Cedric. He held a freshly baked loaf of bread in his hand, smiling as he thanked a small elf. Cedric? Eli exclaimed, nearly shouting, quickly covering his mouth, his eyes wide in disbelief. What is he doing here? Harry and Ron leaned in to catch a glimpse, both equally bewildered. Ron clicked his tongue. Well, we've been beaten to it by the upperclassmen. Cedric seemed to hear the commotion outside, turning his head to see the three heads peeking in. He paused for a moment, then smiled broadly. What are you doing here? Come on in, don't hide by the door. Eli, Harry, and Ron exchanged glances, then reluctantly stepped inside. Eli scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. We wanted to find something to eat. Cedric gestured to the plates on the table. Perfect timing, the house elves just baked some pies. Would you like to try some? As he spoke, he picked up a slice of apple pie and handed it to them. You're quite brave to wander here at night. Eli accepted the pie, taking a bite, and the sweet aroma burst in his mouth. He mumbled, Ron said you guys know? It was his brothers who said there was food here. Ron shot a fierce glare at him, but was silenced by the pie Cedric handed over, forcing him to eat in silence. Harry also picked up a piece, quietly murmuring his gratitude to the senior. Without hesitation, Eli settled into the chair beside Cedric. Fresh from a shower, he carried a faint scent of lavender soap, mingling with the warmth of the drying spell in his hair, reminiscent of sun-kissed linens, refreshing and gentle. He was engrossed in devouring the apple pie, oblivious to Cedric subtly leaning closer, his posture slightly turned. As the distance between them diminished, the fragrance became even more pronounced, distinct from the usual sandalwood of the castle or the bitterness of herbs. It was a clean, youthful aroma. Cedric took a sip from his cup, catching a glimpse of pie crumbs at the corner of Eli's mouth. Unable to resist, he lifted his hand and gently wiped them away with his fingertip. Huh. Eli paused, looking up at him, still chewing. What's wrong? Nothing, Cedric replied, withdrawing his hand, his fingertips lingering with the softness of the moment. Casually, he redirected his gaze, asking, is the pie good? Delicious. Much better than what they serve in the Great Hall. Eli immediately shifted his focus. grabbing another piece and popping it into his mouth, completely unaware of Cedric's fleeting moment of awkwardness or the subtle curl of his hand resting on his knee. Chapter 13. Cedric, Pie, and Farewells. Eli chewed with his cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel hoarding food, his nose dusted with crumbs. Cedric couldn't help but think how adorable he looked, his gaze unintentionally softening as it lingered on Eli's face. Feeling the intensity of Cedric's gaze, Eli grew a bit self-conscious, slowing his chewing, tilting his head to blink at him, his eyes sparkling like a golden retriever caught in someone's stare. What is up? Do I have something on my face? He raised his hand to touch his cheek. Cedric snapped back to reality, quickly shaking his head, lightly tapping his fingers on his knee to mask his previous distraction, his voice barely above a whisper. Nothing, just thought you looked quite serious while eating. Eli responded with an "oh," not giving it much thought, returning to his battle with the pie. Yet, he couldn't shake off the peculiar warmth creeping into his ears under Cedric's gaze, feeling something oddly off without being able to pinpoint it. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were too preoccupied fighting over the last piece of syrup pie to notice this little interlude. As Eli stuffed the final piece into his mouth, he heard Cedric leisurely say, "Next time you sneak out at night, be a bit more careful." He set down his cup, looking at the three little ones with their mouths full, amusement dancing in his eyes. "If it weren't me on patrol tonight, but Filch or Professor McGonagall, you'd definitely lose points." Eli, still chewing, nodded eagerly, mumbling, got it, we'll be careful next time." Harry quickly chimed in. "We just wanted to find something to eat. We didn't dare to run amok." Ron's cheeks were stuffed, and he could only nod vigorously in agreement. Resembling a little field mouse choking on its food, Cedric, observing their obedient yet guilty appearance, couldn't help but chuckle. "All right. Finish up quickly and head back to the dormitory. Filch will be patrolling soon." He rose to his feet, adding, "I'll escort you to the corner of the corridor. Don't stray off the path." "Thank you, Senior Cedric," exclaimed Eli, his eyes lighting up, feeling considerably more secure with the upperclassman's presence, the safety factor soaring. The three young ones hurriedly followed Cedric like eager little shadows. As they exited the kitchen, Eli turned back to wave at the house elf, only to be pulled by Ron to catch up. The torches in the corridor cast their shadows, with Cedric leading confidently. Eli, watching his back, mused. So the senior helps cover for others too. Coming to the kitchen was certainly worthwhile. Cedric escorted them to the corner near the Gryffindor Tower and reiterated a few reminders to hurry inside and not dawdle before turning to leave. Eli and his companions tiptoed back to the common room, slipping into the shadows, and only exhaled in relief once they confirmed no one had noticed them. After satisfying their hunger, drowsiness washed over them like a tide. Eli yawned widely, his eyelids heavy. "I'm heading back to the dormitory to sleep. I'm utterly exhausted," he said, waving goodbye to Harry and Ron as he floated towards the stairs. Ron, rubbing his belly, added, "I need to lie down too. I'm stuffed." Harry chuckled, giving them a gentle push. Go on, just don't be late tomorrow." Upon returning to the dormitory, Eli, without even taking off his shoes, collapsed onto his bed, wrapping himself in the blanket. His head barely touched the pillow before he drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 14. History of Magic, Interrogation, and Sleepiness. At breakfast, Eli poked at the baked beans on his plate, his eyelids heavy as though weighted with lead, his head bobbing dangerously close to falling into his cup of milk. Harry and Ron were not faring much better. Their arms propped on the table as they struggled to keep their heads up, yawning incessantly. "If I had known, I wouldn't have chatted for so long last night," Ron mumbled, his voice still rough from sleep. Eli nodded, yawning again. "I could fall asleep even with my eyes closed." Finally, they endured until the History of Magic class, where Professor Bin's voice, akin to a built-in sleeping charm, buzzed monotonously in the classroom. Eli sat in his chair, leaning against the wall, striving to keep his eyes wide open, but the words on the textbook blurred into an indistinguishable mass. He decided to bury his head in the crook of his arm, intending to sneak in a quick nap, leaving only a tuft of messy hair visible. In the back row of the classroom, Theodore held a quill, seemingly taking notes. Yet his peripheral gaze casually drifted across several rows to Eli's direction. The boy curled up in his seat, his shoulders gently rising and falling, clearly asleep, with sunlight streaming through the window illuminating the tips of his ears, revealing a faint blush. Quill paused momentarily before resuming its task, though his gaze lingered on Eli for a few seconds longer before discreetly shifting away, continuing to scrawl on the parchment, his handwriting slightly more chaotic than before. Until Professor Binns called upon him to discuss the werewolf regulations of the 14th century, Eli was abruptly jolted awake, his drowsy gaze meeting the professor's disembodied head floating in midair, a stark reminder of the price paid for last night's nocturnal escapade. His soul had momentarily departed during the History of Magic class. Professor Binns hovered at the podium, his murky eyes sweeping over the lethargic students below. For many years, he had grown oblivious to the subtle nods and moments of distraction that punctuated his lectures, which had long been akin to a lullaby. However, today, His gaze lingered momentarily upon Eli. The boy's eyes sparkled with vitality, his posture upright. When he occasionally responded to questions, his answers were both swift and articulate. Though he had just been resting his head, Binns found himself rather taken by this glimmer of cleverness. With a sudden spark of interest, he cleared his throat, though it hardly required such a gesture, and began slowly, "Well then, Mr. Eli Light, could you enlighten us on the supplementary clause of the werewolf regulations from the 14th century?" Eli, still wrestling with sleep, was caught off guard upon hearing his name. He shot up, his hair slightly disheveled, eyes bewildered like a startled creature. The muffled laughter of his classmates ignited a warmth in his cheeks. Gathering his thoughts, he sifted through his hazy recollections of the textbook content and hesitantly ventured, "Is it the regulation that requires werewolves to report their whereabouts to the local Ministry of Magic on the night of the full moon?" Professor Binns nodded, drifting closer. "Not bad. It seems you Haven T completely succumbed to slumber. You may take your seat now, but do pay closer attention next time." His tone bore an imperceptible hint of indulgence. Eli exhaled in relief and straightened up, discreetly patting his chest. Meanwhile, in the back row, Nate tightened his grip on his quill, the image of Eli's dazed and slightly embarrassed expression imprinted in his mind. Fortunately, with less than 10 minutes remaining in class after Binns had called on him, Eli felt his heart racing as he settled back down, only to notice the professor floating back to the podium, resuming his discourse on the medieval magical council, without casting another glance in his direction. He quietly sighed, resting his elbow on the desk, his head inevitably beginning to droop again. After all, class was nearly over, and a brief nap wouldn't hurt. The warm sunlight bathed his back, and Binns' voice drifted like a distant breeze. His eyelids fluttered shut, and before long, he sank into a deep slumber, unresponsive even to Ron's elbow nudging him. In truth, Professor Binns had caught a glimpse of Eli from the corner of his eye, but merely turned the page of his notes with leisurely grace. The boy had likely not enjoyed a restful night, his eyes faintly shadowed, since he had managed to answer the question. A few extra minutes of sleep would do him no harm. It was only when the sound of chairs scraping against the floor roused Eli, jolted awake by Harry's gentle push. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up, confusion written across his face. "Class is over?" "It ended ages ago," Ron replied, already packing his bag. "You really lucked out. Professor Binns didn't call you out." Eli yawned, stretching lazily, the joints in his body cracking softly. Perhaps the professor also found his lecture too soporific. Grabbing his bag, he followed the two out, feeling a twinge of gratitude that the professor had shown him mercy. Otherwise, this nap might have been far less peaceful. Chapter 15. The Library. The tale, unconsciously at lunchtime, the long table of Gryffindor was laden with an abundance of food. The enticing aroma of fried fish wafting through the air. Harry nudged Eli's arm, glancing at the untouched mashed potatoes on his plate. "Are you heading to the library again after lunch?" Eli nodded, spearing a piece of fried fish and mumbling, "Yes. I plan to catch up on my history of magic notes, especially since I slept through most of the class today and missed quite a bit." Ron, upon hearing this, exclaimed loudly, nearly dropping his cutlery. "What? Eli, don't you take a break at noon? You can review history of magic just as well in the afternoon." Eli blinked, looking at them with a hint of confusion. "But I slept enough during the history of magic class this morning. I'm quite alert now." Noticing the weariness in their eyes, he added, "If you both want to return to the dormitory for a nap, I can go to the library alone. I won't disturb you." Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions clearly displaying their bewilderment. Ron clicked his tongue. "A short nap isn't sufficient. I want to lie down right now." "I'm a bit tired too," Harry yawned. "I really don't understand you. You slept this morning yet you still don't want a midday rest." Eli shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further, and resumed his meal of fried fish. For him, catching up on the knowledge he had failed to grasp was far more significant than taking a nap. Moreover, the library was serene, perfectly suited for reading. As Eli focused on his food, he heard Ron calling out to Neville from a short distance away. "Neville, let us go? Time to head back to the dormitory for some rest." Neville paused, still holding a piece of bread. "Huh, but Harry waved him over. "No buts. Eli's going to the library, and the three of us are heading back to the dormitory to lie down for a bit. We'll be more energized in the afternoon." With that, he pulled Neville's arm, leading him out of the dining hall. Neville stumbled slightly, turning back to wave at Eli. "So, Eli, I'm going with them." Eli smiled and waved back. "Go on, see you in the afternoon." Watching the trio stroll away, arms draped over each other's shoulders, Ron continued to murmur, "Nothing beats the comfort of sleeping." Eli shook his head, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and rose to make his way to the library. With a book in hand, Eli walked briskly towards the library, completely unaware that a figure had silently followed him from a distance. Theodore not, with his head bowed, dark hair casting a small shadow over his pale blue eyes, maintained a leisurely pace, keeping a few steps behind Eli like a silent shadow. Earlier in the dining hall, he had seen Eli rise alone, and inexplicably, he had set down his unfinished plate and followed. As Eli turned the corner of the corridor, Not instinctively paused, waiting for 2 seconds before continuing forward. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting long shadows on the floor, his own shadow trailing behind Eli like a quiet little tail. And even he himself could not fully comprehend why he felt compelled to do so. Eli navigated the library with an air of familiarity, deftly avoiding the watchful gaze of Madame Pants, and made his way to his favorite spot by the window, where sunlight streamed in and disturbances were rare. Just as he opened his textbook on the history of magic and poised his fingers over a quill, he felt the chair beside him being gently pulled back. Assuming it was Hermione, he casually remarked, "You're here too?" However, upon turning his head, his words faltered. Theodore Knott was seated next to him, his dark hair cascading near his ears, and his blue eyes appeared particularly pale in the shadow of the pages. He remained silent, quietly extracting a hefty tome entitled Potions and Elixirs from his bag, as if he had merely fortuitously chosen this spot. Eli paused, bemused by the presence of a Slytherin in a corner typically frequented by Gryffindors. He opened his mouth to inquire how Knott came to be there, but observing Knott's unwavering focus, he swallowed his words and returned to his studies, feigning concentration on his book. Yet, the mere presence of another person altered the atmosphere. Eli felt as if a gaze drifted intermittently toward him. Stealing a glance from the corner of his eye, he found Knott engrossed in his reading, his lashes casting a delicate shadow beneath his eyelids, appearing remarkably absorbed. Curious, Eli scratched his head and redirected his attention to the textbook, but for some inexplicable reason, the regulations he had previously grasped with clarity became blurred. Chapter 16, Theodore, the Library, Potions Class. The library was enveloped in a silence that allowed only the rustle of pages and the distant chirping of birds to be heard. Eli frowned at a passage regarding the giant rebellion when Knott unexpectedly broke the silence, his voice low and cautious, as if wary of disturbing the stillness. "Do you come to the library often?" Eli turned to meet his pale blue gaze, momentarily taken aback before nodding. "Yes. Nearly every day. It's quiet here, perfect for reading." After a brief pause, he countered, "What about you? Don't Slytherins prefer their common room?" Knott's gaze fell upon Eli's open textbook, his fingertips tracing the edge of the pages. "I come occasionally. Some books are only available here." He did not specify which books, his tone casual, as if discussing the weather. Eli responded with an "oh" and refrained from further inquiries. A silence enveloped them once more, punctuated only by the sound of the quill gliding across parchment. After a while, Eli sensed Knott's eyes return to his book, prompting him to push the textbook slightly toward the center. "Would you like to take a look? I'm struggling with this part." Knott met his gaze briefly, neither accepting nor declining, leaning forward slightly to draw nearer. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting a gilded sheen upon his dark hair, and Eli suddenly noticed how remarkably long Knott's lashes were, longer than many girls he had encountered. The thought flitted through his mind, only to be swiftly quelled. It felt rather peculiar to be so close to a Slytherin. As Eli pointed out a complex annotation in the book, seeking Knott's insight, he lifted his head only to find himself entrapped in the depths of those pale blue eyes. They had been leaning in close while speaking, and Knott had been gazing at the spot where Eli's finger rested. Their eyes met in that moment. The air seemed to still for a heartbeat. Eli could see his own reflection in Knott's pupils, along with the delicate shadows cast by his eyelashes in the sunlight. Knott's eyes were remarkable, a pale blue reminiscent of a washed sky. At that moment, they bore no discernible emotion, yet they instilled a subtle unease within Eli. He averted his gaze, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the pages of the book, feeling a moment of confusion. Knott appeared unfazed, his attention returning to the text as he spoke in a calm tone. "It pertains to the Ministry of Magic's conciliatory policies towards giants." He gestured, his fingertip tracing the relevant passage, emphasizing, "The crux lies here." His voice, though soft, was distinctly clear. As Eli listened, the inexplicable anxiety he felt gradually dissipated. Yet, whenever his peripheral vision caught sight of Knott's lowered brow and eyes, he found himself recalling their earlier gaze, like a small stone thrown into a lake. The ripples had yet to fully fade. Once Knott completed his explanation, Eli exclaimed in realization, "Ah, I see. You elucidate this far better than Professor Binns." Knott raised his eyes to meet his, the corner of his mouth twitching ever so slightly, as if on the verge of a smile, but not quite achieving it. He paused for a few seconds before speaking again, his voice slightly clearer than before. "I am Theodore." Eli momentarily hesitated, then realized he was referring to his name, quickly waving his hand. "I know, Theodore Knott from Slytherin." After a brief pause, he added, "I am Eli Light, from Gryffindor." He felt certain that the other was already aware, yet he instinctively introduced himself nonetheless. Theodore acknowledged with a simple choosing not to elaborate, and returned his focus to the book. However, Eli sensed a shift in the atmosphere when he uttered his name. It seemed to have softened slightly, no longer laden with the typical Slytherin aloofness. He observed Theodore's concentrated profile, musing to himself, "It appears he is not so difficult to converse with after all." As the afternoon class approached, the library began to fill with more students. Eli closed his book and glanced out the window at the sky. It's time to head to potions class. Theodore also put away his quill, responding with a faint and rose to follow him. The two walked out of the library in succession, and just as they turned the corner of the corridor, they spotted Harry and Ron rushing towards them, with Hermione trailing behind. Eli, we've finally found you. We're about to head to potions class. Being late for Professor Snape's class never ends well, Ron exclaimed, breathless. Hermione, however, noticed Theodore beside Eli and subtly furrowed her brow, though she refrained from commenting. Eli gestured towards Theodore. Perfect, we can walk together. Only then did Ron and Harry notice Theodore. They exchanged glances, remaining silent, for it was Snape's class. And the alliance of Gryffindor and Slytherin rarely boded well. The potions classroom was always permeated by an odd mixture of sulfur and herbs. As Eli and Theodore settled at a table by the window, the classroom door swung open with a loud bang, and Professor Snape entered like a dark gust of wind, his black robes billowing, sending a chill through the air as the hems swept across the podium. He did not glance at the students, but strode directly to the lectern, his profound black eyes surveying the room with an icy glare. His voice as frigid as tempered steel. You have gathered here to study the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion brewing. In this place, there will be no foolish waving of wands. Thus many among you may find it hard to believe this is magic. Eli instinctively straightened his posture, even moderating his breath. Snape's presence was always so formidable that it rendered one incapable of distraction. He cast a sidelong glance at Theodore, who was adjusting the scales, his fingers steady as if untouched by the tension. I do not expect you to truly grasp the exquisite allure of the simmering cauldron, with its wafting white steam and enchanting fragrance. You will not genuinely comprehend the liquid that flows through the veins of individuals, that possesses a mystical power capable of stirring the soul and clouding the will. Snape's voice abruptly rose. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, concoct glory, and even stave off death, but there is one condition. You must not be the kind of imbeciles I frequently encounter. As his words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the classroom. Eli quickly lowered his gaze to his cauldron, silently praying, please do not let Snape fixate on me, especially beside Theodore. I cannot afford to appear foolish. Chapter 17, Questions, Oddities, Potions. Snape's gaze locked onto Harry like that of a hawk, his fingers drumming lightly on the lectern, each tap resonating as if striking at the heart. Potter. Harry jolted to his feet, his complexion paling. What would result from adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood? Snape's voice slithered with unmasked malice. Harry opened his mouth, his throat constricting, yet no sound emerged. Eli felt a surge of anxiety for him. The answer was in the textbook, but who could guarantee they would remember it under Snape's piercing scrutiny? It seemed our seemingly indomitable boy was not so invincible after all. Snape sneered, offering Harry no respite. Second question. If I were to send you in search of a piece of bezoar, where would you look? Harry's pallor deepened, beads of sweat forming at his brow. Eli stole a glance at Theodore, who appeared to be writing something in his notebook, seemingly indifferent to the commotion, though the tip of his quill hesitated momentarily. One last question. Snape's voice turned even colder. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? Harry bit his lip, his fingers clenched into fists. The classroom was chillingly silent. Every gaze fixed upon him. Eli's heart raced. He knew the answer, yet who would dare speak up in Snape's presence? Finally, Snape, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. Sit down, Potter. It seems folly is hereditary. His gaze swept across the class. Remember, these are not trivialities. They are the essence of your future survival. With that, he began to elucidate the day's lesson, though his eyes intermittently stabbed towards Harry's direction. The atmosphere in the potions class was stifling, oppressive to the point of suffocation, until Snape turned to the blackboard to write the list of ingredients. Only then did Harry slump down in his seat, his shoulders drooping, fingers unconsciously scratching the surface of the desk. Seizing a moment when Snape was distracted, Eli leaned closer and whispered, Harry, are you all right? Don't take it to heart. That's just how Snape is. He knew Harry must be feeling terrible after being publicly ridiculed. Anyone would feel the sting. Harry shook his head, his voice muffled. I just couldn't answer. Those questions seemed familiar from last night, but the moment Snape fixed his gaze on me, my mind went blank. Who could respond under such scrutiny? Eli patted his arm, suggesting, next time, let us memorize the textbook in advance and see what he can pick on. Meanwhile, Theodore remained silent, but from the corner of Eli's eye, he caught a glimpse of the parchment on which Theodore had been writing. Scrawled alongside the formula were 3 words, live hell potion, cow's stomach, and the same plant. These were indeed the answers to the very questions Snape had posed to Harry. Eli paused, casting a glance at Theodore, who continued to organize his cauldron with an air of indifference, as if that scribbled note was merely a casual afterthought. Unbeknownst to them, as they conversed, Snape's cold gaze swept over, landing on Eli and Theodore seated together, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems the friendship between Gryffindor and Slytherin has extended into the classroom, he remarked with a touch of sarcasm. However, I trust your performance while brewing the acne potion will live up to this newfound camaraderie. Eli's heart sank at this, sensing that this lesson might prove to be quite difficult. Stealing a glance at Theodore, he found him expressionless, seemingly oblivious to Snape's comments, fixated instead on his cauldron. As if accustomed to Snape's sardonic remarks, Draco, sitting in the front row, caught Snape's words and immediately turned around, his platinum hair strikingly visible in the dim classroom. He raised an eyebrow at Eli, adopting a mocking tone. Oh, Eli, what's this? Have you changed your ways? Getting cozy with a Slytherin, are we? Aren't you worried about being shunned by your dear friends? With that, he pivoted to Harry, sneering. Potter, it appears your friend is far more astute than you, knowing to ingratiate himself with the top students beforehand. But I advise you not to hold any hopes. Some individuals simply lack the talent for potion making. Eli furrowed his brow, shooting a fierce glare at Draco, ready to retort, but suddenly a smile broke across his face, dazzling and bright, as he elongated his tone, calling out, Draco. The sweetness in his voice was somewhat disconcerting. Draco was momentarily taken aback by his grin, sensing something amiss, and with a dismissive pout, he turned back around. Throughout this exchange, Theodore remained impassive, seemingly unaffected by the farce, yet his fingers lightly tapped the edge of the cauldron. His gaze lingered on Eli's lingering smile, momentarily pausing as if contemplating. Eli observed Draco's retreating figure, smirking to himself, realizing that Draco was simply the type to have thin skin. Though he could dish out barbs, he was rendered speechless when met with a soft tone. He discreetly winked at Harry, shaping his lips to convey, ignore him. Harry nodded. Although a hint of indignation remained on his face, he fell silent. Snape rapped his wand against the podium, and the classroom fell into immediate silence. Today, we shall concoct an acne potion, he intoned in his characteristically chilling voice, requiring the precise measurement of 2 ounces of belladonna juice, to be added to boiling moonspring water. Remember, if the heat is mismanaged, the potion will turn highly toxic, especially for certain clumsy Gryffindors. It would be prudent to keep your eyes wide open. Eli disregarded Snape's pointed remark, focusing intently on the materials before him. At that moment, he felt Theodore beside him offer a small silver spoon, expressionless as he said, use this for the belladonna juice, it's more precise. Eli was taken aback for a moment, but accepted it with gratitude. Meanwhile, Draco in the front row seemed poised to say something. He turned halfway, only to meet Eli's gaze and, with a huff of annoyance, turned back, perhaps daunted by the earlier radiant smile. Chapter 18. Unexpected Events, Flight, and Comfort. Just as the potions class reached its midpoint, a sudden, resounding bang erupted from the back of the classroom, accompanied by a pungent acrid odor. Neville and Seamus's cauldron had exploded. The green acne potion splattered like a fountain, with several drops of scalding liquid hitting a nearby student's arm, instantly causing a rash. Neville's face turned pale with fright, his stirring rod clattering to the floor, while Seamus frantically attempted to cover the cauldron, only to be choked by the billowing black smoke. Fools! Snape's furious shout echoed throughout the classroom as he swept to the back, his black robe brushing against the desks. Look at the mess you've created. If your acne potion can turn out like this, I ought to toss you into the Forbidden Forest to let the giant spiders teach you what precision means. As he berated them, he commanded the Gryffindors to escort the injured to the infirmary. Neville and Seamus kept their heads down, not daring to breathe, their faces smeared with green stains, appearing both pitiable and disheveled. Eli watched in alarm, instinctively glancing into his own cauldron. Thankfully, the acne potion he and Theodore were brewing emitted a steady stream of white smoke, indicating no mishaps had occurred. He discreetly nudged Theodore's arm, whispering, that was close. Theodore's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze lingered on the chaos in the back, his voice barely above a whisper. He didn't control the heat properly and mismeasured. His tone was devoid of much emotion, yet he articulated the errors with clarity. Eli nodded, feeling increasingly that potions class was fraught with peril, especially under Snape's watchful eye. Once Snape had dealt with the disarray at the back, his expression was so dark it could have dripped with malice. He turned around, his gaze piercingly cutting through the crowd, landing squarely on Harry, as if blaming him for the explosion. Potter, he barked, why weren't you keeping an eye on your classmates? Knowing full well their clumsiness, you should have forewarned them. Harry looked utterly bewildered. But no buts. Snape interrupted harshly, his robe snapping as he declared, Gryffindor loses 5 points. All due to your negligence. What? Eli couldn't help but furrow his brow. The deduction of points seemed utterly nonsensical, clearly having no connection to Harry whatsoever. He wished to defend Harry, but Harry subtly tugged at his sleeve, shaking his head, fully aware that arguing with Snape would only exacerbate the situation. The Gryffindor students exhibited expressions of indignation, yet none dared to voice their discontent. Snape let out a cold snort, casting a glance at Harry before briefly eyeing Eli, then turning back to the podium, leaving Harry standing there. His complexion a dismal shade of green and white, his hand clutching his wand trembling slightly. Eli felt a pang of frustration for Harry, murmuring under his breath. This is so unfair. Theodore, seated nearby, remained silent, merely slowing his stirring of the potion, his gaze lingering momentarily on Harry's tense silhouette before quickly averting. Snape's dark robes vanished at the end of the corridor, and Harry almost immediately seized his backpack, bursting through the crowd like a frightened creature. Eli's heart tightened. He abandoned his cauldron and hurried after him, the edges of his robe brushing against the railing of the spiraling staircase, stirring a gust of wind. Harry! At the staircase's corner, Eli grasped his wrist. Harry halted abruptly, his back rigid, yet he hesitated to turn around. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting dappled shadows on his trembling shoulders, as if an invisible hand were gently crushing his shadow. Why are you running? Eli's voice was soft, tinged with barely perceptible breathlessness. Finally, Harry turned, his eyes reddened like cherries soaked in water, tears clinging to his lashes, falling with each blink. Why does it feel like I'm being targeted on the very first lesson? What did I do wrong? He resembled a drenched puppy, his nose slightly pink, the tone of his voice laced with a pitiable quaver. Eli's heart ached as if something had tugged at it. He raised his hand, gently brushing his fingertip across the corner of Harry's eye. The warmth of the tears upon his skin was startling. You did nothing wrong, he said, his thumb instinctively caressing Harry's trembling cheek. You are remarkable, and you always have been in my eyes. Harry's lashes fluttered, his tear-filled gaze meeting Eli's, resembling a pool of stars. He cautiously leaned forward, his shoulders subtly quivering, the feelings of grievance and dependence within him unfurling like vines, instinctively seeking solace in Eli's embrace, as he had countless times before when feeling wronged. However, at that moment, Eli instinctively straightened his back, his hand lingering on Harry's face, yet maintaining a subtle distance. His gaze reflecting a bewildered confusion, as if he did not comprehend the significance of Harry's advance. The air was so still that they could hear each other's breaths. Harry's forward movement faltered, his outstretched hand hovering in midair, his fingertips merely inches from Eli's garment, yet it felt as though an invisible river lay between them. As he gazed into Eli's clear and innocent eyes, a sudden flush crept across his cheeks, the impulse that had surged within him moments ago bursting like a bubble, leaving behind an awkward warmth that spread from his ears. Harry stammered, hastily retracting his hand and wiping his face in a flurry. I'm fine. Eli, finally regaining his senses, lowered his hand that had been drying Harry's tears, the lingering warmth of his touch still evident. Are you truly all right? He leaned forward, concern overflowing in his tone. Please don't cry, okay? Harry nodded, sniffing, unable to meet his gaze, fixating instead on the buttons of Eli's shirt, murmuring a soft agreement. The breeze in the stairwell swept between them, carrying a hint of early summer warmth, yet it felt like a delicate thread gently tugging at their hearts, sending shivers through their very souls. Upon seeing Harry's nod, a relieved smile spread across Eli's face, as if casting aside the previous tension. He grasped Harry's tear-streaked hand, enveloping his cool fingers in the warmth of his palm, his tone light and carefree as if nothing had transpired. Shall we go find Ron and the others? They are likely hiding in the common room, enjoying pumpkin pasties right about now. With that, he pulled Harry down the stairs, striding with urgency. Oblivious to the way Harry's body stiffened, his grasp instinctively tightening before halting abruptly at the touch of Eli's hand. With his head bowed, Harry studied their intertwined fingers. Eli's fingers were long and his palm bore faint calluses, yet the heat radiated from him, sending warmth coursing to Harry's ears. He could detect a subtle scent of mint on Eli, mingling with the musty aroma of old library books, causing his heart to race unexpectedly. The earlier grievances seemed to evaporate, leaving only the anxious yet cherished sensation transmitted through their clasped hands. Meanwhile, Eli continued chatting, oblivious to Harry's flushed ears and tumultuous heartbeat, treating it merely as a delightful outing with a dear friend. Chapter 19. The Common Room. Outside the Great Hall, bringing lunch. In the Gryffindor Common Room, the crackling fire dispelled the afternoon chill. Ron slouched in an armchair, tossing an apple in his hands, his boredom palpable as he complained. Why are they taking so long? Surely they haven't gotten lost in the stairwell? Hermione, engrossed in a book titled The Origins of Magical History, looked up at his words. Harry was feeling a bit down earlier. Eli must be comforting him. Be patient, don't act like a child. Who says I lack patience? Ron muttered, the apple dropping back into his hand. But look, he suddenly straightened, pointing towards the entrance. Eli was entering, holding Harry's hand, a smile gracing his face as he animatedly spoke, while Harry looked down, his ears slightly flushed, yet he appeared considerably uplifted. So, did you finish your chat? Ron raised an eyebrow, waving the apple in his hand. I thought you two would be out until dinner. Hermione closed her book, her gaze lingering momentarily on their joined hands before swiftly shifting away, a small smile gracing her lips. It's good that you're back. I've just brewed a pot of tea. Would you like some? Eli then released Harry's hand, scratching his head. Sure, I'm quite thirsty. Unbeknownst to him, His recent actions were conspicuous to those around him as he strode directly towards Hermione, leaving Harry standing in place. His fingers unconsciously brushing the spot where he had just been grasped, his heart racing as if it were a small rabbit. Eli approached Hermione, naturally accepting the teacup she offered. As his fingertips grazed the warm porcelain, he glanced up at her with a subtle arch of his brow. Sunlight streamed through the high windows of the common room, casting a gentle glow upon the tousled strands of hair on his forehead, bestowing upon him a soft golden halo. His eyes sparkled like they contained starlight, and when he smiled, a delicate dimple appeared at the left corner of his mouth, dispelling much of the gloom from their recent potions class. "Thank you for the tea, Hermione," he remarked, his voice slightly husky from exertion, yet it caressed the heart like a feather. Hermione's hand hesitated momentarily as she passed the teacup, a faint blush creeping to her ears. She quickly turned away, pretending to organize the pages of her book, yet her thoughts betrayed her. Eli's smile truly dazzled the eyes. Ron, observing from the side, clicked his tongue and tossed an apple in annoyance, muttering, "It's just a cup of tea." However, before he could finish, Hermione silenced him with a glance. He pouted but remained silent, watching Eli sip from the teacup, sunlight illuminating the contours of his profile, making even the shadows of his eyelashes appear strikingly vivid. In that moment, he understood Hermione's earlier distraction was not without reason. Eli took a sip of tea and brightly suggested, "Shall we go for a meal? The Great Hall might have fried fish again. After the ordeal of potions class today, we ought to eat well and get a good night's rest to rejuvenate." He tapped his fingers on the rim of the teacup, then suddenly recalled something, adding, "By the way, Seamus and Neville are still in the hospital wing. Let's bring them some light porridge or bread from the Great Hall. They can't manage anything too greasy after their injuries." As sunlight graced his face, his smile radiated warmth, illuminating the hearts of those around him. Ron immediately raised both hands in agreement, exclaiming, "Count me in. I also want to see if Madame Pomfrey has wrapped Neville up like a mummy." Hermione nodded. "I'll grab a food container to make it easier to carry the food." Just as they exited the Great Hall, Draco appeared with Crabbe and Goyle, his platinum hair glinting under the lights, his tone dripping with mockery. Well, if it isn't Potter and his little sidekick. I heard someone was weeping in potions class." His gaze swept over Harry's face, seemingly searching for traces of tears. Harry's expression tightened immediately, and just as he was about to respond, Eli stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Harry, arching an eyebrow at Draco. "Not telling you," he stated, deliberately lowering his voice to a threatening tone. He leaned in closer, their noses nearly touching, and added, "And I advise you not to inquire further, or else." He left the sentence unfinished, merely lifting his chin slightly, his eyes flickering like embers of a small flame. Draco was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected closeness, instinctively recoiling. However, upon catching a glimpse of Eli's excessively bright eyes and slightly wrinkled nose, he suddenly felt an awkwardness. This fellow, clearly attempting to intimidate him, bore an uncanny resemblance to a ruffled cat, which rendered him somewhat endearing. "You, keep your distance." Draco hastily retreated a step, feigning composure as he adjusted his collar, dismissing any interest in Potter's trivial affairs. Afterward, he shot Harry a glare, yet refrained from delivering his usual sharp remarks, departing with Crabbe and Goyle in a huff. Eli observed his retreating figure, triumphantly raising an eyebrow at Harry. Mission accomplished. Harry couldn't help but chuckle, the earlier gloom dissipating entirely, leaving his heart aglow. The infirmary was suffused with the scents of antiseptic and lavender, as Madame Pomfrey had just finished examining a wound, softly imparting her advice. Eli gently pushed open the door, the food box in his hand making a faint clinking sound. "Neville, Seamus." Neville was reclining on the bed, his arm bandaged thickly, upon hearing the voice. He turned his head, his eyes lighting up. "Eli." "Ron." "Hermione." Seamus also sat up from the adjacent bed, a piece of gauze affixed to his face, appearing considerably more spirited. Eli placed the food box on the bedside table and opened the lid. "I've brought you pumpkin porridge and honey bread. Madame Pomfrey said you should have something light." He took a spoon and handed a bowl of porridge to Neville. "Give it a try. Today's porridge in the Great Hall is particularly thick." Ron leaned in to examine Neville's bandages, exclaiming exaggeratedly, "Just as I suspected. Madame Pomfrey's technique is akin to wrapping a parcel." Neville smiled shyly, sipping his porridge, while Seamus took a bite of bread and mumbled, "Thanks. I'm quite hungry." Hermione sat at the edge of the bed, helping them organize the scattered books. "Don't worry about the coursework. I've taken notes, and I'll catch you up once you're better." Eli nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if it comes to that, I'm here too. I've noted some key points from potions class." The infirmary's lighting was soft, and the group conversed in hushed tones, the earlier commotion outside the Great Hall seemingly isolated from their warmth and concern that gently spread through the air. Chapter 20, a date, specifically. The post-lunch sunlight lazily spilled across the castle's cobblestone path. Eli was wiping his mouth, preparing to rise, when Lisa approached, cradling 2 books in her arms, smiling as she inquired, "Eli, are you heading to the library? I have some questions about herbology I'd like to ask you." Sure. I was just thinking of borrowing a book on Quidditch origins, Eli readily replied, picking up his backpack. Nearby, Ron immediately shot him a suggestive look, nudging Harry with his elbow and exclaiming loudly, "Oh, off to another date, are we?" Eli has become quite the library regular, though he used to go alone, but now. Don't talk nonsense. Eli's face flushed, and he playfully swatted at Ron. It's merely studying together. Lisa's herbology notes are exceptional, and we can mutually inquire. Unable to suppress her laughter, Lisa hugged her books and began walking toward the library. Ignore him. Let's go. Eli shot Ron a glare before hastily following Lisa. His ears subtly tinged with red. Ron stifled a laugh behind his hand, while Harry gazed at Eli's silhouette, his bread suddenly flavorless in his grasp. He sighed softly. Lost in thought, Eli trailed behind Lisa, captivated by the sunlight that turned the tips of her hair to a golden hue, his heart fluttering with a hint of anxiety. Though Ron was often loquacious, he had not erred this time. Lisa Dupin was indeed the type to stir his affections. As she wandered among the bookshelves, tilting her head slightly, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow upon her lashes. Her cerulean eyes sparkled like a tranquil lake, and her voice, light and melodic, carried a refreshing hint of herbal fragrance. Earlier at the dining table, when she had asked with a smile if she could pose a question, Eli felt as though the very breeze around him had sweetened. "What do you think of this book?" Lisa inquired, extracting a volume titled A Compendium of Medicinal Plants from the shelf. As her fingertips accidentally brushed against the back of his hand, both paused momentarily before quickly retreating. Eli accepted the book, feigning an earnest examination, though his heart raced faster than usual. It seemed that the notion of a date invoked a delightful blend of nervousness and sweetness. In the library's quiet nook by the window, where the soft scratch of a quill on parchment could be heard, Eli was engrossed in discussing Mandrake with Lisa when he suddenly caught the sound of soft footsteps behind him. "Senior Zhang," Lisa looked up first, her face adorned with a polite smile. Autumn Zhang stood by the bookshelf, holding a volume titled Flora of Asian Magic. Her long, ebony hair cascaded over her shoulders as her gaze drifted languidly over the two of them, pausing on Eli before shifting to Lisa, her voice calm and clear. "Junior Dupin." An invisible tension seemed to thicken the air. Eli was momentarily taken aback, hastily rising. "Hello, Senior Zhang." He sensed the atmosphere had shifted subtly, unsure of what to say. He lowered his gaze to the book in his hands, pretending that he had not just been engrossed in intimate conversation with Lisa. Lisa's smile waned slightly, yet she maintained her courtesy. "Are you here to research herbalism as well?" "Yes, I'm looking for information on evening primrose," Autumn replied, her eyes gliding over the open pages of the compendium, stopping at the one they had both touched. Her tone remained even. "You two continue your discussion. I won't disturb." Yet instead of leaving, she shifted closer to the adjacent bookshelf, her gaze seemingly searching for a book. Though her peripheral vision frequently drifted back to them, Eli felt a flush creeping up his back as a small ink blot formed from his quill's nib on the paper. He glanced at Lisa's slightly pursed lips, then at Autumn's fingers gently gripping the book's spine at her side, and suddenly felt that the library's serene atmosphere was more nerve-wracking than Professor Snape's potions class. Just as Eli grappled with the low-pressure tension between the two girls, a boisterous voice cut through the air. With a thud, Draco plopped down in the empty seat beside him, his platinum hair nearly brushing against Eli's arm. "What are you looking at?" he asked, completely disregarding Lisa and Autumn beside him, leaning toward Eli until their faces were almost touching, his tone dripping with mockery as his gaze flitted between Eli and the two girls, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Eli was taken aback by Draco's sudden proximity, instinctively sidestepping as he inquired, "What are you doing? Keep your voice down in the library." He could detect a faint cedarwood scent emanating from Draco, mingled with an air of disdain. Though Draco was clearly there to stir trouble, a hint of displeasure was almost palpable on his countenance. Lisa furrowed her brow, and Xiao Zhang glanced over, intensifying the already delicate atmosphere. However, Draco appeared oblivious, his fingers tapping on the book in Eli's hands. "Herbology? Eli, you actually read such things? You're not trying to impress the girls, are you?" Despite the harshness of his words, his gaze remained fixed on Eli, as if declaring something significant. Eli was momentarily stunned by Draco's remarks, his eyes inadvertently drifting to the tips of Draco's platinum hair, which shimmered like scattered gold in the soft light of the library. A stark contrast to Lisa's bright golden locks. An absurd thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be that he had an undeniable weakness for blonde hair? Before Draco could speak again, Eli leaned in closer, his voice soft and gentle, laced with an indefinable amusement. "Shall I put on a show for you?" Draco recoiled as if burned by the warm breath that brushed against his ear, his cheeks instantly flushed with a faint crimson hue. Yet, he stubbornly retorted, Who wants you to perform?" "Ridiculous." Despite his words, his composure faltered, and he avoided Eli's gaze, turning his face away, though his ears betrayed him. Turning a deep shade of red, Lisa and Xiao Zhang remained silent, and the previously tense atmosphere took on an oddly peculiar quality. Observing Draco's contradictory demeanor, Eli could not help but smile, choosing not to tease further. After a moment of silence, he casually asked, "Did you come specifically to find me?" Draco, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately retorted, "Impossible. I merely came to read." As he spoke, he deliberately pulled a copy of magical potions and elixirs from a nearby shelf, pretending to be engrossed as he flipped through the pages, albeit upside down. Eli chose not to expose the ruse, lightly tapping on his book with his fingertips, a trace of humor in his tone. "Since the semester began, I've visited the library numerous times, yet I've never seen you here." Draco's movements faltered, his ears growing even redder, yet he remained defiant. Who says I need to be seen by you when I visit the library? I can come whenever I please." With that, he slammed the book onto the table, producing a loud clap, and hurriedly covered his mouth, casting a wary glance toward the librarian before lowering his voice to glare at Eli. "Stay out of my business." Chapter 21. Departure, Awkwardness, Affection. Eli regarded Draco, who was clearly flustered yet insisted on maintaining a facade of bravado, the amusement in his eyes deepening. Ultimately, this arrogant young lord, despite his bravado, was remarkably thin-skinned. Sensing the need to change the subject, he turned to Qiu Zhang, inquiring naturally, "Qiu, were you looking for information on Evening Primrose earlier? I came across some relevant notes in an old journal. Perhaps I could be of assistance?" Qiu Zhang paused for a moment, then nodded, the distance in her gaze softening somewhat. "Is that so? That is splendid. I am currently troubled by a particular argument in my paper." The two began to converse harmoniously, with Eli occasionally turning his head to listen to Qiu Zhang, his expression one of rapt attention. Draco sat nearby, feigning interest in the overturned book, yet his ears were involuntarily drawn toward their conversation, his fingers unconsciously creasing the pages. Feeling inexplicably irritable, what was so captivating about this book? It was far less engaging than the earlier banter between Eli and himself. Lisa's fingertips absent-mindedly traced the pages, her gaze drifting beyond Eli's shoulder, landing carelessly on Draco. The platinum-haired boy was still awkwardly flipping through the fallen book, the lines of his profile taut, clearly distracted. She internally clicked her tongue. It was she who had originally invited Eli to the library, clutching her herbology notes to seek his counsel. Yet now? First, Qiu Zhang had unexpectedly appeared, and now Draco had materialized, surrounding Eli in a trio that made her feel superfluous. Sunlight filtered through the window onto the pages, rendering the words about Mandrake hazy. Lisa pressed her lips together, redirecting her gaze to her own book, but her peripheral vision could not resist stealing glances at Eli, who was bent over, listening to Qiu Zhang, a faint smile gracing his lips, utterly oblivious to the undercurrents swirling nearby. She let out a soft sigh, uncertain whether it was disappointment or something else entirely. The tranquility of the library suddenly felt restless. Lisa closed her book, her fingers lingering on the cover, and looked up at Eli, who was engaged in earnest discussion with Qiu Zhang, striving to sound casual. "I think I shall take my leave now, Eli. I have a paper to complete." Eli turned at the sound of her voice, a hint of surprise crossing his face. "So soon? Aren't you going to stay a while longer?" "Not really. If I delay any longer, I won't finish in time." Lisa smiled at him, though the warmth of her smile had dimmed somewhat. "I'll consult you about the herbology questions once my paper is done." As she spoke, she picked up her bag and nodded slightly at Qiu Zhang and Draco before turning to exit the library. It was only after her footsteps faded into the corridor that Eli withdrew his gaze, scratching his head, somewhat puzzled by her abrupt departure. Beside him, Draco scoffed, muttering in a tone audible only to Eli, "It's for the best." Her presence was a nuisance. Once Lisa had departed, the library grew significantly quieter. Qiu Zhang, organizing her notes, suddenly lifted her gaze towards Eli, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "Eli, what fragrance are you wearing? It's quite refreshing." Eli paused, instinctively sniffing at his sleeve, then laughed. "I never wear perfume. It's probably just the scent of my shampoo. My mother sent it to me, claiming it has a peppermint aroma, invigorating." Qiu Zhang nodded in understanding, a smile curving her lips. "No wonder it smells like freshly picked mint. It's quite pleasant." She lowered her head to continue reading, her ears subtly flushing with a hint of color. Beside him, Draco had been feigning interest in a book when he overheard the conversation. Subtly, he leaned closer to Elena, detecting a faint scent of mint mingled with the warmth of sunlight, a fragrance that was not particularly remarkable. However, upon Autumn's remark, he found the aroma somewhat irksome. He let out a disgruntled huff, flipping the pages of his book with a loud rustle, as if to express his displeasure. After discussing the information on Evening Primrose with Elena for a while longer, Autumn gathered his belongings and departed. The library was left with just Elena and Draco, the atmosphere so still that the rustling leaves outside could be heard. At last, Elena turned around to gaze intently at Draco. He remained silent, his eyes probing, tracing the contours of Draco's platinum hair, then gliding down to the hand gripping the pages of the book, finally resting on the faint blush creeping to his ears. Draco felt an overwhelming discomfort under Elena's scrutiny, akin to ants crawling on his back. He straightened his neck, feigning calmness, and shot back defiantly. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Despite his bravado, a flicker of anxiety nagged at him. Had his earlier comment about Lisa leaving to avoid being a nuisance been overheard? Elena continued to hold his gaze, a faint smile curving his lips, imbued with a knowing quality and an indescribable indulgence that only further unsettled Draco. Finally, Elena spoke, his voice resonating through the quiet library with a gentle authority that brooked no dissent. Let us converse, shall we? We should leave the library. He stood, casually closing the herbal compendium on the table. Draco, momentarily taken aback, instinctively rose as well, still clutching the overturned potions and elixirs, until he was gently nudged by Elena towards the exit, frowning in realization. What are we going to talk about? I have nothing to discuss with you. Yet, despite his words, his feet obediently followed Elena through the aisles, his platinum hair swaying in the light like a compliant cat, awkward yet docile. The two ambled down the corridor, sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows and casting dappled patterns on the floor. As Elena kicked at the pebbles beneath his feet, he suddenly inquired, "Why do you dislike Harry?" Draco halted abruptly, as if struck at a sensitive spot, his temper flaring instantly. Who says I dislike him? I merely find him hypocritical, always acting like a savior, when in reality, he's just a fortunate fool. His words tumbled out rapidly, his platinum locks trembling with his agitation. Yet, Elena discerned an underlying sentiment in Draco's tone, more akin to a petulant child denied a sweet. Is that so? Elena paused, turning to face him. But I perceive him as merely an ordinary boy, afraid of Snape, angered for his friends, and even prone to tears when wronged. Draco, discomforted by the scrutiny, turned his face away. And what of it? I simply can't stand him. His voice, however, had softened, as if he were trying to convince himself. Elena's voice was gentle, like a feather brushing against one's heart. Observing Draco's taut profile, he posed another question. Do you like me? I mean, can you tolerate me? Draco seemed as though he had been struck by a petrifying curse, abruptly turning around, his eyes wide with astonishment, his cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, and even the roots of his ears tinged with a rosy hue. What are you talking about? He stammered, his voice betraying a hint of faltering, as he fumbled to retreat, only to be instinctively grasped by Eli's hand on his wrist. The words he wished to utter were lodged in his throat. Gazing into Eli's earnest eyes, which reflected his own image, his previously arrogant demeanor wilted unexpectedly. After what felt like an eternity, he awkwardly mumbled, I suppose it's passable. His voice was barely audible, akin to the buzz of a mosquito, yet sufficient for Eli to hear. Chapter 22. Fortune, Chit-Chat, and Tension. Eli's voice grew somber, imbued with a rare sincerity, his gaze fixed on the distant spires of the castle. Speaking as if to Draco yet also to himself, I do not perceive him as fortunate, nor do I desire him to be that person of luck. Turning to meet Draco's eyes, he articulated each word with deliberation. Everyone only knows he lacks a scar, a loved one, a mundane childhood, as if a seasoning were missing, leading them to believe he ought to be different from others. But he is merely an ordinary person with emotions, capable of pain, fear, sorrow for a friend's injury, and feeling wronged by misunderstandings. He paused, softly uttering his name, Draco. The corridor was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of the wind whispering through the window. Draco felt the weight of Eli's earnestness, a sudden urge to retort rising within him, yet his throat felt constricted. He had always assumed Eli and Harry were allies. But hearing Eli speak for Harry now, devoid of bias and instead imbued with equal understanding, revealed that to others, that boy who had survived great peril could simply be an ordinary individual capable of suffering. He turned his face away, kicking a stone at the base of the wall, remaining silent, though the tension in his shoulders subtly eased. Eli regarded Draco, softening his tone further. We have all grown up with his story, and I once idolized him. Before meeting him, I suspect you might have felt a hint of that too. Yet upon truly interacting with him, one realizes he is simply a flesh-and-blood individual, prone to mistakes and weaknesses, no different from us. He stepped forward slightly, his gaze earnest as he looked at Draco. Therefore, I hope you can harbor less prejudice and more tolerance, all right? At the very least, refrain from uttering words that would wound him deeply. As soon as the words left his lips, Draco's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, as if a hidden sorrow had been unearthed. His voice trembled with a note of grievance, a barely perceptible hitch, but you have always defended him. I was your first friend before you even started school. It was I who spoke to you first at the apothecary. As he spoke, his platinum hair fell limply, resembling a neglected little creature, and the hint of vulnerability in his demeanor swiftly diluted his usual arrogance. Eli, witnessing Draco's mix of grievance and awkwardness, felt an overwhelming softness in his heart. He reached out, gently patting Draco's shoulder, his voice tender as though it were imbued with cotton. Just as you mentioned, you find me barely acceptable, yet to me, you are different. He gazed intently into Draco's reddened eyes, his tone earnest and resolute. You are remarkable, Draco. It was not mere flattery or an attempt to placate. He genuinely believed that this somewhat arrogant, stubborn platinum young master, who felt aggrieved not for being the first to be defended, was indeed quite dazzling. Draco abruptly lifted his head, as if in disbelief of his own ears. His cheeks instantly flushed, this time not out of anger, but from a deep, burning warmth. He opened his mouth, intending to retort with something like, "Who asked for your opinion?" Yet, the words dissolved into a quiet mumble. "Fine, I suppose you have good taste." After speaking, he awkwardly turned his head away, but the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed the hint of a smile that could not be concealed. As Eli parted ways with Draco at the end of the corridor, the setting sun bathed the castle's spires in a golden red hue. Walking back to his dormitory, Eli still held the unfinished book, Quidditch Through the Ages, but his mind wandered far from its contents. Draco's final words echoed in his ears. "Don't be clumsy again in herbology class tomorrow," laced with the usual critique, yet tinged with an inexplicable concern. Eli couldn't help but chuckle, finding Draco's awkwardness far more endearing than his usual haughty demeanor. Upon entering the dormitory, he found Ron sprawled on his bed, gnawing on a chicken leg. Spotting Eli, Ron mumbled, "Finished your date? Where's Lisa?" "What date?" "She went back to write her paper," Eli replied, tossing the book onto his bed and collapsing into a chair. He paused while removing his jacket, glancing at Ron with deliberate mischief. "What could I possibly do?" "Discuss life with Draco." Ron nearly dropped his chicken leg, his eyes widening in disbelief. "With Malfoy? You two didn't get into a fight? He didn't mock you?" Mockery was undoubtedly present. Eli chuckled, leaning back onto his bed, "But we did reach a sort of understanding." He refrained from elaborating on the nature of this understanding, merely recalling Draco's flushed face, which made his own lips curl upwards again. Ron shook his head, wearing an expression that suggested he thought Eli had been cursed. "I can't make sense of you two." Just then, Harry returned from outside, intrigued by Ron's comment. He looked at Eli with curious green eyes, laced with confusion. "What understanding did you two come to?" Eli glanced at the faint scar on Harry's forehead and recalled his earlier conversation with Draco, smiling lightly. "Oh, nothing much. Just made him realize that you are not some lucky symbol. You are simply Harry Potter." He did not elaborate on Draco's reaction or the awkward emotions involved, instead adding casually, "Perhaps in the future, he will target you less." Harry hesitated for a moment, then softly responded with an "oh," as his lips subtly curved into a smile, as if a weight had been lifted. Ron snorted dismissively, but said nothing more. After all, who wouldn't he want fewer encounters with a daily nuisance? Around the corner, Lisa, clutching a book, was walking back when she collided with Autumn, who had just exited the library. The two paused, and a subtle stillness enveloped the air. "Zhang," Lisa greeted. Lisa spoke first, her tone notably lighter than when they were in the library. Xiao Zhang nodded slightly, her gaze drifting over the herbalism notes cradled in Lisa's arms, and softly inquired, "Just out from the library?" "Yes, the paper is pressing," Lisa replied with a gentle smile, her fingers unconsciously caressing the spine of the book. "Is Eli still with Malfoy?" Xiao Zhang lowered her eyelashes, her voice devoid of emotion. "Probably." She paused, suddenly lifting her gaze to meet Lisa's. "Do you think Eli is different with anyone in particular?" Lisa was momentarily taken aback, then turned her face away, looking out at the falling dry leaves. "Who knows? Perhaps he doesn't even understand it himself." The two exchanged no further words. As they brushed past each other, their clothing lightly brushed, and they quickly separated. Much like the silent contest they had just experienced, leaving no visible mark, yet each carrying a subtle weight within. The warm glow of the kitchen illuminated Cedric's gentle profile as he meticulously squeezed the prepared batter onto the baking tray, his movements both skilled and patient. The air was suffused with the sweet fragrance of butter and vanilla, mingling with the gentle warmth emanating from the oven, enveloping one's heart in a cozy embrace. He watched as star-shaped cookies gradually took form on the tray, a smile gracing his lips. Last time, when Eli mentioned his fondness for his mother's honey cookies, Cedric had taken it upon himself to learn the recipe, even adding some crushed nuts. Eli often remarked that reading made him hungry, so he thought he would likely enjoy this hearty and sweet flavor. Almost done, Cedric murmured to himself, brushing a bit of batter from his fingertips without concern, his eyes filled with anticipation. Once the cookies cooled, he planned to tie them in a small box with a ribbon and find an opportunity to present them to Eli. He hoped he would appreciate them. Chapter 23. Cookies, Embraces, and Togetherness. The next morning, as Eli rubbed his eyes and approached the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, a gentle voice called out, "Eli." He looked up to see Cedric standing a short distance away, cradling a small box tied with a blue ribbon. Sunlight danced upon his chestnut hair, casting a warm glow. "For you, cookies I baked yesterday," Cedric said, extending the box with a clean and sincere smile. Eli accepted it, and before he could express his gratitude, Cedric continued, "As a token of thanks, may I have a hug?" His tone was casual, laced with a playful anticipation. Eli hesitated for a moment, then smiled, stepping forward without further thought, gently wrapping his arms around Cedric's waist. "Thanks," said, "they smell wonderful." Cedric's body tensed for an instant before relaxing, lightly patting Eli's back, his voice infused with mirth. I'm glad you like them. As they parted, Eli turned to leave with the cookies, unaware of the tender warmth in Cedric's gaze as he watched Eli's retreating figure. He also failed to notice a platinum-haired figure in the corner of the common room, fists clenched, their expression dark enough to drip with displeasure. Eli carefully placed the cookies by his bedside, planning to share them with Harry and Ron when they awoke, before turning to head towards the Great Hall. Just as he reached the doorway of the common room, he was halted by a familiar silhouette. Draco stood there with his arms crossed, his platinum hair glimmering in the morning light, yet his expression was rather displeasing, as if someone had deprived him of a bag of galleons. Were you just embracing Cedric Diggory? His voice was frosty, tinged with a hint of suppressed anger. Eli looked at him in confusion. Yes, he gave me cookies. What's wrong with a hug? What's wrong? Draco erupted like a lit firecracker. Are you quite familiar with him? Hugging someone so casually, are you like this with everyone? He scrutinized Eli's empty hands and awkwardly added, and what kind of cookies could possibly warrant such a hug? Eli, amused by his reaction, stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Draco's waist, adopting a condescending tone as if soothing a child. Hug, hug, hug. All right, little Draco, let me give you a hug. The person in his embrace instantly stiffened, resembling a frozen platinum sculpture, every strand of hair seemingly rigid. Eli could feel Draco's tense spine and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. After a couple of seconds, he released him, raising an eyebrow. Are you satisfied now? Did you come to invite me for breakfast? Draco's face flushed crimson, reminiscent of steam rising from a kettle. He struggled to form words, finally managing to stammer. Who? Who said anything about breakfast? I was merely passing by. Yet his feet remained rooted, eyes darting toward the direction of the Great Hall, his contradictory demeanor unmistakably revealing a desire to join. Eli regarded him with an expression that clearly conveyed disbelief. He rolled his eyes. Come on, Draco. Gryffindor Common Room is in the tower, while Slytherin Common Room is at the bottom of the lake. Your route is rather circuitous for just passing through. He gestured toward the Great Hall. Shall we? If we don't hurry, the pumpkin juice will be gone. Draco's ears were still tinged with red as he muttered. Who wants to walk with you? Yet his body obediently followed, deliberately trailing half a step behind Eli, hands shoved into his pockets, feigning a nonchalant demeanor of merely accompanying him. Upon reaching the entrance of the Great Hall, Draco abruptly halted, tugging at Eli's sleeve with an undeniable firmness in his tone. Let's sit at the Slytherin table. Eli blinked in surprise. Don't be ridiculous. I'm a Gryffindor. Who cares which house you're in? Draco glared at him, his grip tightening slightly. We discussed life yesterday. What is wrong with sharing a breakfast? He paused, softening his tone with an awkward insistence. Just this once. Eli observed the unmasked anticipation in Draco's eyes, recalling their conversation in the corridor the previous day. He sighed, reluctantly allowing himself to be led to the Slytherin long table. Curious and scrutinizing gazes immediately fell upon them, yet Draco seemed oblivious, pushing a plate of toast toward Eli with an audacious manner. Eat your food, don't embarrass me. Eli picked up a piece of bread, feeling like a rabbit inadvertently caught in a lion's den, although it was a nest of snakes here. However, seeing Draco's pretense of indifference, with his ears flushed crimson, Eli couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. Eli sat at the iconic green table of Slytherin, his Gryffindor red scarf standing out vividly like a solitary red flower sprouting amidst verdant grass. Countless gazes swept over him like searchlights, rendering him acutely uncomfortable. Just as he struggled to find his composure, the seat beside him was gently pulled, and Theodore not sat down with an expressionless demeanor, as calm as if he were oblivious to the surrounding commotion. I heard you conversed with Draco in the corridor for quite some time yesterday, he remarked, adjusting his glasses with a nonchalant tone, as if discussing the weather. Eli paused, about to respond, when Draco exploded from the other side. Not. What business is it of yours? Theodore cast a sidelong glance at Draco, disregarding him, and continued to face Eli. May I borrow your notes from herbology? I fell slightly behind last time. Eli released a sigh of relief and nodded eagerly. Of course, I'll get them to you shortly. At least with someone engaging in normal conversation, he felt less conspicuous. Pansy Parkinson crossed her arms and scrutinized Eli with a critical eye, a smirk gracing her lips. Oh, look at the Gryffindor lion daring to intrude upon our Slytherin territory. What is this? Here to gather intelligence? Contrary to her expectations, Eli did not react with anger. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and replied lightly, I was kidnapped by Draco, to be honest. But really, your pumpkin juice is thicker than ours and quite delightful. He took a spoonful to taste, winking at Pansy. Don't you agree, Parkinson? Pansy found herself momentarily speechless at his unexpected response. She had intended to retort with something cutting, but upon witnessing his nonchalant yet mischievous demeanor, the words evaporated before they could escape her lips. Seizing the moment, Draco shot her a glare. Pansy, focus on your own meal. With a huff, Pansy refrained from targeting Eli further, merely picking up her bread, her gaze reflecting a nebulous mix of emotions. This fellow seemed rather different from the rumors she had heard. Eli felt a quiet sense of relief, thinking, at least the atmosphere hasn't turned sour. Chapter 24. flying lessons, disputes, and resignation. The venue for the flying lessons was situated on the lawn outside the castle. Just as Eli, Draco, and Theodore approached their brooms, a flurry of footsteps echoed behind them. Turning around, he spotted Harry, Ron, and Hermione hastening towards them. Ron grumbling about that clumsy owl that had pilfered his socks. Upon noticing Eli among the Slytherin ranks, Harry hesitated momentarily, surprise flickering in his green eyes. Yet he quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Ron, however, gaped, silently mouthing, "You're actually alive?" Some Slytherins chuckled softly, and Draco shot Ron a sidelong glance, poised to mock him. But Eli preemptively patted Draco's arm and gestured towards Harry and the others. "Quickly take your positions, Madam Hooch is approaching." Draco clicked his tongue, but fell silent. His gaze towards Harry noticeably softening. At least he no longer looked as if he were about to breathe fire. Observing this subtle shift, Eli felt a quiet relief within, hoping that the upcoming flying lesson would proceed smoothly. Madam Hooch, wielding her silver whistle, strode purposefully to the center of the field, her keen gaze sweeping over the two teams of students. Her voice rang out, commanding, "Stand by your brooms. Feet firmly on the handles, and rise." Her eyes lingered briefly on Eli, for a Gryffindor among the Slytherin ranks was indeed conspicuous, yet she refrained from further comment, merely blowing her whistle. "Begin." Eli bent down promptly, his fingers gliding over the broomstick's handle as he whispered the incantation. Instantly, the broom obediently leapt into his grasp. Nearby, Draco had already mounted his broom with practiced ease, casting a boastful glance over his shoulder. Not far off, Harry's broom soared effortlessly into the air, while Ron wrestled with his obstinate old broom, his face flushed with frustration. Madam Hooch approached with a furrowed brow, admonishing, "Weasley, focus. Up, up." Hermione, her forehead beaded with sweat, gripped her broomstick tightly, yet the ancient implement seemed rooted to the ground, refusing to budge. In her struggle, she nearly struck her ankle as the broom wobbled under her force. A Slytherin student beside her couldn't suppress a snicker, and Pansy provocatively made her broom hop in front of Hermione, taunting, "Oh, the know-it-all from Gryffindor can't even manage her broom?" Hermione's face flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with tears as she prepared to retort, when Eli's voice reached her from the side. "Don't rush, Hermione. Relax your wrist, don't force it. Try speaking to it." He gestured for her to gently caress the broomstick's handle, envisioning it as a living thing, encouraging her to be gentle. Hermione paused, inhaling deeply, and followed his advice. Though her broom still refused to rise, the swell of indignation and panic within her began to subside inexplicably. Madam Hooch approached, assessing Hermione's posture, and stated firmly, "Your stance is incorrect. Bend your knees a bit more." At last, she alleviated Hermione's embarrassment. Draco smirked beside her, but refrained from jeering as he quietly remarked to Eli, "Mind your own business," though his tone bore no malice. The situation escalated in an instant. Neville had barely managed to lift his broom a mere half a foot off the ground when it suddenly surged skyward, as if possessed, propelling him into the air. "Help!" Neville's scream pierced the sky, his body swaying perilously on the broom, on the verge of tumbling down. "Wingardium Leviosa." Without a moment's hesitation, Eli raised his wand, urgently casting the levitation charm. The pale blue spell grazed the edge of Neville's robes, finally slowing his descent, yet he still landed heavily on the grass. His arm bent at an odd angle, agony bringing tears to his eyes. Seamus rushed over, cautiously supporting him. "I'll take you to the hospital wing." As they hurried away, Neville's memory orb fell with a thud, rolling to Draco's feet. Draco bent to retrieve the transparent glass sphere, its white mist swirling in the sunlight, and raised an eyebrow at Harry, who had dashed over. "Want it? That belongs to Neville." Harry replied, frowning, his tone serious. "Oh, is it something belonging to a fool who can't even stay on a broom?" Draco scoffed, deliberately tossing the memory orb in his hand, revealing not only his poor memory but also his inability to safeguard his possessions. "You have gone too far." Harry's anger flared instantly. "Gone too far? What's the matter? Potter? Want to play the savior again?" Draco retorted with a newfound vigor. "Enough." A sudden voice pierced through the tension, laden with suppressed fury. Eli strode over, fixing a cold gaze upon Draco. "Return the memory orb to Neville. He is injured, and your mockery is neither cool nor mature." Draco was taken aback by Eli's outburst, staring at his clearly enraged face. The orb halted mid-air in his hand, as an inexplicable sense of grievance welled up within him. He merely intended to tease Potter. Why was Eli defending others against him? The word immature stung Draco's pride, inciting him to grip the memory orb tightly, glaring at Harry. "If you have the guts, come and take it yourself. Dare to compete with me? Whoever reaches the flagpole first gets to keep it." A flicker of defiance flashed in Harry's eyes as he tightened his grip on his broom. A competition it is. In a swift motion, both soared into the air, their brooms cutting through the wind across the lawn. Draco's silver-green figure and Harry's deep crimson silhouette intertwined in the sky, akin to two bolts of lightning clashing, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the surrounding students. Eli stood rooted, watching the two figures ascend further into the distance, feeling a wave of frustration as he raked his fingers through his hair. He had intended to say more, yet witnessing Draco's stubbornness to prove himself left him feeling drained. Why must they resort to competition for something so trivial, like children refusing to grow up? Let them be, he muttered to himself, turning away to seek solace beneath the shade of a tree, no longer wishing to watch. After all, Madame Hooch would soon intervene, and they would face the consequences. However, the slight easing of his emotions felt tangled and chaotic, like grass scattered by the wind. Ron rushed over, panting, and plopped down beside Eli on the grass. Glancing skyward in the direction of Eli's gaze, he smirked. What are you doing here, mate? Letting those two lunatics battle it out while you bask in the sun? Eli kicked him playfully. Better than trying to break up their fight only to get glared at by both. Just look at Draco. Does he seem like the type to heed advice? And Harry, usually so calm, turns into a volatile firecracker at the mere mention of Malfoy. Ron munched on a biscuit he had pulled from his pocket, mumbling, those two are simply not meant to get along. But seriously, your shout at Malfoy was fierce. I thought he might explode on the spot. Eli sighed, remaining silent. The wind rustled through the leaves, producing a soft whisper, while the sounds of brooms faded into the distance, making him feel that this flying lesson was both interminable and exasperating. Chapter 25. Apologies, Injustice, and the Breeze. Ultimately, Harry emerged victorious, or rather, Draco, realizing Madame Hooch would soon discover his antics, threw the memory orb to him in a huff before storming off on his broom. Yet, before Harry could relax, Professor McGonagall approached him with a stern expression, calling him away. Throughout the journey, Ron trailed closely beside Eli, his chatter incessant. Do you think Professor McGonagall will punish him? After all, it was a private competition during flying class, and it was clearly instigated by Malfoy. He tugged at his hair, anxiety etched across his face. Surely Harry wouldn't face detention, or worse, have his flying privileges revoked? Eli listened silently, refraining from comment. He recognized that Ron's concerns were not unfounded, but he also understood that Harry, despite his gentle demeanor, possessed a stubborn core. Even if he were to face repercussions, he would not regret his recent actions. Yet, the memory of Draco's resentful gaze as he departed, coupled with Harry's tense posture when called away by Professor McGonagall, knotted Eli's heart in turmoil. Time would reveal all. Eli placed a reassuring hand on Ron's shoulder, speaking calmly, let us first check on Neville. In the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey had just finished bandaging Neville's arm, her tone light as she remarked, it's merely a minor fracture, a few days of rest will suffice. Just avoid unnecessary movements. Although Neville still furrowed his brow, his complexion had improved significantly. Upon seeing Eli enter, he quietly expressed, thank you, Eli. Eli exhaled in relief, smiling as he waved his hand dismissively. Rest well, I will retrieve your memory ball for you. Upon exiting the infirmary, Eli was en route to the Gryffindor common room when he was halted by a familiar figure around the corner. It was Draco, leaning against the wall, his platinum hair appearing somewhat muted in the shadows. His expression was devoid of emotion, yet the lingering anger was palpable. Do you enjoy aiding Potter and that fool Longbottom so much? Eli paused, meeting his gaze. They are my friends. Friends? Draco scoffed, straightening his posture. And what about me? Just yesterday we reached an understanding, and now you chastise me for others? His voice carried an unacknowledged hint of grievance. Eli regarded him, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable seriousness. The condition is that you do not provoke others. He stepped forward, locking eyes with Draco. I am willing to converse with you respectfully because I believe you do not genuinely wish to be a mere bully. However, using Neville's memory ball as a provocation and your relentless antagonism toward Harry is not playful, it is bullying. Draco opened his mouth as if to retort, but Eli interrupted him. You do. Eli's voice, though soft, compelled Draco to swallow his remaining words. If you persist in this manner, then all we discussed yesterday becomes meaningless. Silence enveloped the corridor, broken only by the occasional whisper of the wind outside. Draco tightened his fists, his nails nearly embedding into his palms, yet he refrained from exploding as before. Instead, he looked at Eli with a complex expression, as if he were being confronted with an unvarnished truth for the first time, confused, yet unwilling to concede. Suddenly, Draco's shoulders trembled imperceptibly. He turned his face away, evading Eli's gaze. After a moment of struggle, he managed to articulate two words, barely a whisper, I'm sorry. No sooner had he spoken than a crystalline tear slipped from the corner of his eye, landing on the polished floor and leaving behind a small, damp mark. He appeared startled by his own reflection, abruptly raising his hand to wipe his tears, yet he could not cleanse the evidence of his sorrow. Tears cascaded down like pearls from a severed string, falling silently. This was Eli's first encounter with Draco in tears. This individual, who always bore himself with the pride of a peacock in full display, now resembled a child whose facade had been shattered, exuding a vulnerability that tightened Eli's heart. Eli stood momentarily dazed, wishing to utter something, but found his throat constricted. He fell silent, merely observing Draco's back, his shoulders trembling slightly. Platinum strands of hair dampened by tears, clinging to his neck. The corridor was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing, alongside Draco's suppressed yet unmistakably audible sobs. Eli gazed at Draco's quivering silhouette, his heart tugged by an unseen force, yet reason prevailed over his burgeoning compassion. He inhaled deeply, his voice colder than before. Do you all believe that crying is the most effective remedy? Draco spun around suddenly, his eyes reddened like a rabbit's, tears still clinging to his lashes, exhibiting a blend of indignation and fury. I do not. Then prove it to me. Eli interrupted, his gaze resolute. I hope you will apologize to Neville and to Harry. Not a perfunctory apology, but one that reflects genuine remorse for your previous actions. He understood the magnitude of this request for Draco, that pride was nearly ingrained in his very being. Yet some bends in the road must be traversed alone. Draco fixed him with a fierce stare, tears still streaming, but no longer the silent fragility from before. Instead, they mingled with a sense of grievance and defiance. Apologize to Potter? Impossible. Then do not blame me if I choose to disregard you in the future. Eli averted his gaze, hardening his heart. The choice is yours. Ultimately, Draco remained silent, clenching his fists, his eyes still glistening as he turned away toward the hospital wing, his silhouette radiating a stubborn awkwardness. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Eli stumbled upon Harry surrounded by a throng of admirers, his face alight with uncontainable excitement as he declared to Ron and Hermione. Professor McGonagall said she selected me as the seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. That's fantastic, Harry. Ron exclaimed, enthusiastically patting his shoulder, while Hermione nodded with a smile. I knew you could do it. Eli approached, genuinely smiling at Harry. Congratulations. Yet within him churned a disquieting turmoil, as memories of Draco's tear-streaked visage collided with Harry's radiant expression. One was the recently awkwardly apologetic Draco. The other was his friend Harry, now a seeker. These conflicting emotions surged within him, rendering him breathless. I need to step outside for a moment. Eli said little more before turning away from the clamor of the common room. He sought a tranquil space to disentangle his thoughts, ultimately pausing at the astronomy tower. Pushing open the door, the cool evening breeze rushed in, dispersing some of his agitation. Leaning against the railing, he gazed into the dark expanse of the forbidden forest, silently sighing. Perhaps only this brisk wind could offer some solace to his tumultuous heart. Chapter 26, The Astronomy Tower, Theodore, Cedric. The evening breeze gently swayed the door of the observatory, and Theodore's silhouette appeared at the entrance, a light jacket in hand. His steps soft, as if to avoid disturbing the tranquility of the place. Malfoy had thrown himself onto the sofa in the lounge, burying his head in a cushion, ignoring any attempts at conversation. He approached Eli, offering the jacket in a calm tone, mentioning that Parkinson had gone to the infirmary. Although his face had contorted in distaste when apologizing, Lumbatten accepted the memory orb he had returned. Eli draped the jacket over his shoulders, warmth spreading through the fabric. He remained silent, and Theodore did not press him, simply standing beside him against the railing, gazing at the stars gradually illuminating the sky. After a considerable pause, Theodore finally spoke. You need not position yourself in the middle. He hesitated, glancing at Eli. However, if you wish to untangle your thoughts. The breeze here is indeed more conducive to contemplation than the fireplace in the lounge. Eli managed a smile, feeling the knots in his heart loosening somewhat. At least there was someone who understood his current turmoil, sparing him the pretense of everything being fine. Eli fixed his gaze upon the brightest star on the horizon, letting out a soft sigh. Sometimes I feel as though I stand in the midst of a chessboard, with Gryffindor's red to my left and Slytherin's green to my right. And every step forward feels fraught with the risk of misstep. Theodore listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously tracing the patterns of the railing. You are attempting to blend two inherently opposing colors. Of course you would find it exhausting. He paused, turning to face Eli, the moonlight casting a gentle shadow across his features. Malfoy is as awkward as an unpeeled chestnut, while Potter charges ahead like an arrow, resolute in his direction. You find yourself caught in the middle, trying to tend to your friends while also grappling with that stubborn fellow. Anyone would feel disarrayed in your position. Eli was taken aback by Theodore's perceptiveness, momentarily stunned, then managed a wry smile. Perhaps I indeed meddled too much. No. Theodore shook his head. You simply do not wish to see any side suffer. After a brief silence, he spoke again, his tone softer than before. You appear to be in need of a hug, if you wouldn't mind. Eli froze, turning to face Theodore. His expression remained neutral, yet his gaze was sincere. Unlike Draco's awkward probing or Harry's familiar warmth, it was merely a calm suggestion. Eli hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. Theodore extended his arms, offering a light embrace, akin to a feather resting upon his shoulder, brief yet reassuring. There were no extraneous emotions, merely a reminder that, at this moment, someone was willing to bear his weariness. As they parted, Eli felt the heaviness in his heart lighten slightly. He inhaled shakily, his voice hoarse as he said, Thank you, Theodore. Theodore raised an eyebrow, a rare hint of teasing in his expression. Don't tell Malfoy. He would hurl sour pickles at me. Shall we return? Theodore inquired. Eli shook his head, the evening breeze sending a chill through him, yet he was reluctant to move. Theodore refrained from pressing further, simply patting his shoulder before quietly departing, leaving Eli alone once more in the observatory. Before long, footsteps resonated once more, and Cedric's figure appeared at the door, a small bag of sweets in hand. His face adorned with a gentle smile. "I heard from Harry that you might be here," he said. Eli looked up at him, softly uttering, "Cedric." Cedric approached him, leaning against the railing together, not hastening to inquire further. Instead, he offered the sweets, strawberry flavor. "Perhaps it will be a bit sweeter." Noticing Eli did not take them, he unwrapped one and popped it into his mouth, then turned to him. "Maybe you could smile. I rather like the way you smile." He reached out, his fingertip gently lifting the corners of Eli's mouth, as if attempting to coax a smile from him. The gesture was delicate, imbued with a tender caution. Yet, Eli shook his head, his eyes suddenly brimming with warmth. Gazing at Cedric, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible quiver, he asked, "I'm feeling quite troubled right now. May I cry?" Cedric's movement halted, the mirth in his gaze gradually transforming into concern. He remained silent, extending his arms to gently pull Eli into an embrace, patting his back as one might soothe a distressed creature. "Of course you can. Letting it out may bring some relief." The evening breeze swept through the observatory, carrying the sense of the distant forbidden forest. Eli leaned against Cedric's shoulder, the weariness and turmoil accumulated throughout the day, finally seeping out with his tears. The remnants of Eli's tears clung to his lashes as he looked at Cedric, his voice hoarse from weeping, as if seeking a significant answer. "Now that you see me cry, what do you think?" Cedric merely gazed at him quietly, his amber eyes particularly gentle in the moonlight, not responding immediately. His eyes traced the reddened corners of Eli's eyes, lingering on his slightly trembling shoulders, as if meticulously capturing his current state. Eli sniffled and pressed on, a hint of stubborn grievance in his tone. "I mean, seeing me cry, what would you do?" Only then did Cedric slowly lift his hand, using his fingertip to delicately wipe away the traces of tears on Eli's cheek, his touch as light, as if handling a fragile treasure. "I will be here with you," he said in a low, soothing voice, reminiscent of a gentle breeze caressing the lake's surface. "When you've cried enough, if you wish to speak, I shall listen. If you prefer silence, we can simply enjoy the breeze until you feel a bit better." He paused, looking earnestly into Eli's eyes, adding, "I will not rush you to smile, nor will I question why you weep. You need not pretend everything is fine in my presence." Eli stared at him in astonishment, the tumult in his heart seemingly calmed by those comforting words. He fell silent, gently leaning closer to Cedric, burying his face in the crook of his neck, inhaling the clean scent of soap and allowing the evening breeze to dry his tear-streaked cheeks. "Thank you, Cedric," Eli murmured, his voice muffled, carrying the remnants of his recent sobs. Cedric said nothing in reply, merely raising his hand to tenderly ruffle Eli's hair. Eli's hair was soft, reminiscent of golden curls he had seen, imbued with a warmth that offered reassurance. "Do remember to eat the biscuits I gave you this morning." He withdrew his hand, his tone remaining gentle. "Good night, Eli." Eli nodded, watching Cedric's retreating figure, his heart feeling as if it were filled with something warm. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, most of the occupants were already asleep, with only the crackling fire in the hearth breaking the silence. He tiptoed back to his dormitory, rummaging through his bedside cabinet until he found a small paper bag. Opening it revealed his favorite honey biscuits, imbued with a delicate scent of cream. Taking a bite, the sweetness spread across his tongue, a familiar and cherished flavor. The grievances and irritations accumulated at the observatory seemed to dissolve into the sweetness with each chew. He gazed out at the moonlight, quietly contemplating, perhaps when he awoke tomorrow, everything would be better. Chapter 27, Coral, Perfume, Draco. The following morning, Eli surprisingly did not linger in bed. He abruptly pulled the covers off Harry and Ron, exclaiming, "Get up. If you don't hurry, the house elves will take away breakfast." Ron mumbled for 5 more minutes, but Eli firmly dragged him out of bed, while Harry chuckled, rubbing his eyes and quickly dressing. The trio hastily rushed to the great hall, only to find that much of the food on the long table had already been consumed. "Hurry up, eat quickly. After you finish, bring some toast and pumpkin juice for Neville," Eli said, stuffing an egg into his mouth, his words muffled. As he prepared to grab a paper bag for food, Hermione rolled her eyes dramatically beside him. "You 3 lazybones, overslept again?" "I just visited Neville in the hospital wing and delivered food to him." Ron sighed exaggeratedly in relief. "Thank goodness for you, Hermione. Otherwise, Neville would be starving." Harry joined in the laughter, and Eli scratched his head, unable to resist chuckling at the chaotic yet lively scene, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. The sight of the 3 of them huddled together in merriment caught Draco's eye from the nearby Slytherin table. He unconsciously stirred his silver spoon in his bowl of porridge, observing the genuine joy on Eli's face. It was as if something had pricked his heart. The tears from yesterday in the corridor, the awkwardness of apologizing in the hospital wing, and the camaraderie between Eli and the Gryffindor crowd evoked a feeling of envy or something else entirely. The empty seat at the green table suddenly appeared glaringly conspicuous. As the door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom swung open, an overwhelming stench of garlic assaulted Harry, Ron, and Eli, nearly knocking them off their feet. My goodness, did he drape the entire kitchen's garlic on himself? Ron complained, pinching his nose. Professor Quirrell stood at the podium, his neck hunched. A scarf wrapped almost entirely around his face, revealing only a pair of anxious eyes. His voice trembled slightly as he announced, "Today, we shall learn to recognize some fundamental dark creatures." He pointed at the crooked drawings of trolls and boggarts on the blackboard. "Do not be afraid, they are merely illustrations." As he spoke, he occasionally glanced out the window, as if expecting something to burst in at any moment. The pungent aroma of garlic mingled with an odd mustiness emanating from him, filling the classroom. Eli and his two companions could only stifle their coughs, exchanging exasperated glances. Hermione, however, diligently took notes, her brow furrowed tightly, as if half of the lesson's essence had been stolen by the acrid scent. Professor Quirrell spoke in a disjointed manner, and when he finally reached the topic of dealing with vampires, he suddenly grew animated. Therefore, garlic is of utmost importance. You must remember this. He straightened his neck. The string of garlic attached to his scarf swaying, intensifying the odor and prompting suppressed laughter from a few students in the back row. Hermione hastily noted the points mentioned by Professor Quirrell while covering her nose with her sleeve, quietly lamenting, "Thank goodness Neville isn't here, with his constitution. He would likely faint on the spot." As soon as the words left her mouth, Eli, Harry, and Ron simultaneously wore disappointed expressions, exclaiming in unison, "Neville can't make it," Ron added, smacking his lips. He is missing quite the spectacle. This garlic smell is even more overwhelming than the stench in the Forbidden Forest. Harry nodded, his eyes filled with sympathetic regret. After all, the experience of being bombarded by the garlic odor felt lacking without Neville to share it. Eli couldn't help but chuckle at his friend's antics, only to be met with a sudden wave of garlic aroma that sent him into a fit of coughing. Hermione shot them an exasperated glare. "You lot are insufferable, wishing for Neville to suffer?" The three immediately fell silent, yet their disappointment was unmistakable. Indeed, suffering seems more bearable when shared with others. As they stepped out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Eli, as if a switch had been flipped, quickly retrieved a small perfume bottle from his pocket, spraying it liberally on his neck and cuffs. "Help! I feel like a piece of bread soaked in a jar of garlic, reeking all over." Ron, resembling an eager puppy, approached him, nuzzling against him. "Come on. Let me get some too. If my mum catches a whiff of this, she'll make me wash the cauldron 3 times. Harry, eyeing the elegantly packaged perfume, asked with curiosity, "Where did you get that perfume? I've never seen you use it before." Eli sniffed the bottle's neck, the crisp scent of cedar finally overpowering the garlic. He shrugged, mumbling, "Just something I picked up." Yet internally, he scoffed, knowing very well it was that certain someone who had stealthily tucked it into his bag that morning, with a note at the bottom reading, "Consider this an apology." That awkwardness was simply too much. He would not reveal that it was a peace offering from Draco. Otherwise, Ron would pester him with questions until dawn. Draco strolled by, arms crossed, his nose inadvertently brushing against a familiar cedar scent, blending with the dissipating garlic odor. He paused momentarily, catching a glimpse of the perfume bottle in Eli's hand, identical to the one he often used. The corners of his mouth subtly lifted before he quickly suppressed it, feigning nonchalance as he continued on his way. Yet, the secret delight within him bubbled like an effervescent tablet tossed into water, fizzing with a scent reminiscent of cedar, akin to the fragrance that clung to him. He stealthily cast another glance at Eli, murmuring to himself, "You certainly know your place." With this thought, his steps lightened, and a somewhat juvenile notion crossed his mind. If one were to round it off, could it not be said that Eli was enveloped in his essence, thereby making him his own? The moment this idea emerged, he felt a flush creeping to his ears, prompting him to hasten his pace, feigning a distraction from the wind as he rubbed his eyes, suppressing that awkward sense of pride. Chapter 28. Divination, Anger, Embrace. The classroom for divination resembled an attic cluttered with antiquities, adorned with precariously hanging crystal balls and faded celestial charts. The air thick with a peculiar amalgamation of sandalwood incense and dust. As Eli settled into a seat by the window, the sound of a chair being dragged across the floor pierced the air, and Draco, arms crossed, nonchalantly occupied the empty space beside him. "Keep your distance," Eli frowned. "Didn't you claim that divination was the nonsense of old crones?" Draco scoffed but remained seated, retorting, "It's far better than watching you squish together with that Gryffindor lot." Nearby, Ron leaned towards Harry, whispering conspiratorially, "Look at him, his nose is practically in the clouds. Yet he insists on sticking to Eli. What is he scheming?" Harry nodded, discreetly rolling his eyes in Draco's direction. Professor Trelawney commenced her discourse on the omens found in tea leaves with her tremulous voice. Eli grasped the remnants of tea leaves in his cup, gazing at the chaotic mess and couldn't help but quip to Draco, "This course is utterly absurd. Does this heap of leaves symbolize that I might be attacked by a giant?" Draco leaned in for a closer look, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Perhaps it signifies that your brain has been trampled by a giant. Otherwise, why would you be attending such a ludicrous class?" You're the one who has been trampled. Eli shot back, pushing him playfully, only to have Draco seize his wrist in a firm grip. The two engaged in a subtle skirmish beneath the table while Professor Trelawney continued her mystical ramblings, with Ron and Harry observing with expressions of bemused understanding. As they exited the divination classroom, Hermione breezed in like a gust of wind, conveniently placing herself between Eli and Draco. Clutching several hefty tomes, she looked up at Eli with a glimmer of expectation. Eli, would you like to join me in the library? We have Transfiguration class tomorrow, and I wish to review the spell Professor McGonagall mentioned last time. Just as Eli was about to respond, Ron interjected, his face contorted in disapproval. Why do you always think about reading, Hermione? Eli has just endured that dreadful divination class. Of course, he should come with us to the Quidditch pitch. Harry was just selected as seeker. We need to bask in his good fortune. Harry nodded in agreement. Yes, Eli, let us go see. We might catch Captain Wood and the others during practice. Reading is far more important, Hermione pressed, her brow furrowing, her tone growing urgent. If something goes awry in Transfiguration, do you even care about finals? Can't we relax for a moment? Holding on to books all day, don't you find it exhausting? Ron countered. I act for everyone's benefit. For the greater good, Eli should be allowed to choose for himself. The two began to quarrel, exchanging heated words. Their voices escalating to a crescendo that even Harry, standing nearby, could not interject. Caught in the middle, Eli glanced between the resolute Hermione and the flustered Ron, rubbing his temples in annoyance. Having just emerged from a nerve-wracking divination class, how had he found himself ensnared in yet another tug-of-war between studying and playing? Draco, arms crossed, stood aloof, observing the chaotic scene with a sardonic smile, yet he remained silent, his gaze occasionally flickering toward Eli, as if waiting to see how he would resolve the situation. Enough. Stop arguing. Eli's voice suddenly soared, laced with an uncontrollable frustration. I don't want to choose either side. He frowned, glancing at the still arguing Ron and Hermione, then at the helpless expression on Harry's face. His tone softened. If Hermione wishes to read, let her read. If Ron prefers the Quidditch pitch, let him go. I simply want to find a quiet place to be. Both Ron and Hermione fell silent, taken aback. Hermione opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately hugged her book closer and murmured, I'm sorry, Eli, I didn't mean to. Ron scratched his head. Feeling awkward, I just thought the pitch would be fun. Harry gently patted Eli's arm, saying softly, why don't you take a moment to yourself? We can find you later. Eli shook his head, choosing silence as he turned and walked down the corridor. He needed to escape this tumultuous dispute, even if it meant retreating to the stairwell for a while. Behind him, Draco hesitated, watching Eli's retreating figure before ultimately deciding not to follow. Simply observing as Eli rounded a corner and vanished from sight. Eli wandered aimlessly along the corridor, unexpectedly arriving near the Hufflepuff common room. As he paused, a gentle voice called from behind, Eli? He turned to find Cedric, who held a herbology book, seemingly just returned from the library. Cedric approached, slightly bending down to meet Eli's gaze, a hint of concern in his eyes. Are you unhappy? Unable to suppress himself, Eli nodded slightly. Would you like some company? Cedric's tone was casual, as if suggesting a simple walk. Yet, Eli felt a stirring within, while Hermione and Ron had also sought to pull him into their plans. Cedric's words felt different. Before he could contemplate further, Cedric seemed to read his thoughts, softly clarifying, what I mean is, this is different, Eli. He leaned slightly closer, his eyes meeting Eli's with a gentle smile. There's no rush to make a decision, nor a need to accommodate anyone else. Come, let us take a stroll by the lake. Speak if you wish, or simply enjoy the walk. Looking into Cedric's sincere eyes, Eli felt his agitation dissipate like a gentle evening breeze. He sniffed and nodded. All right. Cedric stood a head taller than Eli. Sunlight streaming through the corridor windows kissed the tips of his hair, bestowing a gentle golden hue. Eli, oblivious to the fleeting smile on Cedric's lips, a smile that seemed to hint at a successful scheme, lowered his gaze and inquired, have you quarreled with your friends again? Cedric matched his pace, deliberately slowing down to align with Eli's rhythm. Well, Eli kicked at the stones beneath his feet, the sound muffled. They insist I choose whom to accompany, but I simply wish to be alone, unpulled in different directions. He raised his gaze to Cedric, whose eyes sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. At that moment, Cedric abruptly halted and softly asked, may I embrace you? Taken aback, Eli replied, why? Cedric's smile was as gentle as a spring breeze as he reached out, tenderly brushing aside the stray strands of hair from Eli's forehead. Because someone once said that hugs can uplift one's spirits. Would you care to try? Gazing into his sincere eyes, the awkwardness within Eli dissipated. Without uttering a word, he merely nodded. In the next instant, he found himself enveloped in a warm embrace. Cedric's long arms wrapped around him, exuding a fresh scent of grass and wood, grounding him more than the embrace from the observatory that night, as if it could gently cocoon all his worries. Chapter 29, Pansy, Affection, Lounge. After parting ways with Cedric by the lake, Eli retraced his steps, and as he turned the corner of the corridor, he was halted by a figure. It was Pansy Parkinson, standing there with her hands clasped behind her back, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue, completely contrasting her usual flamboyant demeanor. Parkinson, is there something you need? Eli paused, puzzled. Pansy bit her lip, presenting a small gift box from behind her, pushing it towards Eli with a somewhat stiff tone. This is for you. I wanted to befriend you. Eli opened the box to reveal a dark green silk headband, its edges adorned with silver embroidery, exquisitely crafted. A headband? He instinctively touched his hair, which was neither long nor short, with a hint of natural curl, something he rarely had use for. Pansy's face reddened further. Her gaze evasive, yet her voice softened. I thought if you grew your hair longer, it would look lovely. She quickly added, as if fearing mockery. It's up to you whether you wear it or not. Observing her awkward yet earnest demeanor, Eli felt a sudden warmth in his heart. He closed the gift box and said sincerely, Thank you, Pansy. I truly appreciate it. Pansy paused, seemingly taken aback by his response. She then pressed her lips together, her voice barely above a whisper, Eli. With that, she turned and hurried away, her back appearing somewhat flustered, as if she were fleeing. Eli clutched the gift box, gazing at the dark green headband, and suddenly realized that perhaps not all Slytherins were as difficult and troublesome as Draco. By the fireplace in the Slytherin lounge, as Pansy settled down, Daphne approached, her eyes alight with curiosity. Did you give it to him? Have you two become friends? Pansy queried. Retrieving a small mirror from her pocket to adjust her hair, her ears tinged with a hint of crimson. She feigned nonchalance. Well, he accepted it, and even expressed his gratitude. Daphne raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Stop pretending. You like him. Pansy's hand faltered, and she retorted. No, I merely hadn't finished my sentence, before conceding in a hushed murmur, all right, to be precise, yes. He is quite adorable when he smiles, even if he is a Gryffindor. Nearby, Blaise Zabini strolled over, wand in hand, and upon hearing this, let out a low whistle. Oh, our Pansy has actually developed feelings? Truth be told, I would like to befriend him as well. His face is simply stunning, a real sweetheart. You're revolting, Zabini. Pansy immediately scowled, putting away her mirror. Keep your manipulative antics away from him. Zabini shrugged, feigning indifference, just admiring, no need to be so petty. Theodore, carrying a stack of books, passed silently by, his footsteps light as if he were gliding over the carpet. Zabini, ever observant, jerked his chin toward him, winking at Pansy and Daphne. Look who's here. He is quite fond of that Eli fellow. Theodore halted, his brow furrowing, about to speak when Zabini interrupted, grinning mischievously. You absolutely like him. Don't deny it. You two always sit together in class and frequently rendezvous at the library. Don't think we're oblivious. Theodore's expression hardened, his gaze turning frigid. Mind your own business. Fool. With that, he turned away, his robes sweeping over the carpet without a backward glance. Got scolded, didn't you? Pansy taunted Zabini, keen on prodding his sore spot. Zabini rubbed his nose, responding with a begrudging admission. Well, it's true. After a brief silence, Daphne suddenly interjected. Do you think he might fancy that Ravenclaw? I saw them conversing in the corridor last time. Who knows? Zabini mused. Perhaps he has unique taste and fancies the savior? After all, internal Gryffindor affairs are not unheard of. Enough. Pansy rolled her eyes, her tone laced with a barely perceptible disdain. That would be better than liking Malfoy, at least. She didn't finish her sentence, but her expression clearly suggested that neither option was appealing. Just then, Draco returned from outside, a chill radiating from him as he opened the common room door, snowflakes clinging to his cloak. As he removed his scarf, he caught Zabini's insufferable voice by the fireplace. Ah, our young Malfoy has graced us with his presence. Just in time. We were discussing whether you've taken a liking to a certain Gryffindor. Draco's face flushed crimson, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and he erupted. What nonsense is this? Me? Like him? A dim-witted Gryffindor? That is utterly absurd. He flung his cloak onto the sofa, asserting vehemently, I do not like him. Not in the slightest. All right, you don't like him. Zabini elongated his tone, a smirk tugging at his lips, but I certainly do. He leaned back against the sofa, his tone exaggerated and unabashed. I absolutely adore him. That little sweetheart, his eyes sparkling like stars, and when he smiles, it melts one's heart. Just imagine, if only I could embrace him and inhale that delightful scent of cedar mixed with a hint of cream, what bliss that would be. Silence. Draco's eyes instantly widened, turning a shade of crimson, as he brandished his wand, its tip aimed directly at Zabini. Blaise Zabini, dare you utter another word? Pansy and Daphne were taken aback, surprised by Draco's fervent reaction. Zabini, however, reined in his bravado slightly, but still dared to raise an eyebrow. What is the matter? Have I struck a nerve? Or are you afraid I might actually pursue him? He is mine. Draco nearly shouted, stunned by his own declaration. When had he ever uttered such words? Zabini was momentarily taken aback before erupting into hearty laughter. Yours? Draco Malfoy, your possessiveness is glaringly evident. And you claim you don't fancy him? Draco's face flushed with a mixture of red and white, as if he were ablaze. He gripped his wand tightly, his knuckles turning pale, yet found himself unable to retort. The crackling flames in the hearth echoed his awkwardness and turmoil, resembling a child whose secrets had been laid bare yet refused to acknowledge them. Chapter 30, Inquiry, Banter, Gemini. As Eli pushed open the dormitory door, Ron, like a hound catching a scent, immediately approached, his eyes fixated on the gift box in Eli's hands. What's this? Who gifted you such a fine item? Harry leaned in as well, catching sight of Eli unveiling the box to reveal a dark green hairband. He reached out to examine it. The silver patterns along the edges glimmering under the light, the material feeling remarkably smooth. This appears to be something for girls, doesn't it? He glanced at Eli, curiosity in his eyes. Did Hermione give it to you? It doesn't seem like her style. Eli retrieved the hairband from Harry's hands, carefully placing it back into the box. Not Hermione. It's from Pansy Parkinson. What? Ron's voice soared in pitch. That's Slytherin Parkinson? She gifted you a hairband? What does she intend? Eli shrugged helplessly. She simply expressed a desire to be friends. Harry and Ron exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched upon their faces. Ron clicked his tongue. Slytherin's intentions are truly perplexing. Gifting a hairband to forge friendship? A pumpkin pasty would be far more straightforward. Eli shook his head in resignation, placing the gift box into the nightstand. Ron, with a mixture of exasperation and envy, remarked, "You, my friend, are quite the charmer. Even Slytherin girls are bestowing gifts upon you. Utterly absurd." Harry chimed in, counting on his fingers. Not just that. There are at least 3 or 4 girls from Slytherin who keep glancing your way. Lisa Dupin from Ravenclaw is the most obvious, last time. She even had someone deliver a heavily annotated history of magic notebook to you. We haven't seen much from Hufflepuff, but the Gryffindors are definitely the majority. He gestured toward the pile of envelopes and small gift boxes at the foot of the bed. Ron and I have already collected nearly a whole box for you, filled with everything from honeydew sweets to homemade charms, an assortment indeed. Ron immediately nodded in agreement. Indeed, just yesterday, a second-grade girl asked me to give this to you. He fished out a crumpled paper crane from his pocket and handed it to Eli, remarking that unfolding it would reveal some writing. Eli grasped the paper crane, casting a glance at the box at the foot of the bed, feeling an escalating headache. You shouldn't be collecting these on my behalf. Of course we should. Ron retorted promptly. We can't let the girl feel embarrassed, can we? Besides, this shows how charming our Eli is. He clapped Eli on the shoulder, grinning with pride as if the acclaim were directed at himself. Eli, drying his damp hair with a towel, felt droplets sliding down his neck and casually inquired, "Am I handsome?" Harry, having just taken a sip of pumpkin juice, leaned in eagerly, nodding earnestly, "Absolutely. Your hair looks even collier when it's wet, resembling waves under the sunlight." He paused for a moment, seemingly realizing how silly that metaphor sounded. Eli halted his towel drying for a brief instant, then lifted his gaze to Harry, his eyes as clear as freshly melted snow. "So, do you like me?" The air fell abruptly silent. Harry nearly dropped his cup, his face flushing crimson, spreading from his cheeks to the roots of his ears. He opened his mouth but could not utter a single word, remaining stiffly seated as if petrified. Upon witnessing Harry's reaction, Eli quickly realized his question had been too direct and waved his hands. "Oh, I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. I was asking if you like me like this, you know, with my hair all messy." He hastily tousled his hair further with the towel, attempting to mask the awkwardness of the moment. Only then did Harry seem to regain his voice, clearing his throat a couple of times, his gaze drifting out the window, his voice somewhat muffled. Yes, quite cute." After saying this, he swiftly turned his head, pretending to examine the box at the foot of the bed, though his ears were so red they seemed as if they could bleed. Ron, observing the scene, was thoroughly amused. He patted Harry on the back with just the right amount of force, teasingly exclaiming, "Mate, what are you blushing for?" He winked at Harry and pointed at Eli, boldly stating, "We're all buddies here. What is wrong with asking if you like him? Do you actually have feelings for him?" Harry became even more flustered, pushing Ron away with an exasperated gesture. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ron chuckled, leaning closer to Eli and nudging him with his elbow. "Ignore him. He just can't take a joke. But seriously, your question was quite sudden. You nearly made our savior stutter." Eli glanced at Harry's crimson ears and couldn't help but smile slightly, choosing to remain silent and continue drying his hair. At that moment, the dormitory door creaked open, and George popped his head in, elongating his tone. "Hey, are you asleep?" Fred quickly followed, leaning in to nod towards Eli. "We're here to see Eli." Ron sprang up from his bed, his eyes alight with curiosity. "What is going on? Take me with you." "Oh, my dear little brother," George said, tousling Ron's hair with a mischievous grin. "You're not invited." Fred nodded in agreement. This is a surprise we've prepared for Eli. Two individuals engaged in a lively banter, causing Ron to become agitated. Just as he was about to retort, George turned to Eli, exclaiming in a buoyant tone, "Eli, what is up?" Eli, having just hung up a towel, regarded them with a puzzled expression. Fred winked mysteriously. "Don't ask. You'll find out if you come with us." He reached out to pull Eli along. Ron, fuming from behind, shouted, "Why can't I go? You're definitely up to some mischief." George turned back, making a face at him. It's a secret. Then, with Fred on one side and George on the other, they half-dragged, half-led Eli out, leaving Ron stamping his feet in the dormitory. Chapter 31. The Twins, Night Adventures, and Injury. Eli found himself being supported by George and Fred, who were half-dragging him along, his feet barely touching the ground. Amused yet bewildered, he asked, "What is going on, George, Fred? Where are you taking me?" George lowered his gaze and gave him a conspiratorial wink, his tone filled with mystery and excitement. "Dear Eli, we are embarking on a grand escapade, utterly exhilarating." "What kind of escapade?" Eli felt an ominous premonition creeping in. Suddenly, Fred halted, spreading his arms wide as if announcing a grand plan. "We are going to explore the Forbidden Forest." Eli's eyes widened in shock. "The Forbidden Forest? Isn't it dangerous in there? Didn't Hagrid say there are werewolves and giant spiders?" "Oh, fret not," George reassured him, patting his shoulder with an air of confidence. "We have brought along some pranksters' defensive tools, and this," he pulled out a small, flashing gadget from his pocket, "ensures our safety. We will look after you and let you experience something extraordinary." Fred nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, with us around, nothing will go amiss." With that, they resumed their grip on Eli's arms, resolutely leading him towards the castle exit. The trees in the Forbidden Forest loomed overhead, obscuring the moonlight, which filtered through the leaves in fragmented patches. They had not ventured far when a rustling sound of a massive creature emerged from the bushes, revealing several spiders the size of carriages, their many eyes glimmering ominously in the dark. "Run!" Fred bellowed, pulling Eli and George to turn and flee. The spiders' pincers clicked menacingly, hot on their heels. The trio dashed forward in a panic, and amidst the chaos, Eli stumbled over a tree root, tumbling into a dense patch of ferns alongside George. When they managed to rise, Fred's figure had already vanished. He had evidently dashed back towards the castle in search of a professor. "This way," George urged, guiding Eli deeper into the thicket. Just as they rounded an ancient tree, Eli suddenly cried out in pain. 2 tiny bite marks appeared on his arm as a small silver-green snake slithered into the underbrush. "It's a venomous snake." George's expression shifted in alarm. Without waiting for Eli's reaction, he dragged him down a slope, but unexpectedly, the ground gave way beneath them, and they fell into a pit concealed by vines. The hole was shallow but sufficient for them to momentarily evade the spiders. Eli felt a growing numbness in his arm, quickly succumbing to weakness, and collapsed onto the ground. George was in a state of frantic distress, perspiration beading on his forehead as he sought to examine his wound by the faint light filtering through the cave entrance. The venom had begun to creep up his veins, causing his skin to take on an unsettling shade of purplish blue. "Hold on, Eli." George gritted his teeth, unwavering in his determination as he bent down, meticulously cleaning the skin around the injury with a handkerchief before leaning in closer. Eli stiffened, attempting to push him away, but found himself too weak to raise a hand. Merely aware of George's warm breath against his arm, accompanied by the quickened rhythm of his heartbeat. As the venom was gradually drawn out, George's brow furrowed deeper with each breath he expelled, not lifting his head until the blood oozing from the wound returned to its normal crimson hue. He raised his gaze, his lips faintly stained with traces of venom, his complexion slightly pallid. "Are you feeling better?" he asked in a hoarse whisper, reaching out to touch Eli's forehead, his fingertips trembling ever so slightly. Eli gazed at George's face, illuminated by the moonlight that accentuated his tense and earnest features. A sudden sensation surged through him, a feeling he could neither define as mere emotion nor something else entirely, prompting him to nod gently. The cave was enveloped in silence, their breaths echoing in the stillness, while the moonlight filtering through the vines cast a delicate illumination between them, creating an atmosphere that shifted subtly. Eli's voice emerged raspy, as if recovering from a daze. "When will the professor arrive?" The numbness in his arm began to dissipate, though his body still felt somewhat languid. George did not respond immediately, instead snuggling closer, his brow slightly furrowed. In his instinctive reaction during the fall, he had protected Eli beneath him, but his back had struck the stony floor of the pit, causing pain with every movement. "It shouldn't be long," he replied, his tone muffled and almost childlike. "Fred ran so fast. He has probably already brought Professor McGee to us. Don't move, let me lean for a while." Eli looked down, catching sight of George's soft red hair brushing against his chest, the warmth of his breath gently caressing the fabric of his shirt. The pain radiating from George's back deprived him of the energy to maintain his usual playful demeanor. He simply leaned against Eli, resembling an injured large dog. After a moment of hesitation, Eli raised his uninjured hand and gently pressed it against George's back, carefully avoiding the wound. "Does it hurt?" he asked softly. George shook his head, then nodded, murmuring, "A little, but leaning against you seems to alleviate the pain." After uttering those words, he paused, his cheeks warming slightly. Yet he dared not lift his gaze to meet Eli's expression, instead burying his face deeper into Eli's chest. The cave was filled only with their shared breaths and the distant, faint chirping of insects. Moonlight streamed through the vines, casting fragmented patterns of light on them. As time appeared to dilate, Chapter 32, Medical Wing, Visitation, Potions. Eli, George, where are you? Fred's anxious voice echoed from deep within the forest, cutting through the leaves with clarity. Eli perked up, his hoarse tone brightening. He must have called the professor. George lifted his head from Eli's embrace, rubbing his aching back, deliberately elongating his tone to feign a dramatic sigh. Oh, my dear brother Fred. Thank goodness he hasn't truly abandoned his injured sibling and special friend in this wretched pit. He spoke while winking at Eli, though the expression was somewhat comical due to the pain in his back. Here, we are here, Eli shouted in response, his voice resonating distinctly in the eerie silence of the forbidden forest. Soon, the sounds of footsteps and the illumination from wands drew near. Fred sprinted at the forefront, followed closely by Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and the brooding Severus Snape. Upon sighting the two in the pit, Fred exhaled in relief, hastily joining the professors in using magic to clear the vines and lower a rope. As they were pulled up to solid ground, Eli felt a bit uncomfortable, his arm still oozing red from the wound, while George, due to his back injury, had to walk slightly hunched over. Their disheveled appearance was rather embarrassing before the professors. Clearing his throat, Eli tentatively greeted, "Good evening?" Dumbledore adjusted his half-moon spectacles, his eyes crinkling into crescents behind the lenses, his tone imbued with gentle teasing. It seems that the escapade in the Forbidden Forest for Mr. Weasley and Mr. Wright was rather unfortunate. Unfortunate is an understatement. George interjected immediately, grimacing as he supported his back while emphasizing the point. However, I believe Eli and I should make our way to the hospital wing. My back feels like it's about to fall apart, and he was bitten by a snake. Snape's gaze swept over Eli's arm wound and lingered on the faint marks near George's lips, his brow furrowing even deeper as his voice turned frigid. Nonsense, Weasley. Should you dare to lead a classmate into the Forbidden Forest again, be prepared for a month of detention. Though unspoken, the warning in his eyes was unmistakable. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement, her expression grave, clearly indicating that a reprimand was forthcoming. The white curtains of the hospital wing were drawn, sunlight streaming through the windows onto the pristine white sheets of the bed where Eli lay, looking utterly defeated. Due to this nocturnal adventure in the Forbidden Forest, Gryffindor had been deducted a full 50 points. His arm throbbed with pain, while George and Fred beside him animatedly recounted their thrilling experiences. You didn't even call us, Harry exclaimed, gripping the railing of Eli's bed with an accusatory look. Such a big deal, and it was just the two of you. Ron nodded in agreement, his voice laced with discontent. That's really not fair. An adventure in the Forbidden Forest sounds so cool. Eli abruptly sat up, wincing as the movement tugged at his wound, yet unable to suppress his incredulous glare at them. You think you should enjoy this? I lost 50 points, got bitten by a snake, and nearly became a spider's dinner. He raised his arm, bandaged like a dumpling, his expression one of bewilderment. Ron instantly adopted a pitiful expression, shaking the bedspread. But you get to rest for an entire day. No boring classes, and you can lie down and snack. How great is that? Ron, Hermione scolded, frowning as she gave him a light smack, placing a food box on the bedside table. Her tone mixed concern with exasperation. I've left your favorite pumpkin soup and sandwiches here. Class is about to start. You should rest well. I'll come back to check on you after class. Thank you. Hermione, you're simply an angel. Eli was so moved that he nearly threw himself forward, compared to Ron and Harry's envious glances. Hermione's thoughtfulness felt like the warm sun in winter. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the room, and Draco's head peeked in. Upon seeing a room full of Gryffindors surrounding the sickbed, his expression instantly stiffened. He did not enter, but quickly placed a small vial on the table by the door, his tone awkward. This is a dream potion. You should take it and rest for a bit. I have to go to class. Without waiting for Eli's response, he turned and left, the hem of his black robe sweeping across the threshold as if he were fleeing. Hermione glanced at the vial and then at Eli, raising an eyebrow in contemplation. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron made faces at Draco's retreating figure, as they too had to hurry to their potions class with Slytherin. Soon, Eli found himself alone in the infirmary. He looked at the food box and the dark green potion on the bedside table, then at the empty bed beside him, and quietly began to eat. Chapter 33, Cedric. Concern, gifts. Just as Eli swallowed the last bite of his sandwich, the door to the infirmary gently creaked open, and Cedric walked in, holding a beautifully wrapped small bag. He walked directly to the bedside, his gaze immediately falling on Eli's bandaged arm, his tone betraying a subtle tension. Let me see your hand. Eli obediently extended his arm. The white bandage wrapped several times, still faintly scented with medicine. Cedric reached out, his fingertips lightly brushing the edge of the bandage. His movements careful as if afraid of causing him pain, his brow furrowed. If anything happens. The sentence remained unfinished, yet the concern in his tone was unmistakable. You really don't need to worry so much about me, Eli murmured. Madame Pomfrey said the poison is all cleared out, and I should be fine in a few days. Cedric lifted his gaze to meet Eli's, his expression suddenly serious, even a touch solemn. Do you really not care? Eli was taken aback, feeling a bit aggrieved. Of course. He cared about his wound, and he cared about the points he had lost, but Cedric's tone inexplicably saddened him. He pouted slightly, his voice soft. You're being so mean. Cedric. Seeing Eli's pitiful demeanor, Cedric's seriousness crumbled in an instant. He reached out to gently stroke Eli's hair, his fingertips grazing the soft curls, his tone softening. Yes. It was my tone that was inappropriate. Eli knew he shouldn't sulk at Cedric, but the momentary grievance was hard to suppress. He nuzzled Cedric's palm and whispered, "Thank you for your concern, Senior." Cedric smiled, handing him the small bag. "This is for you, Honeyduck Sweets. Eating them might cheer you up." He watched Eli's eyes light up as he accepted the bag, feeling a weight lift from his heart. He had nearly rushed from the Hufflepuff common room upon hearing that Eli had been bitten by a snake in the Forbidden Forest. Eli yawned, his eyelids growing heavy. He rubbed his eyes and said to Cedric, "I think I need to sleep." Cedric had just tucked in the blanket when he paused at Eli's words, softly asking, "Would you like me to keep you company?" No need." Eli waved his hand dismissively, a faint blush of fatigue gracing his cheeks. "I'm not a little baby. I can sleep by myself." He paused for a moment, then suddenly looked up at Cedric, his eyes sparkling with a hint of anticipation. "But it would be wonderful if you could bring me some cookies tomorrow, preferably honey-flavored." Cedric, observing his childlike demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. He gently tapped Eli's nose with his finger. "All right, I'll bring them tomorrow. Now, go to sleep." Once Eli closed his eyes and his breathing gradually steadied, Cedric lingered by the bedside for a while, ensuring he had fallen into a deep slumber before quietly departing. The medical wing was enveloped in silence, save for the rustling of leaves outside. Before long, a figure stealthily entered the room. It was Theodore. He held a small candy box in his hands, moving as softly as a cat. Approaching Eli's bed, he placed the candy box gently on the bedside table, alongside the bag of sweets Cedric had brought. He glanced down at the sleeping Eli, noting the long lashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes, so tranquil and gentle. Theodore's fingers twitched slightly. Yet he ultimately refrained from any action, standing silently for a few seconds before turning and leaving as quietly as he had come. Light streamed through the window, illuminating the two small gifts on the bedside, the wrapping of the candy box glimmering faintly in the dimness. Chapter 34, Potions Class, The Dungeon, Concern. Eli was finally able to return to the classroom, but as soon as he sat down, he realized he had become the focal point of attention. During Potions class, Snape called on him nearly as often as he did Harry. Each time Eli stood to respond, he managed to hit the nail on the head, earning rare nods of approval from Snape, who would then grant 5 points to Gryffindor, much to Draco's amusement. "Why are you being called again? Poor thing," Draco muttered beside him in a mocking tone, even making a face. Eli, having just settled back in his seat, turned to him with a serious expression. "But Gryffindor gained 5 points. Draco faltered momentarily, then pouted. "Relying on answering questions for points? I feel sorry for you. But Gryffindor gained 5 points, Eli reiterated. His eyes innocent. Draco furrowed his brow, eager to retort. "But, Gryffindor," Eli interjected, but before he could finish, Draco cut him off. "Enough, enough," Draco exclaimed, rolling his eyes dramatically, his tone rife with exasperation. "I concede. You win. Can we please stop mentioning those 5 points?" Nearby, Pansy and Zabini couldn't stifle their laughter, prompting Draco to glare at them before turning back to Eli. However, he found Eli smirking subtly, his cheeks flushing slightly. Quickly, he turned away, pretending to focus intently on his textbook, though the tips of his ears betrayed his embarrassment. As Potions class concluded, while Eli was packing his books, he heard Snape's cold voice behind him. "Mr. Wright, come with me." A jolt of apprehension shot through him, and he instinctively glanced at Draco, who winked at him, a smile of schadenfreude playing on his lips. Resigned, Eli followed Snape down to the potions office in the dungeon. "Professor, have you summoned me for something?" He stood at the threshold, observing Snape pour the liquid from the cauldron into a vial, the air thick with the scents of wormwood and dragon's blood. Snape turned, his dark robes sweeping across the floor, his gaze sharp as it settled upon him. "From this day forth, you shall assist me here after every class." He gestured towards the corner where a pile of herbs lay, instructing him to organize the ingredients, cleanse the cauldrons, and document potion recipes as an additional penalty for your venture into the Forbidden Forest. Ilias hesitated, finding this punishment rather different from his expectations of detention. "But Professor, this how?" Snape raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with his characteristic sarcasm. "Or should I infer that Mr. Light would prefer to serve detention, allowing Gryffindor to lose more points?" "That's not what I meant." Ilias quickly shook his head and stepped forward. "I'll start organizing right away." Snape watched him clumsily grasp the dried mandrake root, a barely perceptible smirk flickering across his lips before his expression returned to its usual chill. "Do not damage my ingredients, or you shall learn of the consequences." With that, he turned back to his desk, opening a hefty tome on potions. The office was filled with the soft sounds of herbs clinking and pages turning. As Ilias sorted through the herbs, he stole glances at Snape, the perpetually brooding professor, who seemed less intimidating than he had imagined. The dim light of the cellar obscured the intricate patterns of the herbs. Only a kerosene lamp on the desk illuminated the towering piles of ingredients and the cleansed cauldrons. Ilias rubbed his aching shoulders. gazing out at the pitch-black sky for a prolonged moment before tentatively speaking, "Professor." Snape lifted his gaze from the thick volume, his brow furrowing slightly, his voice resonating deeply in the darkened room. "Yes? What is it?" Ilias nervously twisted the hem of his shirt, speaking in a low voice. I'm hungry. I haven't had dinner since class ended this afternoon." The office fell silent for a few seconds, the only sound being the soft crackle of the lamp's wick. Snape set down his quill, rising to approach the door. As he pulled it open, the castle corridor's light flooded in, illuminating the rare softness of his features. He did not turn back, but coldly remarked, "Go to the Great Hall. Be here on time tomorrow." Ilias's eyes brightened, and he promptly set down the dragon liver flower, seizing his bag and dashing toward the exit. As he passed Snape, he whispered, "Thank you, Professor." Watching the young man sprint away, Snape stood at the door, his robes fluttering gently in the evening breeze. He glanced down at the unfinished herbs on his desk, and then surveyed the empty cellar. In the end, he turned to close the door, his previously taut lips appearing somewhat more relaxed. Standing still, Snape felt the lingering cool touch of the doorknob on his fingertips. The warm light seeped through the crack of the door, casting a small shadow beneath his dark robes. He lowered his gaze. A faint upward curve gracing the corners of his mouth, so slight that it resembled an illusion, fleeting like a corner of ancient ice melting away. An oblivious fool, drawing attention without awareness. He chuckled softly, his tone devoid of mockery, more akin to a resigned murmur. Fingers absent-mindedly brushed against the air stirred by Eli's recent passage, carrying with it a hint of youth's distinct essence, a blend of herbs and sunlight. It dawned upon him why that lad was perpetually surrounded by others. Be it the Weasley twins, Cedric from Hufflepuff, or even the mischievous Slytherins who couldn't resist drawing near. His clean, somewhat naive demeanor resembled an unpolished piece of warm jade, capable of softening even the chill of the dungeon. Time flowed serenely, and the act of letting it slip away was not without its charms. He mumbled again, lifting a hand to tug at his collar, as if to conceal something. Yet, the moment he recalled Eli's crimson and gold Gryffindor robes, his brow furrowed once more, his expression darkening, along with the rare gentleness that had just graced his features. Alas, a Gryffindor. The words tumbled out swiftly and heavily, akin to dousing himself with cold water. He turned and paced back to his desk, sitting down with a heavy thud, the quill leaving an ink blot on the paper, yet not a single word emerged. His mind was awash with the image of Eli's bright, somewhat aggrieved yet exuberant eyes, along with the soft utterance of "Thank you, Professor." Snape, agitated, raked his fingers through his hair, his fingers curling slightly beneath the black robe, resembling a petulant child unwilling to admit the truth. The oil lamp in the dungeon crackled softly, casting shifting shadows on his face, ultimately dissolving into a barely audible sigh, lost within the cold air. Chapter 35, Night Wanderings, The Four Little Ones, Cowards. As Eli stepped into the Great Hall, an arm ensnared his shoulder. Ron, balancing a plate, ambled over, his mouth stuffed with half a loaf of bread. "Hey, mate, I thought Snape was going to keep you in the dungeon as a laborer tonight." Eli slumped onto the bench, grasping a roasted chicken leg and gnawing at it with a sense of resignation. "Don't mention it. I'm utterly exhausted." The dungeon was piled high with a mountain of herbs, all needing to be meticulously sorted by hand. "My arms are sore." He pondered how Professor Snape managed such an immense workload. Harry approached with a spoon in hand, a puzzled expression on his face. "Doesn't he use spells? Cleaning charms? Organizing charms? Aren't they convenient?" Eli set down the chicken leg and gently tapped Harry's head, his tone laced with exasperation. "Silly Harry, such delicate herb handling requires manual labor. Otherwise, do you think the pristine potion ingredients we use in experiments come about by magic? Spells can easily damage the materials, affecting their efficacy." Ouch. Harry quickly covered his head, pouting in a wounded manner. "I was merely curious. Who knew potion ingredients were so particular? In any case, I feel the professor has been quite lenient with me." Eli remarked, rubbing his round belly with satisfaction. "At least he didn't assign me to clean the trophy room. I've heard that's a true nightmare." Ron immediately nodded in agreement, still chewing on mashed potatoes. "I wholeheartedly concur. The trophy room is filled with dust and fragile glass displays. One wouldn't dare to breathe while cleaning. Truly, it's a task for the unfortunate. But fret not, we certainly won't be the ones to face it." Harry and Eli exchanged a knowing smile, picking up their cutlery to continue devouring the food on their plates. The corridor was dimly lit, and Eli, having just concluded his final divination class, rubbed his tired eyes as he made his way to the common room. Suddenly, Ron emerged from around the corner, grabbing his shoulder with enthusiasm. "Hey, mate. Fancy a midnight adventure tonight?" Eli paused, pointing at himself. "Me? No, us." Harry chimed in, leaning closer and gently ruffling Eli's soft cheek, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Let us explore that dangerous room on the 3rd floor. It's said to hold secrets." As the trio conspired in hushed tones, Draco passed by with a book in hand, inadvertently overhearing their conversation. He halted, raising an eyebrow at the three, his tone dripping with his usual sarcasm. Though inwardly he mused, "Are you so loud, afraid others might not hear?" Looking to get into trouble and face consequences? Hey, you lot are going on a midnight escapade? Aren't you worried about Gryffindor losing more points? Ron shot back immediately. Hey, Malfoy, with your penchant for gossip, are you scared? Why not join us tonight? Draco, feeling provoked, had initially intended to warn Eli against further punishment, yet Ron's challenge ignited a spark of defiance within him. He glanced at Eli, who was also looking back. His cheeks slightly flushed. With a stubborn resolve, Draco stammered, "You think I wouldn't dare? If you're going, so am I. Who's afraid of whom?" Eli regarded Draco's sudden involvement, then turned his gaze to the excited faces of Harry and Ron. A sense of foreboding crept in. Tonight's adventure could very well lead to chaos. Yet, he felt an inexplicable thrill. After all, embarking on an adventure with friends held a certain allure. The night enveloped the castle like ink, leaving only the nearly inaudible footsteps of the four. Draco trailed closely behind Eli, the hem of his dark robe brushing against the floor, producing a faint sound. He couldn't help but lower his voice. A hint of anxiety lacing his words. Are we truly going to remain undetected? Filch's cat is everywhere. Eli glanced back at him, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing the tension in his profile, which seemed to have tempered his usual arrogance. A soft chuckle escaped Eli as he slowed his pace to walk alongside Draco. Don't worry, we've checked. Filch will be patrolling the Forbidden Forest tonight, and I brought this. He produced a small vial of clear potion from his pocket, an invisibility potion. Though it would only last half an hour, it was sufficient for them to locate the room. Draco scrutinized the potion, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he refrained from voicing any further concerns, inching closer to Eli, as if that proximity would offer him greater reassurance. Ahead, Ron and Harry had carefully opened the door to the third floor, turning back to signal them with a shushing gesture. Draco swallowed hard, closely following Eli's footsteps, internally berating himself for being foolish enough to indulge in this Gryffindor silliness, while simultaneously being unable to ignore the figure beside him. Chapter 36. The Midnight Adventure, The Room. The name. The corridor was dimly lit, and Draco, feeling nervous, walked with extreme caution, inadvertently bumping into a suit of armor, which clanged softly in protest. He was so frightened that he immediately halted, his complexion paling as he warily scanned his surroundings. Coward, Ron muttered disdainfully in a low voice, intentionally bumping Draco's arm. Harry stifled a laugh beside them, his eyes curving into crescent moons. Draco instantly bristled, turning to confront Ron. Who are you calling a coward? I am merely cautious. His voice involuntarily rose in pitch, and he quickly covered his mouth, his cheeks flushing crimson with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Observing this, Eli promptly grasped Draco's arm, casting a glance at Ron and Harry, signaling them to refrain from provoking him further. Leaning closer to Draco, he lowered his voice, imbued with a soothing tone. All right. Don't be upset. Ron merely speaks without thinking. He extracted a peppermint from his pocket and placed it in Draco's hand. Look, I brought candy. How about you eat one to calm down? Let us keep our voices down. We wouldn't want to attract Filch. Draco held the candy, feeling its coolness against his fingertips, and gazed into Eli's earnest eyes, his irritation dissipating significantly. He shot Ron a glare, awkwardly turning his face away. Yet he still unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth. The refreshing minty flavor spread through his mouth, alleviating much of his earlier tension. Let us go. If we don't hurry, the invisibility potion will wear off, Eli urged, gently pulling his wrist forward. Draco followed his lead, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips, hidden by the night, so that no one could witness this endearing yet slightly bashful expression. The four of them wandered around the third floor for quite some time, but failed to locate the fabled dangerous room. Ron, feeling somewhat disheartened, suggested, since we can't find it, why not check out the trophy room? I've heard it houses many impressive trophies. Harry's eyes lit up at this suggestion, and he nodded in immediate agreement. The four quietly slipped into the trophy room, where moonlight cascaded through the glass dome, illuminating rows of shimmering trophies and medals. Harry soon halted before a glass cabinet, pointing excitedly at the Quidditch trophy inside. Look, that's my dad's trophy. He was the seeker for Gryffindor. Eli and Ron leaned in to take a closer look, and Draco, unable to suppress his curiosity, stepped forward, his expression tinged with complex emotions. At that moment, Eli noticed an inconspicuous black medal in the corner, inscribed with Hogwarts Best Contribution Award, signed by the unfamiliar name Tom Marvolo Riddle. Who is this? Ron furrowed his brow, reaching out to touch the glass cabinet, having never heard that name before. Harry and Eli shook their heads. They had never encountered this name in their school history books. Draco scrutinized the name on the medal, his brow furrowing, as if he had heard it somewhere, but couldn't recall where. He must have been an exceptional individual. Eli remarked softly, gently tapping the glass. To receive the Best Contribution Award, he surely accomplished something remarkable for the school. The four of them lingered around the medal for a while, none able to provide any further information. The display room was enveloped in silence, with only the moonlight cascading over the medals. The unfamiliar name lingered like a small enigma, temporarily dismissed from their minds. After all, what mattered most to them at that moment was to leave hastily, lest they be caught by Filch. Chapter 37. Night Stroll, Filch, Secrets. As the four stepped out of the trophy room, a distant meow echoed, unmistakably the sound of Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris. Oh no, Eli gasped softly, and the group instinctively held their breath. Just as they contemplated hiding around the corner, they spotted Filch approaching from the end of the corridor, lantern in hand, the light drawing ever closer. Run, Harry urged Eli, and they turned to flee, with Ron and Draco hot on their heels. In their panic, they stumbled into an ajar door, the very dangerous room they had previously overlooked. Yet, upon entering, a putrid stench assaulted their senses. Under the moonlight, a colossal figure slowly raised its head, 3 eyes glinting ominously, sharp fangs bared, and powerful claws poised, a 3-headed dog. My heavens! Ron screamed in terror, their legs turning to jelly as they dared not look back, rushing out the door. The growl of the 3-headed beast reverberated painfully in their ears, relentless in pursuit. They barreled out of the room only to collide with 2 figures, Snape and Filch. Ah, look what we have caught. Snape's voice was icy, his gaze sharp as a blade scrutinizing the 4 wayward souls wandering the castle at such an hour. Filch rubbed his hands together with glee, the light from his lantern blinding. Excellent, Professor. I knew they would get into trouble. Now we can put them in detention. Eli, Harry, Ron, and Draco stood frozen, exchanging terrified glances, their faces drained of color. They had barely escaped the fright of the 3-headed dog, and now they were caught by Snape and Filch. This predicament was far graver than their previous escapade into the Forbidden Forest. The next morning, they were summoned to Professor McGonagall's office for a reprimand. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, they found Hermione waiting with a book in hand. The moment she saw them, she rolled her eyes and exclaimed, "You are truly audacious, wandering out at night. And now you've even attracted the attention of Professor Snape and Filch. You're going to lose all the Gryffindor points." Eli immediately raised his hand, feigning innocence. "I must clarify, this nocturnal adventure was Ronald's idea. I was merely dragged along." "Hey," Ron retorted quickly, adding, "and we had no idea there would be such terrifying creatures in that room. That 3-headed dog nearly scared my soul away. Indeed, it was ferocious. It must be guarding something of great importance." Ron grew increasingly animated, seemingly forgetting the fear of the previous night. Harry nodded in agreement, his eyes alight with curiosity. "I saw clearly that there was a trapdoor beneath it. Perhaps it conceals some secrets." Eli pondered, stroking his chin, "But how can we discover what lies beneath that trapdoor? Surely we cannot venture into that room again. Actually, we could ask Hagrid." Harry's eyes lit up as he deemed his idea splendidly brilliant. Hagrid had spent considerable time at Hogwarts, and given his loquacious nature, he was bound to be privy to the matter. Ron and Eli exchanged glances, finding the suggestion plausible. Hermione furrowed her brow, sensing their inclination towards perilous endeavors. Yet, upon witnessing the eager expressions of the trio, she could not suppress her admonition. "You can inquire all you wish, but do not entertain thoughts of recklessness. Haven't you learned enough from the last escapade in the Forbidden Forest?" "Understood, Hermione," Ron replied with a cheeky grin, before pulling Harry and Eli towards the exit. "Let us seek out Hagrid at once." "Wait for me." Hermione's voice rang out as she approached, clutching her books. She cast a resigned glance at the excited trio, stating, "I cannot allow you 3 imbeciles to venture forth alone. Your straightforward natures would surely result in failure. You might not even utter a word before Hagrid discerns your intentions." Harry scratched his head, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. "With you by our side, Hermione, we shall be just fine." Ron nodded in agreement. Indeed, Hermione is the master of conversation. Hagrid will never suspect a thing. Eli looked at Hermione with an expression of admiration and amusement, unable to contain his laughter. "With you along, we feel considerably more at ease. Had you been with us during our last foray into the Forbidden Forest, I might not have suffered the snake bite." Hermione shot him a glare yet succumbed to a slight smile. "Enough of your banter. After our afternoon classes, let us convene at Hagrid's little hut. Remember, once there, I shall be in command. No frivolous chatter." "Understood." The 3 chimed in unison, their eyes brimming with anticipation. With Hermione's astute counsel, their confidence in unraveling the mystery of the trapdoor sword. Chapter 38. Hagrid, Chocolate, and Fondness. The afternoon sun filtered through the leaves at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, casting a warm glow upon the grass before Hagrid's hut. Eli, Harry, Ron, and Hermione treaded softly on the yielding earth as they approached. The wooden door creaked open, revealing Hagrid seated on a bench in the yard, polishing his large pipe. "Hello, Hagrid," Harry greeted first, striving to sound nonchalant. Hagrid looked up, his face breaking into a hearty smile. "Oh, it's you lot. Come in, come in. I just brewed some pumpkin juice." The 4 settled onto the bench, and Hermione discreetly signaled the others before posing her question. "Hagrid, today in class, we passed the 3rd floor and heard rumors of a room marked with a no entry sign. Is there something particularly special hidden within?" Hagrid paused in his task, his expression flickering momentarily as he deftly redirected the conversation. "Nothing special, just some old furniture. Best not to go poking around. That place hasn't been tended to in ages." Ron could not resist pressing further. but we heard there are fierce creatures guarding it. Hagrid's demeanor shifted slightly as he set down his pipe, regarding them with gravity. Have you been sneaking around? I warn you. The contents of that room are not to be trifled with. Professor Dumbledore specifically instructed that no one is to approach. Seeing Hagrid's resolute stance, Eli hastily softened his tone. We were merely curious, Hagrid. Beneath the creature, we observed a trapdoor. Was it guarding something of great importance? Hagrid paused for a moment, then sighed, lowering his voice. Since you all have seen it, I shall reveal a bit. That is a three-headed dog, named Fluffy, which Professor Dumbledore entrusted to my care. It guards something vital to the safety of Hogwarts. Please, do not inquire further, nor approach that room again, understand? The four exchanged glances. Although they had not gleaned much more information, they had at least confirmed that a significant secret lay hidden behind the trapdoor. Hermione promptly nodded. We understand, Hagrid. We will not return. As they departed the hut, the sun hung low in the sky. Ron exclaimed excitedly. I knew Hagrid was in the know. There must be something extraordinary behind that trapdoor. However, Hermione frowned, but Hagrid was reluctant to elaborate. This secret seems crucial. We must exercise greater caution. Eli, Harry. And Ron leaned against the corridor wall, engrossed in discussion about the secret pertaining to Hogwarts safety, when Lisa unexpectedly appeared around the corner, cradling a stack of books. With a smile, she addressed Eli. Eli, you truly are courageous. I heard you went out exploring last night, and even caught Professor Snape's attention. Eli forced a smile, glancing reproachfully at Ron, his eyes brimming with accusation. Ron shrank back under Eli's glare and muttered, it was a collective decision. Why am I the one being blamed? Harry stifled a laugh and patted Eli on the shoulder. Lisa, don't listen to him. It was actually Ron who insisted on investigating that room, and we followed suit. Lisa stifled a giggle, moving closer to Eli to offer him a piece of chocolate. Regardless, I'm just glad you all are unharmed. But please, refrain from such reckless adventures in the future. Gryffindor's points cannot withstand such deductions. Eli accepted the chocolate, feeling warmth in his heart, and sighed. I understand. I want to accompany them on their mischief again. He shot another glare at Ron, who could only stick out his tongue, silenced. As soon as Lisa's figure vanished down the corridor, Ron leaned in, winking and nudging Eli's arm. I bet she definitely likes you. Did you hear her gentle tone earlier? And that chocolate? Truly charming. Our Gryffindor hero, Mr. Light. Eli rolled his eyes dramatically, pushing Ron away. Stop talking nonsense. We are merely friends. By your logic, why not say Hermione likes me? No sooner had he spoken than Hermione, standing nearby, reached out and pinched Eli's side with a mock frown. I do not like you. Don't drag me into this. Ron immediately imitated Hermione's tone, teasingly altering his voice. I do not like you, which earned him a sharp glare from Hermione. Seeing this, Harry suddenly leaned closer to Eli, arms wide open as if to embrace him, cheerfully declaring, I like Eli. He is my best friend. Eli chuckled, playfully squeezing Harry's soft cheek, his eyes filled with affection. Of course, mate, I like you too. You are my best friend. Four individuals, engaged in laughter and jovial conversation, strolled towards their classroom, their mirth resonating through the corridor, while the sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm and bright glow upon them. In Chapter 39, titled Thoughts, Autumn Zhang, Forbidden Forest, Lisa stood quietly in the shadows around the corridor's corner, absorbing every word of their recent animated exchange. She cast her gaze down at the chocolate wrapper lingering in her palm, and a faint smile crept upon her lips, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. Ron is indeed clever, she murmured softly, her fingertips gently tracing the texture of the wrapper. The chocolate she had deliberately offered moments ago, accompanied by a teasing remark about bravery, was imbued with a hint of cautious testing. Unexpectedly, Ron had unveiled her intentions first. She lifted her eyes to the retreating figures of Eli and his companions, who surrounded him, their laughter illuminating his face, the sunlight enveloping him like a gilded aura. With a gentle smile, Lisa turned to walk in the opposite direction, unhurried, for she possessed ample time to allow that oblivious Gryffindor boy to discern her affections. As Lisa pivoted, she encountered Autumn Zhang around the corridor's bend. She waved the remaining chocolate of the same kind in her hand, her tone tinged with a hint of pride, as if sharing a secret. Senior Autumn, Eli really enjoyed the chocolate I gave him earlier. Autumn Zhang, observing the uncontainable joy in Lisa's eyes, maintained her impassive demeanor and replied coolly, Did he not inform you that he does not like chocolate? With that, she passed by Lisa without pausing. Lisa's smile instantly faltered, the chocolate in her hand suddenly feeling uncomfortably warm. Stunned, she remained rooted to the spot, Autumn's words echoing in her mind, causing her expression to darken gradually. She had never inquired whether Eli liked chocolate. When he accepted it, he merely said thank you, without mentioning his preferences. Meanwhile, as Autumn distanced herself, a barely perceptible smirk crept onto her lips, feeling inexplicably delighted. In truth, she had no knowledge of Eli's chocolate preferences. She simply could not resist teasing Lisa, who appeared so determined. Observing the change in Lisa's demeanor, Autumn hummed softly, her steps becoming a touch lighter. Today, We are to be punished by Filch for detention. How dreadful, Hermione remarked, arms crossed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Though her gaze involuntarily flickered towards the 3 dejected figures beside her. Ron rubbed his arm, a look of grievance upon his face. Had I known, I would have brought you along, Hermione. With you here, perhaps it would have been less burdensome. Huh, Hermione scoffed, mercilessly dismantling his hopes. I have no desire to partake in your madness. You shall endure your punishment alone. Eli, standing nearby, felt somewhat bewildered, according to their prior arrangement. He was supposed to assist Snape in the dungeon that evening, but now, with the added penalty of a nighttime excursion, he found himself unable to fulfill both obligations. As he wrestled with how to explain the situation to Snape, Filch approached briskly, lantern in hand, a grim expression adorning his face. You lot, follow me. Hermione waved her hand at them, a smile concealed in her eyes. Good luck. With that, she turned and departed. 3 individuals followed Filch through the castle, eventually arriving at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where they discovered Hagrid had been waiting for them. Filch handed them over to Hagrid, grumbling incessantly, Hagrid, these little rascals are now your responsibility. Discipline them properly. Don't worry, Filch, Hagrid replied with a hearty laugh, patting Eli on the shoulder. Once Filch had wandered off, Draco approached from behind, his face twisted in disdain as he remarked, I expected a dreadful punishment, but it turns out we're just coming to the Forbidden Forest? All that's here are spiders and bugs. It's dreadfully boring. Eli gazed into the dark expanse of the Forbidden Forest and suddenly felt a sense of relief. Compared to scrubbing floors under Filch's supervision, working with Hagrid in the forest didn't seem too bad. At least it offered a temporary reprieve from Snape's dungeon punishments. Chapter 40. Grouping, Yaya, Draco. The kerosene lamp in the dungeon had been lit for quite some time as Snape sat behind his desk, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface while his gaze flickered toward the door intermittently. Half of the herbs on the table had been organized, yet the boy who was supposed to assist him had not yet appeared. Frowning, Snape felt a vague sense of irritation. Could it be that yesterday's workload had been too burdensome, causing the boy to shirk his duties? Or had he gotten into trouble somewhere in the castle again? It was not until darkness enveloped the sky and Filch's footsteps echoed in the corridor that Snape suddenly recalled overhearing students discussing the nocturnal mischief makers earlier that day. Those imps had been punished with detention. He had completely forgotten. So that's what happened, he muttered, his fingers pausing their rhythmic tapping. The tension in his brow eased slightly, and the inexplicable irritation dissipated. He glanced at the unfinished herbs on the table, then at the empty doorway, ultimately averting his gaze to pick up the quill, yet found himself unable to write a single word. The absence of that clumsy yet earnest figure who diligently organized the herbs rendered the dungeon oddly desolate. Hagrid stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, holding a massive flashlight, and cheerfully addressed the 4. Today's task is quite simple. We will patrol the perimeter of the Forbidden Forest, looking for injured animals and checking for any trespassers. With that, he began to divide the groups. Draco's eyes lit up as he pointed at Yaya at Hagrid's feet, and then turned to Eli, his tone leaving no room for debate. I want her. Along with Eli. Observing this, Harry immediately rushed over to wrap his arms around Eli's, looking up at Hagrid with pleading eyes. I want Eli too. We want to be in the same group as Eli. No can do, Eli sighed, rubbing his forehead, feeling like a prized possession being fought over by both. Hagrid laughed heartily, clapping his hands together. All right, no need to squabble. We'll do it as Malfoy suggested. Eli, Draco, and Yaya will be one group, while Harry and Ron will be the other. Each group will patrol from different directions, and remember not to wander too far. If you encounter any danger, just call for me. Draco cast a smug glance at Harry, bending down to pat Yaya's head. Meanwhile, Harry pouted, reluctantly releasing Eli's arm and leading Ron away in the opposite direction. Eli shook his head helplessly, following Draco and the wagging-tailed Yaya into the shadows at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Although the forest at night was somewhat intimidating, the presence of the boisterous Draco and the docile Yaya rendered it less daunting. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Yaya trotted ahead, tail wagging, while Isla observed Draco's tense profile, who was feigning calmness despite his visible discomfort. Unable to suppress a laugh, Isla exclaimed, Haha, what are you laughing at? Draco snapped, turning to glare at him, his lips curling in annoyance. What is so funny? There are many dangers lurking in the Forbidden Forest. Isla rubbed his sore cheeks, raising an eyebrow as he replied, I was just pondering whether you might cry for your father when confronted by the creatures of the forest. He paused, lowering his voice deliberately. Last time I was here, I even got bitten by a snake, which was far braver than your current anxious demeanor. Draco's face flushed crimson as he pushed Isla playfully. Who is anxious? I'm merely alert to my surroundings. You're the one who would cry for your father. Yaya seemed to sense the playful banter, turning to bark softly before nuzzling Draco's leg with her tail wagging. Draco's expression softened slightly as he bent down to pet Yaya's head, muttering under his breath, if it weren't for Yaya, I wouldn't be teamed up with you. Isla couldn't help but chuckle at Draco's awkwardness. Chapter 41. The Unicorn, Danger, Draco's injury. Moonlight streamed through the branches, suddenly illuminating a clearing where a silvery unicorn lay curled on the ground, its foreleg bleeding and emitting weak whimpers. Just as Isla and Draco moved to approach, a figure in a black cloak emerged slowly from the shadows of the trees, hunched and exuding a chilling aura. Yaya barked furiously at the cloaked figure, but, overcome by its menacing presence, trembled and fled back towards the outer edge of the forbidden forest. Draco's face turned ashen as he clutched Isla's arm tightly, his voice quivering. What is that person? Don't be afraid, Isla urged, gripping Draco's shoulder and lowering his voice. He rummaged in his pocket for the firework signal Hagrid had given him. We should hide and signal Hagrid to come. The two quickly concealed themselves behind a sturdy tree, and Isla discreetly ignited the firework. A brilliant red flame shot into the night sky, standing out starkly against the darkness. They held their breath, peering through the gaps in the foliage. The cloaked figure crouched beside the unicorn, engaged in some unknown act, while the unicorn's mournful cries grew fainter. A strange metallic scent of blood wafting through the air. Draco pressed closely against Isla, palms slick with cold sweat, yet he dared not make a sound. Isla gently patted the back of his hand, signaling him to remain calm, his gaze fixed intently on the cloaked figure, silently praying for Hagrid's swift arrival. Just as the red firework burst in the night sky, the cloaked figure abruptly turned its head, eyes concealed beneath the hood seeming to pierce through the darkness, locking onto the tree where Isla and Draco were hidden. Who is there? The chilling voice echoed as the figure slowly rose and began to approach their hiding spot. Draco trembled in fear, yet instinctively pushed Eli behind him as the figure in the black cloak approached. He clenched his fists tightly, his voice quivering but resolute. Stay back. We've already informed Hagrid. The cloaked figure sneered, raising a hand to unleash a wave of dark energy. Eli's pupils dilated in horror as he attempted to pull Draco away. But it was too late. The dark energy grazed Draco's arm, leaving a deep gash from which blood immediately seeped. Draco! Eli gasped, steadying the staggering Draco. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Draco remained steadfastly in front of Eli, his voice weakened from blood loss yet defiant. I'm fine. Don't come out. He knew he was no match for the cloaked figure, yet his instinct to protect the one behind him prevailed. The dark figure, realizing they were merely two students, displayed a flicker of impatience, ready to strike again when suddenly, Hagrid's distant voice and Fong's barking echoed through the night. With a cold snort, the cloaked figure glanced at the injured Draco and the vigilant Eli before vanishing into the shadows of the forbidden forest. Eli immediately tore a piece from his garment, carefully tending to Draco's wound, his eyes slightly moist. You should have hidden. Why pretend to be brave? Draco turned his face away, avoiding his gaze. Yet a slight smirk betrayed him as he replied, albeit awkwardly. Who is pretending? I just didn't want you to get hurt, you fool. As the cloaked figure disappeared, Eli quickly supported the staggering Draco. Observing the blood seeping from his arm, his brow furrowed tightly. That man exuded an ominous aura. He must be hiding within the school. Eli, Draco. Hagrid's anxious voice called from a distance, accompanied by Fong's frantic barking, as he, Harry, and Ron hurriedly approached. Upon seeing the wound on Draco's arm, Hagrid's expression shifted. Are you all right? Where's that cloaked figure? He ran away, Eli replied, helping Draco take a few steps forward, pointing urgently at the wounded unicorn nearby. Hagrid, we need to save the unicorn. It's gravely injured. Hagrid rushed to the unicorn's side, inspecting its wounds with a grave demeanor. Damn. This injury was inflicted by dark magic. He then turned to Eli and Draco. You two take Draco to the hospital wing. I'll handle this. Harry and Ron quickly moved to support Draco on the other side, gritting his teeth against the pain. Draco couldn't help but glance back at the unicorn and then at Eli, whispering, I'm fine. Just ensure the unicorn's safety. Eli patted his shoulder, his tone resolute. Don't worry. Hagrid will save it. We must tend to your wound. Otherwise, the bleeding won't stop. With that, the four of them assisted Draco as they made their way out of the forbidden forest. Behind them, Hagrid's soothing voice calmed the unicorn, its silvery form appearing particularly fragile in the night. Chapter 42, The Hospital Wing, Malfoy, Cookies. The hospital wing was imbued with a faint herbal aroma as Eli meticulously changed Draco's bandages. Just as Harry and Ron entered, they heard Draco's cold voice. You all need to leave. The two individuals stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. Draco turned his gaze towards Eli, his tone softening slightly. Just let Eli stay with me. Harry immediately grasped his underlying intentions, his eyes widening in indignation. We all faced danger together. And now you wish to monopolize Eli. Ron echoed in agreement. Exactly. We were worried about you, and you dare to send us away. However, Draco merely averted his gaze, disregarding their protests, and urged, hurry up, don't disturb my rest here. Eli, feeling helpless, could only shake his head and allow Harry and Ron to return first, remaining behind to care for Draco. The following morning, the Malfoy couple received word and hastily made their way to Hogwarts. Upon seeing Draco in bed, his arm wrapped in bandages, Narcissa's eyes reddened with concern. while Lucius, his expression dark, approached Hagrid with barely concealed anger. Hagrid, is this how you protect the students? Allowing him to encounter danger in the Forbidden Forest and sustain such severe injuries. Hagrid bowed his head in guilt, about to explain, when Dumbledore approached slowly, raising a hand in a calming gesture, his tone measured. Lucius, this incident is not Hagrid's fault. The unforeseen dangers of the Forbidden Forest are unpredictable. We have increased patrols. And Draco's injuries have been treated properly. He will recover soon. Lucius regarded Dumbledore, still dissatisfied, yet refrained from further protest, ultimately letting out a cold huff before turning to visit Draco in the infirmary. As the door swung open, Lucius, clad in a sharply tailored black suit, entered with a somber demeanor. Eli, noticing his presence, promptly rose from the chair beside the bed, stepping aside respectfully. Mr. Malfoy. Lucius's gaze fell upon Eli, scrutinizing the very individual whom he deemed responsible for his son's reckless act of protection, though irritation brewed within him. The recollection of Narcissa's words from the previous night, revealing that Draco had insisted on shielding Eli, stifled his rebuke. He shot Eli a cold glance, ultimately emitting a subdued acknowledgement before striding towards his son's bedside, his voice still stern, yet betraying a hint of concern. How do you feel? Does the wound still hurt? Eli, sensing the need for space, discreetly stepped back, allowing the father and son a moment together. Draco, initially turned away in discomfort, glanced at his father and, upon hearing the inquiry filled with concern, mumbled softly, "It's nothing. It doesn't hurt at all." Lucius surveyed the thick bandages on his son's arm, his brow furrowing deeper, yet he refrained from questioning Eli further, instead sitting by the bed and quietly advising Draco to take care of his recovery. Eli, standing to the side, exhaled quietly, relieved to find that Mr. Malfoy bore him no ill will. Draco's injuries were not severe, and by the afternoon, he returned to the Slytherin common room to recuperate. Eli, feeling guilty that Draco had been hurt while protecting him, stealthily made his way to the kitchen, intending to bake some cookies as a form of compensation. However, faced with the oven and ingredients, he found himself at a loss, flour scattering everywhere, and the butter failing to whip properly. By chance, Cedric entered the kitchen in search of a snack, and, upon witnessing the scene before him, couldn't help but approach with a smile. "Do you need assistance?" Eli, as if grasping a lifeline, eagerly nodded. Under Cedric's patient guidance, the dough was finally kneaded to perfection, and the cookies were successfully placed in the oven. The baked cookies exuded a delightful aroma of sweet butter, and Eli carefully packed them into a box, his face brimming with anticipation. "They turn out quite well. Who are you giving them to?" Cedric inquired casually, wiping the flour from his hands. "I'm giving them to Draco. He was injured protecting me yesterday," Eli replied while packing. Cedric's gaze faltered momentarily, a twinge of unexpected bitterness stirring within him. He stepped closer, gently grasping Eli's hand as he was about to close the box, and took a cookie from inside, popping it into his mouth with a tender smile playing at the corners of his lips. "All right, I suppose he is fortunate. But next time you bake cookies, could you perhaps save a portion for me as well?" Eli paused for a moment, then responded with a smile, "Of course. Next time, I'll bake twice as many, and we can enjoy them together." As Cedric beheld his radiant smile, the pang of jealousy within him dissipated, and he felt that the cookie in his hand seemed sweeter than usual. Chapter 43, Draco, Partner, Date. The following morning, Eli hurried to the entrance of the Slytherin common room, a box brimming with cookies in hand. Draco reclined on the sofa, the bandages on his arm already loosened, and his complexion had improved significantly. "Here, for you," Eli said, extending the box, a hint of bashfulness causing him to scratch his head. "Thank you for yesterday. These are cookies I baked to make up for it." Draco's ears flushed slightly as he accepted the box, deliberately turning his face away, his tone awkward. "Who asked for your compensation? But since you baked them, I suppose I can reluctantly accept." He opened the box and inhaled the sweet aroma that wafted forth, his lips involuntarily curving upwards, though he quickly suppressed the smile. Eli glanced at the clock on the wall and realized he was running late for class. "I have to go. Class is about to start. Take care of your injury and get well soon. Oh, wait, you're already out of bed, so I mean fully recover." After waving goodbye, he turned and dashed toward the classroom. Draco watched his hurried figure depart, then looked down at the box of cookies in his hand. He gingerly picked up a cookie and took a bite, the crisp texture and subtle buttery flavor sweetening his heart. He smirked, unable to resist grabbing another cookie, the smile on his lips now impossible to conceal. In the Charms classroom, where sunlight poured in just right, Eli had barely settled into his seat when Lisa approached, clutching her textbook, and naturally took the seat beside him. Hermione, observing their seamless note-sharing, couldn't help but tease, "You two are truly inseparable. You always sit together in Charms." Ron raised an eyebrow and chimed in with playful banter, "Jealous, are we? But don't be envious. Eli has plenty of partners. He counted on his fingers. In potions, he's paired with Not. In Charms, he's fixed with Dupin. In Transfiguration with you, Hermione, and Herbology and Astronomy always find him paired with Malfoy." "Oh, And only in History of Magic does he lack a steady partner, because Harry and I are his loyal bodyguards, always occupying the seats beside him. He paused for a moment, abruptly smacking his forehead. I almost forgot about the defense against the dark arts class. However, we all clamored for the back row, huddled together to chat secretly, so I suppose we can be considered a sort of regular duo. As Ron rambled on, Eli listened with a helpless smile. What duo are you talking about? It's merely a matter of convenience since we happen to be together. Lisa, nodding with a smile beside him, casually pushed her meticulously organized notes toward him. Don't mind them. Pay attention to the class. We'll be practicing spells soon. Eli nodded in agreement, focusing on organizing his notes for the spell class. As soon as the bell rang, Lisa leaned over, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she asked, Eli, there's a rumor circulating in the academy that a charming lad from Gryffindor baked cookies for Malfoy from Slytherin. Is it true? Eli was taken aback, surprised that such a trivial matter had spread, and scratched his head awkwardly. Yes, it's true. He got injured while protecting me, and I baked cookies for him as a form of compensation. Lisa covered her mouth, giggling mischievously. I see. So, may I have some cookies too? Or perhaps, you could teach me how to bake them? I would love to try making such delicious cookies. Eli, seeing her eager expression, smiled and nodded. Of course. If you don't mind my mediocre skills, we can head to the kitchen together this afternoon, and I'll teach you. As for the cookies, I'll make an extra batch for you next time I bake. Lisa's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands joyfully. That's wonderful. It's settled then. See you in the kitchen this afternoon. Chapter 44. The kitchen, cookies, and Lisa. My goodness, is this a sweet rendezvous in the kitchen? Ron chimed in, deliberately rolling his eyes, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Then he shifted his gaze, eyes gleaming as he focused on Eli. But I want in on this too. Eli, I want cookies as well. You can't just give them to Malfoy and Lisa. Eli grinned at him. How about we all go to the kitchen together? It'll be lively, and we can bake more. Just as Ron was about to agree, he caught the sharp glare from Lisa, which seemed to say, don't come and be a third wheel. He instantly understood, retracting his enthusiasm. No, I'll just wait to eat the finished product. You two go ahead. I'll refrain from intruding. With that, he winked at Eli and swiftly returned to Harry's side. Observing his discernment, Lisa couldn't help but smirk, turning to Eli with a smile. So, we shall promptly head to the kitchen after class this afternoon. No backing out, okay? Eli smiled and nodded, and the group gathered their books. Walking together toward the Transfiguration classroom, Harry and Hermione, having overheard their earlier conversation, approached them. Eli, you can't bake cookies without us. Harry exclaimed with a grin. We promise not to interrupt your sweet rendezvous with Lisa, but if you're baking alone next time, remember to call me. I mean, just the two of us. Like before, Ron immediately pointed to himself, feigning indignation. Come on, mate, that's rather unfair. Why do you only invite Harry and not me? I want to help too. Hermione rolled her eyes and unreservedly remarked, you know exactly why. Ron, oblivious to his role as the proverbial third wheel, remained entirely unaware, prompting Hermione to forego further explanation. Eli observed the lively trio with a mix of exasperation and amusement. All right. Next time we bake cookies, let us invite everyone. The more, the merrier. And we can experiment with a variety of flavors. Ron's face brightened instantly. Now that's more like it. I want chocolate chip. Harry and Hermione nodded in agreement. And what had initially been a small agreement between Eli and Lisa had, unbeknownst to them, transformed into a collective anticipation. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow into the kitchen as Eli timely pushed open the door, discovering Lisa already there, standing at the counter with a whisk in hand, curiously surveying the ingredients laid out before her. You're here, Lisa exclaimed, turning with a radiant smile. I checked with the house elf and had flour and butter prepared. Isn't that thoughtful? Eli approached, admiring the neatly arranged ingredients, and replied with a smile, very considerate indeed. It saved me quite a bit of trouble. He rolled up his sleeves and picked up a bag of flour. Let us get started. We'll begin by creaming the butter. This step is crucial. Lisa nodded earnestly, positioning herself beside Eli, following his actions closely as she learned step by step. As the whisk spun, the butter gradually became fluffy, filling the air with a delicate scent of cream. The two occasionally exchanged hushed comments about the process, and they shared smiles whenever flour dusted their faces, infusing the kitchen with a growing warmth amidst its usual bustle. The oven chimed, signaling the completion of the first batch of cookies. The golden, crisp treats emanated a rich buttery aroma as Lisa carefully extracted them from the tray, eagerly picking one up and blowing on it to cool. She turned to Eli, who was busy organizing the ingredients, and, standing on her tiptoes, gently offered it to him, her eyes sparkling. Eli, try this. It's the first cookie we've baked together. Let us see if it's a success. Eli was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and lowered his head. Taking a bite, the crisp texture melted in his mouth, revealing a perfectly balanced sweetness along with a hint of creaminess. He nodded, his eyes alight with joy. Delicious. Lisa, you've learned so quickly. This is an impressive first attempt. At the compliment, Lisa felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks, though her lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. She also took a piece to taste, and the sweet flavor spread from her tongue to her heart. More delightful than any cookie she had ever savored, perhaps because it was made with someone she cherished. Watching Eli's focused profile as he carefully packaged the cookies, a soft, tangled warmth blossomed within her. She secretly mused, if only the person I like weren't so dense. If he could just notice the feelings hidden behind my smile a little sooner, wouldn't it be easier? But then she shook her head, thinking that perhaps it was better this way. At least for now, she could use the pretext of baking cookies to remain close to him, sharing in the sweetness of the moment together. What if he truly became more astute, discerning her subtle intentions, yet regarded her merely as a friend? In that moment, would he gradually distance himself due to the ensuing awkwardness? Contemplating this, Lisa gently bit her lip, suppressing the sudden wave of anxiety. She picked up a cookie and offered it to him, restoring her usual radiant smile. Eli, do give this a try. It seems to have baked a bit crispier this time. As long as she could remain by his side like this, even if he continued to be oblivious, it felt inconsequential. Chapter 45, Delivering Cookies, Cedric, and Teasing. Eli had baked 2 large boxes of cookies, initially distributing them among Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and then thoughtfully delivering a plate to the faculty office. Upon entering, he was met with Snape's typically inscrutable expression, which made him feel a tad uneasy. He softly uttered, "Professor, these are my cookies," and to his surprise, Snape responded with a faint acknowledgement and accepted them. Dumbledore's eyes lit up at the sight of the cookies, and he cheerfully remarked, "Eli's baking is quite commendable, though perhaps a tad more sugar could enhance the sweetness for next time." Professor McGonagall gently praised him. "You've crafted these beautifully, and they taste delightful." "Thank you, Eli." Receiving such compliments filled Eli with joy, lightening his steps. Upon returning to the common room, he distributed a package each to Pansy and Theodore, and also shared a bit with Zabani nearby. Draco, noticing this, immediately approached, frowning in discontent. "Why do they all have some? What about me?" Eli rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Are you daft? I specifically delivered a separate box to you this morning, with more than theirs." Draco paused, recalling the box of delectable cookies he had received earlier, his ears subtly flushing red, yet he retorted stubbornly, "Who remembers such trivial details?" Among the Gryffindor students, Eli had shared quite a few cookies, even sending some to senior Ravenclaw student Chiozhang. She smiled as she accepted them, returning the gesture with a pack of fruit candies. "Thank you for the cookies. Here is something sweet for you." Eli felt a warm glow in his heart, appreciating Chiozhang's kindness. Finally, he approached Cedric with the remaining cookies. Cedric raised an eyebrow at the boy offering him cookies, playfully inquiring, "Am I the only one receiving this special treat, or have other friends been included as well?" Eli paused for a moment before smiling and nodding. "Everyone has some. But this portion is reserved just for you. I added extra chocolate chips since I recall this is your favorite flavor." Cedric accepted the cookies, a tender smile gracing his features as he gently ruffled Eli's hair. "Thank you, Eli. That's very thoughtful." As Cedric opened the cookie box, his gaze fell upon 2 small names etched inside the lid. Eli and Cedric, the handwriting youthful yet earnest. He was momentarily taken aback. Then a gentle smile enveloped his face as he softly remarked, "But I must admit, I am quite pleased by this box." Eli, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head. "You noticed? I thought it would hold sentimental value, so I specifically carved it. By the way, this box is the same one you used when you gifted me cookies last time." Cedric picked up the box, gently stroking the name inscribed upon it with his fingertips, warmth blossoming in his heart. He lifted his gaze towards Eli, smiling as he remarked, "Of course, I noticed. This is the most special cookie box I have ever received. I didn't realize you had kept it. I thought you might have discarded it long ago." "Discard it? Never." Eli quickly waved his hand. "The cookies you sent last time were absolutely delicious, and the box is exquisite. I've cherished it all this time. When I baked cookies this time, I thought to engrave our names on it, so that whenever we see the box in the future, we can reminisce about the days we shared cookies together." Cedric gazed into the boy's sincere eyes and couldn't help but ruffle his hair. "Thank you, Eli. This gesture is sweeter than the cookies themselves. I shall treasure this box dearly." As he spoke, he took a cookie and popped it into his mouth, the rich chocolate mingling with heartfelt sentiments, melting on his tongue and sweetening his soul. After parting ways with Cedric in the corridor, Eli clutched the nearly empty cookie box and skipped back to the Gryffindor common room. As he pushed open the door, he spotted Harry, Ron, and Hermione seated around the sofa, whispering amongst themselves. "Hey, what are you all up to?" Eli inquired curiously as he approached them. Ron immediately leaned in, his eyes narrowing mischievously as he focused on the box in Eli's hands. "Did you finish delivering the cookies? I saw that the box for Diggory was particularly full. Come on, confess, did you sneak in some extra goodies? Like perhaps more chocolate chips or bake them to be extra crispy?" Eli chuckled helplessly, swatting Ron's head playfully. "What extra goodies? Everyone's boxes are the same. Cedric just helped me bake, so I added a few more cookies." Hermione rolled her eyes, calling him out. It's obvious you specially engraved Diggory's box with names. We all saw it. Harry nodded in agreement, teasingly chiming in, exactly. Ours are plain boxes. But only Cedric's has a personal touch. Isn't that a bit of favoritism? Eli's cheeks flushed slightly as he hurriedly shifted the topic. All right, enough gossiping. Senior Autumn gifted me a bag of fruit candies. Let us share them. With that, he pulled the candies from his pocket, unwrapped them, and handed them to the three. Ron eagerly snatched one, popping it into his mouth and instantly beaming. Wow, so sweet. At least you haven't forgotten us, ordinary friends. Laughter erupted in the common room. The earlier teasing transforming into a delightful moment of sharing. Chapter 46, Halloween, Hermione, and Conflict. The halls of Hogwarts Castle were alive with the spirit of Halloween. The flickering light of jack-o'-lanterns illuminating the corridors adorned with ghostly decorations and colorful ribbons. Eli, seldom one to dress up, had made an effort this time, donning a deep green wizarding robe embroidered with silver vine motifs. His hair was neatly styled, with wisps elegantly tied back, revealing his smooth forehead. As he stepped out of the dormitory, Ron exaggeratedly whistled, Wow, Eli, you look exceptionally refined today. Are you heading to a ball? Harry nodded with a smile. You certainly stand out more than usual. That shade of green suits you perfectly. Eli, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and remarked, It's a rare occasion for Halloween. I thought I'd dress up a bit. Lisa chimed in, stating that tonight's banquet would feature pumpkin pie and non-alcoholic flaming whiskey, along with performances. Hence the necessity for a splendid attire. Just then, Hermione approached, adorned in a soft lavender dress, her hair cascading in gentle waves. Upon seeing Eli's outfit, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Eli, you look absolutely stunning today. The combination of green and silver exudes a distinct Slytherin charm, yet on you, it radiates an added touch of gentleness. Eli graciously thanked her, and the four of them made their way to the banquet hall. Along the way, they encountered numerous classmates in a variety of costumes, some dressed as ghosts, others as fairies, creating a lively atmosphere. Eli gazed at his jovial friends, filled with anticipation for the evening's Halloween festivities, which promised to be quite delightful. Inside the banquet hall, the music resonated with exuberance, and the glow of the jack-o'-lanterns cast a warm light upon every face. However, before long, Ron stormed through the crowd, his forehead slightly flushed, clearly having just lost his temper. I've had it with Hermione. Does she really need to make a fuss over such trivial matters? No sooner had he spoken than Hermione appeared, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her tone tinged with indignation and hurt. And I've had it with you, Ron. You have no idea how much this affects me. With that, unable to contain herself, she turned and dashed out of the banquet hall. Eli and Harry quickly restrained Ron, who was intent on pursuing her for a heated argument. What on earth happened? Eli inquired. Why did you two suddenly start arguing? Ron, agitated, raked his fingers through his hair, his voice still laced with frustration. She said her dorm mates were gossiping about her, claiming she spends too much time with us and doesn't act like a girl. I told her, let them say what they want. As long as we have a clear conscience, we shouldn't care about others' opinions. Then she exploded, insisting I don't understand her feelings at all. Harry sighed, exasperated. Ron, how could you say that? Hermione is particularly sensitive to others' opinions, especially when it comes to gossip from her dorm. She must be feeling really hurt. Your comment about having a clear conscience likely sounded dismissive to her. Eli nodded in agreement, patting Ron's shoulder. Hermione is undoubtedly feeling quite wronged right now. Your earlier words did come off as rather cavalier. We should find her and sincerely apologize, so she knows we stand by her. Ron paused for a moment, the anger in his expression slowly dissipating, replaced by a hint of remorse. I didn't mean it that way. I just don't think it's necessary to be upset over what others say. Fine, I'll go apologize. Without further ado, he hurried off in the direction where Hermione had fled. Not long after Ron took off, the grand doors of the hall were suddenly flung open, and Professor Quirrell stumbled in, his face pale and hair disheveled, his voice trembling as he shouted, Troll! A troll has broken into the dungeon. Everyone hide. Instantly, chaos erupted in the hall as students gasped and looked around in panic, while the teachers immediately sprang into action to restore order. At this moment, Eli and Harry were hastening in the direction that Ron had taken, eager to find Hermione together. Meanwhile, Draco, who had been savoring a pumpkin pie in a corner, instinctively sought out Eli upon hearing the commotion and hurriedly departed the great hall. The vast hall was engulfed in a chaotic throng, yet none noticed that the familiar figures, often seen together, had already vanished from their midst. Unbeknownst to them, a perilous crisis involving a troll lurked in the basement, as they each ventured in different directions, unwittingly on the brink of being ensnared in this sudden danger. Chapter 47, Search, Troll, Plan. Let us split up to search. It will be quicker this way. Eli decisively stated as he regarded the three diverging corridors before him. Harry and Ron nodded in agreement, each sprinting towards a separate path. As Ron ran, he rubbed his forehead in frustration, muttering to himself, If I had known, I wouldn't have spoken up. If anything happens to Hermione, I'll truly deserve a good thrashing. Eli meticulously scoured the corridor, softly calling out Hermione's name. Upon passing an abandoned lavatory, he faintly discerned the sound of muffled sobs emanating from within. He promptly halted and tentatively called out, "Hermione, are you in there?" The crying ceased momentarily, followed by Hermione's nasal response, "Ah, Eli, I'm here." Eli pushed the door open and indeed found Hermione crouched by the sink, her shoulders trembling slightly, her eyes swollen from tears. He gently approached, squatting beside her and speaking in a particularly tender tone. "All right, it's just the two of us now. No one will disturb us. Shall we have a chat?" Hermione sniffled, lifting her tear-streaked face, choking on her words. "They say I only know how to study, that I don't fit in with you all like a girl, and that I'm a freak." Eli handed her a clean handkerchief, softly reassuring her, "They are merely envious of your brilliance, jealous of the genuine friends you have in us. You are intelligent, courageous, and kind. There's no need to feel disheartened by their petty remarks. Ron, though clumsy with his words, truly worries about you." Receiving the handkerchief, Hermione wiped her tears and, gazing into Eli's sincere eyes, felt her grievances begin to dissipate. Just then, the lavatory door was suddenly flung open, revealing a colossal figure, the troll. It swung its massive arms, emitting a low, guttural roar, and lunged toward them. Eli, quick on his feet, grasped the still-dazed Hermione and pulled her along as they sprinted toward the exit, exclaiming, "Merlin's lace undergarments. Is this really a troll? Is Halloween celebrated with such grand displays?" As they dashed out of the lavatory, they collided with the hurriedly arriving Harry and Ron. "Run, there's a troll." Eli had no time to elaborate, as he urged Hermione forward, prompting Harry and Ron to follow suit. The group fled in a panic, the heavy footsteps and roars of the troll echoing behind them. Just then, Draco ambled leisurely from the opposite end of the corridor, idly toying with his wand. Upon witnessing their frantic demeanor, he was about to unleash a sarcastic remark when he caught sight of the troll looming closely behind. "Ah!" Draco's face turned ashen with fear. "Run, you fools!" Eli, with remarkable quickness, seized his arm and pulled him into the fleeing group. 5 individuals desperately sprinted down the corridor. Bewildered by the sudden emergence of a giant creature during what was supposed to be a joyous Halloween celebration within the castle, the monstrous footsteps thundered behind them, causing the armor in the corridor to rattle ominously. What began as a lively Halloween had swiftly transformed into a perilous ordeal. The creature's roars grew ever closer, its heavy footfalls causing the ground to tremble. Ron, glancing back in panic, shouted, "Running won't suffice. It's relentlessly pursuing us. We must take action." Draco, pale with fright, stammered, "What can we do? Become its Halloween feast? We stand no chance against it." Eli abruptly halted, turning to raise his wand, decisively uttering the incantation, "Obstacles abound." An invisible barrier materialized before the colossal beast, yet it merely bellowed in fury, swinging its massive arm down with tremendous force, shattering the barrier instantly. "This is futile. The spell cannot contain it." In a moment of inspiration, Hermione fixated on the heavy iron chandelier suspended from the corridor's ceiling and declared, "I've got it. We can attempt to knock it unconscious. If we can make that chandelier fall, it might strike the giant." Harry nodded vigorously. "That plan is feasible. Ron, you and I will use the levitation charm to lift the chandelier and then drop it. Eli, you and Draco must distract the giant, luring it directly beneath the chandelier." Though terrified, Draco recognized that retreat was not an option. He clenched his teeth and agreed, "Excellent idea. Hurry, it's closing in." Chapter 48, Cooperation, Points, and Casual Banter. Harry and Ron exchanged a knowing glance, raising their wands simultaneously towards the chandelier, chanting in unison, "Wingardium Leviosa." 2 beams of silvery light entwined around the chandelier, lifting the heavy metal frame slowly, the bulb swaying precariously in the air. "Eli, divert its attention." Eli commanded while tightening his grip on his wand, aiming at the giant's feet, Petrificus Totalis. The spell skimmed past the giant's ankle, failing to strike, but successfully halting its advance as it roared angrily toward the two. Draco hastily raised his wand, trembling as he uttered the disarming charm, but it only served to further infuriate the beast. "Quickly, lure it beneath the chandelier," Hermione urged anxiously. Eli and Draco retreated while persistently casting spells to annoy the giant, deliberately maneuvering back and forth beneath the chandelier. The creature, now thoroughly enraged, lumbered forward, positioning itself directly beneath the chandelier. "Now," Harry shouted, adjusting his wand's aim in unison with Ron, fiercely commanding, "Drop." The suspended chandelier instantaneously lost its magical support, crashing down with a deafening metallic shriek upon the giant's head. With a thunderous impact, the giant let out a muffled groan, its colossal body swaying before it collapsed heavily to the ground, utterly still. The 5 companions exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath. Draco wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice still trembling. "Finally dealt with that? I almost thought it would cost me my life." As the thunderous crash of the troll hitting the ground faded, the 5 of them were left gasping for breath, still sprawled on the floor, when they heard hurried footsteps approaching from the end of the corridor. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Dumbledore rushed in, accompanied by several staff members. Upon seeing the fallen troll and the disheveled group, Professor McGonagall immediately furrowed her brow and asked sternly, "What on earth are you doing here? I informed everyone to stay in the Great Hall and not to wander about. Did you not hear the announcement?" Ron quickly scrambled to his feet. Scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment, We came out looking for Hermione. She ran off during our argument, and we were worried something might have happened to her. We didn't hear the announcement. Besides, we had no idea there would actually be a troll in the castle. Hermione promptly stood up, softly adding, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't thrown a tantrum and run away, none of this would have happened." Dumbledore approached, his gaze sweeping over the troll's body before resting on the 5 students. His tone was gentle, yet carried a note of seriousness. "It is fortunate that you are all unharmed. That is what matters most. However, in the face of danger, you must immediately inform a teacher and refrain from taking matters into your own hands." He paused, looking at Eli and the others. "Your ability to work together to subdue the troll was commendable, but it was also quite reckless. Now, please return to the Great Hall with me. We will handle the aftermath." Professor Snape shot Draco a cold glance, then surveyed Eli and the others without uttering a word, turning instead to assist in dealing with the troll's remains. The 5 exchanged glances, stuck out their tongues playfully, and obediently followed the staff back to the Great Hall. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Ron plopped down on the couch, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, "Oh yeah, Professor McGonagall just awarded each of us 30 points. Gryffindor just gained 120 points. We might actually win the House Cup this year." Harry, seated nearby, chuckled and doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. "Don't celebrate too soon. Slytherin also received points." Draco was awarded 30 points as well. Eli leaned in, patting Ron on the shoulder with a hint of pride. "Mate, have you forgotten? Draco only got 30 points by himself, while we're 4 people, each getting 30 points. That's a total of 120 versus 30. That's quite a difference." Ron suddenly realized, springing up from the couch. "Oh right, how could I forget that? Together, we earn 90 points more than Slytherin. This is fantastic." He excitedly hugged Harry and patted Eli on the back. "Thank goodness we worked together against the troll, otherwise, we wouldn't have scored so many points." Hermione, sitting nearby, watched the thrilled trio, her lips curving into a smile. Although the experience was quite perilous, earning points for the house makes it worthwhile. But let us not be so reckless next time. It was truly dangerous. Got it. Ron waved his hand dismissively, reclining back on the couch with a dreamy expression. "With these 120 points, we'll surely surpass Slytherin and claim the House Cup. We must celebrate properly when that happens." The lounge resonated with laughter and cheer, as the earlier thrill seemed to have been overshadowed by this sudden wave of joy, leaving only an anticipation for the upcoming House Cup. The next morning, the aroma of toasted bread and pumpkin juice wafted through the hall. As Eli took his seat, a warm yellow fluff ball, his owl Leo, fluttered down before him, clutching a letter sealed with wax in its beak and a small cloth pouch dangling from its claws. "Thank you, Leo," Eli said with a smile, gently stroking Leo's soft feathers. He retrieved a leftover biscuit from his pocket and offered it to the owl. Leo happily pecked at it a couple of times, contentedly nuzzling against his fingers. Upon opening the envelope, his mother's familiar handwriting immediately caught his eye, beginning with a series of anxious admonitions. "Eli, I heard there was a troll in the castle. Are you unhurt? It's truly concerning. Although Professor McGonagall says you were very brave, you must keep your distance from danger next time and avoid any further risks." Eli chuckled helplessly, feeling a warmth inside as he recalled yesterday's escapade, muttering softly, "I'm perfectly fine, yet mother still worries so much." As he continued reading, his father's bold script suddenly appeared. "Son, you are indeed a valiant little warrior. It's remarkable that you faced a troll alongside your friends. I am proud of you. But do heed your mother's words and stay safe. When you return for the holidays, I shall take you to Diagon Alley to buy your favorite honeydew sweets." Eli's eyes brightened at his father's praise, a smile creeping onto his face. He then opened the small pouch Leo had brought, revealing a delightful assortment of fruit candies, exactly the kind his mother knew he adored. "What is making you smile so brightly?" Harry inquired, approaching with a tray. Eli raised the letter, grinning. "A letter from my parents. Mother is fretting over me again, while father calls me a warrior. And look, there's a bag of sweets." He extracted a few candies from the pouch, sharing them with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Try these. My mother sent them. They're super sweet." Ron immediately took one, popping it into his mouth and squinting with satisfaction. "Wow, these are delicious. Your mother is so thoughtful, knowing we love candy." The morning light streamed through the windows of the hall, illuminating Eli's smiling face and the small fluffy Leo beside him, creating a warm and healing atmosphere. As Eli shared the candies with Harry and the others, he spotted Theodore leisurely entering the hall, a book in his arms. He waved enthusiastically and called out, "Good morning. Theodore, would you like a candy? My mother sent them. They're incredibly sweet." Theodore paused for a moment, his steps faltering, before making his way over. his gaze fixed on the candy wrapper in Eli's hand. I heard you faced a troll yesterday and defeated it? Ah, to be precise, I only stunned it. Eli corrected with a smile, retrieving an orange-flavored candy from the pouch and gently placing it in Theodore's open palm. It was a team effort with Harry and the others. I cannot claim all the credit. Theodore's fingers brushed against the candy, hesitating briefly before casually curling his fingers to grasp it tightly in his palm. He lowered his gaze to the piece of candy wrapped in orange paper, his voice softened slightly. Regardless, it is quite impressive. Thank you for the candy. Eli observed the rare gentleness upon his countenance and couldn't help but chuckle. You're welcome. If you enjoy it, take a few more. There are strawberry and grape flavors as well. Theodore shook his head, placing the candy into his uniform pocket, responding softly, no need. This one is sufficient. After speaking, he resumed his usual indifferent demeanor and turned to walk towards the Slytherin table, yet the small candy nestled in his pocket secretly carried a hint of sweetness. Draco rushed over like a gust of wind, stopping abruptly in front of Eli, extending his hand without hesitation, his head tilted slightly upwards. His tone laced with the usual playful insistence. Feed me, feed me. Theodore has candy, what about me? Eli glanced at the palm extended towards him and then at Draco's slightly pouted lips, shaking his head in amused exasperation. He selected a blueberry-flavored candy from the cloth bag, unwrapped it, and held it to Draco's mouth. Here, open wide. I knew you would come asking. I saved this just for you. Draco obediently opened his mouth, savoring the sweet flavor that blossomed on his tongue, and he squinted his eyes in satisfaction, a smile creeping onto his lips. You are quite perceptive. But speaking of which, if it weren't for my quick reflexes to attract the troll's attention yesterday, how could you have managed so effortlessly? Yes, Master Draco is the most formidable. Eli played along, handing him 2 more candies. Here, take these. Use them to seal that mouth of yours. Draco accepted the candies, stashing them in his pocket, humming softly but offering no retort. The following days flew by swiftly. The turmoil caused by the trolls in the castle gradually subsided, and everything returned to its usual tranquility. Eli felt that although Professor Snape still often wore a stern expression and warned him that further mischief would lead to detention, their relationship seemed to have subtly improved. At least the professor had not truly punished him since then. That afternoon, as Eli passed by the potions classroom, he noticed Snape bent over, organizing ingredients. With a pocket full of fruit candies sent by his mother, he couldn't resist approaching and quietly inquired, Professor, would you like some candy? Orange flavor, it's quite sweet. Without lifting his head, Snape continued his work, directly ignoring Eli's words. Undeterred, Eli leaned in closer, raising his voice slightly. Professor? Professor Snape. As he spoke, he nearly leaned into Snape's space. Quite noisy. Silence yourself, right? Snape finally lifted his gaze, his cold eyes sweeping over Eli, his tone carrying its habitual severity. Startled by the sudden intensity, Eli fell silent, pouting slightly in a display of grievance. Professor. Observing Eli's demeanor akin to a small creature that had just had its tail stepped on, Snape sighed in resignation, rubbing his forehead, his tone softening a fraction. Do you have a particular fondness for candy? Eli nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling. Yes. Sweet things make me happy. Noted. Snape responded with a curt acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. He turned, picked up the lesson plan from the desk, and strode out of the classroom, leaving Eli standing in place, pondering whether the professor disliked the sweets he had given him. Hagrid has invited us to his hut for tea this evening, Harry exclaimed, brandishing a letter, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Ron immediately sprang up from the sofa, rubbing his hands together with excitement. Really? He never had a tea party at Hagrid's before. I wonder what treats he will prepare. Hermione set her book aside, a smile gracing her face. Hagrid's tea will undoubtedly be quite exceptional. Perhaps he will even serve his homemade honey cakes. The group exchanged eager remarks, all filled with enthusiasm for the upcoming tea gathering. Eli's eyes sparkled as he sprang to his feet. I shall bake some cookies. Everyone said the last batch was delightful. They will make perfect refreshments. He turned to head to the kitchen but paused, recalling something. Would anyone like to help? We could bake several varieties. Chocolate chip, cranberry, and Hagrid's beloved nut-flavored ones. I'll assist you. Hermione volunteered first. I can help mix the batter. Ron quickly chimed in. Count me in. I'll arrange the cookies on the baking tray, ensuring they are neatly placed. Harry nodded with a smile. I'll help too. Many hands make light work, and we'll have them baked in no time. The 4 of them chatted and laughed as they made their way to the kitchen, sunlight streaming through the windows and filling the air with the sweet aroma of cookies in anticipation. The kitchen quickly became a lively hub of activity. Eli was busy creaming the butter, Hermione meticulously measuring flour and sugar, while Harry diligently stirred the chocolate chip batter. Only Ron, who had volunteered to shape the cookie dough, accidentally smeared flour on his nose and nearly knocked over the baking tray. Ron, be careful, Hermione exclaimed, frowning in exasperation as she brushed flour off his shoulder. You're creating a cloud of flour. If we're not careful, we might end up as snowmen before the cookies are even baked. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps you should steer clear of the baking tray and help Eli with the cookie cutters. Otherwise, we might end up with flour clumps instead. Ron, slightly indignant, was about to retort when he noticed Eli approaching with a smile, gently wiping the flour from his face with warm fingertips that bore a hint of milky sweetness. Ron froze, his cheeks flushing crimson as he instinctively recoiled. "Oh, don't touch my face," he protested awkwardly, swatting Eli's hand away and hastily wiping his face, only to smudge the flour further, resembling a little calico cat. Seeing Ron's flustered state, Eli couldn't suppress a laugh. All right, I won't touch it anymore. But you look even cuter like this than the cookies." He then handed Ron a clean cloth. "Quickly wipe your face. Otherwise, when we meet Hagrid, he might think you've been sneaking bites from the flour jar." Ron accepted the cloth, embarrassed, and lowered his head to wipe his face, his ears still tinged with red. Hermione and Harry exchanged glances, stifling laughter as they continued with their tasks. By evening, the four of them, carrying a basket brimming with cookies, made their way to Hagrid's cozy hut, chatting and laughing merrily. As soon as the door creaked open, the rich aroma of tea and the delightful scent of toasted bread wafted from within. "Come in," Hagrid beamed, welcoming them into the cozy little cabin, where a teapot and an array of snacks were already arranged on the table. However, as Eli settled down, he noticed an object the size of a football resting atop a wooden box beside the fireplace. It was a deep brown hue, adorned with scale-like patterns, glimmering faintly in the firelight. "Hagrid, what is that?" Eli couldn't help but point at the object, his curiosity piqued. Hagrid's smile faltered slightly, and he scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Please don't tell anyone else. It's a dragon egg." "A dragon egg?" the four exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. Ron, unable to contain his excitement, leaned in closer, eager to touch it, only to be halted by Hagrid. "Don't touch it. It's still hatching," Hagrid whispered, his tone laden with mystery. "This is an egg from a Norwegian ridgeback. I went to great lengths to acquire it. I'm using magic to maintain its temperature. And perhaps in a few days, a baby dragon will emerge." Hermione frowned, her voice low and cautionary. "Hagrid, raising dragons is against ministry regulations. It's quite perilous." Waving his hand dismissively, Hagrid replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I'll keep it hidden. Once the little dragon hatches, I'll take good care of it. It won't harm anyone." Eli gazed at the dragon egg, resting quietly in the wooden box, filled with both amazement and curiosity. He leaned closer, feeling the faint warmth emanating from the shell, as if life was slowly stirring within. "So Hagrid has been secretly caring for a dragon egg," Harry murmured, his eyes alight with wonder. Hagrid poured them tea and picked up a biscuit Eli had baked. "Here, try your biscuits. Don't just gawk at the dragon egg. This is our little secret, so let us keep it under wraps." The four nodded in agreement, nibbling on their biscuits and sipping tea, while surreptitiously stealing glances at the dragon egg, their hearts brimming with excitement and curiosity. They had not anticipated such an extraordinary discovery during this tea gathering. "Apologies. I promise to set a timer next time. I don't have my phone at school, so I can only post once I return. I will definitely set it for 9 o'clock tomorrow, and there will be 3 chapters as usual, with an extra one today." Chapter 51, The Dragon Egg, Discussion, Anticipation. The following day, during their break, the four gathered on the lawn outside the castle, still buzzing with excitement over Hagrid's dragon egg. Ron animatedly gestured. "Did you see the patterns on that eggshell? It must be an incredibly cool dragon. When it hatches, it might even be bigger than a Quidditch ball." "Keep your voice down." Hermione quickly tugged at his sleeve, glancing around nervously. Hagrid had insisted on secrecy, and if word got out, it would spell trouble. Eli nodded in agreement, about to speak when a familiar voice interjected from behind, laced with curiosity and intrigue. "A dragon egg? What dragon egg?" The four turned abruptly to find Draco standing not far away, arms crossed and eyebrows raised, having clearly overheard their conversation. Pansy and Zabini trailed behind him, their interest piqued. In an instant, Ron felt a wave of panic, instinctively covering his mouth, only to be seen through by Draco. "Were you just discussing that Hagrid has a dragon egg? Is that true?" A jolt ran through Eli's heart, realizing the truth could no longer be concealed. He stepped forward, lowering his voice. "Don't spread the word. Hagrid is secretly raising it, and this matter must remain unknown to others, especially the professors and the Ministry of Magic." Draco raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. "I never imagined Hagrid would be so audacious as to raise a dragon. However, rest assured, I have no interest in being a snitch." He paused, his gaze fixed on Eli. "Yet, such a significant secret, and you did not share it with me?" "We only found out yesterday, and were planning to tell you when the opportunity arose," Eli quickly explained, pulling a piece of candy from his pocket and offering it to him. "Don't be angry. This is a caramel flavor my mother just sent for you." Draco accepted the candy, unwrapping it and popping it into his mouth. The sweet flavor softened his tone. "You have some sense. But when the dragon hatches, you must take me to see it." "Absolutely." Eli nodded eagerly. As long as Draco kept the secret, taking him along was no issue. Hermione observed their interaction. shaking her head in exasperation, and whispered a reminder. Even if you take him, it must remain confidential. No one else can know. Draco gave a light snort, indicating his agreement. The sunlight bathed the lawn, and the group gathered together, sharing this secret, the atmosphere returning to its usual lightheartedness. However, I think it would be best to send the little dragon away once it hatches, Ron remarked thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Hagrid's place is too perilous. If the Ministry discovers it, not only will the dragon be taken away, but Hagrid will also be in trouble. Surprisingly, Draco did not counter this time. Instead, he nodded, his tone unusually serious. You have a point. Remaining here will inevitably lead to exposure. The Norwegian Ridgeback is highly aggressive, and Hagrid cannot control what it becomes as it grows. Ron's eyes brightened, and he leaned in excitedly, proposing, let us send it to my home. My brother Charlie is studying dragons in Romania. He will surely know how to care for the little one. Besides, there are dragons everywhere there, so it won't be lonely. Upon hearing this, Eli's eyes lit up. What a splendid idea. Senior Charlie is both professional and reliable. Entrusting the little dragon to him would be certainly safe. Hermione nodded in agreement. Indeed, the sanctuary in Romania is the most suitable place, safe and compliant with regulations. Once the dragon hatches, we will find a way to contact Senior Charlie. Draco raised an eyebrow. Though he found Ron's suggestion somewhat plausible, he couldn't help but retort. Your brother? I hope he doesn't treat the little dragon as a mere experiment. Nonetheless, it's better than leaving it with Hagrid. Ron shot him a glare. My brother is an expert. Much more dependable than you. Eli quickly intervened. All right. Let us keep this under wraps for now. Once the dragon hatches, we can discuss how to reach out to Senior Charlie. Above all, we must ensure the little dragon safely reaches a suitable place. The group reached a consensus, their initial concerns alleviated, and the atmosphere became significantly more relaxed. The sunlight cascaded upon the verdant lawn as they engaged in discussions about their forthcoming plans, eagerly anticipating the day the dragon would hatch. Their hearts a blend of anxiety and excitement. Chapter 52. The Dragon, Confusion, and the Magic Stone. As night deepened, the warm glow emanating from Hagrid's quaint wooden hut beckoned. Eli and his companions stealthily approached, and upon reaching the threshold, they heard the faint sound of cracking shells from within. The dragon was about to be born. Pushing the door open, they beheld Hagrid crouched beside a wooden crate, his gaze fixated with both tension and anticipation on the dragon egg. The intricate patterns on the shell were beginning to split, revealing a faint sound of dragon murmurs from within. They tiptoed closer, eyes glued to the spectacle. Soon, the shell completely shattered, and a palm-sized dragon emerged, its scales shimmering with a delicate bronze hue, its tiny wings fluttering as it emitted a tender cry. Hagrid cautiously extended his hand, and the dragon immediately nestled into his palm, nuzzling affectionately. It is truly adorable, Eli whispered, his eyes brimming with tenderness. At that moment, Ron gently tugged at Hagrid's sleeve, softly inquiring, Hagrid, have you thought about what we discussed earlier? Once the dragon grows a bit more, we can send it to the sanctuary in Romania. Charlie will take good care of it. Hagrid paused, glancing down at the little dragon in his hand, his eyes gradually welling with tears. After a prolonged silence, his voice trembled. I understand that this is not where it belongs. For its sake, and to spare you all from any burden, I agree. As he spoke, he tenderly stroked the dragon's scales, tears trickling down his cheeks. It's just so hard to part with it. Watching it hatch feels like witnessing the birth of my own child. Hermione stepped forward, softly reassuring him. Hagrid, we feel the same way, but there is a more suitable environment for it there. Charlie will care for it well. In the future, we can visit. Eli nodded in agreement. Indeed, Hagrid, this is the best choice for the little dragon. We will help you ensure its safe passage. Hagrid wiped his tears, nodding resolutely as he cradled the dragon close. All right, I trust your judgment. As long as it thrives, I will be content. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Hagrid's tearful eyes, and the tiny dragon nestled in his embrace. Though filled with reluctance, they all recognized that this was indeed the wisest decision for the dragon's future. The day after the dragon was sent away, the group returned to Hagrid's wooden hut. Observing the vacant crate, Hagrid appeared somewhat despondent, silently polishing a scale left behind by the young dragon. Eli offered him a freshly baked biscuit, gently asking, Hagrid, now that the dragon is safe, may we finally inquire how you came to possess that egg? Hagrid accepted the biscuit, took a bite, and after a moment of contemplation, began to recount. I acquired it at the Hogsmeade Tavern, from a stranger. He wore a black cloak, obscuring his face, and merely stated that this was an egg of the Norwegian Ridgeback. He was willing to sell it to me if I would divulge a certain piece of information. A stranger? Harry furrowed his brow. Did he mention why he was selling the dragon egg? Hagrid shook his head. No, he spoke little, and after delivering the information, he hurried away. At that time, I was entirely focused on raising a dragon, and without much thought, I brought one home. In retrospect, he might have been fully aware that dragon rearing was illegal and intentionally gave me the egg. Hermione pondered thoughtfully, suggesting, perhaps he did it on purpose to create trouble for you. After all, dragon eggs are so rare that an ordinary person could hardly obtain one. Ron nodded in agreement, adding, "Fortunately, we managed to send the little dragon away in time. Otherwise, it would have caused you significant trouble." Hagrid sighed, stroking the wooden box. "It's all my fault for being so impulsive. Thankfully, you all helped me. Otherwise, both the dragon and I would have been in dire straits. I shall never act so foolishly again." Eli patted his shoulder, offering comfort. "Do not be too hard on yourself. You genuinely cared for the little dragon. Now it is safe in the sanctuary, and we can visit it in the future." Hagrid lifted his head, his eyes sparkling once more. "Yes. Once the holidays arrive, we shall travel to Romania to see it. I am certain Charlie will take excellent care of it." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Oh dear, I must hurry to find Professor Dumbledore." Slapping his thigh, Hagrid's expression shifted, urgency lacing his tone. "That stranger asked me how to put the three-headed dog to sleep, and I told him it required music." "Oh no, it's about the Philosopher's Stone." "What Philosopher's Stone?" Eli's eyes widened in shock as he exchanged glances with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Was the Philosopher's Stone hidden beneath the trapdoor? Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, Hagrid waved his hands dismissively, avoiding their gaze. "It's nothing, nothing at all. You children shouldn't concern yourselves with such matters." With that, he grabbed his coat and rushed out, nearly colliding with the doorframe in his haste. Once Hagrid departed, the small room fell into a profound silence. Eli broke the stillness, his expression resolute. "We must find a time to explore the room beneath that trapdoor and uncover the truth. That stranger's inquiry about the three-headed dog must surely relate to the Philosopher's Stone. He might even be plotting to steal it." Harry nodded immediately, determination evident in his eyes. "I want to go too. We cannot allow any nefarious individuals to succeed." Hermione furrowed her brow, hesitating slightly. "But this is exceedingly dangerous. What if a professor discovers us? What are you worried about? We faced a troll last time." Draco interjected, smirking with feigned indifference. "Are we going to have another nighttime adventure? Count me in. I want to see who dares to covet the Philosopher's Stone." Ron rolled his eyes dramatically, retorting, "Cowardly Malfoy. You were quaking in your boots last time we encountered the troll. Now, you suddenly want to join? Just don't hide behind us if trouble arises. Who are you calling a coward?" Draco shot back, glaring. "I am far braver than you. If it weren't for me drawing the troll's attention, would you have managed so easily?" Eli quickly intervened. "All right, enough bickering. If we are going, let us go together. There is safety in numbers. We should devise a solid plan and act tonight." Hermione contemplated for a moment, then suggested, "First, let us gather information regarding the Philosopher's Stone." Chapter 53, The Library, Theodore. Unapologetic. In the corner of the library, sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, illuminating Hermione, who was immersed in a thick ancient tome, her fingers gliding swiftly across the pages. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization as she softly read aloud. The Philosopher's Stone was created by Nicholas Flamel, an alchemist who has lived for over 600 years. Immediately, Eli leaned in, curiosity piqued. "How did you find that out, Hermione? That's impressive." Hermione turned to him, a faint smile gracing her lips. "It's quite simple. Ever since I heard about the Philosopher's Stone from Hagrid, I have been intrigued and researched extensively. Following the clues, I was able to discover its creator." "You're amazing, Hermione," Harry exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration, but then he furrowed his brow, perplexed. "But what good is this information? How does it relate to the person trying to steal the stone?" Hermione frowned, deep in thought. "I've heard that the Philosopher's Stone not only has the power to turn stone into gold, but can also concoct the elixir of life. If someone truly intends to steal it, it might be for the sake of immortality. Perhaps Voldemort?" Ron scoffed, leaning back in his chair. "Immortality, huh? Who wouldn't want that? With it, one could live forever, free from the fear of death." Yet Eli shook his head, his expression earnest. "I wouldn't want that. Living so long, watching everyone around you depart, leaving you alone in this world, just thinking about it feels exhausting. Rather than pursuing immortality, it is far more meaningful to cherish the present and spend each day with those you love." Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. Ron scratched his head. "That does make some sense. However, regardless, we must first prevent that person from stealing the Philosopher's Stone. It cannot fall into the hands of villains." The group ceased their idle chatter and returned to the ancient book, seeking more information about Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone, hoping to find a way to thwart the thief. As they deliberated, Theodore passed by, carrying a stack of books. His gaze brushed over them before settling on Eli, and he softly inquired, "Shall we go over there?" He gestured toward an empty spot by the window, where the sunlight was more abundant and the atmosphere quieter. Ron immediately furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable annoyance at Theodore's obvious attempt to lure Eli away. He set down his book, his tone laced with hostility. "Hey, not. What do you think you're doing? We're fine here, no need for you to meddle." Inviting him, Theodore replied calmly, not sparing Ron a glance, his focus still on Eli as if merely stating a mundane fact. Ron's irritation boiled over at Theodore's nonchalant demeanor, and he jumped to his feet. "If you have the nerve to invite him, then come sit with us." To Ron's surprise, Theodore nodded without hesitation, moved directly to Eli's side. pulled out the chair next to him, and sat down decisively, offering a slight nod to Eli. Thank you. He then turned to face the utterly stunned Ron, his expression devoid of any reaction, as if Ron's earlier anger were nothing more than air. Ron was livid, grabbing Harry beside him and whispering frantically, Harry, did you see that? How could there be such shameless individuals? When I suggested he join us, he actually sat down. Harry stifled a laugh, gesturing towards Ron, and teasingly whispered to Eli and Hermione, in terms of shamelessness, I believe, Ron, you truly deserve the top spot. Hermione also set her book aside and added, indeed, when you snatched my snacks last time, you were far more brazen than Mr. Knott. Ron was momentarily at a loss for words, his mouth opening in a futile attempt to retort, and he could only glare indignantly at Theodore. Meanwhile, Theodore seemed oblivious to his ire, having already opened his book and occasionally leaning towards Eli to quietly discuss the content, which nearly drove Ron to break the quill he held. Chapter 54, Dating, Gryffindor, Gossip. The library was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of pages turning. Suddenly, Theodore turned his head, his gaze settling on Eli's face, and softly inquired, Do you have a moment? Eli set down his quill, looking up in confusion. I should have some time. What is up? No sooner had he spoken than Theodore leaned in slightly, his warm breath brushing against Eli's ear, his voice low and earnest. Could you keep me company? The unexpected intimacy caused Eli's ears to redden instantly. He sprang to his feet, flustered. Let's talk outside. Theodore tilted his head, a flicker of barely perceptible confusion crossing his features, yet he obediently stood and followed Eli out of the library, arriving at the corner of the corridor. What are you actually saying, Theodore? Eli turned to face him, a hint of urgency in his tone. Such words can easily be misinterpreted. What I said is genuine. Theodore replied, his gaze calm yet undeniably serious as he looked directly at Eli. I want a date. Date? What date? Eli was utterly bewildered, staring at him in confusion. Theodore pursed his lips, his tone remaining steady but tinged with an unnoticeable hint of grievance. Last time you were in the Forbidden Forest with Malfoy. And in the kitchen with that Ravenclaw. Why can't you be with me? Eli was nearly driven to laughter by his frustration, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. If you think that going into the Forbidden Forest to find unicorns with Draco or baking cookies with classmates in the kitchen counts as a date, what do you want from me? Theodore fell silent, opening his mouth yet unable to articulate his thoughts. He hadn't actually considered what a date would entail. Simply not wanting to see Eli alone with someone else. Observing his rare display of uncertainty, Eli's heart softened, and he sighed in resignation. All right, you win. We can read together in the library, quietly. That's the only suitable date idea I could come up with for you. Upon hearing this, Theodore's eyes brightened slightly, and he nodded eagerly, his tone regaining its calm yet tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. Okay. Eli couldn't help but chuckle at his expression. Reaching out to ruffle his hair, let us go, back to reading, or Hermione will start hounding us. Theodore did not shy away, allowing Eli to tousle his hair, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he followed him back to the library. As the two walked side by side back to the library, they were met with 3 pairs of inquisitive eyes upon entering. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were staring at them, their gazes filled with curiosity about what they had been discussing. Ron was the first to set down his book, raising an eyebrow in jest. Oh, you finally decided to return? What were you two whispering about outside for so long? Eli's cheeks flushed slightly as he hurriedly pulled out a chair and sat down, feigning composure while picking up a book. Oh, it was nothing, just discussing our study plans. Hermione adjusted her glasses, her gaze flitting between Eli's reddening ears and Theodore's subtly smirking lips, a knowing smile creeping onto her face. Yet, she refrained from pressing further and softly urged, let us get back to our reading. We still need to investigate the connection between Nicodemus and the Philosopher's Stone. Time is of the essence. Harry chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to pry any further as he redirected his attention to his book. Only Ron remained unconvinced, leaning closer to Eli and whispering, Are you sure there's nothing going on? I can't shake the feeling that Knott has been looking at you strangely. Eli irritably swatted Ron's head. What are you thinking? Focus on your studies. If you keep talking, I'll tell Hermione that you sneak snacks during class. Ron immediately fell silent, sulking back into his seat. Theodore then joined Eli at the table, opening his previous book. Occasionally, he would lean over to quietly discuss its contents with Eli. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the two in a warm glow, creating a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere that made Ron roll his eyes in exasperation, though he refrained from disturbing them further. In the Gryffindor common room, the fire crackled cheerfully, creating a warm and lively ambience. Hermione scanned the room, ensuring Eli was absent before pulling Harry, Ron, and even summoning Seamus and Neville to huddle in a corner of the sofa, their expressions conspiratorial and serious. I have serious suspicions that those two are in love, Hermione whispered, her tone resolute as she emphasized the word love. Harry looked bewildered, scratching his head. Who are you talking about? Ron leaned in, curiosity piqued. Yeah, Hermione. What have you discovered? Is it Eli and? It's Eli and that's Slytherin. Theodore not. Hermione exclaimed urgently, her eyes reflecting a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Haven't you noticed? Recently, Theodore has been seeking out Eli. Just the other day in the library, he specifically invited Eli out, and when they returned, Eli's ears were practically glowing. Plus, the way Theodore looks at Eli is anything but ordinary. Seamus's eyes lit up as he leaned closer. Is that true? Eli and a Slytherin? That's incredible. Neville chimed in quietly. I think I saw them walking together in the corridor last time. Theodore even helped Eli pick up a book he dropped, and he was so gentle about it. Ron furrowed his brow, skepticism evident. No way. Not as usually so cold. How could he be with Eli? They're from different houses. It just doesn't add up. Hermione shook her head in resignation. What does love have to do with house affiliations? Think about it. When has Theodore ever actively sought out anyone before? Only towards Eli does he actively engage in conversation, inviting him to read together. Moreover, when Eli's mother sent candies last time, Theodore, though silent, meticulously accepted them. Isn't that a sign of concern? Harry pondered, stroking his chin. It seems there might be some truth to that. Last time on the lawn, not even waited specifically for Eli to attend class together. The group exchanged banter, growing increasingly convinced of their speculation, filling the common room with a palpable atmosphere of gossip. Only Ron stubbornly countered, feeling a strange unease. How had he failed to notice Not's interest in Eli? Chapter 55, Affection, Chit-Chat, the Common Room. However, I find the likelihood rather slim. Harry furrowed his brow and retorted earnestly. If that's what you consider a relationship, then Eli often crawls into my bed at night to sleep with me. Wouldn't that imply that I too? Ron immediately nodded in agreement, emphatically adding, exactly. He absolutely loves invading others' beds. The last time I stayed up late, he wrapped himself in a blanket and squeezed in beside me. By your logic, does that mean I count too? Neville, sitting nearby, timidly raised his hand, his voice barely audible. But I've never had such an experience. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, then simultaneously raised their hands, with Harry stifling a laugh as he explained, it's because you sleep so soundly. Last time, Eli intended to climb into your bed, but you were completely unresponsive, so he found it uninteresting and came to sleep with me instead. Ron quickly nodded in affirmation, adding, exactly. Once, I got up in the middle of the night and saw him trying to nudge your arm aside to squeeze in. But you just rolled over and continued sleeping, so he had to give up. Hermione, taken aback, gaped in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. What she had thought was evidence of romance turned out to be merely Eli's sleeping habits. Seamus and Neville couldn't help but chuckle, and the common room's gossipy atmosphere was instantly lightened by this unexpected revelation, leaving only the sound of playful laughter. Well, perhaps I overthought it. Hermione shook her head in resignation, bemused yet curious, thinking she should observe further. What if there really was something different? Ron scoffed dismissively, stating, I think Eli simply enjoys being clingy. He's like that with everyone. Not is definitely reading too much into it. Despite his words, he secretly sighed in relief that it wasn't a romance. Otherwise, Not would certainly be a rival. However, we must remain vigilant. Ron suddenly straightened up, his tone turning serious. That Ravenclaw fellow, I'm certain he has feelings for Eli, and we cannot allow that. Eli is one of ours in Gryffindor. What Gryffindor? A teasing voice interrupted Ron's discourse. The group turned to see George and Fred leaning against the doorframe, holding several prank items, grinning mischievously. My dear little brother. What secret are you whispering about? George approached, ruffling Ron's hair with a teasing tone. Fred leaned in with a raised eyebrow and a smile, remarking, It seems young Ronnie has grown up and possesses his own little secrets, discussing matters behind our backs. Do share, which Ravenclaw dares to compete for our attention. Ron's face flushed crimson as he hastily swatted George's hand away, protesting, What do you mean competing? I simply believe that Eli shouldn't be taken away by students from other houses. He belongs to our Gryffindor. Oh, Eli? George and Fred exchanged a knowing glance, their amusement intensifying. George, feigning curiosity, leaned closer and lowered his voice. Is there someone vying for Eli's friendship, perhaps to make our little Ronnie envious? Absolutely not. Ron quickly refuted, though his words grew increasingly unconvincing. I just believe Eli is our friend, and naturally, he should stand with Gryffindor. Hermione, observing Ron's flustered state, could not suppress her laughter. All right, George, Fred, cease your teasing of Ron. We are merely discussing Eli's friends. Fred raised an eyebrow, grinning. Discussing friends? I sense it is more than that. However, since it pertains to Eli, we must pay close attention. For Eli is indeed the darling of our Gryffindor and must not be easily taken away. As he spoke, he and George settled onto the couch, adopting an eager listening posture, which only added to Ron's embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Seymour suddenly chimed in, lowering his voice to join the conversation. You speak only of Ravenclaw and Slytherin, yet haven't you noticed how Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff treats Eli quite well? Almost excessively so. Diggory? Ron furrowed his brow, recalling that he was among the top students in their year. But he hasn't had much interaction with Eli, has he? Of course he has. Seymour promptly countered. Just the other day after Quidditch practice, I witnessed Diggory deliberately stop Eli, offering him a bag of cookies he claimed to have baked himself. And he even asked Eli if he enjoyed that flavor. Do you think an ordinary friend would go out of their way to bake cookies for someone? Hermione, thoughtfully adjusting her glasses, remarked, Cedric Diggory is indeed a gentle soul, but he is polite to everyone. However, giving homemade cookies to Eli does appear somewhat unusual. Harry nodded in agreement, adding, I also saw it in the library last time. Diggory proactively assisted Eli in finding a rather elusive reference book and patiently explained its contents to him with remarkable kindness. Ron grew increasingly anxious, abruptly slapping the couch. What does this mean? Now it's not just Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Even Hufflepuff is getting involved? Why is Eli so popular? We must keep a close watch on him. He cannot be taken away by students from other houses. He is ours, a Gryffindor. George and Fred exchanged amused glances, unable to contain their laughter. George patted Ron on the shoulder, teasing, it seems our little Ronnie truly considers Eli as his own possession. Yet, given Eli's charm, it is only natural for him to be well-liked. Fred concurred. Indeed, who knows, in a few days, even Malfoy from Slytherin might join the fray for Eli's attention. That fellow would never. Ron immediately countered, but as soon as he spoke, memories of Draco frequently asking Eli for sweets and their nighttime escapades resurfaced, leaving him uncertain as he murmured, it shouldn't be, right? The discussion in the common room grew increasingly animated. Everyone chimed in, concerned about Eli's popularity. Only Hermione shook her head in exasperation, thinking the boys were behaving like protective guardians. Yet, deep down, she couldn't help but feel that Eli's warmth was indeed the reason for his widespread affection. Chapter 56, Lisa, Cedric, and Affection. Eli, clutching a mound of freshly acquired snacks from the kitchen, sauntered into the common room, curious to see the group huddled together. He approached, inquiring, Are you all holding a little meeting? What is this talk of affection and biscuits, so lively? Seeing this, George wasted no time and, with a grin, asked directly, Is it true that Ravenclaw's Dupin and our Hufflepuff's dear Diggory both have a fondness for you? Eli paused, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a resigned smile. Replying, Lisa, she's merely a close friend. Why do you all insist on saying that? We often study together in the library. And she has helped me with history of magic. We are just good friends. And what about Diggory? Harry interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. Seymour mentioned, he personally delivered homemade biscuits to you. Eli hesitated, Cedric's gentle smile flashing in his mind, and then his eyes sparkled with sincerity as he said, Diggory is my favorite senior. He playfully ruffled Harry's hair, opting not to elaborate further. In truth, even Eli was unsure whether his admiration for Cedric stemmed from a reverence for an exceptional senior or something else entirely. Every time he witnessed Cedric's warm demeanor and heard his patient guidance, a sense of comfort enveloped him. Ron, noticing Eli's reticence, leaned in with a wary expression. Your favorite senior? Does that mean your feelings for him differ from those for us? Eli, unable to suppress a laugh at Ron's anxious demeanor, playfully flicked his forehead. Of course it's different. You all are my best friends, while the seniors are remarkable mentors. Now, enough of the speculation. Help yourselves to the snacks I just brought from the kitchen. They're still warm. With that, Eli placed the treats on the table, prompting the group to momentarily set aside their gossip and eagerly reach for the goodies. Only Ron continued to mutter softly, secretly resolving to keep a closer eye on Eli, vowing not to let anyone from other houses steal him away. The afternoon sun cast a gentle glow over the observatory, with a soft breeze carrying a hint of coolness. Eli, feeling rather idle, leaned against the railing, allowing the wind to caress him as he gazed down at the castle of Hogwarts and the forbidden forest in the distance, his spirits soaring. Suddenly, he heard gentle footsteps behind him, steady and soothing. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to see Cedric and greeted him with a smile. Cedric? What brings you here? Cedric held an astronomy textbook in his hands as he approached, following his gaze into the distance. With a gentle tone, he remarked, I just finished Quidditch practice and thought I'd enjoy the tranquility of the observatory while perusing this book. I didn't expect to encounter you here. Are you enjoying the breeze? Yes, it's a bit dull, so I came here to get some fresh air, Eli replied. He noticed the fine sheen of sweat on Cedric's forehead and handed him a handkerchief. You must be exhausted from practice. Wipe your sweat. Cedric accepted the handkerchief with a smile, expressing his gratitude as he dabbed at his forehead. I'm all right, just accustomed to it. By the way, did you enjoy the cookies I gave you last time? My mother taught me the recipe and mentioned that sweeter treats can uplift one's spirits. I love them. Eli's eyes brightened with sincerity. They were fantastic, and I even shared some with Harry and the others. They all asked me where I bought them. Hearing this, Cedric's smile deepened, the sunlight casting a gentle glow upon him. I'm glad you like them. Next time, I'll bake you a different flavor. The two stood side by side at the railing, a gentle breeze carrying the faint scent of grass. Remembering the ridiculous questions Harry and the others had posed in the common room earlier, Eli suddenly felt a thought bubble up. After hesitating for a few seconds, he turned to Cedric and asked softly, Cedric, may I ask you a question? Cedric turned to him with a kind expression, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Of course, Eli. What would you like to know? Eli clenched his shirt hem, summoning his courage to inquire. Do you have someone you like? As soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted the abruptness of his question. Cedric appeared momentarily taken aback, but a gentle smile soon flickered in his eyes. He looked down at the boy before him, his gaze earnest and focused. Indeed, I have someone I particularly cherish. Eli's heart raced, only to be followed by a wave of disappointment. He lowered his head and replied softly, Oh, I see. The realization that his senior already had someone special made his previous feelings seem somewhat unnecessary. Cedric observed Eli's slightly drooping demeanor, his smile growing more pronounced. He refrained from saying much more, instead reaching out to gently tousle Eli's hair, his tone warm. What prompted such a sudden question? Eli shook his head, quickly shifting the topic. It's nothing, really. I just heard Harry and the others talking about it at noon and became curious. By the way, Senior, since you're so proficient in astronomy, could you help me understand this star map? I can never decipher it. Cedric followed his lead, bending down to examine the star map in Eli's hands, patiently explaining its intricacies. Chapter 57, Invitations, Embraces, and Lazy Mornings. As night enveloped the Gryffindor common room, tranquility descended. Eli had just finished his shower, towel drying his damp hair as he walked to the center of the dormitory. Observing the three sprawled on the beds, he exaggeratedly sighed. Who shall I lavish attention upon today? What a conundrum. Ron, lying on his bed, lethargically glanced at him before quickly averting his gaze. He certainly did not want to be jostled off the bed by Eli in the middle of the night. Eli's gaze swept over Ron before finally landing on Harry. Harry blinked and smiled, asking, Shall we sleep together again tonight? Nearby, Neville poked his head in, confused, but it's getting hotter. Won't it be uncomfortable for two of us to squeeze together? Despite the warmth, he adored the feeling of holding someone while sleeping. Harry chuckled indulgently, accustomed to Eli's clingy nature. Eli's eyes lit up as he tossed aside his towel and leaped onto Harry's bed, wrapping his arms around Harry's. Harry, you truly are the best. You understand me so well. Harry patted his hand with a smile. Settle down. No more fooling around. We have class tomorrow. Ron, observing their closeness, couldn't help but roll his eyes and mutter, Honestly, it's hopeless. You always choose Harry. Am I really that unpopular? Eli poked his head out from Harry's embrace and made a face at Ron. Well, it's your fault for being such a restless sleeper last time. You nearly kicked me off. Harry is the most well-behaved. Cuddling with him is the most comfortable. Neville chimed in. Actually, if Eli doesn't mind, I could join you both. I'm a very quiet sleeper. Eli waved his hand dismissively. Next time. But for now, I'm sticking with Harry. He snuggled closer to Harry, comfortably closing his eyes. As night deepened, the dormitory was filled only with the sound of steady breathing. Just as Eli was dozing off, he felt a gentle touch at his waist, Harry's hand, softly caressing him. What's that? Eli murmured lazily, still half asleep. Harry remained silent, simply adjusting the blanket around Eli and speaking softly, It's a bit chilly. Hearing this, Eli nestled closer to Harry's arm, rubbing his head against Harry's shoulder. Should I hold on tighter? Or perhaps we should use 2 blankets. As soon as he finished speaking, Harry leaned slightly forward, tightening his embrace and securing Eli firmly against him, resting his chin on the top of Eli's head. Is this better? Being held tightly, Eli felt a bit stifled. His cheek pressed against Harry's warm chest, where he could hear the steady rhythm of Harry's heartbeat. However, he was too tired to move. Merely nuzzling against Harry and finding the most comfortable position, curling up like a clingy kitten, soon drifting back into a deep slumber. Harry gazed down at the sleeping figure in his arms, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he tightened his embrace a little more. With the sounds of their synchronized breathing, he too gradually fell into a peaceful dream. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! The sun is already high. Ron exclaimed as he flung back the covers from Harry and Eli, his tone impatient. The moment the blanket was lifted, their intimate sleeping position was revealed. Eli's shirt had ridden up, exposing a small patch of his fair abdomen, one leg carelessly draped over Harry's waist, resembling a sloth clinging to Harry. Oh, don't be noisy. Eli mumbled sleepily, not waking but instead burrowing further into Harry's embrace, his head rubbing against Harry's chest, clearly still yearning for more sleep. Harry gently grasped Eli's head, preventing him from moving and catching a chill. He looked up at Ron, his emerald eyes twinkling with mirth yet tinged with a hint of pleading. Just a little longer, we'll come find you soon. Ron, observing the affectionate display between the two, rolled his eyes in exasperation and turned to pull the still drowsy Neville beside him. All right, since it's a day off anyway. I had planned to invite you both to watch Gryffindor's Quidditch practice, but if you're going to sleep, we'll head out first. Neville, rubbing his eyes, murmured, I want to sleep a little longer too. No way. Ron interrupted immediately, throwing an arm around Neville's shoulder and half dragging him toward the door. Come on, buddy. Watching practice is far more interesting than sleeping in. With that, he whisked the still sleepy Neville out of the dormitory as if he were carrying a small kitten. As the dormitory door clicked shut, Eli nuzzled against Harry, mumbling, Ron is so noisy. Harry looked down at the peacefully sleeping figure in his arms, a blend of affection and helplessness gracing his features as he pulled the blanket over them both. Embracing Eli, he savored this rare moment of tranquility. Chapter 58. Harry. The Dungeon, Medusa. In truth, Eli was a deep sleeper. Once he slipped into profound slumber, he was nearly impervious to external disturbances. Harry gazed at the slumbering form nestled in his arms, long lashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes, his breaths warm and steady. His heart began to race inexplicably as his hand ventured toward Eli's lower back, his fingertips softly caressing the smooth skin. The moment he made contact, Harry inwardly chastised himself. Harry Potter, you are such a pervert. Yet, the warmth beneath his fingertips and Eli's unguarded, trusting demeanor made it impossible for him to retract his hand. He leaned closer, his nose brushing against Eli's soft hair, and gently nibbled on the tip of his ear, whispering in a voice as soft as a dream, I really like you. Eli merely furrowed his brow in his sleep and nestled closer, unaware. Harry's heart felt as if it were being gently tickled by a feather, a mix of sweetness and longing enveloping him. He tightened his embrace, resting his forehead against Eli's, silently repeating in his mind, I really like Eli, I truly like you. This secret affection, akin to vines quietly sprouting in spring, had already entwined his heart. He recognized the selfishness of his desire, yet in the presence of the unsuspecting, slumbering Eli, he found himself unable to suppress the yearning within, wishing only to hold him close and feel his warmth, as if that would bring him closer to his feelings. When Eli finally stirred from his slumber, the sunlight streaming through the window was somewhat blinding, and the dormitory was silent. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at the already awake Harry and, with a nasally voice from just waking, complained, Why did you let me sleep so long? Why didn't you wake me? Harry, leisurely putting on his glasses, turned to him, his green eyes sparkling with warmth and a light-hearted tone. Well, you looked so peaceful, I couldn't bear to wake you. He reached out to tidy up Eli's tousled hair and continued, all right, get up quickly, it's already noon. Ron and the others went to watch the Quidditch practice this morning. We can go out and find them, and then head to the Great Hall for lunch together. Eli stretched widely, his pajamas taut against his frame. He rubbed against Harry's arm and languidly sat up. Okay, I'll wash up quickly. By the way, do you think Ron will say I'm lazy again? Not at all, Harry replied with a smile as he stood up, casually handing Eli his clothes. He had mentioned earlier that he would encourage Eli to eat more to compensate for the breakfast he missed due to sleeping in. Eli accepted the clothes, a smile instantly brightening his face, and swiftly began to get dressed. That's fantastic. I want to eat a lot of delicious food. The Great Hall was bustling with voices, the aroma of food wafting through the air. As soon as Eli and Harry entered, Ron spotted them immediately. Finally awake, Ron rolled his eyes dramatically, teasingly adding, You are like a little pig, only waking up when it's time to eat. Missing practice but catching the feast, consider yourself lucky. Eli immediately lunged at Ron, ruffling his hair in mock defiance. Weekends are meant for sleeping in. Besides, who understands the despair I feel about going to Professor Snape's dungeon tonight? Just thinking about his icy gaze sends shivers down my spine. Harry leisurely sat down beside them, picking up his cutlery and speaking with a hint of exasperated humor. At least you're only going to help organize ingredients. That's far better than my experience. Last time in potions class, I accidentally cut an ingredient too thick. And he frowned at me, declaring, Gryffindor, 5 points deducted, claiming I wasted materials and lacked focus. Hearing this, Hermione couldn't help but laugh. Well, it's no surprise that Professor Snape favors Slytherin. He's always particularly stern with us Gryffindors. But Eli, be careful in the dungeon tonight. Don't give him any reason to take points from our house. Eli's expression fell as he took a sandwich and stuffed it into his mouth. I know. I'll be good and obedient. I just hope he doesn't deduct any points from our house. Observing his forlorn demeanor, everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere in the Great Hall grew lively and warm. At the dungeon door, Eli crouched on the ground, staring intently at the Medusa snake statue above him. The statue was lifelike, its golden pupils coldly fixed on him as if it were about to strike. Hey, open the door, Eli murmured, poking the statue's scales with his finger. The Medusa statue merely hissed twice, its voice chilling and somewhat intimidating. Eli paused momentarily, then imitated its hissing, furrowing his brow in an attempt to communicate. Hey, can you understand me? I'm here to help Professor Snape organize the ingredients. Please open the door. Thus, a standoff ensued between a boy and a snake, one performing a human imitation of snake language while the other flicked its real tongue, neither willing to concede. Locked in a silent contest. Just as Eli was on the verge of surrender, preparing to turn and seek assistance from Dumbledore, the cellar door behind him creaked open unexpectedly. Severus Snape, clad in his long black robes, stood at the entrance with a somber expression, coldly regarding him. Mr. Wright, what are you doing? Engaging in conversation with a statue? Eli sprang to his feet, awkwardly scratching his head, his cheeks aflame. Professor, I was trying to get it to open, but it only hissed at me, and I cannot comprehend it. Snape furrowed his brow, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Yet he stepped aside to allow him entry. Fool, this is a serpent's doorway, requiring genuine parcel tongue to command it. Come in. And do not make a spectacle of yourself here. Eli stuck out his tongue and hurriedly followed Snape into the cellar, secretly relieved that the professor had arrived in time. Otherwise, he might have spent the afternoon hissing at the serpent statue. Chapter 59, Curiosity, Embrace, Snape. The cellar was suffused with the peculiar aroma of herbs. After diligently tidying for a brief while, Eli's patience waned, and he began to steal glances at Snape, who was intently focused on brewing potions. Noticing that Snape was oblivious to his presence, Eli quietly picked up a dried lavender sprig and gently prodded the hem of Snape's black robe. Professor, what is this lavender for? It smells delightful. Without lifting his gaze, Snape replied icily, Focus on your potion ingredients, Mr. Wright. I did not employ you to ask questions. Eli stuck out his tongue again, but did not relent. He then seized a vial containing a shimmering silver liquid, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Professor, what is this sparkling substance? It looks so intriguing. Put it down. Snape finally ceased his work, turning to glare at him. That is moonlight grass juice. A single drop can turn your hair green. Would you like to try it? Eli hastily returned the vial to its place, chuckling nervously. No. I prefer my golden hair. Yet, mere moments later, he leaned closer once more, pointing at the bubbling purple concoction in the cauldron. Professor, what is this potion for? Can it render one invisible? Snape inhaled deeply, the veins at his temples subtly throbbing, as he set aside his wand and turned to face him. His tone laced with exasperation. Mr. Wright, if you continue to pester me, Gryffindor will lose more than just 5 points. Eli immediately covered his mouth, making a zipping motion, and obediently turned back to his task. However, after a short while, he could not resist mumbling. Professor, don't you feel bored staying in the cellar all day? The sunlight outside is splendid. Snape. He now harbored serious doubts that Dumbledore had sent Eli to assist him merely to allow him to experience the joys of potions class, an enjoyment that made one desire to immediately deduct Gryffindor points. Professor, Eli began, but Snape interrupted him with gritted teeth. Be silent. Yet, Eli was undeterred, intent on voicing his thoughts. Mid-sentence. As Snape was about to express his frustrations about Gryffindor's point deductions, Eli suddenly dashed forward, wrapping his arms around his waist and burying his face in Snape's black robes. His voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Professor, please don't. Don't deduct any points. The sudden embrace caught Snape off guard, rendering him as rigid as a statue. His hands trembled slightly beneath his dark robe. It took him a considerable moment to regain his composure. His voice tinged with a hint of frantic severity. Let go. I won't. Eli clung tightly to his waist, showing no intention of releasing his grip. I will only let go if you promise not to deduct points. Snape inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his usual brooding demeanor, yet his ears betrayed him, flushing uncontrollably. He pointed toward the door, his voice taut with tension. Get out this instant. Detecting the absence of his previous iciness, Eli immediately relinquished his hold, a radiant smile spreading across his face. All right, Professor. Thank you, Professor. I shall go tidy up the remaining ingredients. With that, he dashed back to the pile of ingredients, diligently continuing his task, unable to conceal the grin that danced at the corners of his mouth. Once Eli departed, silence reclaimed the cellar. Snape stood rooted in place, instinctively touching his wildly beating heart, the warmth of Eli's embrace lingering on his fingertips. He glanced down at his flushed ears, a frown of annoyance creasing his brow as he muttered a curse under his breath, yet his heart refused to settle, replaying the warmth of the earlier hug in his mind. As Eli busily organized the ingredients, he secretly calculated. It seemed that a simple hug could disrupt Professor Snape's propensity to deduct points. Had he known this sooner, he wouldn't have had to endure the previous bouts of trepidation. Unable to resist, he stole a glance at Snape, who was engrossed in potion making. Noting that the blush on his ears had yet to completely fade, this realization filled Eli with delight. Should he suggest that Harry give it a try next time? Harry lost points in every potions class. Perhaps if he embraced the professor, Snape might hesitate to deduct points from Gryffindor. The more he pondered this notion, the more viable it seemed, and Eli couldn't help but chuckle, his movements becoming noticeably more buoyant. He even began to envision Harry playfully cuddling Snape. Shaking his head as he dismissed the idea, Harry was far too shy for such boldness. Perhaps he should assist Harry instead. Eli resolved that if Harry were ever penalized by Professor Snape again, he would rush forward to embrace the professor. It just might save Gryffindor's points. With this thought, his enthusiasm for organizing the ingredients surged, and the cold air of the cellar seemed to warm. Eli felt increasingly convinced of the brilliance of his idea, mentally giving himself a thumbs up. Truly, he was the best friend in the world. How noble of him. As he hummed an off-key tune, arranging the ingredients with meticulous care, the smile on his lips never wavered. If Harry knew that Eli was willing to resort to such measures as hugging Professor Snape to protect Gryffindor's points, he would undoubtedly be deeply moved. The mere thought of being able to assist his best friend while averting losses for Gryffindor filled Eli with a delightful sense of righteousness. He even began to contemplate how he might courageously intervene the next time Professor Snape criticized Harry, aiming to neither provoke the professor's ire nor jeopardize their scores. However, he resolved that his next embrace must be swifter and more unexpected, catching the professor off guard. Eli silently reflected upon his experiences, his movements growing increasingly deft as he tidied up the potion ingredients in the dungeon, feeling as if the task had transformed into an enjoyable endeavor. Chapter 60. Ron. Climbing into bed, jealousy. The dormitory was particularly tranquil that night. After finishing his ablutions, Harry glanced at Eli, who was sitting on the edge of his bed. Rubbing his eyes, and softly inquired, "Shall we sleep together tonight?" Eli shook his head, stifling a yawn, his voice laced with fatigue. "No, I'm quite exhausted. I've spent the entire afternoon organizing potions in Professor Snape's dungeon. My arms are sore. Besides, I fear that if I fall too deeply asleep, I might inadvertently kick you off the bed." Harry chuckled lightly at this, approaching to ruffle Eli's hair. "It's all right. If you wish to sleep over, you may. I will hold on to you. But since you're tired, you should rest early. I'll be right here. Just call me if you need anything." Eli nodded, lifting the covers and curling up in bed, his eyes gradually closing. "Good night, Harry." "Good night, Eli." Harry tucked the blankets around him and lay down on his own bed. The dormitory was enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic sound of their breathing. Eli, succumbing to fatigue, soon fell into a deep slumber, while Harry, gazing at his friend's peaceful countenance, wore a gentle smile before gradually closing his own eyes. In the stillness of the dormitory, Ron stealthily descended from his bed, his gaze mischievous as it drifted toward Eli's bedside. Noticing Eli lost in slumber, a faint smile gracing his lips, he cautiously climbed onto the bed and suddenly covered Eli's mouth with his hand. Eli jolted awake, eyes barely open, instinctively attempting to struggle, flailing his arms. Ron, lowering his voice, leaned close with a grin. "Shoo, don't make a sound. It's me." Only then did Eli slowly recognize Ron, his tense body relaxing as he pushed Ron's hand away, groggily complaining, "Ron, you nearly scared me to death. What are you doing up at this hour? Who says I can't keep you company since you didn't sleep with Harry tonight?" Ron replied with a triumphant smile, inching closer to Eli. "And I heard you showcased your skills in Snape's dungeon today, daring to embrace the professor. Do tell me the details." Eli rolled his eyes, shifting slightly to make room for Ron. "It was no grand display. I merely wanted to avoid losing points." "Keep your voice down. You'll wake Harry." Ron nodded, lowering his voice to continue his inquiries. "So, what was Professor Snape's reaction? Did you frighten him into silence?" Eli recalled Snape's flushed ears from that moment, and couldn't help but chuckle. Not quite. He was just a bit embarrassed. But in the end, not losing points was what mattered most. The two lay in bed, quietly chatting, as moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow over the dormitory. Before long, Eli's voice gradually faded into a soft murmur as he succumbed to slumber once more. Observing his friend in a state of peaceful repose, Ron could not suppress a yawn, clutching his pillow, and soon drifted into dreams as well. The following morning, Eli stirred and, still in a haze, met Harry's tranquil gaze. Harry sat at the edge of the bed, wand in hand, his expression devoid of any turbulence, quietly observing Eli and the still sleeping Ron beside him. This unnerving calmness stirred an inexplicable anxiety within Eli. He hastily nudged Ron and whispered, "Hey, Harry, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Roused from his slumber, Ron rubbed his eyes and, upon catching sight of Harry's expression, became instantly more alert, instinctively retreating slightly behind Eli. Harry set down his wand, his tone remaining placid, yet laced with a subtle teasing undertone. "Oh, it's nothing. I just didn't expect the person who refused to sleep with me last night to end up sharing a bed with Ron." Eli's cheeks flushed crimson as he hurried to clarify. "No, that's not true. Ron climbed up here on his own. I found him already here when I woke up." Ron quickly chimed in, "Right. I was the one who crawled over. It's not Eli's fault." Harry observed their flustered attempts at explanation, a faint smile finally gracing his lips. "All right, I won't tease you any further. Get up. Hermione mentioned that we should head to the library to study early." Upon hearing this, Eli and Ron exhaled in relief and scrambled out of bed. As Eli dressed, he stole a glance at Harry, silently relieved that Harry bore no anger. Otherwise, he would never dare to let Ron share his bed again. Harry trailed slightly behind Eli and Ron, his pace faltering. Sunlight streamed through the castle windows, warming him. Yet it failed to penetrate the tumultuous emotions roiling within him, a smoldering ember of frustration and agitation. Why? It was Eli who had initially declined to share a bed with him, citing concerns about kicking him in his sleep. Yet, he turned around and found solace in the arms of Ron. Watching Eli and Ron exchange laughter and fondness, with Eli affectionately tousling Ron's hair, deepened Harry's discontent. His fingers instinctively tightened around the straps of his bag. Replaying Eli's words from the previous night, how tired he had been, and the image of the two sharing a bed this morning. He was the one who had always been close to Eli. Every previous night, Eli would fall asleep nestled against his arm. Yet now, Eli had chosen Ron over him. A wave of unarticulated grievance and bitterness surged within Harry as he bit his lip, his steps slowing further, contemplating the two figures ahead of him. Why reject him only to share a bed with another? The thought consumed him, and as he lingered behind, his fingertips turned pale from the pressure. Echoing the refrain in his mind, Eli could only belong to him. Watching Eli and Ron playfully banter, his irritation intensified, growing ever more profound. The sunlight filtered through the castle's stained glass, casting mottled shadows upon the ground, yet Harry found everything before him somewhat blinding. Why would Eli willingly share a bed with Ron but refuse him? In the past, Eli had always clung to him, needing to grasp his arm while sleeping and leaning against his shoulder while walking. Were those intimate moments mere fabrications? No, they were not illusions. Harry shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the unease within him. Eli was simply tired, momentarily distracted. It was not intentional. Yet, even as he reassured himself, the possessiveness within him spiraled like a rampant vine, tightly entwining around his heart. Eli is mine, and only mine, Harry silently chanted in his mind, a flicker of barely perceptible obsession flashing in his emerald eyes. He hastened to catch up with the two ahead, gently grasping Eli's wrist, his tone laced with subtle grievance. Eli, hurry up, Hermione must be getting anxious. Eli, taken aback by the sudden pull, turned to glance at him, puzzled. What's wrong, Harry? You seem a bit off today. Harry shook his head, tightening his grip on Eli's wrist, remaining silent. The intensity of his hold silently proclaimed to Eli, you belong solely to me. Chapter 61, Night Stroll, Obstacles, and Discussion. As per their agreement, when night fell, the five of them stealthily made their way toward the mysterious room. The corridor was dimly lit. Draco cautiously held Eli's hand, his fingertips applying gentle pressure as if afraid he might wander off. Harry trailed behind, his gaze fixated on their intertwined hands, remaining silent, an ominous atmosphere enveloping him. Ron and Hermione led the way, vigilantly scanning their surroundings while softly deliberating strategies. Upon successfully locating the room, they indeed encountered the three-headed dog guarding the trapdoor. Under Hermione's direction and with Harry's wand at the ready, they managed to lull the beast into a deep slumber with music. However, just as they opened the trapdoor and prepared to descend, Ron slipped, inadvertently tumbling in and becoming ensnared in the spreading devil's snare below. Idiot, Draco muttered, his tone dripping with sarcasm, yet instinctively leaning forward, ready to assist. Help! This thing is tightening around me. Ron struggled, his face turning crimson. Hermione reacted swiftly, drawing her wand and casting a spell, simultaneously unleashing a pre-prepared flame. The fire met the devil's snare, causing it to recoil, and Ron finally extricated himself. Thank you, Hermione. You are truly my savior. Ron exclaimed, hastily rising and approaching Hermione with gratitude etched across his face. Eli sighed in relief and was about to check on Ron's well-being when suddenly, his wrist was seized. Turning back, he saw Harry, still with his eyes downcast, yet gripping his wrist more firmly than before, his tone tinged with subtle grievance. Be careful, don't get too close. Eli was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in understanding. All right, Harry, let us hurry. We shouldn't waste any more time. With that, he gently released Draco's hand and moved to Harry's side, willingly taking his hand. Sensing the warmth emanating from his palm, Harry's tense body gradually relaxed, a flicker of warmth finally appearing in his emerald green eyes. As he pushed open the next door, the sight that greeted them left the group momentarily stunned. The entire room was filled with a chaotic swarm of keys, varying in size and shape, fluttering aimlessly through the air, producing a delicate symphony of metallic clinks. Is this a joke? Just keys everywhere? Eli couldn't help but quip, reaching out to seize a handful, only to have the keys nimbly evade his grasp. How on earth are we supposed to find the right one? Hermione furrowed her brow, surveying the surroundings. We must locate the key that opens the next door. Clearly, these keys possess unique characteristics. We need to examine them closely. Ron stared at the flurry of keys, feeling overwhelmed. With so many keys, how can we possibly find one? They keep moving. We can't catch them at all. Just as despair began to settle in, Harry's peripheral vision caught sight of a worn broomstick leaning against the corner of the room. His eyes brightened, and he quickly approached, seizing the broom. I've got an idea. These keys can fly. We can chase them with the broom. Draco raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? What if you get hurt by a key? Better than just standing here waiting, Harry replied resolutely, mounting the broom and hovering steadily in the air. Keep an eye out for the most distinctive key. That should be the one we're looking for. Eli nodded eagerly, his gaze fixed on the fluttering keys. All right, be careful, Harry. I see a silver one over there. Its wings seem different from the others. Following Eli's direction, Harry indeed spotted the unique key. Taking a deep breath, he maneuvered the broom, deftly weaving through the dancing keys, heading towards his target. As he navigated the swirling metal keys, they whizzed past his ears with a sharp sound, but he remained undistracted. His focus locked onto the silver key, which boasted broader wings adorned with intricate engravings. Harry, watch out on your left. Eli shouted anxiously from the ground, noticing a bronze key hurtling toward Harry's back. Swiftly, Harry sidestepped and accelerated towards the silver key, which seemed to sense the impending danger and abruptly changed course. Darting to the opposite side of the room, Draco furrowed his brow, drawing his wand to address the encroaching keys, murmuring an incantation that sent sparks flying, clearing a path through the obstructive swarm. Thanks. Harry seized the opportunity to speed up, reaching out towards the silver key. The moment his fingertips brushed against the cold metal, the key began to thrash violently, its wings flapping wildly in a desperate attempt to escape. Harry gripped it tightly, enduring the painful scratches it inflicted on his palm without relinquishing his hold. I've got it, he exclaimed triumphantly, raising the key high as he skillfully landed the broom. His palm bore several small cuts, from which blood began to bead. Eli rushed forward, taking Harry's hand to inspect the injury. Harry, you're hurt. Does it hurt? As he spoke, he retrieved a tissue from his pocket, carefully tending to Harry's wounds. Harry observed Ron's anxious demeanor, and his own irritation dissipated instantly. A smile gracing his lips. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Let us proceed to the next door. Hermione took the key, approached the subsequent door, carefully aligned the key with the lock, and inserted it. With a click, the lock opened in response. The group exchanged glances and pushed the door open, bracing themselves for the next challenge. Meanwhile, Ron was still beside them, patting his chest, recounting his near fright. Thank goodness for Harry. If it were me, I surely would have failed to catch that mischievous key. Just as Ron finished lamenting, Draco's voice, laced with his customary derision, rang out. Well, Ron. It's rare to see you so self-aware. Ron's temper flared instantly, and he turned to glare at Draco. Malfoy. What do you mean by that? I merely stated that the key was exceedingly agile. It's not a reflection on my abilities. Is that so? Draco raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with contempt. Who was it that cried for help when ensnared by the devil's snare? Now you cannot even admit to being inferior to Potter? You. Ron's face flushed with anger, and he made to confront Draco, only to be restrained by Hermione. Enough of the bickering. Hermione interjected, her brow furrowed as she gestured towards the open door. We have serious matters to attend to. If we waste any more time, the professors will discover us. Eli quickly attempted to mediate. Exactly, let us move forward. We do not yet know what challenges await us. Ron, do not take Draco's words to heart. He is just being insufferable. Draco cast a glance at Eli but refrained from further mockery, though a smug smile lingered on his lips. Harry grasped Eli's hand, shot a warning look at Draco, and then urged Eli towards the door. Let us not squander any more time. Ron huffed, shooting Draco one last glare before following the others into the room. Although he feigned nonchalance, he understood that this was not the moment for quarrels and chose to suppress his frustrations, focusing on the upcoming challenges. Chapter 62, Wizard's Chess, Sacrifice. Choice. They cautiously traversed through the newly opened door, revealing a vast and empty chamber. At the center of the room lay an enormous wizard's chessboard. The pieces towered over them, gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen, exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression in the dim light. Draco smirked, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. It seems we must engage our intellect this time. I wonder who will take the lead in this game. As he spoke, he provocatively glanced at Ron. Taking a deep breath, Ron stepped forward. I shall take charge. I excel at wizard's chess. Hermione looked at him with concern. Ron, this game appears perilous. You must exercise caution. Harry tightened his grip on his wand, standing resolutely beside Ron. Let us all be vigilant. I have a feeling this is no ordinary chess game. Eli also drew his wand, his gaze resolute. Whatever we encounter, we shall face it together. As the game commenced, Ron quickly found his rhythm, commanding the movement of the pieces. His voice was calm and steady, a stark contrast to the boisterous youth he typically embodied. Although Draco initially murmured his doubts, he soon found himself captivated by Ron's precise strategy and decisive decisions, falling silent and cooperating quietly. As the game progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The pieces collided with a dull thud, while magical lights flickered across the chessboard. Suddenly, Ron's expression shifted. He realized that to win this match and allow Harry and Hermione to advance, he must sacrifice his knight. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely declared, I must make this move. The queen will take me, and then you can proceed to checkmate the opposing king. No, Ron, you can't. Hermione exclaimed in terror, tears welling in her eyes. There must be another way. We cannot lose you. Draco stood in shock, gazing at Ron, a complex emotion flickering in his gray-blue eyes. Redhead, have you lost your mind? This is a life-threatening gamble. Yet Ron merely smiled faintly, turning to Hermione. I must do this. It is the only way. You must prevent Voldemort from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. He then looked at Draco. Malfoy, I have always been at odds with you. I apologize. I hope you will take care of them in the future. Draco opened his mouth to respond, but found his throat constricted, unable to utter a word. Only managing a firm nod. Ron took a deep breath and maneuvered his knight into a critical position. The queen's piece swung a massive sword down with force. Ron was knocked back, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Ron, Hermione screamed, rushing to embrace him, tears streaming down her face. Harry and Eli quickly gathered around, their expressions heavy with sorrow. Draco stood by, watching the unconscious Ron, his heart a tumult of emotions. For the first time, he recognized the bravery and admirable spirit of this red-haired boy who had always stood opposed to him. After a long moment, Draco approached Hermione and whispered, "He will be all right. We must complete our task and return to rescue him." Hermione lifted her tear-streaked face to look at Draco, nodding slightly. Harry tightened his grip on his wand, rising with determination in his eyes. "We must go. We cannot betray Ron's sacrifice. We must stop Voldemort." The four of them cast one last glance at Ron before turning away, venturing into the unknown dangers ahead. Crossing the wizard's chessboard, they entered another chamber devoid of perilous traps, featuring only a table with 7 neatly arranged bottles and a piece of parchment beside them. Hermione hastened forward, picking up the parchment and softly reading the riddle aloud. "Danger lies ahead, safety behind. 2 among us can assist you. Drink them down. 1 will lead you forward. The other will return you to whence you came. 2 contain the potion of nettles, 3 are poison, waiting in line. Choose wisely, lest you wish to remain here forever." Hermione furrowed her brow, analyzing the words. This was a logical puzzle, requiring discernment to identify the potion that would guide them onward. Draco stepped forward, his finger pointing at the bottles. "Danger lies ahead, safety behind," indicating that the leftmost and rightmost bottles contain 1 poison and 1 potion of return. Eli scrutinized the arrangement of the bottles and added, 2 of them can be of assistance, referring to the potions of return and advance. Among the remaining 5, there are 2 nettle wines and 3 poisons. Hermione, observing the 3 central bottles, noted their distinct size compared to the others, pondering if there was a pattern. The trio gathered around the table, deliberating earnestly, combining the rhythm of the parchment with the positions of the bottles. Hermione eventually concluded, the rightmost bottle contains the potion of return, and the third from the left is the potion of advance. The remaining 2 round bottles are nettle wine, while the others are all poisons. Having identified the correct potion, Harry grasped the vial that would lead him forward and turned to his companions, declaring, "The path behind is too perilous. I shall proceed alone. You must take Ron and leave." Eli immediately stepped forward, clutching Harry's wrist with resolve. "No. If we are to go, we shall go together. I cannot allow you to face this danger alone." Harry shook his head in resignation, shaking the vial in his hand. "But it can only accommodate 1. This potion is sufficient for only 1 passage through the flames. You must stay here and await my return." "I refuse," Eli insisted, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "We agreed to face this together. You cannot abandon us." Draco observed the squabbling pair and, after a moment of silence, spoke. "Potter, you should go. We will guard Ron here and wait for your return. If you encounter trouble, we shall not survive without you." Hermione nodded in agreement. "Harry, trust us. We will take care of ourselves. You must be cautious." Eli wished to protest further, but Harry gently patted his hand, his emerald eyes filled with determination. "Eli, listen to me. I will return without fail. Wait for me." With that, he raised the potion to his lips and drank deeply, turning towards the flames, his figure gradually fading beyond the fiery barrier. Eli stood frozen, fists clenched tightly, silently praying, "Harry, please return safely." Chapter 63. The Mirror, Eli, and the Fainting. Harry traversed the fire barrier and found himself in a modest room, at the center of which stood the imposing mirror of Eriste. As he approached, his reflection appeared. But in the next instant, the image shifted to reveal Eli's smiling face, his sleepy expressions of complaint at being awoken, his playful pleas to avoid point deductions. And the moment he had grasped Harry's wrist, unwilling to let go. Harry was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in resignation, thinking, "I cannot linger. Eli is waiting outside. I must first secure the Philosopher's Stone." He willed himself to avert his gaze and, indeed, beneath the mirror, he spotted a small package radiating a warm glow. The Philosopher's Stone lay within. Just as he reached to seize it, a chilling laugh echoed from behind him. Harry whirled around to find Professor Quirrell at the doorway. A sinister smile etched on his face, and beneath his turban, a pale, twisted visage emerged. "Voldemort." "Excellent, Potter," he sneered. "You have procured the Philosopher's Stone for me." Voldemort's voice was harsh and grating. "Now, give it to me." Harry clutched the Sorcerer's Stone tightly, retreating step by step, his mind racing with strategies. He recalled Professor Dumbledore's words. "Love and courage are the forces that combat Voldemort. You shall not have it." Harry gritted his teeth, raising his wand towards Quirrell. "Expelliarmus." The spell struck Quirrell, yet he merely staggered momentarily before lunging again. Voldemort bellowed, "Fool. Your magic is useless against me." Realizing a direct confrontation was futile, Harry observed Quirrell's outstretched hand and suddenly remembered Dumbledore's assertion that Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, would suffer agony upon touching someone filled with love. Without hesitation, Harry charged forward, exerting all his strength to grasp Quirrell's arm. "Ah!" Quirrell emitted a chilling scream as the spot Harry touched instantly began to burn and decay. Voldemort shrieked in terror, "Let go! Release me!" Harry held on tightly, allowing Quirrell to writhe in torment. Soon, Quirrell's body began to turn to ash, and Voldemort's soul, losing its host, transformed into a cloud of black smoke, shrieking as it fled the room, vanishing into the darkness. Harry exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, still clutching the Sorcerer's Stone. He gazed at the reflection of Eli's smiling face in the mirror, a weak yet resolute smile gracing his lips. Eli, I did it. I will return shortly. After a brief respite, Harry rose and, with the Sorcerer's Stone in hand, retraced his steps. He was aware that those he cherished awaited his safe return. As he emerged from the fire, his vision blurred. It was not until he spotted a familiar figure anxiously waiting nearby that his taut nerves relaxed. Drawing upon his last vestiges of strength, he staggered towards Eli. In a moment of surprise and concern, he collapsed into Eli's embrace, darkness enveloping him as he lost consciousness. Eli! Eli exclaimed, swiftly catching Harry's limp form, feeling the heat radiating from him. Panic surged as he touched Harry's forehead, taking in his pale face and dust-covered clothes. Harry, please wake up. Don't frighten me. Draco and Hermione hurried over, their faces etched with worry upon seeing Harry unconscious. Hermione checked for Harry's breath and sighed in relief. He is still breathing. He must just be exhausted, perhaps injured before. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the corridor as Professors Dumbledore and Snape, among others, approached briskly. Upon witnessing the scene, Dumbledore hurried forward, assessing Harry's condition. Do not worry. He has simply overexerted himself. A bit of rest will suffice. Snape's gaze fell upon Harry, his brow furrowed and eyes troubled. Although he uttered no words, his feet instinctively moved closer, fixating on Harry's pale visage. Eli held Harry gingerly, his voice trembling. Professor. Harry obtained the Sorcerer's Stone and defeated Voldemort within Professor Quirrell. Dumbledore nodded, a glimmer of pride appearing in his eyes. Good lad. He has done remarkably well. Let us first escort Harry back to the infirmary. We shall address the other matters later. Several professors collaborated to lift Harry onto a stretcher, while Eli remained steadfastly by his side, his gaze fixed on Harry, silently praying. Harry, you must recover swiftly. I am still waiting for you to join me in the Great Hall for a delightful meal. Chapter 64. The Hospital Wing, the Philosopher's Stone, Delusions. When Harry awoke in the infirmary, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room crowded with people. Ron, bandaged, and Hermione, with reddened eyes, stood nearby, while Draco, unusually devoid of his usual mockery, also lingered. Even Severus Snape stood in the corner, his brow furrowed as he observed him. Harry, you are finally awake. Hermione exclaimed, rushing over with a voice tinged with tears. How do you feel? Is anything troubling you? Ron edged closer, scratching his head and apologizing. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for letting you face danger alone. Draco let out a soft huff, but added, well done, you actually defeated that fragment of the Dark Lord. Dumbledore smiled warmly and patted Harry's shoulder. Good lad, you performed admirably. Now rest well. We shall not disturb you further. With that, he departed with the others, leaving Eli to vigil by the bedside. The room fell into a tranquil hush as Eli sat at the edge of the bed, gently reaching out to touch Harry's forehead. Are you still in discomfort? Harry shook his head and, observing Eli's worried expression, softly said, extend your hand. Confused yet compliant, Eli opened his palm. In an instant, a stone radiating a warm crimson glow appeared in his grasp. The Philosopher's Stone? Eli gasped, his eyes widening. Didn't you hand it over to Professor Dumbledore? Harry nodded, a hint of mirth sparkling in his eyes. Dumbledore gave it to me. In truth, after I regained consciousness, I implored him several times before he consented to temporarily entrust it to my care. He gave it to you? Eli could hardly believe it. Cradling the stone with utmost delicacy, fearful it might vanish. Harry smiled and softly inquired, could you come a little closer? Eli eagerly leaned in, positioning his ear near Harry's lips. Unexpectedly, Harry turned his face, gently pressing his warm cheek against Eli's. The soft sensation rendered Eli momentarily speechless, his cheeks aflame. After a brief pause, Harry withdrew slightly, his eyes filled with tenderness. All done. Eli blinked in surprise, realizing that Harry intended for him to feel the warmth of the stone, and to convey that he was indeed safe. He tightly grasped the Philosopher's Stone, then gently held Harry's hand, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Welcome back, Harry. As Harry gazed at Eli's beaming smile, he too could not help but curve his lips upward, warmth almost spilling from his eyes. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, in that fleeting moment when Eli leaned in, Harry's heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. He longed to kiss him, to encapsulate all his apprehension and relief within that embrace. Ultimately, he refrained, merely nuzzling Eli's cheek. Watching Eli's eyes widen in astonishment, he pondered quietly. Would he mind? Surely he would, wouldn't he? Eli regards himself as his own closest friend. If he were to truly act upon his feelings, would he be frightened? Would he distance himself from me forever? Such thoughts beat like a drum in Harry's heart, inducing a sense of panic. He quickly averted his gaze, feigning interest in the view outside the window to conceal the emotions stirring within him, murmuring, isn't the temperature of the Philosopher's Stone rather warm? Eli, still lost in the thrill of their earlier closeness, nodded eagerly, clutching the stone in his palm. Yes. It's warm, like sunshine. He failed to notice Harry's unease, feeling nothing but joy at Harry's safe return. With this stone, would they no longer have to fear Voldemort? Harry shook his head, turning to meet Eli's gaze with unwavering resolve. It is not the Philosopher's Stone that protects me. It is you. It is all of you. As long as you are by my side, I fear nothing. He refrained from voicing the tumultuous feelings that nearly overwhelmed him, choosing instead to tuck this fervent affection away within the softness of his gaze. Just being near Eli felt immensely fulfilling. Once Eli departed, silence reclaimed the infirmary. Harry lay on the bed, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the sheets. Yet his mind was filled with the image of Eli leaning in close, soft strands of hair brushing against his cheek, accompanied by a hint of lavender fragrance, and those bright, sparkling eyes, reminiscent of a sky full of stars. He couldn't help but indulge in fanciful musings. What if he had lost control and kissed Eli? How would he react? Would he retreat like a startled fawn, or would he blush, looking at Harry in bewilderment? As Harry turned over, he noticed a beautifully wrapped fruit candy resting beside his pillow, a parting gift from Eli, who had suggested he consume it upon waking, as its sweetness might uplift his spirits. He picked up the candy, gently pinching the wrapper between his fingers, and in his mind, he could almost hear Eli's voice. Harry, you must recover quickly. If only it could remain this way forever, he thought, bringing the candy to his nose. Inhaling the subtle fruity aroma that sent his heart racing anew, he began to envision future moments with Eli, venturing together to Hogsmeade, sharing Honeyduke's confections, strolling by the lake, where Eli would smile and hand him a piece of candy, then take his hand in his own. These sweet daydreams bubbled forth like effervescent bubbles, warming Harry's cheeks. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel these unrealistic thoughts, yet could not resist unwrapping the candy and allowing it to dissolve on his tongue. The sugary taste spread across his palate, reminiscent of the warmth Eli brought into his life, filling his heart with sweetness. With the candy nestled between his teeth, a smile crept upon his lips, his eyes brimming with tenderness as he softly whispered Eli's name. Chapter 65. The Cellar, Candies, Sharing. The turmoil surrounding the Philosopher's Stone gradually subsided, restoring Hogwarts to its former tranquility. One afternoon, as Eli exited the classroom, he was halted by Snape, who, with a stern expression, gestured for him to follow into the cellar. Upon entering, Snape retrieved a box of exquisitely packaged candies from a drawer and unceremoniously slammed it onto the desk before Eli. Eli's eyes lit up as he gazed at the familiar box of Honeyduke sweets. He picked it up and looked up, inquiring, "Candy? Professor, is this for me?" Snape turned his head away, a faint blush creeping into his ears, yet he maintained his customary frigid tone, nodding stiffly. He silently berated himself, insisting it was not because he had seen the boy grinning foolishly while clutching sweets last time that he had taken the trouble to detour to Honeyduke's. Rather, it was merely a coincidence that he discovered the surplus while cleaning out his drawer. "Thank you, Professor." Eli beamed, carefully tucking the candy into his robe as if it were a treasured possession. Observing this, Snape cleared his throat, abruptly turning around, his tone reverting to its usual severity. "What are you grinning about? Go tidy up the ingredients in the corner. It must be organized before the afternoon. If anything is missing, Gryffindor can expect to lose points." "Oh, all right. I'll get right on it." Eli nodded eagerly, dashing off to the pile of ingredients while maintaining a smile on his lips. He glanced back at Snape's retreating figure, feeling a warmth in his heart. It turned out that the perpetually icy Professor Snape possessed a gentle side. With his back turned to Eli, Snape unconsciously tightened his grip on the hem of his robe, a flicker of unrecognized tenderness flashing in his eyes. He watched Eli's busy figure, feeling an odd discomfort rise within him. What a fool, to be so elated over a mere box of candy. He would certainly not buy it for him again next time. Yet he alone was aware that when he next passed by Honeyduke's, his gaze would likely be drawn to that very box of sweets. Eli organized the ingredients meticulously, and before leaving, he retrieved a candy he had set aside, a caramel wrapped in golden foil, his favorite flavor. He tiptoed to Snape's desk and gently placed the candy beside the lesson plan, whispering, "Professor, this one is for you." Snape did not lift his head, his voice still cold. "Unnecessary, take it away. Please accept it." Eli remained, inching closer, his gaze earnest. "Professor, you shouldn't always be so unhappy. You look far too burdened." He had observed Snape for quite some time, both in class and in the dungeons. The professor perpetually wore a frigid expression, his brow furrowed, as if he had never genuinely smiled. "If only you could smile more." Eli's voice was soft, laced with sincere hope. "If you did, perhaps you wouldn't look so troubled." Snape's hand, gripping the quill, stilled momentarily, a subtle flush creeping into his ears. He abruptly lifted his head, feigning sternness, though his lips betrayed him, twitching slightly. He muttered, "Get out." "All right, I'm leaving. Remember to eat, Professor." Eli knew this was an acceptance and waved cheerfully as he dashed out of the dungeon. The dungeon fell silent once more. Snape's gaze lingered on the golden candy on the desk. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally reached out to grasp it. The golden foil glimmered beneath his fingertips, and he recalled Eli's sparkling eyes and sincere words, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily lift for a brief moment before he swiftly reverted to his customary icy demeanor. He tucked the candy deep into the drawer and let out a cold snort. Nonsense. Yet only he knew that, in that fleeting moment, a long frozen corner of his heart seemed to be gently warmed by a small piece of candy. During dinner, as Eli revealed to Ron that Snape had given him candy, Ron's mouth fell agape in astonishment, nearly dropping the fork from his hand. What? The old bat actually gave you candy? Ah. This is even more unbelievable than Professor Dumbledore indulging in sweets. Eli, with a proud tilt of his chin, shook the candy box in his hand. Indeed. Not only did he give me a box, but I also saved one for him, and he accepted it. Perhaps I am Professor Snape's favorite student. Hermione set down her utensils, stroked her chin thoughtfully, and remarked, "It does seem that Professor Snape treats you differently. The last time you broke a cauldron in his dungeon, he didn't deduct any points. He merely made you clean up. But you are a Gryffindor. What of it?" Eli snapped back, his mood flaring as he pulled a candied fruit from the box and popped it into his mouth. Cheeks puffed as he protested. "Can't a Gryffindor be liked by Professor Snape?" Harry, observing his irritated demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly, adding, "Because he has never been fond of Gryffindor. Especially us. After all, Professor Snape often enjoys picking on us during class." Eli, however, waved his hand dismissively, raising his chin with pride in his eyes. "I don't care if he likes Gryffindor or not. The fact that he likes me is enough." With that, he retrieved several pieces of candy from the box and shared them with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Here, candy from the professor, give it a try. It's incredibly sweet." Ron, with a hint of skepticism, accepted the candy, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth, his eyes lighting up instantly. "Wow, it really is super sweet." Who knew the old bat had such good taste? Hermione and Harry also sampled the treat, their lips curling into smiles. Chapter 66. An invitation, Cedric. A gentle pat on the head. The final exams had finally concluded, and Eli stretched widely, feeling utterly relaxed. He leaned towards Harry, Ron, and Hermione, inquiring with curiosity, "Now that the exams are over, where do you plan to spend your summer vacation?" Hermione opened the book in her hands, resting her chin on it with a smile. "My parents are taking me to France for a trip. We might visit Paris for the scenery and explore some Muggle museums." "What about you?" Ron pouted, somewhat resigned. "Where else would I go?" "Home, of course. My mom will definitely have me help with chores. And I might even have to accompany Ginny to Diagon Alley for shopping." Upon hearing this, Harry's expression dimmed, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. "My aunt and uncle will surely keep me indoors. I'll probably be stuck cleaning the house all summer." Noticing this, Eli immediately draped an arm around Harry's shoulder and playfully ruffled his hair, cheerfully saying, "Don't worry, I'll write to you often, sharing all the fun things I encounter, as if I were right by your side." After saying this, he let out a soft sigh of disappointment. "My parents work at the Ministry of Magic, so they probably won't have a holiday during the summer either, leaving me home alone. Would you like to come over to my house?" Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. "I'm sure George and Fred would be eager for you to join us." No sooner had he finished speaking than George suddenly popped up from the side, nodding with a grin. "Of course I would," he exclaimed. "What about you, Fred?" Fred chimed in, wrapping his arm around George's shoulder, responding in unison, "I would love to." "George, with Eli around, the summer will certainly be anything but dull." Ron was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the twins, nearly leaping from his chair. "When did you two sneak in? Can you walk without making a sound?" "We've been here ever since Eli mentioned how to spend the summer." George winked and explained with a laugh. Fred added, "To be precise, we arrived just as you both sat down. You were so engrossed in conversation that you didn't notice us." Eli watched the playful banter among the group, warmth filling his heart as he smiled, and said, "All right. I'll come to Ron's house this summer to bother you all. We can explore the woods behind the burrow together. It will surely be a delightful adventure." Harry observed Eli's cheerful demeanor, unable to suppress a smile. "You all must write to me about your exciting escapades," he urged. Hermione nodded with a smile. "Don't worry. We will all write to you." In the corridor, while Eli was chatting with Harry, Lisa suddenly rushed over, her cheeks slightly flushed as she looked at him. "Eli, would you like to come over to my house this summer? I live in Wales, and we have a large garden with a view of the sea." Eli paused for a moment, then smiled and shook his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, Lisa, but I've already promised Ron I would visit him this summer." A flicker of disappointment crossed Lisa's face, but she nodded obediently. "That's all right. We can discuss it when you have more time." "Sure." Eli readily agreed. Just as he was about to say more, Theodore's voice interjected from nearby. "Summer, stop. I'm not going to your house." Without a moment's thought, Eli interrupted him, silently murmuring to himself that he had no desire to visit the Knot residence, primarily because he had heard that Theodore's father was a Death Eater. Though he recognized this prejudice was unfair to Theodore, he couldn't shake his reluctance. Theodore paused momentarily, then calmly replied, "I meant, can I come to your house? I have nothing to do at home during the summer." Oh, all right, I suppose, Eli said, feeling a bit awkward as he quickly nodded in agreement. His earlier refusal had been too hasty, and he was relieved that Theodore wasn't upset. At that moment, a pair of hands suddenly grasped his wrist, pulling him around the corner of the corridor. Cedric? Eli gazed up in surprise at the Hufflepuff upperclassman, bewildered by his abrupt action. Theodore and Lisa exchanged glances, silently deciding to avert their eyes and not intrude. Once they reached the corner, Cedric released his grip, disappointment evident in his voice. It seems I won't be able to arrange an earlier visit with you, Eli. I had intended to invite you to my house this summer. His brow furrowed, and his long eyelashes cast a shadow over his eyes, making him appear woeful, like a forsaken puppy. Eli quickly reached out to grasp his hand, softly reassuring, I'm sorry, Cedric, but I have already promised Ron and the others. However, I will do my utmost. Once I return from Ron's house, I will surely come to play with you. Upon hearing this, Cedric's eyes instantly sparkled, and a gentle smile graced his lips as he affectionately ruffled Eli's hair. It's settled then. No backing out, he said. Farewell. With that, he waved and turned to leave. Eli touched his hair, now tousled, and gazed at Cedric's retreating figure, unable to suppress a laugh. Was Cedric deliberately teasing him? Chapter 67. Draco, Honeymoon. Weasley. It wasn't until nightfall that Draco leisurely sauntered up to Eli, hands stuffed in the pockets of his robe, casually inquiring, Hey, Eli, would you like to come over to my house during the summer vacation? My mother bakes the most delectable cookies, far superior to those of Honeydukes. Eli, feeling somewhat conflicted, shook his head and spread his hands in apology. I'm afraid I won't have much time, sorry Draco. I've already made plans with Ron, Theodore, and Cedric. My schedule is quite full. Draco's expression immediately dimmed, disappointment flickering in his gaze, and even his usual pride seemed to wane. Why? May I come to find you instead? Oh, Eli, you're the best. He tugged at Eli's sleeve, his tone unexpectedly tinged with a hint of pleading. Surely, you can spare a little time for me? We are good friends after all. Eli was momentarily taken aback by Draco's sudden softness, and seeing the hope in his eyes. He found it difficult to refuse. After a moment's hesitation, he replied softly, I will try my best. I'll let you know when I have some free time. Draco's face lit up immediately. Before Eli could react, he enfolded him in a warm embrace, his voice brimming with joy. I beg you, do remember. Eli, somewhat dazed by the sudden hug, patted Draco's back and chuckled helplessly. All right, I'll remember. But please don't hold on so tightly. I can hardly breathe. Only then did Draco release him, a triumphant smile spreading across his face as he resumed his usual haughty demeanor. Humph, that's more like it. Remember to write to me during the summer. Don't forget. Got it. Eli replied with a smile, watching Draco bounce away, shaking his head in amusement. It seemed everyone wanted to spend the summer with him. This feeling of being cherished was truly heartwarming. The next day, as Eli returned home, he was immediately embraced by his mother, Mia, who greeted him with a kiss on his cheek. Our Eli has become even more handsome at school, she exclaimed with a smile. Mom, please don't kiss me for no reason. Eli protested, slightly embarrassed as he pushed her away, his cheeks tinged with red. Oh, don't be so fierce, Mia said, ruffling his hair. Suddenly, her expression grew serious as she said, Son, I need to tell you something important. What is it? Eli asked, puzzled, unsure of what his mother was about to reveal. At that moment, Father Henry plopped down onto the couch, wrapping his arm around Eli's shoulders with a smile, and said, Your mother and I have decided to embark on a world tour this summer. We are looking forward to a delightful journey. And then, Eli raised an eyebrow, sensing an unspoken implication. Then, Mia intentionally elongated her tone, laughingly replied, We want to take you with us. Upon hearing this, Eli couldn't help but roll his eyes. Thanks a lot. Just as well. I've already made plans with many classmates for the summer, so I wouldn't have time to accompany you. Mia patted his shoulder with a look of approval in her eyes. It seems our darling has quite the popularity at school. Perfect. You can invite your friends over to play. The house is rather empty anyway. Go ahead, son. We shall relish our time alone. Henry nodded in agreement. Indeed, we've stocked up on snacks and drinks for you. Just have fun with your friends. And remember to stay safe. Seeing the eager expressions on his parents' faces, Eli chuckled helplessly. Got it. Have fun, you too. Don't worry. I will take good care of myself and my friends. The thought of inviting his friends over filled Eli with joy, and he began to eagerly anticipate the arrival of summer. His parents' resolve exceeded Eli's expectations. The very next morning, they set off to explore the world, dragging their suitcases and humming a cheerful tune, leaving Eli with a refrigerator full of snacks and drinks. By afternoon, the doorbell rang punctually. Eli opened the door to find Mrs. Weasley smiling at him, followed closely by an excited Ron, with George and Fred peering curiously inside. Eli, are you ready? We must set off for the burrow. Mrs. Weasley enthusiastically approached, gently patting his shoulder. Ron has been talking about you every day, saying he wants to show you our garden and the chicken coop. Ron, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and blushed. I didn't. I just find the white rooster in the coop quite interesting. George and Fred sidled up, each wrapping an arm around Eli's shoulders. Come on, come on. The burrow is much livelier than your house. We've prepared some new prank props that will surely amaze you. Eli nodded with a smile. Picking up his already packed small suitcase, I'm ready. Let us go. As they settled into the somewhat worn yet cozy Weasley car, Eli gazed out at the rapidly receding scenery, his heart brimming with anticipation. He turned to see Ron and the twins chattering excitedly about their summer plans. Unable to suppress a smile. Chapter 68. The Burrow, Ginny, Curiosity. The car halted at the entrance of the burrow, revealing a charming, slant-roofed cottage brimming with life, its garden bursting with flowers and several chickens leisurely strolling within the enclosure. As soon as they stepped out, Mrs. Weasley warmly ushered Eli inside, beginning to introduce him to her family members. Eli, come in. This is my husband, Arthur. He works at the Ministry of Magic. Mr. Weasley waved at Eli with a smile, holding an open Muggle radio in his hands. And this is Bill. He works at Gringotts and has come home for a few days this summer. A young man with long hair and earrings nodded and smiled at Eli. Then there was Charlie, who was in Romania studying dragons and could not return this time. Percy was in the room reading. You should be familiar with him. At that moment, a little girl with red curls peeked her head down from the stairs. Upon seeing Eli, her cheeks instantly flushed, and she hurriedly lowered her head, shyly hiding behind Ron. Mrs. Weasley chuckled as she ruffled the little girl's hair. This is Ginny, our youngest child. Ginny secretly lifted her head, stole a quick glance at Eli, then swiftly lowered it again, whispering, Hello, Eli. Eli, noticing her bashful demeanor, couldn't help but smile and gently replied, Hello there, Ginny. Ron leaned closer to Eli and whispered, Don't mind her. Ginny is a bit shy, mainly because you are so handsome. She rarely encounters such good-looking boys. Ginny's face turned even redder upon hearing this, and she lightly pushed Ron. Ron, don't say such things. Mrs. Weasley interjected with a laugh. All right, come inside. I've prepared some snacks for you, just out of the oven and still warm. Eli followed everyone into the house, feeling a warm sensation in his heart as he observed the lively scene. Though the humble abode was not lavish, it brimmed with the warmth of home. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a soft glow on the carpet in the living room. Eli was seated at the table alongside Ron, George, and Fred, examining the twins' latest invention of prank candies, while Ginny sat not far away on the sofa, holding a book, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Eli. She curiously observed the soft sheen of his hair under the sunlight, the gentle contours of his profile, and how his eyes sparkled like filled with starlight when he smiled. Different from her brothers, gentle and attractive. Eli sensed her gaze and turned his head, meeting Ginny's eyes. Startled, she quickly looked down, pretending to focus on her book, yet her ears quietly flushed. Unable to contain his laughter, Eli stood and walked over to the sofa, gently leaning closer, softly asking, What's the matter, Ginny? You've been looking at me. Is there something on your mind? Ginny was startled by his sudden proximity and abruptly raised her head, locking eyes with his gentle gaze, her cheeks instantly turning crimson. She nervously clutched the corner of her book and murmured, No, it's nothing. I just think your hair looks really nice. After speaking, she hurriedly lowered her head again, her heart racing. Eli, charmed by her bashfulness, affectionately tousled her hair and smiled. Thank you. Would you like to join us for some fun? George and Fred's new candies are said to produce colorful bubbles when eaten. Ginny's eyes sparkled with excitement as she lifted her head. Really? Can I? Of course. Eli took her hand and led her towards the table. Let us play together. With Eli's tender smile, Ginny felt a sweet warmth in her heart, closely following in his footsteps, realizing that not only was Eli handsome, but he was also incredibly kind. As Eli and Ginny approached the table, Ron rolled his eyes dramatically and remarked without restraint, I say, Eli, could you refrain from pretending to be so gentle all the time? Just a moment ago in the car, you were fighting me for chocolate frogs. And now you present yourself as an angel before Ginny. Quite the act, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Eli chuckled and playfully patted Ron on the shoulder. What do you mean by pretending? I am genuinely gentle, you know. Besides, Ginny is a girl, so of course, I must be a bit more considerate. George and Fred chimed in, teasingly, Exactly, Ron. Are you perhaps envious that Eli is more popular than you? Just look at how Ginny gazes at Eli. Then compare it to the way she looks at you. There's a world of difference. Ron, infuriated, felt his face flush and reached out to hit the twins. You two stop spouting nonsense. I merely can't stand his insincere demeanor. Ginny stood to the side, observing the playful banter among them, unable to suppress a laugh. Eli turned to her, speaking gently, Don't mind them. Let us savor this candy. He then picked up a colorful sweet and handed it to Ginny, adding, Be careful. Don't choke on the bubbles. Ron watched this scene unfold, sighing in resignation as he muttered under his breath, What a fellow who prioritizes affection over friendship. Now that he has a sister, he forgets his pals. Yet, despite his words, a subtle smile crept onto his face as he witnessed Eli and Ginny enjoying each other's company, feeling a sense of happiness within. Chapter 69, Sharing a Bed, Ron. By the lakeside. Though Ron had voiced his complaints, When it came time to allocate rooms for the night, he was the first to leap forward, seizing Eli's arm. Fearful of being outpaced by others. Eli, sleep with me tonight. My room has the most comfortable pillows. And I can regale you with tales of my childhood pranks with George and Fred. George raised an eyebrow, playfully teasing him. Oh, Ron. Who was it that just said Eli favored affection over friendship? Why the sudden enthusiasm? Indeed, Fred echoed. Why not sleep with Ginny instead? Let Eli join us. We can show him our new prank gadgets. Ron shot a glare at the twins, clutching Eli even tighter. Absolutely not. Eli is my guest. And he shall sleep with me. You two shall not steal him away. Eli observed Ron's anxious demeanor and couldn't help but smile. All right. I shall sleep with Ron. George, Fred, you can show me your prank gadgets tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Ron puffed out his chest with pride and gestured triumphantly at the twins, dragging Eli toward his room. Come on. I have so many fascinating things to show you. Watching the two hurry away, George and Fred exchanged glances and chuckled helplessly. What a contradictory fellow. Meanwhile, in the room, Ron excitedly introduced Eli to his collection of Quidditch trading cards, chattering away with various amusing anecdotes. Eli sat at the edge of the bed, listening intently, his lips adorned with a gentle smile. As night deepened, Mrs. Weasley urged everyone to retire for the evening. After Eli finished his ablutions and returned to Ron's room, he climbed onto the bed only to find Ron lying on one side, arms outstretched, gazing at him with bright, eager eyes. What is this about? Eli blinked in confusion, unsure of Ron's intentions. Clearing his throat, Ron scratched his head bashfully yet maintained his open arms, saying, Oh, nothing really. It's just that we used to sleep like this in the dorms at school, right? Eli paused for a moment before realizing that Ron wished to share the same closeness they had enjoyed in their Hogwarts dormitory. In the past, they would occasionally squeeze onto one bed, sharing their little secrets. Seeing the anticipation in Ron's eyes, Eli couldn't help but smile and obediently lay down beside him. Ron immediately wrapped his arm around Eli's shoulder, whispering softly, Eli, about that Quidditch star I mentioned today, do you really think he's impressive? I want to become a player as remarkable as he is. Nestled in Ron's embrace, Eli nodded gently. Of course, Ron. With your dedication, you can definitely achieve it. In the darkness, Ron's voice gradually softened. I'm so glad to have you as a friend, Eli. Don't just play with others during the summer. Make sure to spend time with me too. Got it, Eli replied with a smile, patting Ron's hand. Now let's sleep. We have an adventure to embark on tomorrow. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room as the two boys nestled together, their breathing gradually becoming steady. Although Ron often playfully teased Eli, deep down, he cherished him as his closest friend, wishing to preserve their most cherished moments together. The following morning, Eli was awakened by the cheerful chirping of birds outside. As he opened his eyes, he saw that Ron was already dressed and excitedly bouncing on the edge of the bed. Get up, Eli. We promised to explore the woods today, Ron exclaimed, pulling the covers off him. George and Fred are already waiting for us in the yard, and they've brought tons of fun stuff. Eli rubbed his eyes and quickly freshened up. Upon stepping into the yard, he indeed spotted George and Fred, their bulging backpacks in tow, clutching hand-drawn maps. This is the map we've created of the woods surrounding our humble abode, Fred said, shaking the paper in his hand. They say there's a hidden lake deep within, along with many extraordinary magical plants. The four of them set off, following a winding path into the woods. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. George and Fred led the way, occasionally stopping to pick peculiar berries while imparting their knowledge to Eli and Ron. This one is a bubble fruit. Eating it will make you spit out colorful bubbles. Be careful of that purple mushroom. Touching it can change the color of your fingers. Ron trailed excitedly behind, occasionally reaching out to touch the plants by the roadside. Nearly ensnared by a wandering vine, Eli walked at the rear, admiring the scenery of the woods while keeping an eye on everyone's safety. After about an hour of walking, the sound of trickling water suddenly reached their ears. Fred parted the bushes ahead, revealing a crystal-clear lake that lay before them. The lake shimmered in a deep azure hue, surrounded by a riot of colorful wildflowers, resembling a picturesque painting. Wow, there really is a lake, Ron exclaimed, racing over to the water's edge where he crouched down to touch the cool water. It's so refreshing. Eli, come here. Eli approached, captivated by the breathtaking scenery, unable to contain his awe. This place is extraordinarily beautiful. George and Fred retrieved a picnic blanket and snacks from their backpack, grinning as they proclaimed. We knew this place would be fantastic. Come sit with us. We can have a picnic here. The four friends gathered by the lakeside, munching on snacks and engaging in lively conversation, occasionally splashing their hands in the lake. The sun cast a warm glow, a gentle breeze stirred, and the sounds of birds chirping and water flowing filled the air. Eli gazed at his friends, their faces beaming with joy, and felt a deep sense of contentment. This adventure was utterly delightful. Time by the lake flew swiftly, and as the sun dipped lower, the sky blushed with hues of crimson, painting the lake's surface in warm oranges. Observing the encroaching twilight, Ron felt a pang of reluctance and tugged at Eli's arm, asking, "Can we not stay a little longer? We could wait to see the stars. They shine particularly bright here." Eli met Ron's hopeful gaze, feeling a twinge of sadness himself, but gently shook his head, smiling as he replied, "No, I must go find Lisa. I promised her I'd visit after leaving your house." He patted Ron's shoulder, his tone imbued with both regret and assurance. "Next time, I will definitely stay longer with you to watch the stars, all right?" George and Fred approached, patting Ron on the back. "Come on, Ron, don't look so glum. Eli will return." "Exactly. When he gets back from Lisa's. We can take him to explore the other side of the woods. There are even more fascinating things to discover." Ron finally managed to suppress his disappointment and nodded. "All right then, make sure you come back soon. We'll explore together and play Quidditch too." "Absolutely," Eli replied with a smile. The four of them tidied up their belongings and retraced their steps. Upon reaching the entrance of their humble abode, Eli bid farewell to Ron and the others. "I'm off now. Remember to write to me." "No, you must remember to write." Ron waved as he watched Eli's figure gradually recede, silently anticipating that their next adventure together would be the most enjoyable. Chapter 70, Lisa, the Seaside, the Beach. As Eli arrived at the station, he spotted Lisa and her parents standing at the platform, beaming and waving at him from afar. Sunlight danced upon Lisa's hair, making her appear exceptionally radiant. "Eli, over here," Lisa exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. As Eli approached, she immediately grasped his arm. "My parents and I have been waiting for you, worried we might miss the bus." Lisa's mother smiled warmly, handing Eli a bottle of juice. "Thank you for your efforts, Eli. Our Lisa has been talking about you nonstop these past few days, saying she wants to take you to see the sunset by the sea." Lisa's father nodded in agreement. "Indeed. We have a quaint little house by the ocean where we can hear the waves at night. It's incredibly soothing." Eli accepted the juice, a warm feeling enveloping his heart. "Thank you, Uncle and Aunt, for coming to pick me up," he expressed gratefully. "Lisa, I hope I'm not being too much of a bother this time." "Not at all." Lisa quickly shook her head, pulling Eli towards the vehicle. "Hurry and get in. Let us head home early. I want to take you to the garden to pick strawberries. My strawberries are incredibly sweet." Eli smiled and nodded, following Lisa into the car. Through the window, he observed Lisa excitedly introducing the scenery along the way, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. As the train gently moved forward, the landscape outside transitioned from dense woods to expansive fields. Sitting beside Eli, Lisa's cheeks flushed slightly from excitement. She leaned closer, her eyes glimmering brightly as she spoke animatedly. "Eli, when we reach the seaside cottage, we can go see the ocean together. In the evening, the waves turn golden, and it's especially beautiful. We can also bake your favorite cookies in the yard. My mother taught me, and my chocolate cookies are divine." She paused momentarily, leaning in a bit closer, her voice softening. "And in the morning, we can wake up early to watch the sunrise. When the sun rises from the sea, the entire sky turns a lovely pink. I've heard that those who witness it will have good luck." Eli gazed into her eyes, shimmering with starlight, and couldn't he help but chuckle, ruffling her hair affectionately. "Sure, I'll follow your lead. Watching the ocean, baking cookies, and witnessing the sunrise together sounds absolutely delightful." Lisa blushed even deeper at his playful gesture, yet her smile broadened with joy. Leaning against the car window, she envisioned all those moments with Eli, her heart swelling with sweetness. This summer, with Eli by her side, would undoubtedly become an unforgettable memory. At the seaside during dusk, the sunset painted the sky in gentle shades of orange and pink. Eli stood barefoot on the soft sand, the cool ocean waves occasionally washing over his feet. Lisa dashed ahead, her white dress billowing in the sea breeze, her hair tousled, resembling a little angel descended from the heavens. Suddenly, she halted, turning around with her hands clasped behind her back, tilting her head to look at Eli, her eyes radiant with expectation. "Isn't it beautiful?" Eli was momentarily taken aback, captivated by the girl bathed in sunset light and the shimmering sea in the distance, instinctively responding, "It is beautiful." However, Lisa pouted playfully, feigning annoyance. "I meant me, not the sky or the sea." Eli couldn't resist laughing at her adorable demeanor, quickly closing the distance between them and gazing earnestly into her eyes. "I never mentioned the sky." In an instant, Lisa realized the implication, her cheeks flushing crimson as she shyly lowered her gaze, nervously clutching her dress. "Oh, I'm all right." She promptly shifted the subject, pointing towards a nearby vendor. "Let us go buy some coconut juice over there. The last time I had it, it was incredibly sweet." With that, she bounded ahead like a little rabbit, tugging Eli's hand as they ran forward. Eli allowed her to lead, feeling the warmth emanating from her palm, observing the blush at her ears and her buoyant steps, his smile growing ever softer. The setting sun, the vast ocean, and the girl beside him painted a scene of unparalleled beauty. The two sat upon the sandy shore, Eli cradling a chilled coconut drink, the sweet nectar soothingly sliding down his throat, dispelling the heat of summer. Lisa leaned against him, sipping her coconut water, when she suddenly murmured softly, Do you mean to say you'll be leaving in 3 days? Eli, upon hearing this, nodded gently, a hint of regret in his voice as he replied, yes. I had promised Cedric that I would visit him. In an instant, Lisa's eyes dimmed, resembling a forlorn creature abandoned. Her voice softened. All right then, yet, almost immediately. She lifted her gaze, a spark of anticipation reigniting in her eyes. Then we must make the most of these 3 days. Can we bake cookies together tomorrow? Mom said she could teach us to make the honey-filled ones, with a crispy exterior and gooey honey inside. Eli, captivated by the sudden brightness in her eyes, couldn't he help but chuckle, ruffling her hair affectionately. Of course. He glanced up at the darkening sky, feeling the evening breeze bring a chill, and took her hand. But we should head back now. It's getting a bit cool, and you're not dressed warmly enough. Be careful not to catch a cold. Only then did Lisa notice her light dress, realizing it was indeed a bit chilly. She obediently allowed Eli to guide her, murmuring, I understand. They walked side by side along the beach, leaving a trail of shallow footprints behind them, as the gentle waves lapped at the shore, scattering the last rays of the sunset upon the surface of the sea. In these remaining 3 days, she was determined to create even more beautiful memories with Eli. Chapter 71. Hair drying, storytelling, and the sofa. That night, Eli had just finished his shower, clad in loose-fitting pajamas, reclining on the guest room bed, ready to peruse the book he had brought, when a gentle knock interrupted him. Rising to answer the door, he found Lisa standing there, clad in a delicate white nightgown. Her hair damp and dripping, a few strands clinging to her cheek, giving her a rather pitiable appearance. What is the matter? Eli quickly ushered her inside, handing her a towel. Lisa accepted the towel but did not dry her hair. Instead, she looked up at Eli, her eyes brimming with expectation. Eli, could you help me dry my hair? My mother is already asleep, and I can never seem to get it dry on my own. In her heart, she mused, now that it's just the two of us, even if I'm a bit forward, Eli surely won't refuse me. He certainly wouldn't. Eli hesitated for a moment, uncertain. Isn't this inappropriate? You're a girl, and it wouldn't be very convenient for me to dry your hair. However, Lisa disregarded his concerns, taking his hand and gently placing it on her damp head, her voice soft and laced with a hint of coaxing. Please, Eli, just this once. My hair is truly difficult to dry. Faced with the girl's hopeful and pleading gaze, Eli found it hard to refuse, ultimately conceding with a reluctant nod. All right then. He seated Lisa on a chair and, taking the hairdryer, carefully began to dry her hair. The warm breeze caressed her hair, Lisa's tresses soft and smooth, imbued with a subtle fragrance of shampoo. Eli's movements were gentle, as if he feared to cause her any discomfort. Seated in the chair, Lisa relished the warmth radiating from above and Eli's tender touch, her cheeks gradually flushing with a rosy hue. The intimacy of their proximity filled her heart with a sweet sense of happiness. The hum of the hair dryer gradually ceased, and Eli set aside his tools, resting his chin on his hand as he quietly observed Lisa. Her hair, now voluminous and soft, retained a faint warmth, and her cheeks glowed with a delicate blush, perhaps from the heat of the dryer or something else entirely, making her look exceptionally beautiful. Feeling his gaze upon her, Lisa grew slightly bashful, her small hands nervously clutching her skirt as she softly inquired, Why are you staring at me? Just looking, Eli replied, his gaze retracting, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Aren't you going to sleep? Lisa stood and moved to the edge of the bed, lightly swinging her legs. I can't sleep. Could you tell me a story? A fairy tale? Eli raised an eyebrow in question. Lisa shook her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Anything is fine. As long as it's you telling it. Any story will do. All right. Eli chuckled resignedly, lying down beside her and beginning his tale. Once upon a time, in a faraway magical kingdom, there was a brave little boy with many good friends. Together, they embarked on adventures, overcame challenges, and experienced countless delightful escapades. His voice was soft and soothing, like a gentle night breeze brushing against Lisa's ears. Leaning against him, she absorbed the unfolding narrative, captivated by Eli's earnest expression as he narrated. A warm sensation enveloped her heart. Gradually, her eyelids grew heavy, and her breathing steadied, as Eli's gentle storytelling lulled her into a sweet slumber. Upon concluding the story, Eli turned to find Lisa peacefully asleep, a soft smile lingering on her lips. He tenderly tucked her in, gently tousling her hair, whispering, Good night, Lisa. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the serene visage of the girl in slumber. Watching her tranquil form, Eli's heart brimmed with warmth, wishing for this tranquil and beautiful night to linger indefinitely. By the time the tale had finished, Lisa had nestled against Eli's shoulder, deep in sleep, her breathing rhythmic and a sweet smile gracing her lips. Eli, unable to bear waking her, carefully laid her flat on the bed and covered her with a blanket. After completing this tender act, he gazed at his own bed now occupied, a resigned smile escaping him. It seemed he would have to make do with the sofa for the night. He tiptoed out of the guest room, finding the sofa in the living room, quickly rearranging it before lying down. Though the sofa lacked the comfort of a bed, The thought of Lisa sleeping soundly filled Eli with warmth. The sound of the waves outside drifted in softly, like a gentle lullaby. Eli closed his eyes, and images of the past few days spent with Lisa by the seaside flickered through his mind, walking barefoot on the sandy shore, sipping sweet coconut juice, and eagerly anticipating tomorrow's honey cookies. As he pondered these delightful moments, he gradually drifted into slumber, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although sleeping on the sofa felt somewhat unfair, the thought of ensuring Lisa's peaceful rest made it bearable. Chapter 72. Wearing shoes, baking cookies, nighttime. In the early morning, Eli was stirred awake by the gentle sound of footsteps. As he groggily opened his eyes, he beheld Lisa standing beside the sofa, holding a small tray that bore 2 cups of milk and several cookies. "You're awake," Lisa exclaimed softly upon noticing his open eyes. "Did I disturb you?" Eli rubbed his eyes and sat up, his gaze falling to see the girl's bare feet on the cold floor, her toes slightly curled. Frowning, he reached out and gently grasped her foot, a hint of concern in his voice. "Why aren't you wearing shoes? The floor is quite chilly. Be careful not to catch a cold." Lisa's cheeks flushed at his sudden touch, and she replied in a whisper, "I thought you might still be asleep. So I didn't want to wear shoes and make noise. I came down quietly." She shook the tray in her hands. "Mom made breakfast, and I brought you some milk and cookies to tide you over. Soon we can bake honey-filled cookies." Seeing the anticipation in her eyes warmed Eli's heart. He rose and retrieved a pair of slippers, bending down to help her put them on. "Next time, don't run around barefoot," he chided gently. Taking the tray from her, he smiled and said, "Thank you for the milk and cookies. They smell delightful." Lisa nodded, her face lighting up with a sweet smile as she watched him savor the cookies. After finishing breakfast, Lisa eagerly pulled Eli toward the kitchen. Her mother had already prepared all the ingredients. Flour, butter, honey, and eggs were neatly arranged on the countertop, and the oven was preheated with care. "First, we need to cream the softened butter and sugar together," Lisa's mother patiently demonstrated. "Like this, whisk until it becomes light and fluffy." With great enthusiasm, Lisa took up the whisk, stirring vigorously, but the butter stubbornly clung to the sides of the bowl. Eli chuckled and took the whisk from her, his movements gentle and practiced. "Let me help you. You can add the eggs." They worked in tandem, Eli mixing the butter while Lisa carefully added the eggs, occasionally dropping bits of shell into the bowl, which Eli would chuckle at while extracting them. Next, they combined the flour to knead the dough. Lisa's small hands became dusted with flour, and in a playful moment, she smeared a bit on Eli's face. Not to be outdone, he lightly brushed flour against her nose, transforming them both into little kittens, much to the amusement of Lisa's mother. Once the dough was well kneaded, they rolled it out into a thin sheet, using adorable cookie cutters to shape stars, moons, and bunnies. A spoonful of sweet honey was placed in the center of each shape before pressing 2 cookie halves together, ensuring the edges were tightly sealed. Lisa took great care with each cookie, meticulously pinching them to prevent any honey from oozing out. Eli observed her concentrated demeanor and couldn't resist picking up a small piece of dough, shaping it into a tiny heart, and quietly placing it in her baking tray. Upon discovering this, Lisa's cheeks flushed slightly, and she reciprocated with a heart of her own. Once the cookies were nestled in the oven, the kitchen soon filled with a delightful aroma. Leaning against the oven, Lisa fixated on the cookies inside, eagerly exclaiming, "Hurry up and bake. I can hardly wait to taste them." Eli chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Patience, it will be ready soon." Before long, the honey-filled cookies emerged, golden and crisp. A bite revealed a sweet flow of honey, engulfing the palate in bliss. Lisa handed a piece to Eli, urging, "Try it. Isn't it absolutely delicious?" Eli took a bite and nodded enthusiastically. "Indeed, it's even better than those from the store." Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the kitchen as the 2 youngsters savored the delectable cookies, laughing and chatting, the air thick with sweetness. Time always seemed to fly by when he was with Lisa, and their 3-day pact vanished in a blink. During these days, Lisa would often scamper to Eli's guest room each night, clutching her pillow with a pitiful gaze, softly declaring her insomnia, and naturally commandeering most of the bed. Eli, amused yet helpless, realized he couldn't possibly let a girl sleep on the sofa. Eventually, he resorted to discreetly using transformation magic to convert the single bed into a spacious one, allowing them to sleep on either side, with a small distance between them. Lying on his side of the bed, Eli glanced at the peacefully sleeping Lisa and couldn't help but mumble to himself. She was a girl after all. There was a distinction between genders, and he couldn't sleep as he did with Ron, so they had to maintain this careful distance. Yet, watching her serene face in slumber and listening to her gentle breaths, Eli found solace in the arrangement. Although the bed was magically conjured, ensuring Lisa's peaceful sleep made the minor inconvenience seem trivial. Moonlight filtered through the curtain gaps, illuminating the figures on either side of the grand bed. Eli sighed softly, a smile involuntarily tugging at his lips. Even if it meant secretly transforming the bed each night, these tender and sweet moments would remain a unique memory of this summer. Chapter 73. Cedric, Embrace, Quidditch. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Lisa, Eli arrived at Cedric's home as promised. Just as he reached the door, it swung open abruptly, and Cedric's hearty laughter rang out. In the next moment, Eli found himself enveloped in a warm embrace. "Eli, you finally made it," Cedric exclaimed, giving him a hearty pat on the back, his voice brimming with excitement. "I've been waiting for you for days. I've prepared to take you to experience the Quidditch training grounds near our home." Eli, slightly breathless from the embrace, chuckled as he patted Cedric's arm. All right. Let me go. I'm running out of oxygen." Only then did Cedric release him, sheepishly scratching his head, yet his eyes sparkled with joy. "Sorry. I was just too thrilled. My parents have been talking about you, saying they want to make your favorite apple pie." He tugged Eli into the house, exuberantly exclaiming, "Come in. I must tell you, I've recently mastered a few new Quidditch techniques. I'll take you to try them out shortly, and I assure you, you will be utterly amazed." Observing Cedric's vibrant demeanor, Eli felt a surge of joy. Being with Cedric was always a sun-drenched and spirited experience. Cedric led Eli inside, and a warm atmosphere enveloped them. In the living room, Cedric's parents awaited on the sofa, and upon seeing Eli, they immediately rose with enthusiasm. "Eli, welcome. Welcome." Cedric's mother approached with a smile, gently patting his shoulder. "I've heard so much about you from Cedric. Indeed, you are a handsome and lively young man." Cedric's father nodded in agreement, offering a glass of juice. "You've had quite the journey. Please, have a seat. Cedric has been eagerly anticipating your visit, saying he wants to take you to the training field." Eli graciously accepted the juice, smiling politely. "Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. I hope I'm not intruding." "Not at all," Cedric's mother insisted, guiding him to the sofa with affectionate eyes. "Cedric is absolutely thrilled that you could come. I've specially baked your favorite apple pie. Dinner will be served shortly." Cedric, sitting nearby, scratched his head somewhat bashfully. "Mom, when did I ever say I was waiting every day? Did you not?" Cedric's father teased, chuckling. Just yesterday, he meticulously polished the Quidditch bats 3 times, insisting that he wanted to showcase his new techniques to Eli. Witnessing the warm interaction among the family filled Eli's heart with warmth. Cedric's parents were kind and welcoming, making him feel as comfortable as if he were at home. He turned to Cedric with a smile. "Then I must witness your new techniques in action." Cedric's spirit soared at this, and he replied excitedly, "Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. After dinner, we shall head to the training field." The living room echoed with laughter and joy, the sweet aroma of apple pie wafting from the kitchen. Eli gazed at the lively and cozy scene before him, his heart brimming with contentment. After savoring the delectable apple pie, Cedric eagerly whisked Eli away to the nearby Quidditch training ground. The expansive field lay empty, basking in perfect sunlight with a gentle breeze, and several towering goalposts stood silently at either end. Cedric retrieved 2 Firebolt 2000 brooms from the storage room and handed one to Eli. "Are you ready? Today, I will introduce you to a different flying experience." Eli accepted the broom with a smile and nodded, "Absolutely." The two mounted their brooms and ascended slowly into the air. Cedric skillfully maneuvered beside Eli, suddenly reaching out to gently wrap his arm around Eli's waist, pulling him closer. "Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate." Before Eli could react, Cedric propelled them forward, the wind rushing past them with fervor. Eli instinctively gripped the broom tighter, reveling in the sensation of weightlessness and the warmth emanating from Cedric's embrace. Cedric led him in spirals above the training field, diving and soaring, sometimes skimming the grass and at other times shooting skyward. Sunlight cascaded upon them, and the gentle breeze caressed their hair. Unable to contain his joy, Eli spread his arms wide, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of flight. "How was that? Wasn't it thrilling?" Cedric's voice rang in his ears, imbued with mirth. Eli nodded with a smile, the wind lending a whimsical quality to his voice. "Absolutely exhilarating. Far more enjoyable than flying on my own." Cedric whisked him toward the goalpost, executing a sudden sharp turn that startled Eli into a gasp, instinctively clutching Cedric's arm. Cedric's laughter boomed with warmth. "Fear not, for I am here." The two soared through the sky, their laughter echoing in every corner of the training ground. Eli gazed at the spirited Cedric beside him, savoring the thrill of their flight, his heart brimming with joy. Sharing the sky with a good friend was undoubtedly the most exhilarating experience of this summer. Chapter 74. Invitation, Kiss, Cedric. As night fell, Eli finished his ablutions and prepared to retire to his guest room. Upon stepping into the corridor, he spotted Cedric leaning casually against the doorframe of his own room, the street lamp casting playful shadows upon him, his expression laced with a hint of easy amusement. "Shall we sleep together? I might have trouble drifting off," Cedric proposed, his tone as casual as an invitation to the training ground. Eli raised an eyebrow, surprised by the suggestion. "Cedric, are you actually inviting me?" "Certainly," Cedric replied with a grin, effortlessly taking hold of Eli's wrist and pulling him into his room. The space was illuminated by a single soft night light, casting a gentle glow. Upon entering, Cedric playfully exerted his strength, pressing Eli onto the bed. "What are you doing?" Eli protested, attempting to push him away. Yet Cedric leaned in, his arms framing Eli's sides, enveloping him in an embrace, his nose brushing against Eli's hair as he murmured softly, "You smell wonderful. Your shampoo has a delightful fragrance." Eli was momentarily taken aback, sensing an unusual and somewhat childlike stubbornness in Cedric's demeanor. He tried to shove Cedric's shoulder, but the latter, despite his cheerful countenance, was considerably stronger. Thus, Eli found himself firmly held, surrendering to the embrace. After a few moments, Cedric's voice broke the silence, now tinged with a deeper tone. "Let us engage in conversation, shall we? We can talk about Quidditch and the events of the summer." Eli gazed into Cedric's earnest eyes, filled with sincere anticipation, and his initial reluctance began to fade. With a gentle sigh, he smiled and replied, "All right, but could you loosen your grip a bit? I'm finding it hard to breathe." At Eli's words, Cedric immediately eased his hold, yet retained the embrace, resembling a large dog that had found warmth. The atmosphere in the room gradually settled into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the occasional whisper of the wind outside. Cedric suddenly spoke, his voice lower than usual. "Earlier, you inquired if I had someone I liked. I can tell you now." Eli blinked in surprise and turned to face him. "Oh? Who is it?" Before he could complete his sentence, Cedric abruptly flipped upright, yanking Eli to sit up and pressing him against the wall behind them. Without waiting for Eli to react, warm lips pressed against his, carrying a hint of urgency and a touch of clumsiness. Eli's pupils dilated, his mind blank. Had Cedric just kissed him? After a brief kiss, Cedric pulled back slightly, their foreheads touching, his breath somewhat rapid, his voice trembling slightly. "I like you, Eli." Upon saying this, he couldn't help but gently nibble on Eli's lips, as if seeking confirmation. Eli, still reeling from the shock, opened his mouth to speak, but was taken aback by the sight of Cedric's eyes gradually reddening. The usually cheerful boy now resembled a wronged child. His voice laced with a whimper. "I know this is sudden, but I couldn't help it. I've liked you since the first time I saw you at Hogwarts." He wrapped his arms tightly around Eli, burying his face in the crook of his neck, his voice muffled. "I'm afraid you'll reject me. Afraid we won't even be friends. But I don't want to hide it anymore. Eli, I really like you." Eli stood frozen, feeling the warmth radiating from Cedric's neck and the slight tremor of his body, his heart a tumultuous mess. He had never imagined that Cedric's feelings for him could be so profound. Eli opened his mouth, his heart racing. He struggled to untangle the emotions swirling within him. Did he like Cedric? Perhaps there was something there. After all, he had never felt resistance to Cedric's closeness. Cedric maintained his embrace, his eyes still glistening with unshed tears. Resembling a large dog drenched in rain, his voice a careful plea. "Can I have another kiss? Just a little one." Gazing into his eyes, filled with anticipation and uncertainty, Eli remained silent for a few seconds before eventually nodding gently. The moment he received affirmation, Cedric immediately lifted his head. This kiss was no longer the hasty and clumsy one from before. It was imbued with a gentle exploration. He softly pressed his lips against Eli's, the tender sensation causing both to shudder slightly. Then, he extended his tongue carefully, teasingly tracing Eli's lips with a playful intimacy. Eli stiffened, his eyelashes fluttering, acutely aware of the warmth of Cedric's tongue and the hand that was slowly wandering around his waist, igniting a blush on his cheeks. Before he could react, Cedric's tongue had gently slipped inside, intertwining with his in a sweet, tantalizing dance. The sound of their intimate encounter echoed clearly in the quiet room, a silken thread of moisture trailing down the corner of their lips. Eli's eyes widened, his heart pounding, feeling an overwhelming heat. How could Cedric dare to do this? The kiss lingered on, until both were breathless, and Cedric gradually pulled away, resting his forehead against Eli's, his warm breath cascading over his face. He then leaned against Eli's shoulder, his voice still carrying an undertone of hurt. "Eli." Yet, he remained unaware that the face buried in Eli's neck bore no trace of the earlier vulnerability. Instead, it sparkled with a triumphant mirth, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips like a fox that had successfully stolen a sweet treat. The tear-streaked visage he had just displayed was merely a meticulously orchestrated ruse. Eli remained entranced by the lingering kiss they had just shared, his cheeks aflame and heart racing. Entirely oblivious to the subtle machinations of the person beside him, he felt utterly languid, lacking the strength to push Cedric away. Chapter 75, Cedric, a Plea, an Escape. The air within the room seemed to be suffused with a honeyed hue, an atmosphere of intimacy enveloping the two. Cedric leaned against Eli's shoulder, his breath gradually steadying. Yet seizing the opportunity while Eli was lost in reverie, he moved closer still. He gently nibbled on Eli's lower lip, the tenderness replaced by a deliberate intimacy and a hint of teasing, his tongue occasionally tracing the contours, sending shivers throughout Eli's being. "What are you doing?" Eli's voice trembled imperceptibly, his cheeks as red as ripened apples, his gaze flitting nervously elsewhere. How dared Cedric press his advances, when moments ago he had appeared so pitiable? Yet Cedric paid no heed to such thoughts, slightly lifting his head to rest his forehead against Eli's. The earlier triumph in his eyes replaced by a glimmer of vulnerable longing, underpinned by a simmering anticipation. He nuzzled Eli's nose gently, his voice low and pleading. "Help me. Please, I beg you, Eli." His hand slid down Eli's waist, radiating warmth, each touch quickening Eli's heartbeat. The lips still softly clutched Eli's, as if in a playful demand. Imbued with an expectation and reliance that brooked no refusal, Eli found himself at a loss, overwhelmed by Cedric's potent blend of assertiveness and vulnerability. His cheeks burned, breaths coming in quick succession. He yearned to push Cedric away, yet found himself ensnared in his embrace, helplessly watching Cedric's face draw nearer. Feeling the almost imperceptible nibbling of his lips, anxiety and confusion swirling within him. The entanglement of their lips grew increasingly fervent. Cedric's kiss, a blend of irresistible strength and gentleness, ensnared Eli between the wall and himself. Eli's breath quickened, his cheeks nearly aflame, and the resolve to struggle waned. His hands languidly resting on Cedric's shoulder. Cedric seemed wholly absorbed in this kiss, his tongue exploring, delicately tracing Eli's lips, occasionally grazing them with gentle bites, leaving faint crimson marks. Eli felt himself growing weak, his mind clouded, the air thinning around him. His ears filled with the sound of his rapid heartbeat and the intimate noises surrounding them. Time became an indistinct blur. Eli's vision began to swim, his body swaying weakly. Sensing Eli's distress, Cedric finally pulled away, his gaze falling upon Eli's reddened eyes and faint breaths, a flicker of concern and remorse passing through him. He gently steadied the wavering Eli, allowing him to lean against him, his voice husky with worry. "Eli? I'm sorry, did I hurt you?" Eli leaned against him, his consciousness gradually fading, feeling utterly fatigued, lacking even the strength to open his eyes, ultimately succumbing to a deep slumber in Cedric's embrace. Cedric carefully lifted him, cradling him gently as if he were a fragile treasure, and laid him down on the bed with the utmost tenderness. He sat beside the bed, brushing aside the stray locks from Eli's forehead, gazing at his flushed cheeks and slightly swollen lips, his eyes filled with warmth and affection. "Sleep well, Eli," he whispered, leaning down to place a soft kiss on Eli's forehead, his voice low and gentle. "When you awaken, I shall tell you just how much I adore you." Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the serene face of the young boy asleep on the bed. Cedric remained by his side, silently guarding him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, and Eli awoke in an unfamiliar bed. The memories of the previous night surged back like a tide, the sensation of their lips, Cedric's heated breath, the warmth enveloping his waist, each scene igniting a blush upon his cheeks and causing his heart to race. He tiptoed out of bed, careful not to rouse Cedric in the adjacent room, and hastily washed up before making his way to the dining room. Cedric's parents were as warm as ever, having prepared a lavish breakfast, but Eli found himself lacking an appetite, managing only a few hurried bites before excusing himself, eager to depart. As he glanced back at Eli's almost panicked retreat, Cedric emerged from the staircase's corner, leaning against the railing, his lips curling into a bittersweet smile. He sighed softly, murmuring to himself, "As expected, I scared him away. If only I had held back last night, been a bit more patient." Though slightly vexed, the thought of Eli's flushed cheeks, his flustered gaze, and the way he had fainted in Cedric's arms made Cedric's heart race uncontrollably. He approached the table, picking up the untouched toast Eli had left behind, taking a bite with a fond expression. "It's all right, you won't escape, Eli." Sunlight bathed him, and the smile on the young man's face widened. Perhaps he had been too eager this time, but that was of little consequence. He had all the time in the world to wait for Eli to be ready, to gently coax him into loving him in return. Chapter 76. Embarrassment, Marks, Theodore. Eli stumbled away from Cedric's house, his mind consumed by the lingering memory of that overly passionate kiss and Cedric's fervent demeanor. The more he thought about it, the more he felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, his cheeks burning as if they might ignite. Cedric had truly overstepped. He knew Eli wasn't ready yet. Yet he had been so forward as to kiss him into oblivion. Once home, Eli locked himself in his room, his heart racing uncontrollably at the mere thought of Cedric. Overwhelmed by a wave of embarrassment, he retrieved a feather quill, intending to pen a letter to Cedric, demanding an explanation. Yet the pen lingered over the paper for ages without a single word emerging. In frustration, he ultimately tossed the quill onto the table. "I'll ignore him. Absolutely ignore him," Eli muttered to his flushed reflection in the mirror, resolutely deciding to teach Cedric a lesson. In the following days, regardless of how many owl letters Cedric sent, Eli would dismiss them without a glance, shoving them into a drawer. Even if he caught sight of Cedric from a distance in Diagon Alley, he would immediately turn and avoid him, resolutely refusing any encounter. Yet, in the stillness of the night, as Eli lay in bed, Cedric's pleading visage, with red-rimmed eyes, would involuntarily surface in his mind, along with that kiss, damp with sweetness. He pressed his burning cheeks, feeling a tumult of anger and confusion towards the insufferable Cedric, blaming him for the restless nights he now endured. Eli stood before the mirror, vexedly poking at the faint red mark on his neck, a remnant of Cedric's uncontrollable fervor. A blemish his collar could not conceal, igniting further embarrassment and irritation within him. Just then, the familiar hoot of an owl pierced the air, and upon glancing up, he saw Theodore's response. As he opened the envelope, the well-known handwriting greeted him. "I received your letter. I shall set out tomorrow. Wait for me." The mention of tomorrow brought a sigh of relief, yet his expression soon faltered as he frowned at his reflection, appearing rather pitiful. He cautiously touched the mark on his neck, murmuring to himself, "This is disastrous. Theodore will undoubtedly bombard me with questions." The thought of Theodore's ever-inquisitive gaze and his relentless nature made Eli wince. He rummaged through his wardrobe, retrieving a turtleneck sweater, but after much deliberation, he disdainfully tossed it back, deeming it inappropriate for the summer heat. All of this was Cedric's fault. Eli, in a fit of frustration, thumped his pillow, his cheeks flushing once more. If it weren't for Cedric's outrageous behavior, he wouldn't have to face anyone with such a mark. Nor would he have to endure Theodore's probing inquiries. As he lay on his bed, staring at Theodore's letter, he felt a mix of anticipation for his friend's arrival and dread over the potential discovery of the mark. After much inner turmoil, he resignedly sighed, "Well, I shall take it one step at a time. If worst comes to worst, I'll just say it was a mosquito bite." Yet, the thought of Theodore's skeptical gaze made Eli cover his face, feeling increasingly woeful. Why was it so difficult to resolve the trouble Cedric had caused? Early the next morning, the doorbell rang. As Eli opened the door, he found Theodore standing there with a suitcase, clad in a neat black coat, his expression as inscrutable as ever, although his gaze precisely landed on Eli's neck. "Good morning." Theodore stepped inside, placing his suitcase down, and immediately zeroed in on the mark, asking, "Who did that to your neck?" Eli's heart raced, and he instinctively pulled up his collar, avoiding eye contact. "It's a mosquito. There are many in the summer." Theodore raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced, and scoffed. A mosquito could leave such a neat mark? He stepped closer, his tone laced with a subtle discontent. "Is it Diggory?" Eli bit his lip, falling silent, but his cheeks betrayed him, flushing a deep crimson. "That confirmed it," Theodore stated with certainty, his eyes flashing with a complex array of emotions. Eli, feeling somewhat defiant, raised his head to look at him. "What gives you such unwavering certainty?" "Why?" Theodore echoed his question, suddenly stepping forward, closing the distance between them, his gaze penetrating as he asked, "Can I not?" Eli was taken aback by Theodore's unexpected words, hastily retreating a step to create space, his cheeks instantly flushing red. "What are you talking about, Theodore?" He never anticipated Theodore would utter such a statement, sending his heart into a chaotic rhythm. Observing Eli's flustered demeanor, a fleeting smile flickered in Theodore's eyes, which he quickly masked, reverting to his usual aloofness. "It's nothing." He turned and walked toward the sofa, pondering that if Digger could accomplish something, perhaps he could as well. Eli stood frozen, his heart pounding like a drum, gazing at Theodore's retreating figure, riddled with confusion and anxiety. What did Theodore's earlier words truly signify? The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm patches of light upon the carpet. Eli and Theodore sat side by side on the sofa, engrossed in their books. The living room enveloped in silence save for the rustling of pages, yet the atmosphere was tinged with a subtle awkwardness. Eli feigned concentration on his book, but his peripheral vision couldn't resist sneaking glances at Theodore, his mind echoing the earlier phrase, "Can I not?" creating a tumult within him. At that moment, Theodore suddenly closed his book, turning to Eli with a profound gaze, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable seriousness. "Can I not?" Eli paused, shutting his book, looking at him with confusion. "Can do what?" He genuinely failed to comprehend what Theodore was fixated on. Theodore offered no reply, merely leaning in closer. Before Eli could react, Theodore reached out, gently pressing Eli back against the sofa, his body slightly leaning forward, close enough that they could feel each other's breaths. It was only when Eli's back met the soft upholstery that he belatedly realized what was unfolding, his pupils constricting in understanding. In the next heartbeat, Theodore's lips brushed softly against his, a cool touch, unlike Cedric's fervent embraces, merely a brief and gentle kiss, fleeting like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. After the kiss, Theodore pulled back slightly, resting his forehead against Eli's, his voice low yet clear. "This." Eli reclined on the sofa, his cheeks aflame, his heart racing, his breath growing slightly erratic. He gazed into Theodore's eyes, which mirrored his own bewilderment, his mind a blank canvas. How could this be happening? Chapter 77. Rejection, Unrequited Love. Atmosphere. No. Eli suddenly snapped back to reality, forcefully pushing Theodore away, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor, yet resolute. He sat up, adjusting his somewhat disheveled collar, his gaze earnest as he looked at Theodore. We are friends, Cedric is, and so are you. Such things cannot happen again. I will clarify things with Cedric. The thought of being forcefully kissed in succession stirred a sense of grievance and agitation within Eli. What was the point of this endless struggle? Why did it always have to be like this? He merely wished to foster genuine friendships with everyone, yet he consistently found himself thrust into such awkward situations. As he pondered, Eli's mind was suddenly flooded with memories of Harry. Harry would never act this way. He was perpetually warm and sincere. Being with Harry always felt effortless and liberating. Harry is truly the better friend, Eli murmured softly, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Harry would never behave like this. He sighed gently, his heart heavy with longing. Harry, I miss you, my dear friend. How he wished Harry were here. At least he would have someone to confide in, someone to share the burdens of these troubling matters with, rather than feeling ensnared by friends in such a manner. Upon hearing Eli's resolute refusal, coupled with the phrase "we are merely friends," Theodore's outstretched hand froze mid-air, the glimmer in his eyes dimming almost instantly. He slowly withdrew his hand and silently retreated to the opposite side of the sofa, curling up slightly. The usually aloof expression on his face now bore an almost imperceptible hint of vulnerability, reminiscent of a neglected kitten, looking pitifully forlorn. Friends? Theodore repeated the word softly, his voice as light as a feather, tinged with an almost undetectable sense of disappointment. He lowered his gaze, his long lashes casting a small shadow beneath his eyes, obscuring the emotions swirling within. The atmosphere around him seemed to grow heavy with melancholy. He chose silence, remaining seated quietly, his fingers subconsciously grazing the spot where Eli's fingertips had touched moments before, as if still savoring the warmth of the encounter. The living room descended into silence once more, broken only by the occasional chirping of birds outside, accentuating the solitude of Theodore's presence. Eli observed him in this state, an inexplicable sense of panic stirring within him, causing his earlier resolve to waver. He opened his mouth, intending to offer some comforting words, yet found himself at a loss for how to reject a friend's affections. Witnessing Theodore's disheartened demeanor weighed heavily on his own heart. Silence lingered in the living room for what felt like an eternity, until Eli thought Theodore might never speak again. Suddenly, Theodore lifted his head, the despondency in his eyes lifting slightly, replaced by an unwavering seriousness. Then I shall secretly harbor feelings for you, Theodore stated, his gaze steady, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable conviction. Huh? Eli was utterly taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief, unable to comprehend his words. What are you saying? Theodore lowered his gaze slightly, his fingers gently clutching the hem of his shirt, his voice softening yet remaining clear. You won't allow me to like you, nor to act beyond the bounds of friendship. He paused, raising his eyes to meet Eli's once more, a hint of cautious hope glimmering within. So, I will secretly admire you. That should be permissible, right? I won't disturb you, nor will I reveal it to you. Just something for me to know. His tone was light, yet it felt like a small stone cast into the lake of Eli's heart, sending ripples of confusion and anxiety. Eli gazed at Theodore's earnest expression, his mind a whirlwind of emotions. He had never anticipated Theodore would express such sentiments. Secretly harboring feelings for someone without their knowledge? Eli opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for how to respond. Words of refusal lodged in his throat as he gazed into Theodore's eyes, which shimmered with a cautious light. He found himself unable to utter the denial. Theodore seemed to perceive his hesitation, offering a gentle smile laced with a hint of bitterness. There is no need to rush your response. Let it be my concern alone. Thus, we remain friends, correct? Eli regarded him, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within, and ultimately nodded in acquiescence. He had never anticipated that his refusal would yield such an outcome, Theodore secretly harboring feelings for him. Eli observed the stubborn, yet somewhat aggrieved glimmer in Theodore's eyes, his heart in disarray. With a resigned sigh, he rubbed his aching temples and said, "Suit yourself." Rising from the sofa, he deliberately shifted the topic, striving for a light-hearted tone. But let us not dwell on this. It's time for lunch. I'm quite famished. No sooner had he spoken than soft footsteps echoed from downstairs. Lolo entered with a tray, cheerfully announcing, "Young master, Master Theodore, lunch is ready. And I've brought it for you." The exquisite platter was adorned with the enticing aroma of roasted chicken, golden mashed potatoes, and a fresh vegetable salad, the delightful scent instantly permeating the room. Lolo carefully arranged the dishes on the table and thoughtfully set the cutlery. Eli beckoned Theodore to the dining table, picked up his knife and fork, and attempted to dispel the previous awkwardness with food. Don't just sit there, dig in. Lolo's culinary skills are exceptional. Theodore surveyed the meal before him, then glanced at the seemingly nonchalant Eli beside him. The sadness in his eyes gradually faded as he picked up his utensils, murmuring a soft, "Thank you." During lunch, neither of them broached the earlier topic again, instead consuming their meal in quietude. Occasionally, Lolo would come by to refill their drinks, leaving only the gentle clinking of cutlery and the savory aroma of food in the air. The atmosphere slowly returned to its usual tranquility, although beneath the calm lay a subtle, unspoken tension. Chapter 78. Thoughts. Correspondence. Cedric. After finishing lunch, Eli assisted Lolo in clearing the table. Then turned to Theodore. My room is right next door. I'll bring over some clean clothes shortly. If you need anything tonight, just let me know. Theodore leaned against the doorframe of the corridor, hands in his pockets, observing Eli with a barely perceptible smile, playfully inquiring, what if there's nothing to do? Eli paused, scrutinizing Theodore's feigned ignorance and couldn't he help but mutter internally. Is something amiss with him? He knows perfectly well there's nothing to occupy himself with yet still asks. Rolling his eyes, he replied with a hint of exasperation, if there's nothing, then go to sleep. Are you hoping to chat the night away? Theodore, amused by Eli's flustered demeanor, allowed his smile to deepen but refrained from further teasing. Merely nodding in understanding. Got it. Relieved that Theodore had finally ceased his banter, Eli exhaled and turned to retrieve his clothes. Watching Eli's retreating figure, Theodore leaned against the doorframe, the smile in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a tender anticipation. Even though they were merely next door, the proximity felt comforting. Eli closed the door firmly behind him, pressing his back against the wooden panel, his hands swiftly covering his flushed face as his heart raced uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, he repeatedly reassured himself of his heterosexuality, at least for the moment. His relationship with Theodore had always been one of friendship and trust, devoid of any transgressive thoughts. Yet, Theodore's sudden confession and that fleeting kiss had thrown him into disarray. He could not fathom how their friendship, which had remained steadfast until now, could so abruptly transform into something so complex. As for Cedric, Eli let out a soft sigh, his fingertips unconsciously grazing the door panel. The memory of that overly passionate kiss, the tearful confession, and his own hasty retreat replayed in his mind, adding to his mounting frustration. Approaching his desk, he opened the drawer to find several unopened letters, all from Cedric, each adorned with words pleading for reconciliation. Eli picked up one of the envelopes, hesitating for a long moment while gripping the edge, ultimately deciding against opening it. What should I do? He sat down on the chair, returning the letter to the drawer, raking his fingers through his hair, confusion evident in his gaze. On one side was Theodore, who had just confessed his feelings, and on the other was Cedric, who awaited his response. How had his once tranquil summer become so convoluted? Seated at the desk, Eli spread open a sheet of paper, his hand poised over the quill for what felt like an eternity, yet unable to write. After much deliberation, he finally inscribed a few lines. Cedric, first and foremost, I am straight. Secondly, please do not treat me that way again, or I may truly ignore you. Setting down the quill, he stared at the words on the page, unable to suppress a frown as he muttered to himself, how spineless. Despite harboring resentment towards Cedric, the words he had written felt soft and almost like a plea. Lacking any semblance of firmness, he picked up the letter, contemplating crossing out his words to rewrite them. He hesitated, wanting to add that they were still friends, but fearing it would come across as overly contrived. He wished to express his grievances about Cedric's previous behavior, but feared that harsh words might irreparably damage their bond. After much internal conflict, Eli meticulously erased the traces of his edits, gazing at the two simple lines with a resigned sigh. Perhaps this was enough. At least he had clarified his stance. The rest would have to wait for Cedric's response. He carefully folded the letter, placed it in the envelope, affixed a stamp, and walked to the window, waving at the owl outside, hoping that this letter would convey his sentiments to Cedric. Cedric had just emerged from the shower, his hair still damp and glistening, casually draped in a bathrobe as he leaned against the headboard, his fingers gripping the envelope Eli had sent with an expression full of anticipation. As he opened the letter, his movements were lighter than usual. However, upon reading the two lines, Cedric, first and foremost, I am straight. Secondly, please do not treat me that way again, or I may truly ignore you. He could not help but chuckle softly, the disappointment in his chest swiftly replaced by a warm, tender emotion. The handwriting is far from neat. One can even discern the hesitance in the strokes. The final line, I really won't pay you any mind, carries a tone so soft it resembles a petulant pout, devoid of any semblance of threat. Cedric pressed the letter against his chest, his fingertips gently caressing the paper's surface, unable to conceal the mirth shimmering in his eyes. How could Eli be so endearing? Even his refusal was penned in such a soft manner, lacking any sting, which only served to heighten Cedric's desire to tease him further. He envisioned Eli as he penned the letter, likely furrowing his brow and puffing out his cheeks, struggling for ages yet managing only these two lines. The curve of his lips became increasingly pronounced. Straightforward? Cedric murmured to himself, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his gaze. No matter, he could afford to be patient. He carefully tucked the letter into his drawer, alongside the others that had remained unmailed, and lightly tapped the surface of the desk. Next time he encountered Eli, he would need to adopt a gentler approach. Chapter 79. Patting Heads, Age-Enhancing Potion, London. The following morning, the owl's call rang out punctually. Eli opened the window, expecting to find Cedric's reply, only to be greeted by a large box of exquisitely packaged cookies, accompanied by a note tucked within. Upon unfolding the note, he encountered merely the terse phrase, "I got it." Eli stared at the weighty box of cookies, then glanced at the dismissive scrawl on the note, rendered utterly speechless. Was this what it meant to get it? It was evident he had not taken Eli's words to heart at all, attempting instead to placate him with cookies. Such a lack of self-awareness. Is that from Diggory? Theodore's voice suddenly broke the silence from behind him. Eli turned abruptly, meeting Theodore's gaze. Theodore appeared to have just awoken, his hair tousled, strands falling over his forehead, his usual aloofness softened by a hint of youthful languor. It's not a letter. Just a note and these cookies. Eli pushed the cookies aside and stood up. You should gather your things. Once you're ready, we'll head to London. London? Theodore raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Just the two of us? Why not? Eli shot him a sidelong glance, urging him with feigned impatience. Stop asking questions and pack up. I'll wait for you downstairs. Theodore observed Eli's somewhat hurried retreat, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. He refrained from probing further. Turning back to his room, he could surmise that Eli's sudden suggestion to visit London was likely an attempt to evade the complications brought by Cedric. Yet, it suited him just fine. He relished the opportunity to spend time alone with Eli. An age-enhancing potion? Theodore regarded the milky liquid Eli presented, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. Eli nodded proudly, lifting his chin like a little creature seeking praise. Indeed, I secretly pilfered the ingredients from Professor Snape's cabinet. Impressive, isn't it? You must commend me. I am a genius. Theodore, unable to resist, reached out to gently ruffle Eli's hair, his tone laced with a barely perceptible warmth. Yes, quite impressive. Hey. Eli recoiled as if scalded, stepping back abruptly and brushing off Theodore's hand. His cheeks tinged with a faint blush as he declared that such physical contact was unacceptable, insisting that they were merely friends. Theodore's hand hung suspended in the air, the warmth in his gaze evaporating instantly, replaced by a hint of grievance. Lowering his eyes, his voice softened, imbued with a touch of vulnerability. All right, I understand. Seeing him in such a state stirred an inexplicable tenderness within Eli, yet recalling their prior agreement, he resolutely turned his head away. Quickly pack away the age-enhancing potion. Once we arrive in London, we can use it to gain entry into a bar. You still wish to enter a bar? Theodore's voice grew noticeably cooler, his brows knitting together in disapproval, his eyes reflecting a clear discontent. Do you have any idea how chaotic bars can be? Moreover, disguising our ages with the potion is inherently risky. Eli was taken aback by his sudden seriousness, scratching his head as he retorted softly, It's just curiosity. I've heard that there are many intriguing bands in London's bars, and I merely want to listen, nothing more. Theodore regarded Eli's nonchalant demeanor, his tone deepening further. Curiosity is not an excuse. What if we are discovered using the potion, or worse, encounter trouble? He stepped closer, his gaze earnest as he looked at Eli. Either you refrain from going, or I must accompany you, never leaving your side. Eli met his unwavering gaze with a twinge of apprehension, yet he was reluctant to abandon the idea he had so eagerly anticipated. He could only mutter softly, Fine, fine. I'll bring you along. It's truly an overreaction. At this, Theodore's brow eased slightly as he picked up the vial of age-enhancing potion, carefully stowing it in his bag. It's not an overreaction. It's for safety. All right, Eli drawled, his tone laced with reluctant playfulness, signaling his concession. As he hastily donned the coat draped over the sofa, he added, In any case, let us hurry. We shouldn't waste time. Oh, by the way, I still have a wand without a core. He retrieved an old-looking wand from his pocket, shaking it slightly. I found this in my father's cabinet. While it may not be the most convenient, we want to need particularly complex magic outside, and this will be safer and less conspicuous. Theodore raised an eyebrow, casting a cursory glance at the wand before responding lightly. Quite thoughtful. He grabbed the backpack resting nearby and moved toward the door. Let us go. If we delay, we might miss the earliest train. Eli quickly tucked the wand away and hurried to catch up with Theodore, his heart secretly brimming with anticipation for their London adventure, hoping to momentarily cast aside Cedric and the tumult of emotions that accompanied him. Chapter 8. Hairbands, Handshakes, and Bars. Eli tilted his head back, swallowing the age-enhancing potion, and paused momentarily as his fingers brushed against his hair, which had inexplicably lengthened, cascading down to his neck with a hint of natural curl. He suddenly recalled the dark green hairband Pansy had gifted him and quickly rummaged through his bag, deftly gathering the stray strands from his forehead and behind his ears, securing them at the back of his head with the band. Is it a gift from Parkinson? The gaze of Theodore fell upon the hairband, and with a tone that was both calm and precise, he articulated its origin. Eli nodded, adjusting the hairband in the reflection of a roadside glass window. When he turned back, he realized that the age-enhancing agent had transformed him into the semblance of a boy around 16 or 17. His features were more defined, and the youthful vigor in his eyes was accentuated, lending him an unexpectedly captivating allure, particularly when paired with the dark green hairband. He glanced at Theodore and noticed a change in him as well. His previously somewhat juvenile face had become more chiseled, his gaze deep and contemplative, exuding an air of aloof sophistication akin to that of a composed young gentleman. As the two stood by the street, one radiating youthful exuberance and the other embodying a distant coolness, they presented two distinctly different, yet oddly harmonious personas that attracted the attention of passers-by. "Let us dine," Eli exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he seized Theodore's wrist and headed toward the corner of the street, his voice brimming with anticipation. "Is that truly your sole motivation?" Theodore, being pulled along, arched an eyebrow at Eli's exuberant figure, bemused. He had initially presumed Eli was fervently intent on a particular plan for London, only to discover that his greatest excitement was for fast food. Eli turned back, winking playfully at him. "What else could it be? I've heard that London boasts exquisite delicacies, like fries smothered in cheese and gargantuan sundaes. Since we have the chance, we must indulge." Observing Eli's earnest demeanor, Theodore's eyes glimmered with suppressed amusement as he ceased to argue, gently grasping Eli's wrist and slowing his pace. "Understood. Then let us proceed, but do not run too swiftly. Be cautious lest you stumble." Theodore allowed Eli to guide him forward, his fingertips subtly curling around Eli's wrist. A quiet thrill bubbling within him at the prospect of such clandestine physical contact. He watched the person beside him, his heart brimming with mirth. Eli's attention was wholly consumed by the impending feast, his lips reciting a litany of delectable items, one moment craving cheesy fries, the next fixated on the colossal sundae, entirely oblivious to the gentle grip around his wrist, and blissfully unaware of the tenderness that shone in Theodore's gaze. Theodore slowed his steps, silently trailing Eli, savoring this ephemeral and secretive joy. Perhaps this was sufficient. At least in this moment, Eli's world revolved solely around culinary delights, while in Theodore's world, it was solely Eli. Sitting across from one another, Theodore rested his elbow on the table, cradling his chin in his palm. His unwavering gaze fixed upon Eli as he voraciously devoured his meal, his eyes betraying an uncontainable amusement. "Is it to your liking?" he inquired softly. With fries still stuffed in his mouth, Eli responded with a muffled before seizing another cheese-laden fry and, without a second thought, offering it to Theodore's lips, mumbling, "Here. Try this. The cheese is incredibly rich." Theodore momentarily paused, then inclined his head slightly, parting his lips to bite into the fry. The savory, salty essence of the cheese melded with the crispness of the fry, yet his focus lingered on the serendipitous brush of Eli's fingertip against his own, the warmth igniting a subtle quickening of his heartbeat. After Eli finished feeding, he suddenly realized, his cheeks flushed slightly. He quickly retracted his hand and pretended to focus on devouring his hamburger, murmuring softly, "I thought you didn't like it since you haven't eaten." Theodore, observing the blush on his ear tips, felt a deeper smile tug at his lips. He chewed on his fries slowly, responding in a low voice, "It's quite delicious." Once Eli finished his meal, he wiped his mouth and swiftly grabbed Theodore, who was still leisurely cleaning his hands, and hurriedly dashed towards the bar they had previously researched. "Hey, slow down." Theodore stumbled slightly as Eli pulled him, hastily keeping pace while helplessly reminding him. Eli, not bothering to look back, spoke with urgency, emphasizing, "I'm really just going to see the band. I heard they have an impromptu performance tonight. It's supposed to be amazing. If we arrive late, there won't be good spots." Theodore watched the dark green headband on the back of Eli's head sway gently as he ran. A flicker of helplessness crossed his eyes, yet he allowed himself to be tugged along, his fingers tightening slightly as he quietly cautioned, "Understood, but once we're inside, you mustn't wander off. Stay close to me." Chapter 81. Embraces, Libations, and Thoughts. The bar was dimly lit. The cacophony of music mingling with the scent of alcohol enveloped them. A diverse crowd meandered through the space, creating a lively yet chaotic atmosphere. The moment Eli and Theodore, two exquisitely handsome and charismatic youths, entered, they became the focal point of many curious gazes, with patrons frequently approaching them for conversation. When the fourth person approached with a drink in hand, openly eyeing Eli, Theodore stepped forward before Eli could speak, casually wrapping his arm around Eli's waist. He drew him closer, his tone cool yet unmistakably possessive. "Sorry, we're together." As he watched the retreating figure, Theodore maintained his hold around Eli's waist. Reflecting inwardly, had I known it would be this chaotic, I should have been more resolute in preventing his arrival. Eli, blissfully oblivious to his allure, remained unaware of how captivating he truly was. Only by keeping him close could Theodore deter unwanted attention. Even this temporary embrace would help lessen the predatory gazes. Eli was momentarily captivated by the band on stage, but soon his attention was diverted by the commotion at a nearby table. He tugged at Theodore's sleeve, standing on tiptoe to whisper in his ear, his voice somewhat muffled by the raucous music, yet laced with obvious curiosity. "Wow, look over there." Theodore, should we have a drink too? Theodore followed his gaze, spotting a couple entwined, sharing a toast, his demeanor instantly cooling. He glanced down at the still enthusiastic Eli, gently grasping his wrist and pulling him closer, his tone resolute. No, that's not a good idea. That drink is quite potent, and he paused, noting Eli's bewildered expression, refraining from voicing that such toasts were not to be taken lightly. Instead, he offered an alternative. We entered using an age-enhancing agent. We cannot risk exposing our secret by consuming alcohol. If you wish for a drink, I'll buy you juice outside. Unable to withstand Eli's persistent coaxing, Theodore ultimately acquiesced, ordering him a cocktail with an exceptionally low alcohol content, infused with fruity aromas. Eli held the glass, took a sip, and his eyes sparkled with delight. He then leaned forward, extending the glass towards Theodore with an endearing insistence. You must try it too, Theodore. It's not at all spicy, just sweet. Theodore, observing the anticipation in Eli's gaze and glancing at the vividly colored drink, hesitated briefly before bowing his head slightly and taking a small sip from the glass. Guided by Eli's hand, the fruity essence mingled with a hint of alcohol unfurled on his palate. Indeed, as Eli had claimed, sweet yet mild. However, his attention was entirely consumed by the warmth of Eli's hand brushing against his fingertips, a subtle warmth that quickened his heartbeat. Eli, oblivious to Theodore's unease, withdrew his hand with a jubilant grin after Theodore had tasted the drink. He proceeded to sip the cocktail in small gulps, his gaze wandering towards the band performing on stage, completely unaware of how intimate his previous gesture appeared to those around them. Eventually, Eli was half-supported, half-cradled by Theodore as they exited the bar. His steps were unsteady, head occasionally tilting to the side, mumbling incoherently, cough, cough. Theodore sighed in resignation, gently patting Eli's back with a tone that carried a hint of playful reproach, yet concealed a tender warmth. How can you be tipsy from such a low-alcohol drink? Are you even capable of handling it? Eli seemed to disregard his words, instead tilting his head back and nuzzling softly against Theodore's cheek, his warm breath grazing Theodore's skin. Muttering indistinctly, it's delicious. I want another cup. Cough, cough. That tender contact and the tipsy murmurs caused Theodore's body to momentarily stiffen, his heart skipping a beat. He quickly steadied himself, pulling Eli closer into his embrace. His voice softened. Stop fooling around. I'm taking you back to rest. And from now on, you are forbidden from drinking. The distance to their residence felt excessive, and observing the unsteady Eli, who continued to murmur softly, Theodore had no choice but to seek out a nearby hotel for the intoxicated companion. When the receptionist inquired about the room type, he hardly hesitated, responding with natural ease. A room with a king-sized bed. His fingers discreetly tightened. He had long contemplated that since Eli was defenseless in his drunken state, he would ensure they shared the same bed this time, even if it were merely to stay quietly by his side. A far better alternative than being separated by a wall. After completing the check-in process, Theodore half-supported, half-carried Eli into the room, carefully laying him on the soft bed. Watching Eli lie there obediently, his cheeks tinted with a rosy hue, a flicker of triumph crossed Theodore's eyes. He leaned down to help Eli remove his shoes and gently tucked him in, his heart brimming with secret delight. Tonight, he could finally be a little closer to him. Chapter 82. Embrace, Theodore, Embarrassment. Theodore sat at the edge of the bed, basking in the soft light from the bedside lamp, quietly observing the slumbering Eli. His long eyelashes cast delicate shadows beneath his eyes, his cheeks still flushed from the remnants of intoxication, breaths even and gentle. He hesitated for a moment before gently leaning down, cautiously extending his arm to encircle Eli's waist from behind. His movements as delicate as if he feared disturbing the serenity of the dream. His palm rested against Eli's warm waist, allowing him to distinctly feel the steady rhythm of his breathing and the subtle thrum of his heartbeat, igniting a warmth within Theodore's own heart. He rested his chin lightly atop Eli's head, inhaling the faint scent of shampoo mingled with a hint of lingering alcohol, which brought an unexpected sense of comfort. Theodore tightened his embrace, holding Eli a fraction closer, silently contemplating. Just a little closer, and it would be perfect. Eli slowly stirred, wrapped in warmth, his consciousness still hazy. Feeling an overwhelming heat enveloping him, he instinctively shifted, attempting to push away the warmth that clung to him. With half-closed eyes, his voice emerged soft and sleepy, murmuring indistinctly to Theodore, "You're too hot, Theodore." Theodore, initially lost in the tenderness of holding Eli, froze at those words. His arm, which had been anchored around Eli's waist, instinctively loosened, yet he was reluctant to release him entirely. He murmured gently, "Just bear with it a bit longer. I'll lower the air conditioning." Carefully, he shifted away, cautious not to awaken the still sleeping Eli, his movements as gentle as if he were handling fragile treasure. However, upon returning after adjusting the temperature, he found Eli unconsciously inching closer, nuzzling against his arm like a kitten seeking warmth. Theodore's heart melted in an instant. After a brief hesitation, he gently wrapped his arm around Eli's waist once more, this time with a lighter touch, whispering softly in his ear, "How about this? I want to hold you too tightly?" Eli offered no reply, instead snuggling closer to Theodore, curling into a more comfortable position, his eyelashes fluttering as his breathing soon became steady and deep, clearly succumbing to sleep once more. The earlier complaint had merely been an unconscious murmur, and he quickly fell back into slumber. Theodore gazed down at the unguarded visage of the man in his embrace, his fingertips brushing against Eli's flushed cheek, filled with tenderness. He slowed his breathing, carefully adjusting his posture to avoid disturbing Eli while securely keeping him in his arms, inhaling the comforting essence of the man before him, his heart brimming with warmth. "Sleep well?" he whispered softly, as if afraid to awaken the dreamer. "I am here." The following morning, Eli groggily opened his eyes, his vision still unfocused, only to collide with Theodore's close sleeping face. Theodore's long eyelashes brushed against his forehead, the warmth of his breath enveloping him. In the next moment, he froze, feeling the unmistakable sense of confinement around his waist. Looking down, he realized Theodore's arm was firmly wrapped around him, the grip strong enough that he could not break free. Fragments of last night's memories rushed back, himself slightly intoxicated, being supported by Theodore, and the unmistakable single bed in their hotel room. Eli's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, warmth creeping all the way to his ears. He dared not move, remaining rigidly in place, his gaze fixed upon Theodore's peaceful slumber, his mind a tumultuous whirlwind. How could they be entwined in sleep? When had Theodore embraced him? He had felt nothing of it the previous night. Eli stood frozen, attempting several times to free himself from the arms encircling his waist. In desperation, he extended a fingertip and gently prodded Theodore's cheek. The skin beneath his touch was warm and delicate. Theodore's eyelashes fluttered, yet he remained asleep. Eli, compelled to exert a bit more force, prodded his chin, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible embarrassment. "Theodore, wake up, loosen your grip, I can hardly breathe." No sooner had he uttered these words than Theodore slowly opened his eyes. The drowsiness lingered in his gaze until, upon recognizing Eli's close presence, he belatedly realized he was still holding him. The arms that had encircled Eli's waist became instantly rigid, and a faint blush crept to his ears. After tidying up their belongings, an inexplicable tension hung between them, yet they tacitly chose not to mention the shared bed from the previous night, as if it were merely a hazy dream. As they reached the crossroads, preparing to part ways, Theodore halted and turned to Eli, his tone returning to its usual monotone. "I shall return to Not Manor first." Eli nodded, ruffling his hair and averting his gaze. "Oh, all right. Shall we arrange to meet again?" Theodore replied, casting a few lingering glances at him before turning toward the manor. It was only after his figure vanished around the corner that Eli exhaled in relief, though he couldn't suppress the memory of the warm embrace from the previous night, causing a quiet flush to rise upon his cheeks. Chapter 83. Conflicted, Draco, a note. The moment Eli crossed the threshold of his home, he collapsed onto the sofa, gripping his hair and repeatedly muttering, "Straight, straight, straight. Eli Light, you are straight. He is merely a friend, merely a friend, merely a friend." He endeavored to expel the image of sharing a bed with Theodore from his mind entirely. Yet, the more he repeated it, the more chaotic his thoughts became. Unable to remain still, he rose and fetched some stationery and a quill, hastily composing a letter to Draco, each line brimming with urgency, inviting Draco to visit at once. As if the mere presence of another friend could suppress the turmoil within his mind. Once the letter was completed, he immediately dispatched it with his owl, gazing out the window and letting out a deep breath, secretly relieved. Thank goodness for Draco. Once he arrives, I shall surely no longer dwell on those peculiar thoughts. By evening, Draco appeared at his door in a flurry. Upon seeing Eli, he opened his arms and embraced him tightly, his tone filled with grievance. "You actually went to London with Not first. I was the last to know. How outrageous." Eli felt somewhat stiffened by the embrace, his fingers twitching as he reassured himself. "It's all right. Draco and I are close friends. This is merely a hug between friends. Surely it is nothing." Draco released him, reaching out to touch his face, frowning. "Why are you dazed? Are you standing at the door to catch the breeze? Let me in quickly. I brought your favorite honeydew sweets." Eli, momentarily startled, promptly stepped aside to allow Draco to stride into the living room, feeling the chaos in his heart, stirred by Theodore, dissipate slightly in the wake of this familiar banter. Draco plopped onto the sofa, casually tossing the bag of sweets onto the table, and suddenly fixed his gaze on Eli, his tone unusually earnest. "I've made a decision." "A decision about what?" Eli, bending down to pour juice into a cup, turned back in confusion at the sound of Draco's voice. "I want to stay here with you." Draco's gaze was unwavering, tinged with a hint of insistence that brooked no refusal. Eli paused, astonished. "Stay here with me? Won't your father be furious?" He had often heard Draco lamenting about Mr. Malfoy's strictness, but Draco merely shook his head, his demeanor relaxed. "Oh, my parents are quite agreeable. They said your home has a good atmosphere and encouraged me to spend more time with you to avoid the trouble I often find outside. Eli rolled his eyes dramatically and replied with feigned annoyance, fine. But, before he could finish, Draco swiftly covered his mouth with his hand and raised an eyebrow, asserting, no buts. As he spoke, he hoisted a heavy basket of bags from behind him and unceremoniously dumped it in front of Eli. Eli peeked into the corner of the bag, and, upon seeing the golden contents, his eyes widened in surprise. Galleons? Draco lifted his chin, feigning bravado. I'm sponsoring you. Yet. Only he knew that this was merely his monthly allowance from his father. He sought an excuse to gift Eli with more. Eli, gazing at the pile of galleons, sighed and rolled onto his side, pushing the bags back. Actually, I have money. My parents give me enough pocket money, so I don't need your sponsorship. He paused, then unwrapped one of the candies Draco had brought, popping it into his mouth, and mumbled, besides, since when do friends sponsor each other with galleons? That's a rather strange notion. Disregarding the galleons pushed back to him, Draco leaned closer, throwing an arm around Eli's shoulder, pulling him nearer, his tone sulky yet playful. Why do we have to be so formal? I have more than enough money. What's wrong with spending it on you? He shook his arm and added, and if you refuse, I'll just bring all the Honeyduke sweets next time and fill your living room to the brim. With that, he playfully nudged Eli's arm with his head, resembling a kitten seeking attention. Draco indeed settled in at Eli's home, their daily routine unfolding in lively companionship, either trailing after Eli to Diagon Alley for the latest wizarding chess or lounging in the living room, enjoying Honeyduke sweets while exchanging quips about the trivialities of Slytherin. Eli's previously tumultuous thoughts were significantly softened by this vibrant companionship, though occasionally, when he caught sight of Draco's unguarded sleeping face, he would involuntarily recall the warmth of Theodore's embrace in the hotel, quickly shaking his head to suppress the thought. Upon Theodore's return to the Knot Manor, he occasionally sent letters to Eli, often mentioning the white peacock in the estate that had spread its feathers, or a rare potion notebook he had discovered in the library. The correspondence bore an unmistakable air of detachment, yet neither had dared to allude to that night spent together at the hotel. It was not until a week later, when the Hogwarts acceptance letters arrived in their hands, that Draco begrudgingly packed his belongings to return to Malfoy Manor, not forgetting to slip a large bag of newly released lemon drops to Eli, grumbling a warning to keep his distance from Knot once term commenced. Eli clutched the bag of sweets, watching Draco's carriage vanish around a corner. He then glanced down at Theodore's recent letter, which contained a simple invitation to accompany him to Diagon Alley for their textbooks. The neat handwriting concealed a subtle hint of anticipation. Staring at Theodore's offer, Eli hesitated not at all. He seized a quill and swiftly penned a reply, terse in tone. Apologies, but I have made plans with Harry to visit Diagon Alley. Perhaps another time. After sending off the letter with an owl, a sense of relief washed over him, dissipating the inexplicable turmoil that had clouded his thoughts. Leaning back on the sofa, he swung his legs, increasingly convinced that Harry was the better companion. Harry would never leave him feeling as tumultuous as Theodore did, nor as boisterous as Draco. Time spent with Harry was always tranquil and comforting. He rose to find his owl again, jotting down a note for Harry, specifically reminding him to meet early on the day they would procure their textbooks, and suggesting they could enjoy some ice cream at Florian Fortescue's afterward. The words brimmed with an eagerness that highlighted the ease of his companionship with Harry over the subtle tensions of being alone with Theodore. On the eve of term, Diagon Alley buzzed with an extraordinary liveliness, thronged with bustling crowds, the air rich with the sweet aroma of cream wafting from Florian Fortescue's, mingled with distant laughter. Eli leaned against the doorway of a nearby bookstore, nervously clutching a crumpled shopping list. He had arrived 10 minutes ahead of their agreed time. An inexplicable sense of anxiety creeping in as he mindlessly fiddled with the edges of the parchment, nearly blurring the elegant script. It wasn't until a figure in a blue checkered shirt emerged from the throng, his unruly black hair tousled, and the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead glinting faintly in the sunlight, that Eli straightened up, waving enthusiastically. Harry, over here. Hearing the call, Harry looked up, his eyes lighting up as he quickened his pace through the crowd to stand before Eli. They exchanged glances for a few moments, speechless, until Eli broke the silence with a grin, playfully patting Harry's arm. It's been a while, Harry. How was your summer? Long time no see, Eli. Harry's voice sounded a tad heavier than before the break, as he scratched his head, his gaze drifting. My summer was rather uneventful, spent at the Dursleys. Aside from helping Aunt Petunia with chores, I mostly stayed holed up in my room reading. But from your letters, it seems you had quite a splendid time? Eli reminisced about the absurdity of his summer escapade with Theodore at the bar, where he had been courted by Draco. His ears flushed subtly, prompting him to hastily shift the topic. It was all right, except that Draco pestered me for several days, insisting on showering me with his galleons, claiming he wanted to take care of me. Do you think he is unwell? Harry chuckled at his words, his shoulders gently shaking, the corners of his eyes crinkling with amusement. Draco has always been like that. He paused, his gaze resting on Eli's face. hesitating for a few moments before tentatively proposing. A hug? Eli was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping the list he held. He observed the delicate glimmer of anticipation in Harry's eyes, and something within him stirred gently, dissipating the anxiety that had been brewing during the wait, replaced instead by a comforting warmth. He remained silent, leaning in slightly to embrace Harry. Harry's shoulders, though not broad, were sturdy, exuding a faint scent of soap mingled with sun-kissed freshness, clean and reassuring. Eli rested his chin softly on Harry's shoulder, his arms encircling Harry's back with utmost care. Mindful of the injuries Harry had sustained in his previous encounter with a troll, a concern that lingered despite the passage of time, Harry reciprocated the embrace, his fingers grazing the fabric of Eli's back, warmth radiating from his fingertips. He could distinctly feel Eli's breath against the nape of his neck, gentle and ticklish, quickening his heartbeat inexplicably. He hesitated to hold too tightly, fearing it might discomfort Eli, opting instead to pat Eli's back lightly, as if soothing a startled creature. They remained in that embrace, the surrounding clamor seemingly fading away, leaving only the sound of their breaths. After a few moments, Eli was the first to release the embrace, stepping back slightly with a hint of color on his cheeks, feigning nonchalance as he shook the list in his hand. Let us go buy our textbooks first. Professor McGonagall mentioned that this year's defense against the dark arts class will have a new edition, and they might sell out if we delay. Harry followed suit, nodding. Yet his gaze lingered on the flush of Eli's ears, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. All right, I'll follow your lead. By the way, Florian's new ice cream shop has released a honey-flavored ice cream. Once we buy the textbooks, I'll treat you. Really? Eli's eyes sparkled. Honey was his favorite flavor. You better not back out on that. I won tea, Harry replied with a grin, reaching out to tuck a stray strand of Eli's wind-tossed hair behind his ear. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against Eli's earlobe, causing both of them to freeze momentarily before hastily averting their gazes. Eli turned first, striding toward the bookstore with a slightly quickened pace, as if evading something. Harry watched his retreating figure, scratching his head before hastily following, gently tapping Eli's arm. Wait for me, don't walk so fast. It's crowded, we don't want to get separated. Eli slowed his pace, glancing back at him, their eyes meeting just as sunlight streamed through the bookstore's glass windows, illuminating Harry's face and making his eyes shine brilliantly. Eli felt his heart soften again, unable to suppress a smile. Understood, I won tea, let you get lost. As Eli and Harry stepped into the bookstore, they unexpectedly encountered two opposing factions, the Weasleys and the Malfoys, both brimming with tension. The atmosphere was charged with animosity, but the moment Draco caught sight of Eli, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he rushed over, completely disregarding the earlier confrontation. Eli, why didn't you come to browse with me? If you're going to shop, it should be with me. Ron immediately squeezed in between them, forcefully bumping into Draco, just as it seemed they were about to argue again. Eli promptly raised his hand to intervene, pulling Harry forward. Stop arguing. I'm here with Harry. I hate you, Harry Potter. Ron lamented, clutching his forehead, his voice rising uncontrollably, drawing the attention of those around them. At the other end of the bookstore, a man surrounded by a group of readers, signing autographs, turned to see what was happening. He pushed through the crowd, hastening towards them, his face adorned with a warm smile. Oh, goodness, is that not Harry Potter? Our great savior. Chapter 85, Snape, Sweets. In confusion, Lockhart briskly approached Harry, dramatically extending his arms, the silver badge on his chest dazzling the eyes. Dear Harry, I haven't yet informed you that I am the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts this term. As he spoke, he produced a book from behind him, emblazoned with a large portrait of himself. This is my new book, Conquering the Ghost, which has already sold out half its stock. Why don't we take a picture together? The readers will surely go wild for a snapshot of the savior with the best-selling author. He moved to drape an arm around Harry's shoulder, but Harry instinctively recoiled. Before he could speak, Eli had already grasped Harry's wrist. Let's not waste time. We still need to purchase the Transfiguration textbooks. Eli's tone was devoid of fluctuation as he pulled Harry deeper into the bookstore. Wait, hold on. Lockhart immediately reached out to stop them, his fingertips barely brushing Eli's sleeve when a voice as cold as ice sliced through the air. Professor Lockhart, the new term has yet to commence, and you are already eager to conduct business in the bookstore? Snape had appeared out of nowhere, his black robes sweeping the floor, his gaze sharp and menacing, akin to a poisoned blade directed at Lockhart. Lockhart's smile instantly faltered, and he forced a couple of awkward chuckles. Severus, I was merely with Harry. Hogwarts professors should not squander their focus on trivial matters such as photography, Snape interrupted, the derision in his tone unmistakable. Or have you forgotten your lesson preparations altogether? Lockhart was rendered speechless, retreating begrudgingly. Snape disregarded him, retrieving a small silver package from his robe and tossing it to Eli. Take this. Eli caught it and opened it to discover sweets wrapped in gold foil. He looked up, his golden hair shimmering under the light, and cheerfully exclaimed, Thank you. Professor. Snape gave a barely perceptible nod and, as he turned, cast a cold glance at Lockhart, who promptly moved aside, watching the three depart. Eli clutched the candy wrapper, golden strands of hair falling over his forehead, unable to resist asking, "Professor, what brings you here? Are you shopping as well?" Snape's gaze swept over several tattered potions books on the shelves, the edges of his black robe gently brushing the ground, his tone remaining nonchalant. "Just passing by." He offered little explanation, merely nodding his chin towards Harry and Eli. "Finish your purchases quickly and return home without wasting time at the bookstore." Harry's gaze lingered on the package of gold foil-wrapped candies in Eli's hand, curiosity flickering in his eyes. It was rare to see Snape willingly giving something to someone. Noticing Harry's stare, Eli shook the paper bag, his fingertips brushing against the cool candy wrapper. "What's the matter, Harry? Would you like to have some?" As he spoke, he tore open a corner, pinching out a piece of hard candy wrapped in gold foil and handing it over, its scent reminiscent of lemon, likely not sour. Harry grasped Eli's hand, biting into the candy at his fingertips, chewing twice before his eyes brightened. It's not sour, it's sweet. You should have one too." Eli chuckled, plucking the remaining identical hard candy and popping it into his mouth, only to furrow his brows the next moment, his cheeks bulging. "It's quite sour." He turned the candy bag upside down, shaking it, and discovered it contained only these 2 lemon candies, the rest being his usual beloved caramel sweets. He blinked at the bag, unable to resist murmuring, "Could it be that Professor Snape deliberately placed these 2 candies to pique my curiosity?" Harry couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps the professor simply picked up a couple of new items while shopping? Eli popped a caramel candy into his mouth, the sweet flavor instantly overpowering the sourness, and he shook his head. "That's also a possibility. Regardless, it's rather rare for the professor to remember that I enjoy these." Chapter 86. Farewell, Letters, Inquiries. After purchasing the last copy of a new compendium of potions, Eli piled the books atop the stack in Harry's arms, patting the cover to ensure nothing was missed. It should be complete. We've bought everything on the list. Harry weighed the books in his arms, lightly nudging Eli with his elbow. "Shall we go buy a cauldron and a telescope? Ron mentioned yesterday that the cauldron from the hardware store in Diagon Alley has the best quality and is less likely to crack." "Sounds good," Eli replied, naturally reaching out to steady Harry's textbooks that were slipping. "But we need to hurry. My mother asked me to return home before evening to help pack my suitcase." "Would you like to eat something else?" Harry inquired. No. Eli quickly averted his gaze, pulling him forward. "If we browse any longer, we'll miss our chance to return home. Next time, we can let Ron take us out once school starts." Harry didn't press further, allowing Eli to lead him through the crowd. Once they had purchased the cauldron and telescope, the sunset had bathed the cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley in a warm golden hue, and the lights of Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor had flickered to life. "It's time to head back." Eli glanced at the sky, stuffing their purchases into the pre-prepared magical bag. "Your home is in the opposite direction, I assenti it?" Harry nodded, his fingers unconsciously brushing the edge of the bag as he hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. "Shall we meet at King's Cross Station tomorrow?" "Certainly." Eli grinned, patting Harry on the shoulder. "I'll arrive early tomorrow to save you a seat in the carriage." "So you want to be squeezed in between Ron and Hermione again?" Harry smiled, his lips curving, his ears subtly warming. "All right, I'll be punctual tomorrow. I won't keep you waiting long. I trust you." Eli stepped back a couple of paces, waved his hand, and said, "Well, I'm off. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Harry also waved, watching Eli's retreating figure until it vanished around the corner of Diagon Alley. He then slowly made his way home, feeling the chocolate frog card in his pocket pressing against his palm. He had casually drawn it out while purchasing his textbooks. It bore the image of Dumbledore. He thought that perhaps he could give this card to Eli when they met again tomorrow, as Eli had always cherished collecting them. On the other hand, Eli had barely taken a few steps when he couldn't help but glance back, catching a glimpse of Harry walking ahead with his head bowed. A subtle sweetness blossomed in his heart. He touched the strawberry-flavored candies he had deliberately bought extra of, pondering about slipping one to Harry when they met. Harry seemed to have quite the fondness for sweets. One headed east, the other west, both moving at a slower pace than before. Yet each harbored the same anticipation for their reunion at the station the following day, hoping that the new term would allow them to remain close. Just as they did today. Just as Eli was pulling out his textbooks and cauldron from his magical bag, he heard his mother Mia's voice from the living room, laced with amusement. "Son, come here and take a look. Your classmate has sent you a letter." He hurried over in his slippers to find Mia, holding an envelope sealed with the Hogwarts crest, raising an eyebrow at him, from the looks of the handwriting. "It appears to be that boy Cedric again, doesn't he? The summer vacation is nearly over, and he is still writing to you." Eli's ears flushed with warmth as he quickly reached for the letter, mumbling, "Mom, don't snoop." He sat down on the sofa, tore open the envelope, and indeed found Cedric's neat handwriting inside. It was accompanied by a dried clover leaf, which Cedric had picked near Hogsmeade, wanting Eli to see what summer looked like. Mia approached with a fruit platter, sitting beside him and poking his arm. He writes to you every day, and you, on the other hand, sometimes take days to reply. Aren't you worried he might get upset? I don't. Eli retorted, though he felt a twinge of guilt. Recently, he had been preoccupied with Draco and arranging outings with Harry, causing him to delay replying to a couple of letters for several days. He pinched the clover leaf between his fingers and whispered, I've just been busy. Besides, Cedric is a good person, he won't mind. Mia chuckled, ruffling his hair. All right then, but he is putting in so much effort. You should make sure to reply promptly next time. Don't keep him waiting too long. She then pointed to the letter in his hand, asking, It doesn't say anything particularly special, does it? Like wanting to walk to school together? Mom. Eli's face flushed deeper as he stuffed the letter into his pocket and stood up. I'm going to pack my things. I need to head to the station tomorrow. Watching her son's flustered retreat, Mia couldn't help but laugh. Her son was wonderful in every way, except he became easily shy in matters like these. She glanced at the remaining corners of the envelope on the coffee table, secretly contemplating. This boy named Cedric certainly seemed quite persistent. In the room, Eli spread the letter on his desk, gazing at the words Cedric had penned, expressing a desire to study together at the library after the term commenced. He absent-mindedly touched the clover, hesitating for a few seconds before retrieving the stationery and quill, realizing he ought to respond promptly, lest, as his mother had warned, Cedric be left in anxious anticipation. Chapter 87. Invitations, Teasing, Thoughts. Eli grasped the quill, his eyes fixed upon the phrase regarding studying at the library, the tip of the pen hovering indecisively above the paper. After much contemplation, he ultimately settled on a vague reply. There will be much to attend to after the school year begins. Should we cross paths in the library, we may study together. Yet, feeling dissatisfied with this, he struck out the part about studying together, replacing it with the more ambiguous we shall see, before hastily sealing the envelope and sending it off with the owl. Surely, this would not cause too much distress? He murmured to the air, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the edge of the paper. Cedric's enthusiasm often left him somewhat flustered, especially when he recalled that dizzying summer night. His cheeks still warming at the thought of those fervent kisses upon his forehead, nose, and even the corners of his lips, which had rendered him too daunted to read Cedric's letters for several days thereafter. Surely, Cedric could not spend every day in the library? Eli shook his head, attempting to dispel those chaotic memories. In contrast to Cedric's candor, Theodore's subtle approach stirred a deeper unease within him. The firm grip around his waist in the hotel, the proximity of Theodore's serene visage upon waking, and the snippets of anticipation hidden within his letters, pricking at his heart like thorns, impossible to extract or touch. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed both of them were rather direct. He stacked Cedric's letter atop the envelope from Theodore and tucked them away in the bottom drawer of his desk. Weighed down by textbooks, he decided to set aside those thoughts for now. Taking a deep breath, he turned to pack his suitcase, for he would soon see Harry. As long as he could be with Harry, the bothersome individuals and matters would surely fade from his mind, at least temporarily. If Ron were to overhear this sentiment, he would undoubtedly abandon his chocolate frog and rush over, shaking Eli's arm with feigned indignation, his expression a blend of grievance and playfulness. Why is it always about Harry? Eli, am I not your little darling too? He would surely enumerate his past deeds, recounting, who rushed to your aid when Malfoy cornered you in the corridor. It was me. Who lent you a cauldron when you forgot yours in potions class? Once again, it was me. Yet here you are, lost in thoughts of Harry, forgetting our plans to visit Hogsmeade for sweets. As he spoke, Ron would likely jut his chin in mock defiance, turning his head away in feigned anger, yet unable to resist glancing at Eli from the corner of his eye, waiting for him to offer reassurance. If Eli were to smile and declare, "You are my little darling too," Ron would immediately relent, leaning closer to wrap an arm around Eli's shoulder, softly murmuring, "Now that's more like it. But remember, you cannot only think of Harry, we are good friends too." Eli had just zipped his suitcase halfway when he heard two gentle knocks on the door. Turning around, he saw Mia enter, holding a cup of hot milk, which she placed on the desk before sitting down at the edge of the bed. The room was illuminated only by a small desk lamp, casting a warm yellow glow on Mia's face as she looked at Eli. Her tone soft. "Haven't you finished packing yet? I won't take up much of your time." Eli paused in his task, guessing what his mother was about to ask. His ears felt slightly warm as he mumbled, "Almost done, just a few more clothes left to pack." Mia did not respond immediately. Instead, she picked up the cup of milk from the desk and handed it to him. Only after he accepted it did she leisurely speak. "That letter you received today. It must be from that boy who used to send you those Duke of Honey candies, right? Cedric, wasn't it?" Eli's motion of drinking the milk faltered momentarily. He nodded, unable to meet her gaze. "So, why don't you tell your mother what you think about it?" Mia gently touched his arm, her tone devoid of urgency. "Are you overwhelmed by his enthusiasm, or do you have other thoughts on your mind?" Eli placed the milk cup on the bedside table, nervously fiddling with its rim. After a long pause, he whispered, "I just feel a bit anxious. He has been so kind to me and even confessed his feelings. But I don't want to think about that right now. I just want to focus on my classes with Harry and Ron. He hesitated before adding. And then there's Theodore, who went to London with him before and stayed at a hotel for a night. Now that we've met again, I'm not sure what to say. I don't want to upset them, but I don't know how to respond. After listening, Mia did not dispense any profound wisdom. Instead, she reached out and gently ruffled his hair. Silly boy, if you don't want to respond, then don't. There's no need to pressure yourself. Whether you like someone or want to be with them should follow your heart. There's no rush. Seeing Eli visibly relax, she smiled. But if anyone bullies you, whether it's Cedric or Theodore, you must tell your mother, understand? Eli nodded, feeling a warmth in his heart. The earlier turmoil seemed to have dissipated considerably. I know, Mom. No one is bullying me. I just tend to overthink things. Overthinking is normal at your age, Mia said as she stood up, helping him organize the scattered socks on the bed into the suitcase. Finish packing quickly and get some rest. We have to go to the station tomorrow. Don't keep Harry waiting. Okay, Eli replied, watching his mother walk out of the room. He quietly sighed in relief, grateful that she hadn't pressed him further. Otherwise, he truly would not have known how to articulate his tangled emotions. Chapter 88. The train car, Theodore, caress. Eli waved goodbye to his parents and wheeled his suitcase toward the Hogwarts Express train car, selecting a window seat. As he placed his luggage, he peeked into the aisle. Noticing that Harry and Ron had not yet arrived, the compartment was momentarily empty, allowing him to hear the soft sounds of the wind outside. Leaning back in his seat, he contemplated whether he should wait for Harry at the connecting area when a familiar figure entered, Theodore, carrying a black leather suitcase. His gaze swept across the compartment before finally settling on Eli. Eli's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, and he instinctively straightened his posture, his mind racing to conjure up something to say. Since that fateful night at the hotel during summer vacation, they had yet to properly meet, and he was uncertain whether Theodore had even cared about his previous refusal to purchase textbooks together. It was only when Theodore settled into the seat across from him, placing his suitcase at his feet, that Eli finally mustered a greeting as mundane as, "Have you eaten?" Immediately regretting his choice, he felt it was too stiff, akin to greeting a stranger. Theodore paused momentarily before nodding gently, his voice retaining its usual calmness. I bought a sandwich. How about you? If you haven't eaten, I have some here." As he spoke, he reached for his suitcase to open it. No. Eli hastily waved his hand, his cheeks flushing slightly. "My parents packed me breakfast. I ate before getting on the bus, so I'm not hungry." He then shifted his gaze to the window, unable to meet Theodore's eyes, and the atmosphere in the carriage grew subtly tense. Observing Eli's evasive demeanor, Theodore lightly traced the edge of his suitcase with his fingertips, letting out a soft sigh. "Are you still angry?" There was an almost imperceptible hint of probing in his tone. He felt that since their separation during the summer, Eli had been deliberately avoiding him. Eli was about to explain, "I'm not angry," when the carriage door swung open with a bang, and Ron burst in, backpack in hand, spotting Theodore across from him. His tone instantly turned mocking. "Oh, look who it is, Nate. What brings you here?" He carelessly tossed his backpack onto the seat beside Eli and plopped down, edging closer to Eli and lowering his voice to complain. "You know, I can't stand his pretentiousness. He walks around with that stony face, acting like he's superior to everyone, as if we all owe him galleons." Upon hearing this, Theodore's brow furrowed imperceptibly, yet he refrained from retorting, instead turning his gaze towards Eli, his eyes asking for a continuation of the thought Eli had left unfinished. Caught between Ron's disgruntled expression and Theodore's expectant gaze, Eli felt overwhelmed and could only force a laugh to ease the tension. "Don't say that, Ron. We're all classmates." Before he could finish, Ron interrupted with a disdainful glare. "Who considers him a classmate? I certainly don't want to be classmates with someone who pretends all the time." As Theodore opened his mouth to respond, Eli, in a moment of panic, swiftly placed his hand over Theodore's lips, terrified of the impending argument and the chaos it could unleash. The moment his fingertips brushed against Theodore's warm lips, he felt a sudden warmth in his palm. Eli froze, as if burned, and jerked his hand back, glancing down at his palm, his face flushing a deep crimson, even his ears reddening. He could hardly fathom that Theodore had licked his palm. Theodore, observing Eli's flustered reaction, allowed a faint smile to flicker in his eyes, yet remained silent, leaning back against the chair as his gaze drifted outside, as if the recent incident had been entirely unintentional. Ron, still in a state of confusion, stared at Eli's flushed face and poked his arm inquisitively. "What is wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Did not do something to you?" Eli clenched his fists, struggling to articulate his thoughts as he waved his hands vaguely. "No, it's nothing. Just a bit warm, right? The compartment is too stuffy." As he spoke, he quickly reached for the window, the lingering warmth from earlier still tingling at his fingertips, causing his heart to race almost audibly in his chest. Chapter 89. Provocation, Eye Contact, and Contemplation. The compartment door swung open once more, and Draco swaggered in. Spotting Eli, he called out, "Eli, I knew you'd be here." Following him was Harry, who clutched a paper bag, evidently having encountered Draco at the station and being forcibly brought along. Draco made a beeline for Eli, unceremoniously shoving Ron aside to take a seat, casting a deliberate glance at Theodore across from him, his tone laced with provocation. Not us here too? What's this? No one to sit with you. So you've come to steal Eli's spot? Theodore ignored him, merely nodding slightly at Harry in acknowledgement. Harry settled across from Eli and extended the paper bag towards him. I bought some sweets, thought you'd like them. Eli accepted the bag, feeling warmth dispel his earlier anxiety, and smiled up at Harry. Thank you. You remember I like these. With Harry's arrival, Ron leaned in to complain, Harry, you're finally here. Not did something to Eli earlier. His face turned completely red. And Draco, he just squeezed me out of the way. Draco raised an eyebrow and patted Eli's shoulder. Oh, did not bully you? Tell me, and I'll take care of him. Eli quickly waved his hands, his cheeks flushing once more. No, it's just a misunderstanding. Don't jump to conclusions. As he spoke, he stole a glance at Theodore, who was engrossed in a book, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding commotion. Yet, Eli couldn't shake the feeling that Theodore's lips had curled into a faint smirk. Harry tightened his grip on the paper bag, recalling Eli's flustered demeanor and the telltale blush on his ears, coupled with Theodore's tranquil yet subtly unsettling presence. He had pieced together the situation in his mind, but chose to remain silent, lowering his gaze as his fingers unconsciously traced the edge of the bag. A weight of unease settling in his chest like a dense cloud. When Ron's complaints broke the silence, Harry lifted his gaze to Theodore, his expression cooling with evident displeasure, conveying a silent warning to cease any further provocation towards Eli. Theodore met his gaze without flinching, raising an eyebrow slightly before returning his focus to the book, his nonchalance only fueling Harry's simmering irritation. Unaware of the tension brewing between the two, Eli unwrapped a honey candy and popped it into his mouth, offering another to Harry. You should try it. It's quite sweet. Harry accepted the candy, the tips of his fingers brushing against Eli's, momentarily soothing the displeasure within him. He murmured a quiet thank you, placing the sweet in his mouth. Its sugary essence unfurled upon his tongue, yet it failed to entirely dissipate the inexplicable twinge of jealousy that lingered in his heart. Eli chewed thoughtfully on the candy, casting a glance towards the door of the compartment before casually inquiring, Where's Hermione? Why didn't she come with you? As soon as the words left his lips, Ron interjected with a hint of pride for his younger sister. My sister Ginny just started her first year, you know. Hermione went to find her. Worried she might be nervous on her first trip. She said she would help her get familiar with the compartment. Eli's memory flickered to the charming red-haired girl he had met during his visit to Ron's home over the summer, his eyes lighting up. Oh right, I remember her. She is absolutely adorable. Last time, she even shared her candy with me. He remarked, genuinely captivated. If only she were my sister, she seems so endearing. The moment those words escaped his lips, a sudden hush fell over the compartment. Harry, gripping the candy wrapper, paused momentarily. Draco, whose leg had been poised to swing, lowered it subtly, and Theodore's page-turning slowed just a beat. Each of them felt an unexplainable pang in their hearts, only to exhale in relief almost immediately thereafter. Ron rolled his eyes dramatically, playfully swatting Eli's arm. Dream on. She is my sister. You can't claim her. Besides, having me as a brother should suffice. Do you really want another sister? Eli chuckled, sidestepping Ron's jest. I just find her charming. I don't genuinely want to compete with you. He winked at Ron, and the atmosphere in the compartment lightened once again, the earlier tension dissipating with their playful banter. Just then, the compartment door was gently pushed open, revealing Cedric, holding a small paper bag in his hand. His gaze swept across the occupants before settling on Eli, his voice soft and tinged with a barely perceptible plea. Eli, could you step outside with me for a moment? Just a few minutes. Eli hesitated, caught in the hopeful glimmer of Cedric's eyes, glancing briefly at Harry and Draco. Harry remained silent, his grip on the candy wrapper tightening, while Draco frowned, conveying a clear message of caution. After a brief moment of indecision, Eli rose to his feet. All right, I'll go with you. They made their way to the compartment's junction, where the cool breeze from outside carried the essence of the iron tracks. Cedric extended the paper bag to Eli, his voice thick with emotion. This is your favorite lemon sherbet. I bought it in Hogsmeade, thinking you might like some. Eli accepted the bag, their fingers brushing, allowing him to feel the warmth and slight tremor of Cedric's hand. He held the paper bag in silence, his heart already surmising the words Cedric was about to utter. As expected, Cedric faltered for a moment before speaking, his tone laced with anxiety. Eli, about what I told you over the summer, have you thought it over? He stepped closer, his eyes intensely fixed on Eli's. I know you might not be ready, but I truly like you. Just once, let me kiss you, please? Eli's heart raced momentarily as he took a step back, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. He did not wish to bring sorrow to Cedric, yet he found himself unable to compel his heart to accept that kiss. Observing the gradual emergence of disappointment in Cedric's gaze softened Eli's resolve. After a prolonged hesitation, he stepped forward and gently embraced Cedric, burying his face in Cedric's shoulder. His voice, though soft, carried a weight of sincerity. I apologize, Cedric. I am unable to accept this for now, but please do not be sad. You are a senior whom I hold in great esteem, and being your friend brings me immense joy. Cedric's body stiffened momentarily before he slowly raised his hand to wrap it around Eli's waist, his touch delicate, as if he feared shattering something precious. He buried his face in the crown of Eli's head, his voice husky yet tender. I understand. It's all right, Eli. As long as I can be your friend. As long as I can watch over you. I am already content. The wind drifted in through the window, carrying the faint scent of fresh grass. They remained embraced in silence, as if encapsulating all the unspoken emotions within that single moment. After a few seconds, Eli released his hold and took a step back. Offering the lemon sorbet he held to Cedric. You should keep this. I have honey candies from Harry in my car. Cedric glanced at the paper bag in his hand, then at the reddened corners of Eli's eyes, managing to muster a smile. All right, I'll keep it. I won't disturb you any longer. You should head back before your friends grow anxious. Eli nodded and turned towards the carriage, pausing after a couple of steps to glance back at Cedric, who remained rooted in place, clutching the paper bag, his eyes reflecting disappointment but devoid of resentment. A pang of bittersweet emotion stirred within Eli. Yet he bit his lip and proceeded into the carriage. Chapter 90. Bitterness, Feeling, Decision. Eli settled back into his seat. The warmth from their earlier embrace lingering on his fingertips, his heart enveloped in a cloud of soft cotton, leaving him unable to discern whether the sensation was sweet or bitter. He stared at the honey candy in his hand, mindlessly twisting the wrapper. Replaying the scene at the carriage's connection, Cedric's pleading eyes, his hoarse voice, and the gentle hand that had rested on his back during their embrace. What exactly was he feeling? He quietly pondered. If they were merely friends, why did Cedric's look of disappointment cause him such pain? Why did memories of that dizzying night bring a flush to his cheeks? Yet, if this was affection, why did he hesitate in the face of Cedric's kiss? Why did he only wish to retreat? He stole a glance at Theodore across from him, who was still engrossed in his book, his profile austere. Yet it inexplicably made Eli's heart race. Then he glanced at Harry beside him, who was focused on unwrapping the candy. The earlier expression of displeasure still etched vividly in Eli's mind. In comparison, Cedric's affection felt overtly sincere, fervent, akin to the blazing summer sun, intimidating yet imbued with warmth. He relished the moments spent with Cedric, delighted in listening to him recount tales of Quidditch, and cherished the candies and letters that Cedric sent his way. Yet, within this affection, there existed a subtlety that lacked the exhilarating thrill that made his heart race and breath falter. It was something more profound than mere friendship, yet less defined than romantic interest, a delicate balance between companionship and admiration. Eli finally arrived at this quiet conclusion. It was not entirely a matter of heartstrings being tugged, but transcended the realm of ordinary friendship, akin to a glass of lemonade sweetened with half the usual sugar. It possessed a hint of sweetness intertwined with a barely perceptible tang, not overly intense, yet leaving an irresistible aftertaste. He crumpled the candy wrapper into a small ball and gently placed it at the corner of the table. The turmoil within him seemed to ease slightly. Perhaps there was no rush to label this emotion. For now, being close friends with Cedric, occasionally receiving his concern, felt quite pleasant indeed. Cedric, head bowed, returned to his compartment, his fingers still clutching the untouched package of lemon snowballs, his shoulders slumped, and his steps notably slower than before. Just as he reached the doorway, he spotted Autumn leaning against the frame, idly toying with a wand, her gaze revealing a hint of understanding. Did he reject you? Autumn's voice was soft, yet directly pierced Cedric's concealed thoughts. Cedric remained silent, merely nodding, attempting to sidestep into the compartment, only to be halted by Autumn. I like him too, Autumn stated plainly, her tone devoid of any turbulence. You must have realized that by now, right? But I can't compete with you, nor with the crowd that surrounds him. She glanced towards the direction of Eli's compartment before returning her gaze to Cedric. Did you seek him out to get him to agree to something? Cedric's throat constricted slightly, his voice tinged with an imperceptible sadness. I just wanted him to kiss me. Even if just once. Your expectations are rather lofty, Autumn chuckled softly, though without mockery. After a moment's contemplation, she stepped closer and lowered her voice. However, I can assist you. Cedric's eyes widened, a flicker of light igniting within them as he regarded her with curiosity. How? Let us pretend to be in a relationship. Autumn proposed with unwavering conviction. Think about it. If he harbors feelings for you, seeing you grow close to someone else, perhaps even romantically, would surely upset him. He might just come seeking you out. Then you can confess your feelings, which would be far more effective than waiting indefinitely. Cedric stood momentarily stunned, his fingers tightening reflexively around the package of lemon snowballs, producing a faint crinkling sound. He contemplated Autumn's suggestion, sensing the risk involved. Yet the thought of Eli possibly caring for him sparked a flicker of hope within his heart. Wouldn't that lead Eli to misunderstand? Cedric voiced his concerns, unwilling to pressure Eli into anything, fearing that it might incite resentment. Autumn rolled her eyes and patted his arm. If you continue to hesitate, you will never elicit his response. Don't worry, I'm merely staging a play for you. Once you win him over, we can part ways. In the meantime, I can ascertain whether Eli truly cares for you. It's a win-win situation. Cedric fell into silence, his gaze fixated on the junction of the train carriages, where the lingering warmth of his earlier embrace with Eli still resided. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally nodded gently, conceding, "All right, I promise you." Xiao Zhang observed his acquiescence, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. "That's more like it. Just wait. It might not be long before Eli comes looking for you." Chapter 91. Hand-holding, eye contact, Ron. Nightwing whisked the group through the darkened forest until the lights of Hogwarts Castle illuminated the way ahead, prompting Eli to retract his gaze from the window. As they followed the throngs into the castle hall, students from various houses made their way to their respective long tables. Eli naturally accompanied Harry, Ron, and Hermione to the Gryffindor table. Upon sitting down, boredom washed over him. He instinctively reached for Harry's hand resting at the edge of the table, his fingertips absent-mindedly tracing the knuckles. Harry's hand radiated warmth, with a slight callus on his palm, providing a sense of reassurance. Lost in his playful exploration, he remained oblivious to Hermione raising an eyebrow beside him, her eyes shimmering with a mischievous delight as she quietly observed their intertwined hands. After a moment, Ron, noticing Eli's singular focus on Harry, couldn't resist waving his hand in front of Eli's face, his tone tinged with mock grievance. "Hey, Eli, why are you only playing with Harry's hand? What about mine?" Without lifting his head, Eli rolled his eyes dramatically and retorted unabashedly, "Forget it. I'm afraid you won't wash your hands after using the restroom, and that would be disgusting." "Hey, am I that kind of person?" Ron exploded, slamming his palm on the table in protest. "I wash my hands every time after using the loo. Don't wrongfully accuse me." Hermione, overhearing their banter, burst into laughter, deliberately teasing him. "Honestly, Ron, I saw you forget to wash your hands after potions class and then grab a piece of candy. It certainly seemed just as Eli described." "Hermione, even you are siding with him." Ron's exasperation grew, and he reached out to tickle Hermione, who laughed and dodged, the hall resonating with the sounds of their playful scuffle. Eli chuckled along, tightening his grip on Harry's hand. When he turned to look at Harry, he found himself caught in Harry's gentle gaze, warmth blossoming in his chest. Being with friends felt the most comforting, devoid of the tangled complexities. Only pure joy remained. The raucous atmosphere at the Gryffindor table drifted through the air to the Hufflepuff side, where Cedric's attention was almost magnetically drawn to Eli. Watching him laugh and playfully tussle with Ron, noting the fleeting glances exchanged with Harry and the small, unconscious gestures of their intertwined fingers, his grip on the knife and fork tightened and relaxed, the earlier disappointment at the junction still lingering, as if something delicate was tugging at his heart. A blend of bittersweet longing that was hard to shake off, until a close friend nudged his shoulder with an elbow, passing him a glass of pumpkin juice, teasingly remarking, "Still watching, are we? Your eyes are about to fly over there. Come on, brother, if you like him, give it a shot. You can't just sit here and stare." Cedric averted his gaze, his fingertips brushing against the cool surface of the cup, a faint smile gracing his lips. He remained silent, yet subtly tightened his grip on the napkin in his hand. Autumn's suggestion lingered in his mind, but observing Eli's relaxed demeanor made him hesitate, fearing that his fleeting thoughts might disrupt Eli's joy. He lowered his head to sip the pumpkin juice, its cloying sweetness unable to mask the bitterness within. His gaze inevitably drifted towards Gryffindor. At least for now, watching him smile didn't seem too bad. Eli was sharing a humorous anecdote about Draco's antics over the summer with Harry when he suddenly felt a warm sensation at the nape of his neck. Two hands covered his ears, their fingers carrying a hint of sugary sweetness. Almost immediately, two identical voices leaned in close, deliberately lowering their tones in unison. "Guess who I am?" Eli chuckled at the familiar prank, pausing for 2 seconds before reaching up to pry the hands away, his tone teasing. "Do I even need to guess? Besides you two, who else would resort to such an old trick?" No sooner had he spoken than the hands retreated, revealing George and Fred, who nestled beside him, each brandishing a buzzing honeycomb candy. "Wow, you guessed so quickly? How boring," Fred exclaimed, shoving the candy into Eli's hand. "Just got it from the sweet shop. Try it. Sweeter than lemon sherbet." Meanwhile, George patted Harry on the shoulder, winking mischievously. "Harry, you better keep an eye on Eli. Don't let certain pretentious individuals whisk him away. We've heard whispers of someone making moves on Eli in the carriage." Eli's face flushed instantly as he hurriedly popped the candy into his mouth, interrupting them with a muffled protest. "Stop talking nonsense. It's just a misunderstanding. If you keep it up, I'll tell Professor McGonagall you were playing trickster in class." "Please, Eli." George immediately raised his hands in surrender. "We won't say another word. But next time we have a new trick, you'll be the first to know." Ron, noticing their approach, furrowed his brow. "You too. Don't bully Eli. If you want to mess around, do it somewhere else." Fred raised an eyebrow, ruffling Ron's hair playfully. What's the matter, guarding your territory? Don't worry, we're only playing with Eli, not stealing him from you. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with George, and the two erupted into laughter, making the atmosphere at the Gryffindor table even more vibrant. Chapter 92. Invitations, Handholding, Embraces. The steam from the washroom had yet to dissipate when Eli lay back on his bed, and he heard Harry's voice beside him, soft with the warmth of bedtime. Can we sleep together? Ron leaned in, his face scrunched up in a comically pitiful expression. Hey, what about me? You two can't just leave me out. In the corner, Neville raised his hand, whispering, You can sleep with me. My bed is quite spacious. Ron immediately patted his shoulder but exaggeratedly sighed. Honestly, Neville, it's not that I don't want to sleep with you. It's just that I'm afraid you snore. I shared a bed with you last year, and that snoring was practically a close-range magical attack. The words elicited laughter from several individuals in the dormitory, and Eli joined in merriment until Harry lifted the covers and nestled beside him. As Harry's warm body pressed against him, Eli's laughter faded, and his heartbeat quickened subtly. The space beneath the blanket was limited, their arms brushing against one another. Observing Eli's unconscious hand inching closer, Harry couldn't help but chuckle and inquire, Do you have such an affinity for my hand? You grasp it during the day and wish to touch it at night as well. Eli did not shy away. Instead, he slipped his fingers between Harry's, tightening his grip and murmuring softly, It's simply a matter of liking it. Your hand is warm and much more pleasant to touch than mine. He gave their intertwined hands a gentle shake, suddenly recalling a new student he had seen earlier that day. By the way, during the sorting ceremony today, I spotted a rather striking Ravenclaw freshman, long hair and particularly bright eyes. Harry's fingers hesitated momentarily, the mirth in his voice cooling slightly, his breath deepening. And then? There's no and then, Eli replied, oblivious to the subtle shift in Harry's demeanor. He playfully poked Harry's waist, his fingertips grazing the warm skin, prompting a laugh. I merely mentioned it. Why so tense? Also, Harry, I've noticed you seem to have gained a bit of weight. Your waist feels somewhat softer now. Harry did not retort. Instead, he lifted the hem of his nightshirt, revealing a small expanse of fair skin on his abdomen, adorned with the softness of youth, glowing under the bedside lamp. Yes, perhaps it's because I indulged during the summer. His voice lowered as his gaze fell upon Eli's fingertips. If you don't believe me, why not have a feel? Eli's fingers froze midair, his eyes fixated on the warm skin, his cheeks flushing instantly. After a moment's hesitation, he gently touched it, the softness akin to cotton, causing his heart to race almost audibly. Noticing the pink hue of Eli's ears, Harry couldn't resist inching closer, his breath warm against Eli's neck. Have you had your fill? If you continue, I might just want to reciprocate. Eli quickly withdrew his hand, retreating beneath the covers, only to have Harry encircle his waist, pulling him securely into his embrace. Their bodies pressed together, they could distinctly feel each other's heartbeats, their breaths intertwining. Eli's voice was slightly husky, wishing to push him away, yet his hand found purchase on Harry's back, gently gripping his nightshirt. Harry remained silent, burying his head in Eli's hair, inhaling the faint scent of soap, while his fingers caressed Eli's waist tenderly. The laughter in the dormitory gradually subsided, leaving only the sound of their breathing, weaving together in the tranquil night, sweet and intimate like unfurling candy. As the night deepened, with only the sound of rustling tree branches outside, Eli lay awake, staring at the top of the bed curtains. He turned over and, as he brushed against Harry's arm, heard a low voice beside him. Can't sleep? Chapter 93. Covering the mouth, caressing, gentle kisses. Yes. I had too much coffee in the carriage this afternoon. As soon as Eli finished speaking, he felt a sudden pressure on his waist as Harry lifted him onto his lap, a warm palm resting firmly on his side, exerting an undeniable force that rendered him unable to escape. What are you doing? Eli's face flushed instantly, and as he tried to push himself away by leaning on Harry's shoulders, he was instead pulled closer. Harry's palm gently covered his mouth, the warmth of the blanket still lingering on his fingertips. His voice was hushed, as if wrapped in a layer of sweetness. Don't speak, let me hold you properly. Must we embrace like this? Eli pondered, his back pressed against Harry's chest, feeling his heartbeat, swift, mirroring his own. Thankfully, the bed curtains were drawn tightly, otherwise, if Ron and the others saw them, he would surely want to find a crack in the ground to hide. Harry rested his chin atop Eli's head, his breath grazing Eli's ear, eliciting a ticklish shiver. What's wrong? Eli's voice was slightly airy, his fingers unconsciously tugging at Harry's pajama hem. I cast a silencing charm. Harry replied, his hand slowly gliding down, gently brushing against Eli's waist through the thin fabric of his sleepwear, his movements cautious and tentative. Eli's body stiffened instantly, grasping Harry's wrist. What are you trying to do? Harry, without his glasses, saw Eli in a blur, leaning closer until their noses nearly touched, warm breath enveloping Eli's lips. In the next moment, he pulled Eli into his embrace, encircling him tightly. I just want to hold you. Then what are you touching? Eli retorted, a mix of anger and panic flooding him, burying his face into the crook of Harry's neck, inhaling the faint scent of soap. I can't help it. Harry's voice turned even huskier, his fingers lightly caressing Eli's waist. I haven't seen you all summer. Every day I imagine holding you like this. Eli rolled his eyes, playfully swatting at him, a gentle touch that lacked force, more like a playful nudge. Yet, Harry seized his hand, lowering his head to plant a soft kiss in his palm, the warm, damp sensation sending shivers through Eli. I like you too. Eli's mind buzzed, completely overwhelmed. His fingers curling slightly, his voice trembling. And then what? Harry remained silent, merely lifting his head slightly, his lips brushing against the corner of Eli's mouth. As light as a feather, before slowly pressing against him, the action tender yet imbued with an undeniable seriousness. Is this all right? Eli squeezed his eyes shut, despair consuming him. He wished to escape, but Harry's grip was too tight. Even his breath felt ensnared. Had he known to pay better attention in the charms class, he might have been able to break free without a wand, rather than being rendered immobile as he was now. We're good friends, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with a hint of pleading. Yet, Harry gently nibbled at his cheek, the touch light, yet carrying a hint of reproach. His voice low. Yes, good friends, your good friend likes you. He paused, his thumb brushing against the reddened corner of Eli's eye. Not just me. Senior Diggory likes you too. Doesn't he? He kissed you, right? Eli's eyes widened in shock. How do you know? Just a guess, Harry replied, his thumb softly gliding over Eli's lips. When you two are together, his gaze is different. And then there's not. You spent the summer in London together, and the way he looks at you is unmistakable. Eli quickly covered Harry's mouth with his hand, fearing he would utter something that would make his heart race. However, Harry took the opportunity to gently lick the palm of his hand, the warm and damp sensation causing him to retract his hand instantly, his heart racing as if it might burst. I like you too, Eli. Harry's forehead pressed against his voice tinged with a hint of plaintive pleading. Please don't hate me, all right? Eli sighed, his heart a tangled mess. I don't hate you. I just can't accept it. No sooner had he spoken than Harry suddenly grasped the back of his head and kissed him. This time, it was not a mere brush of lips. Their mouths intertwined with an urgent possessiveness, his tongue gliding softly between Eli's teeth, rendering him utterly weak. When they finally parted, a silvery strand lingered between their lips, shimmering faintly in the dim light of the bed curtains. Then why don't you push me away? Harry's breath was heavy, his nose brushing against Eli's, his eyes shining with an intensity that was almost frightening. Can it prove that you like me just a little, Eli? Eli opened his mouth. Yet no words came forth. He indeed did not push Harry away. In fact, while Harry kissed him, his fingers had secretly tightened around the fabric of his nightclothes. Those feelings concealed deep within, even he himself had yet to comprehend, seemed to be completely unraveled by Harry in that moment. Chapter 94. Stealthily, Harry, inching forward. Eli's face burned with heat. He pressed his hands against Harry's shoulders, attempting to retreat, yet he was firmly held by the waist, unable to move an inch. He bit his lip, his tone a blend of panic and determination. In any case, I will not be with you. Harry made no rebuttal, merely lowered his head to nuzzle into the crook of Eli's neck, his fingers subtly slipping beneath the hem of his nightwear. The warmth of his palm gently caressing Eli's waist and abdomen with a tantalizing softness. I understand. His breath brushed against Eli's skin, sending shivers coursing through him. Fingertips sliding upwards, gently pinching the soft flesh at his side. Then let us keep this a secret, shall we? Eli's body stiffened instantly, his fingers gripping Harry's nightclothes tightly. His voice trembling. Secret? What do you mean? No, we'll be discovered. Yet Harry paid no heed, burying his face in Eli's shoulder, his lips grazing over his collarbone. His voice husky and sweetened like honey. As long as we're not found out, it'll be fine. Just the two of us. Keeping this affection hidden like a secret stash of candy. His hands continued their gentle exploration of Eli's waist and abdomen, radiating a warmth that made Eli's legs weak. He attempted to grasp Harry's hand, only to have his fingers caught and pressed against his own chest, where he could distinctly feel Harry's heart racing in sync with his own, a chaotic melody of emotions. Stop touching me, Eli's voice softened, laced with a hint of desperation. Ron and the others will hear us. The soundproofing charm is still in place. Harry's lips brushed against his ear, gently nibbling on his earlobe. No one will hear, and no one will know. Just let me hold you like this, please, Eli. Eli squeezed his eyes shut, his heart a tumultuous storm, yet he found himself unable to articulate the refusal that lingered on his tongue. Harry's embrace was too warm, the heat of his palm too intense. All those feelings hidden within him seemed to surge forth in that moment, leaving him devoid of the strength to struggle. Eli lay nestled in Harry's embrace, his face burning with heat. He pinched Harry's waist with surprising force, though he refrained from applying too much pressure. With a hint of sulky indignation in his voice, he muttered, "You scoundrel, Harry Potter." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Harry gently squeezed him at the waist, resting his chin atop Eli's head, a muffled chuckle escaping him, filled with indulgence. "Yes, I am a scoundrel," he replied, nuzzling Eli's ear, his hands softly caressing Eli's waist. "But this scoundrel simply wishes to hold you. What can be done?" Eli remained silent, instinctively curling deeper into Harry's embrace, burying his face further against him, though he should have been angry. The warmth of Harry's arms and the rhythmic beating of his heart lulled his frustrations away, leaving behind only a whirl of confusion and unarticulated emotions. "Don't take advantage of the situation," he said in a muffled tone, yet discreetly wrapped his arms around Harry's waist, his fingers playfully tugging at the hem of his nightshirt. Harry felt Eli's movements and grinned wider, tightening his hold. His voice dropped to a soothing murmur, as if comforting a child. "Understood, no taking advantage. Just a brief embrace until you fall asleep." Yet, the hand resting on Eli's abdomen did not cease its gentle caress, continuing to stroke him with a warmth that sent shivers down his spine, enveloped in the quiet intimacy of the bed curtains. Morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, and Eli groggily opened his eyes. The moment he stirred, he found himself caught in Harry's gaze. Harry lay propped up on one arm, his hair tousled and his eyes still heavy with sleep, gazing at Eli with an innocent expression as if the previous night's antics had never occurred. "Awake?" Harry's voice was rough from sleep, and he reached out to ruffle Eli's hair, his gestures as natural as if they had repeated this 1,000 times. "Did you sleep well last night? You seemed rather still after a while." Eli, observing Harry's nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of irritation and swatted his hand away, turning his back to him. "What nonsense. It's all your fault. I woke up several times during the night." However, Harry leaned closer, wrapping his arm gently around Eli's waist, resting his chin on Eli's back. His tone still innocent, even tinged with a touch of grievance. "Is it my fault? Yet you didn't push me away last night, did you?" Eli found himself momentarily speechless. The tumult of last night's confusion and fluttering feelings surged forth, causing his cheeks to flush. "I was just too exhausted." "Don't say such things." Harry chuckled softly, his breath brushing against Eli's back, sending delightful shivers coursing through him. All right, perhaps I spoke too freely." He nuzzled Eli's back, his voice softening further. "So, shall we have breakfast together this morning? I can save you a spot and fetch your favorite pumpkin juice." Eli bit his lip, a mix of anger and helplessness swelling within him. It was Harry who had crossed the line first. Yet he appeared so innocently charming that Eli found it impossible to genuinely be angry. He paused for a few seconds before letting out a resigned huff. "Fine. Just get up quickly, so we don't keep Ron and the others waiting." Harry behind him immediately responded affirmatively, yet did not release his grip. Instead, he held on tighter, gently rubbing against Eli's back, reminiscent of a large dog seeking affection. Eli mused internally, recognizing the irony of Harry's innocent faade despite his inherent mischief, yet he subtly leaned back into Harry's embrace. Chapter 95, Bittersweet, Strange, Hermione. As Eli followed Harry into the Great Hall, Cedric's gaze immediately latched onto them. He paid no heed to the pumpkin juice in Eli's hand or the unruly strands of hair at the tips of his locks. His attention was fixed on the closeness of their arms and the moment when Harry's fingers inadvertently brushed against the back of Eli's hand while passing him bread. The gesture was so natural, imbued with an unguarded intimacy, akin to two tendrils entwining quietly, filling the air with an unmistakable scent of something unique. Cedric tightened his grip on the knife and fork, the sweetness of the pumpkin juice vanishing in an instant, leaving behind an indescribable bitterness. Indeed, proximity to the source often yields the advantage, and that scoundrel Harry Potter had seized the opportunity first. He watched as Eli blushed faintly while accepting the bread, recalling the careful embrace they shared at the train carriage junction. His throat constricted, and he lowered his gaze to poke at the fried egg on his plate. A friend beside him nudged his shoulder, teasing, "Still staring? At this rate, your eyes will pop out." Cedric remained silent, merely shaking his head gently. Yet his gaze could not resist drifting back toward the Gryffindor table. For now, he could still watch Eli smile and maintain their friendship, which did not seem too bad. However, that unspoken affection nestled deep within him felt like a piece of candy buried in his heart, sweet yet tinged with sourness, impossible to swallow or relinquish. Eli poked at the roasted tomatoes on his plate, letting out a long sigh. "It's the first day of school, and I still can't escape a visit to Professor Snape." Harry, who was in the midst of devouring a sausage, looked up at this remark. "Didn't he the summer confinement and ages ago? Why would he still want to see you?" Ron quickly chimed in, curiosity written all over his face. "Right? That old bat Snape must be looking to stir up trouble again." Eli rolled his eyes and took a bite of his bread. "What trouble? I've already told you I'm his exemplary student. I'm just going to learn potions." He mentioned that my last brew of the happiness potion was undercooked and needs further guidance. Hermione adjusted her glasses, giving him an admiring thumbs up. "Brave soul, daring to approach Snape to learn potions. Only you could do that." She paused before adding, "No wonder you excel in potions among us. It seems you've been secretly putting in the effort." Just as Eli was about to retort, a blonde girl approached with a tray, none other than Lisa from Ravenclaw. With a smile, she offered him a beautifully wrapped package of candies. "Good morning, Eli. These are fruit candies my mother brought from France. I wanted you to try them." Before Eli could reach out, Harry swiftly took the candies, smiling politely at Lisa. "Thank you, but he can't have too much sugar right now. He had a toothache from overindulging last time, and it lasted for days." Eli shot Harry a glare, discreetly kicking him under the table, then quickly snatched the candies from Harry's hand, beaming at Lisa. "Thank you, Lisa. You're so kind. I absolutely adore this flavor." As Lisa noticed his delight, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile, she cheerfully remarked, "Take your time eating," before gracefully departing with her tray. No sooner had Lisa left than Harry leaned in, his gaze pitiful like a puppy robbed of its bone. "I swear I'm not lying. Last time you cried from a toothache, you couldn't eat too many sweets." Eli unwrapped a piece of candy, popping it into his mouth while deliberately smacking his lips in front of Harry. "Mind your own business. I know my own teeth, and besides, if Lisa gives me candy, I shall savor it regardless of its sweetness." Harry, observing Eli's smug demeanor, refrained from further arguments but subtly squeezed his wrist, softening his tone. "Just eat less. If you have a toothache this afternoon, I won't be responsible." Eli huffed in response, but slyly offered a piece of candy to Harry's lips. "Here, take one. Stop playing the victim." Harry's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted it, the sweet flavor blooming on his tongue, instantly dispelling any lingering grievances. His lips curving upwards in delight. Ron, chewing on a sausage, scanned the exchange between Harry and Eli. Noting the tender way Harry held Eli's wrist and the uncontainable smile in Eli's eyes as he handed over the candy, the atmosphere between the two felt significantly different from their previous playful bickering, leaving Ron perplexed. Just as he was about to voice his confusion about their odd behavior, a sudden, forceful slap on his back made him yelp. He turned to glare at Hermione. "What was that for? Why so rough?" Hermione withdrew her hand, giving him a stern look while lowering her voice. "Mind your own business and eat." With a glance, she signaled Ron to refrain from further comments and subtly observed the pair still engaged in their quiet banter, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Some matters are better left unspoken. Simply observing suffices. Ron rubbed his sore back, wanting to protest, but was silenced by Hermione shoving a piece of bread into his mouth. "Just eat. If you keep staring at them, Eli might steal your pumpkin juice too." Reluctantly, Ron closed his mouth but couldn't resist stealing glances at the two. Feeling something was amiss yet unable to articulate it, he buried himself in his food, mentally noting the peculiarities of Harry and Eli's interactions. Hermione stirred her cup of pumpkin juice, her peripheral vision catching the two leaning close, sharing candy, while Ron remained oblivious, foolishly focused on his meal. She sighed inwardly, thinking Ron was truly a simpleton. Eli bore the faint red mark of Harry's grip on his wrist, instinctively leaning closer to Harry when he smiled, even prioritizing Harry with the milk. Such blatant affection was lost on Ron, who continued to murmur about their oddness, unaware that the closest person to him had already been quietly claimed by Harry. Hermione had no intention of revealing this. Such matters, when vocalized, become awkward. It was better to let Ron gradually come to this realization. When he eventually did, he would likely jump up, exclaiming, "Harry, you scoundrel." The thought of that scene made Hermione smile to herself as she sipped her pumpkin juice, secretly tucking this little secret away in her heart. Chapter 96, Petrification, Incident, Draco. Having just completed their transfiguration lesson, Eli was engrossed in a discussion with Harry about transforming teacups into rabbits when they suddenly heard frantic shouts emanating from the far end of the corridor. Exchanging concerned glances, they quickly rushed towards the source of the commotion. Around the corner, a group of students had gathered, pointing at a curled-up figure on the floor, their voices trembling. "He has been petrified." A pang of anxiety gripped Eli's heart. He instinctively wanted to move closer for a better look, but Ron abruptly seized his wrist. With a furrowed brow, Ron pulled him back. "We should leave quickly. This needs to be reported to a professor. It's too dangerous to be this close. What if something goes wrong?" Harry nodded in agreement, shielding Eli with his arm. "Ron is right. Let us find Professor McGonagall and let her handle it." Without further delay, they hurried towards the staff room. However, in the ensuing days, more students began to turn up petrified within Hogwarts. Sometimes they were found behind the shelves in the library, other times in deserted corridors. Each discovery marked by the stiffened forms and the surrounding students' panic. The atmosphere in the Great Hall grew increasingly tense. Each night, when Eli walked with Harry, he would subconsciously clutch Harry's hand tighter. Harry would likewise hold him protectively, his voice a low murmur. "Don't be afraid. I'm with you. And I won't let anything happen." Even Ron, usually carefree, began to exhibit unusual vigilance, gripping his wand tightly whenever they ventured out, muttering, "I just don't know what's behind this. If I catch it, I'll show it what for." Just as they exited the library, a shrill cry of a cat pierced the air, sharp enough to send a shiver down their spines. "It's Mrs. Norris." Harry was the first to react. Pulling Eli towards the sound, with Ron and Hermione quickly trailing behind. Turning the corner, they beheld Filch's cat sprawled on the ground. Her body rigid as if turned to stone, eyes wide open in terror, clearly petrified. As Eli stepped forward, Filch came barreling towards them, his eyes reddened upon seeing Mrs. Norris, my Mrs. Norris. Who did this? Who has done this to her? A crowd of students quickly amassed around them, Draco among them. His gaze sweeping from the cat on the floor to Eli, his brow furrowed in concern. It was only when someone shrieked, pointing at blood writing on the wall, that Draco turned his attention, swiftly spinning back to the gossiping students and declaring loudly, "This is certainly not Eli's doing. He was with us in the library just moments ago. There was no chance for him to come here." Eli was taken aback, warmed by Draco's defense, and hastily explained, "Harry, Ron, and I just arrived here and saw Mrs. Norris like this. We were immediately going to find a professor." However, Filch paid no heed, glaring at them with tears in his eyes. "It must be you students causing this trouble. Hogwarts should not harbor such nuisances." Ron rolled his eyes, unable to restrain himself. "We just got here, and we haven't even drawn our wands. How could we have petrified your cat? Can't you be reasonable?" At that moment, Professor McGonagall hurried in. Upon seeing the bloodstains on the wall and Mrs. Norris on the floor, her expression darkened instantly. She promptly evacuated the surrounding students, leaving only Eli and a few others to comprehend the situation. Ultimately, no leads were uncovered, and the matter faded into ambiguity. Yet the atmosphere of panic within Hogwarts intensified significantly. As they departed, Draco deliberately lingered beside Eli and whispered, "Do not worry. I know you are not responsible. If Filch troubles you again, just let me know." Eli couldn't help but chuckle at Draco's awkward demeanor, responding, "I understand. Thank you, Draco." Chapter 97. Anger, Handshakes, Good Night. Ron flung himself onto the bed, causing the pillow to skew askew, his tone filled with indignation. "What a stroke of bad luck. I did nothing. Yet that Filch fellow keeps glaring at me." Harry leaned against Eli's bedpost, his fingers lightly brushing Eli's sheets. His voice tinged with regret. "If only I hadn't taken that corridor earlier, we wouldn't have encountered this mess." Neville, curled up in his blanket with only his head visible, quietly inquired, "So what are you all going to do now? Will Filch come after you again?" Eli shrugged and patted Harry's arm. "What is there to fear? We did nothing wrong. The innocent shall remain untainted. If Filch wants to blame someone, let him. He cannot unjustly accuse us." As he spoke, he grasped Harry's wrist, attempting to nudge him towards the opposite bed, eager to retire for the night. As it was nearly midnight, however, Harry remained still, instead grasping Eli's hand in return, his fingertips gently squeezing the palm, his voice soft. "Just 5 more minutes, please?" Neville yawned, turned over, and fell silent, clearly too tired to stay awake. Ron rubbed the back of his head, massaging his eyes and muttering, "What 5 minutes? Why are you two dawdling?" Harry glanced back at him, his tone calm, yet carrying an air of finality. "It's nothing. Just go to sleep. We have potions class tomorrow." Ron grumbled in confusion and pulled the covers over himself, closing his eyes. Soon, only the sound of their breathing remained in the dormitory. Eli attempted to withdraw his hand, but Harry tightened his grip slightly, his eyes sparkling in the dim light, akin to hidden stars. "Are you going back or not?" Eli whispered, gently prodding Harry's hand with his fingertip. Harry leaned closer to the edge of the bed, his knees nearly brushing against Eli's leg, his voice even softer. "Just 5 minutes. Stay with me for a while." Eli observed Harry's resolute expression and glanced at the already slumbering Ron and Neville, ultimately sighing in resignation. With Harry's hand still clasping his, the warmth radiating from his fingertips rendered Eli powerless to withdraw, leaving them suspended by the bed, the very air thickening with tension. Outside, the only sound was the gentle rustle of branches in the breeze. Eli, with Harry's hand in his, sat half upright on the edge of the bed, his knee pressing against Harry's, hardly daring to breathe heavily. 5 minutes are nearly up," he murmured softly, his fingertips subtly curling without truly attempting to pull away. Harry remained silent, leaning closer, his eyes, devoid of glasses, gleamed brightly in the dim light. His breath lightly brushed against Eli's wrist, sending a ticklish sensation through him. He slowly released his grip, but did not allow Eli to pull away. Instead, his palm rested on Eli's knee, the warmth seeping through the thin fabric of his pajamas. "Were you frightened back in the corridor?" Harry's voice was low, enveloped in a soft tone. "I noticed you clutching my sleeve. Your hands were cold." Eli's face instantly flushed, and he wished to retreat, yet Harry gently pressed down on his knee. "Who was afraid?" Eli began, but was interrupted by Harry's sudden move, his fingers lightly gliding through Eli's hair, tucking the stray strands behind his ear. The brush of Harry's fingertip against his earlobe sent a jolt through Eli. "What is it?" Harry pressed, his thumb caressing Eli's earlobe, his gaze fixed on the flushed tips of Eli's ears, his voice slightly hoarse. "Are you afraid of that petrified thing? Or worried that Filch might trouble you?" Eli bit his lip in silence, his hand discreetly clutching the bedsheet. Yet Harry was relentless, his other hand slid up Eli's knee, halting at his waist, gently pinching the soft flesh. Next time something like this occurs, hide behind me, understood? The sensation at his waist was all too vivid, causing Eli to instinctively flinch. Just as he was about to retort, he saw Harry lean forward, their foreheads gently touching, their breaths intertwined, laced with the scent of soap, creating an intoxicating intimacy that left Eli's heart racing. Don't shy away, Harry whispered near his ear, so light it felt like a sigh. Just for a moment. Eli closed his eyes tightly, distinctly feeling Harry's heartbeat resonating through his knee, syncing with his own. He wanted to suggest that Harry should return to his bed. Yet the words eluded him. With Harry gripping his waist and their foreheads pressed together, the air was thick with a sweet, lingering tension that paralyzed him. The warmth of Harry's fingers had yet to dissipate when he gradually released his hold, his palm brushing Eli's side with a hint of reluctant tenderness. He straightened up, observing the rosy hue of Eli's ears, his voice soft as he said, "All right, good night, Eli." Eli quickly turned his face away, fixating on the floral patterns of the bed curtains, unable to meet Harry's gaze. "Oh, good night," he murmured, his voice muffled. Harry lingered a moment longer, standing by the bedside and watching Eli for a few seconds before finally turning back to his own bed. The slight creaking of the bed frame echoed in the room. Yet Eli remained frozen in place, his hand subconsciously tracing the spot on his side where Harry had touched him, the lingering warmth igniting his racing heart. Soon, the dormitory was enveloped in the rhythmic sound of steady breathing. Eli lay wide awake, his mind replaying the moments their foreheads had touched, along with Harry's husky plea to not shy away. He quietly rolled over, glancing towards the opposite bed, where he could only discern Harry's blurred silhouette. Yet sleep eluded him entirely. Chapter 98. The Simpleton, the Sluggard, the Exam. Eli stared at the top of the bed curtain, his mind still replaying the earlier scene, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the sheets. However, the thought of attending Gilderoy Lockhart's first class the next day compelled him to take a deep breath and force himself to close his eyes. The fellow's book, which he had encountered in Diagon Alley, was adorned with a gaudy cover featuring ostentatious selfies. Flipping through its pages revealed nothing but self-aggrandizing tales of his exploits, sending shivers down his spine. Far from being a source of admiration, he found even the tedious text of History of Magic far more intriguing than Lockhart's autobiographical nonsense. What a grand hero. He was, in fact, nothing but a buffoon. Eli muttered softly, turning over to bury his face in the pillow. The faint scent of soapberry lingered at his nose, gradually untangling the chaos within his mind. Regardless of Lockhart's ineptitude, he decided to prioritize sleep. After all, he couldn't very well face the flamboyant individual with dark circles under his eyes. As he pondered this, drowsiness finally washed over him, and his breathing became steady. Even in dreams, Lockhart's bothersome book faded away. When sunlight filtered through the curtains and gently kissed his face, Eli remained ensconced in his blanket, his eyes still closed. It wasn't until a warm hand lightly prodded his cheek, accompanied by Harry's voice whispering in his ear, "Get up, or you'll be late for Lockhart's class," that he stirred. Eli grumbled softly, sinking deeper into the covers. Just 5 more minutes. No sooner had he spoken than he felt himself lifted, Harry's hands effortlessly scooping both him and the quilt into the air, his tone tinged with an exasperated insistence. "Stop dawdling. Ron has already finished his morning routine. If you delay any longer, Lockhart will surely take you as his model student." The sensation of being suspended in midair jolted Eli awake, prompting him to grasp Harry's arm. His face flushed with embarrassment. "Put me down. Are you out of your mind? Ron is still here." He made his way downstairs, while Harry, looking down at him with a hint of a smile, continued his stride, depositing Eli at the sink. "Hurry up and wash up. I've already gathered your books." Eli stared at his disheveled reflection in the mirror, then glanced at Harry, who stood beside him holding a towel, a mixture of frustration and warmth swirling within him. This was typical of Harry. One moment, they were intertwined in a sleepy embrace, and the next, he adopted an air of seriousness, yet remembered every detail of Eli's life. "All right, I got it," he mumbled, accepting the towel. "Just don't pick me up like that again. What if someone sees?" Harry offered no argument, merely smoothing Eli's unruly hair with a gentle touch, his voice softening. "Okay, no more lifting you. But if you linger in bed any longer, I will simply pull your covers away." Eli shot him a glare but quickened his pace, for the thought of confronting Lockhart's exuberance was enough to give him a headache. As he dashed to the entrance of the great hall, he spotted Ron waiting on the steps with his bag. Upon seeing them, Ron frowned and complained. "Why are you two so slow? If you're late by another 2 minutes, Lockhart's class will commence." Eli, catching his breath and adjusting his collar, received the book Harry handed him as Harry explained. "He overslept this morning, and I had a hard time getting him up." "Hey, you were the one who insisted on lifting me, which wasted time," Eli retorted, his cheeks still slightly flushed. Ron looked utterly bewildered, about to inquire, "Lift you?" when Harry nudged him toward the classroom, insisting, "No time for chatter. We really will be late." As the three hurriedly entered the classroom, Gilderoy Lockhart stood at the podium, donned in a splendid purple robe, his hair slicked back to perfection. Upon noticing their arrival, he instantly broke into an exaggerated grin, exclaiming, "Ah, our last 3 little warriors are here. Find a seat quickly, for the thrilling lesson is about to commence." Eli chose a spot by the window and, as he retrieved his notebook, he watched Lockhart wave his wand, causing a stack of test papers to levitate onto each desk. "Dear students," he clapped his hands enthusiastically. "Before we commence our lesson, let us engage in a brief quiz all about my adventurous exploits to see just how loyal my readers are." Eli glanced at the test paper, only to find the first question asking what color boots Gilderoy Lockhart wore when defeating the Pixies of Cornwall. Rolling his eyes, he nudged Harry beside him. "I told you he was a fraud. This question is utterly ridiculous." Harry, observing the absurdity of the questions, couldn't help but chuckle. "Stop complaining and just fill it out. We can't submit a blank paper." Ron, sitting nearby, placed his pen down in resignation, muttering, "I haven't even read his book. How am I supposed to answer this? I should have never chosen his class." Lockhart, oblivious to the students' exasperation, continued to regale them with tales of his supposed heroism, filling the classroom with an atmosphere that was both amusing and ridiculous. Chapter 99, Lockhart, Pixies, and Mischief. When Lockhart collected the test papers, he stumbled upon Hermione's answers, and his eyes lit up. Holding her paper aloft, he exaggeratedly praised, "Oh, Miss Granger's answers are simply flawless. It seems you are my most devoted reader. I am truly touched." Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson as she bowed her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Ron leaned closer to Harry, nudging him with his elbow while gesturing towards Eli, whispering, "Humph, he's just a blonde. Eli's hair is far shinier, and he is not less handsome." Harry nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lockhart's hairstyle is far too greasy. Eli's looks much better. Their voices were not discreet, and Eli overheard. Pausing in confusion, "Huh?" he muttered, bewildered as to why the conversation had shifted to him. Hermione, catching their words, quickly raised her head, first nodding in agreement, then shaking it frantically, her cheeks reddening further as she murmured, "Oh dear, you don't understand. It's not about looks." Ron, Harry, and Eli exchanged glances, each seeing the bewilderment in the other's eyes. If not looks, then what? All three simultaneously pondered. The thoughts of girls are truly inscrutable. Seated nearby, Neville hesitantly chimed in. "Could it be that Professor Lockhart appears more mature? He is much older than us and seems to embody a sense of heroism." Eli turned to him, irritation evident in his tone. "If you can't speak wisely, then please be silent. That is merely pretense, not true maturity." Neville, chastened by Eli's remark, shrank back, hastily closing his mouth and returning his gaze forward. Indeed, it was wise not to meddle in such matters. Eli appeared to be somewhat displeased. Lockhart had just praised Hermione when, with a sudden clap of his hands, he excitedly proclaimed, to reward everyone's enthusiasm, "I have brought a special guest from Cornwall, a house elf." With that, he waved his wand and opened the cage beside him. However, in the next instant, dozens of little blue elves surged forth, instantly turning the classroom into chaos. They tugged at students' hair, toppled inkpots, and even swung from the chandelier, their shrill screams echoing throughout the room. Lockhart's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly raised his wand, exclaiming, "Calm down. Everyone, remain calm." Yet, before he could finish his incantation, one of the elves dashed towards him, snatching his wand and soaring out the window. Lockhart, in a moment of sheer panic, turned and bolted for the door, leaving behind a hasty remark, "You all hold the fort. I shall fetch help." In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Eli rolled his eyes at Lockhart's retreating figure, realizing that he was nothing but a fool, fleeing faster than anyone else in a critical moment. Just then, an elf lunged toward Neville, prompting Eli to swiftly draw his wand. With a flick of his wrist, he coldly declared, "With this freezing charm." The pale blue spell struck the elf, encasing it in a small ice sphere that rolled a few times on the ground before coming to a halt. The surrounding students were momentarily stunned, but Harry quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Everyone, follow Eli's lead. Use the freezing charm to control them." Eli paid no mind to the commotion around him. His gaze fixed on the direction Lockhart had fled. He became more convinced that this individual was no hero, lacking even the most basic qualities of a wizard. He relied solely on boastful tales to get by. As the scent of ink lingered in the corridor after class, Eli trailed behind Hermione, playfully teasing her. "Do you still fancy Lockhart? I saw you frown when he ran off just now." Hermione halted, turning to glare at him, her ears betraying her with a hint of crimson. "I have never liked him. I merely found his books somewhat interesting and glanced at them." Eli stifled a laugh, pondering inwardly how it was possible for someone who supposedly disliked Lockhart to achieve a perfect score on a test filled with his little secrets. This thought remained unspoken, for he had no desire to experience Hermione's wrath again. Suddenly, Harry slung an arm around Eli's neck, drawing him closer with a voice full of mirth. "That freezing charm you cast was brilliant. If it weren't for you, Neville's hair would have likely been pulled out." Eli felt his face flush as he leaned against Harry, just as Ron came bustling over, inadvertently striking at Hermione's vulnerability. Hermione, if you don't like him, then why did you give that fool a perfect score? I bet you even noted the color of his socks. At this, Hermione's face flushed with embarrassment as she pinched Ron's arm. Ron Weasley, can't you keep your mouth shut? I merely studied thoroughly. Besides, that's much better than you turning in a blank paper. Ron grimaced in pain, dodging her while exclaiming, I was just stating the truth. Why are you getting physical? Eli, you should intervene. Eli leaned against Harry, watching the two bicker, unable to contain his laughter. Harry laughed as well, his hand gently resting on his waist, fearing he might topple over from laughter. The sunlight in the corridor bathed the two of them, warming the air around them, making the earlier chaos of the classroom vanish like a mirage. In the 100th chapter, whispers filled the corridors these past few days, most of them concerning Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Have you heard? Cedric and Cho seem to be dating. I saw them together at Honeyduke's yesterday, even sharing an ice cream. These words left him bewildered, causing him to lose focus even during potions class. Later, he purposely paid attention and indeed spotted Cedric helping Cho with her books at the library entrance. As they walked side by side, the wind tousled Cho's hair, and Cedric instinctively tucked it behind her ear, his gestures natural and affectionate. Eli tightened his grip on his wand, his mind in disarray. Surely they must be in love? Would they hold hands and embrace like couples do? He dared not think further. A heaviness settled in his heart, both stifling and bitter. Cedric had always been so kind to him, even expressing a desire to be closer in the train compartment. Were those gentle words merely illusions? If he had long harbored feelings for Cho, why had he said such things? Wasn't he that rather unethical? Leaning against the corridor wall, he watched Cedric and Cho laughing together in the distance, oblivious to Harry approaching. It was only when Harry patted his shoulder that he snapped back to reality, his confusion still evident in his eyes. What's wrong? What are you staring at, looking so distracted? Harry followed his gaze and caught sight of Cedric and Cho parting ways. Understanding dawned upon him, yet he chose not to voice it, merely offering Eli a piece of candy. Don't think too much, it could just be rumors. Eli accepted the candy but didn't unwrap it, merely clutching it in his hand. Rumors? How could what he witnessed be false? He lowered his head and murmured, it's nothing. Perhaps I'm overthinking. Yet the feeling of unexplainable disappointment within him refused to subside. Clutching the candy in his pocket, Eli hesitated for a while before heading to the Quidditch pitch. From afar, he spotted Cedric standing on the grass, but before he could approach, he saw Cho briskly walking over with a water bottle. Their figures drew close, appearing particularly intimate. His steps faltered, a tightness forming in his chest, yet he steeled himself and walked forward. Cedric, and you too, Cho. Cedric turned to him, immediately smiling as he accepted the water bottle from Cho, their fingers brushing inadvertently, and he casually thanked her. Cho smiled warmly, her gaze landing on Eli, imbued with gentle kindness. Hey, Eli, what brings you here? Cedric unscrewed the water bottle and took a sip, his tone still familiar. I was just chatting with Cho about you, mentioning how impressive you were in the last defense against the dark arts class. Cho. Eli's heart skipped a beat, tightening his grip on the candy. The intimacy in their address confirmed the rumors were indeed true. He forced a smile, avoiding Cedric's gaze and casting his eyes downward. No, it's nothing significant. I merely passed by and wanted to speak with you. Before he could finish, he felt a warmth creeping onto his cheeks. Those questions about whether he was with Autumn Sr., the words he had wanted to voice, caught in his throat. Observing the natural camaraderie between the two, he suddenly felt like an intruder, devoid of the courage to speak. Cedric noticed Eli's lowered head, his grip on the water bottle tightening unconsciously, his heart racing like a wild rabbit. He could clearly see that something was amiss with Eli. The evasive glances, the taut corners of his mouth. Evidently, he had caught wind of some rumors, perhaps even concerning Cedric's closeness with Autumn. Yet, the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, only to be swallowed back down. Just yesterday, Autumn had been seated on the sofa in the Hufflepuff common room, helping him analyze the situation. If you explain to Eli now that we are merely putting on a show for others, he might find you even stranger. It's better to let the rumors run their course and observe his reaction. You might uncover his true feelings. At the time, Cedric had found Autumn's reasoning sound, yet now, faced with Eli's dejected expression, he felt a surge of anxiety. He opened his mouth, intending to clarify that his relationship with Autumn was not as Eli imagined. But he recalled Autumn's advice to wait, ultimately transforming into a dry, unembellished inquiry. Did you need something? If it's about studies, we can find a time to discuss it thoroughly. Autumn, standing nearby, perceived Cedric's hesitance and discreetly nudged his arm, offering an encouraging glance. Cedric inhaled deeply, suppressing his unease, striving to maintain a casual tone. However, he failed to notice that when Eli heard the mention of studies, the flicker of faint hope in his eyes swiftly dimmed. Chapter 101. Disappointment, hesitation, tears. Eli abruptly lifted his head, shaking it vigorously, his gaze still deliberately avoiding Cedric's. fixating instead on the distant Quidditch goalposts. "It's nothing, just passing by to check on you." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Autumn beside Cedric, his voice softening, laced with an unrecognized tension. "Since Autumn is here, I won't disturb you. Please, carry on with your conversation." Without waiting for Cedric to respond, he turned and hurried away from the pitch, his steps considerably quicker than before. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. The candies in his pocket were being squished into odd shapes, the sweet, crinkly wrappers digging into his palm. Yet they could not outweigh the bitterness in his heart. What was merely a passing visit had transformed into a courageous attempt to seek clarity, but upon witnessing them together, he found himself devoid of the strength to pursue his inquiries. Cedric watched as Eli hurriedly departed, a wave of anxiety crashing over him, instinctively wanting to chase after him, only to be gently restrained by Autumn's hand on his wrist. "Don't go," Autumn whispered softly. "If you pursue him now, it will only complicate matters. It's better to wait." Cedric halted, gazing at Eli's retreating figure, the residual chill from the water bottle still lingering on his fingertips. It seemed he had, indeed, made a grave misstep. Leaning against the frigid corridor wall, Eli felt the chill of the bricks pressing against his back. Yet it could not quell the tempest of anger and grievance swirling within him. He raised a hand to brush his face, his fingertips still bearing the remnants of warmth from the facade of calm he had feigned earlier on the Quidditch pitch, which now lay shattered into fragments. "Bastard," he muttered softly, his voice trembling with barely suppressed emotion. "Liar, a great liar." The words Cedric had spoken earlier, about wanting to get closer, about finding him intriguing, now echoed in his mind as nothing but deceit. It was evident that Cedric had been quite intimate with Cho Chang while still uttering those tender words to him. Was this not an act of betrayal? Clenching the misshapen candy in his pocket, his anger intensified, and his eyes began to sting with unshed tears. Had he known this would transpire, he would have never taken Cedric's words to heart, nor allowed the rumors to unsettle him. Now he felt like a fool, rushing to seek out Cedric only to witness the closeness shared with his girlfriend, devoid of the courage to even inquire further. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, prompting Eli to straighten up hastily, wiping his eyes in a flurry and inhaling deeply. He was determined not to let anyone witness his disarray, particularly Harry and the others, for he had no idea how to explain his turmoil. Yet, the lingering discomfort in his heart felt akin to cotton submerged in cold water, heavy and oppressive. That scoundrel Cedric, he vowed never to acknowledge him again. Lisa had just exited the library and turned a corner in the corridor when she spotted Eli leaning against the wall, his head bowed and shoulders trembling slightly, an indication that something was amiss. "Eli?" she called tentatively, approaching him softly. Eli looked up abruptly, his expression momentarily dazed. Upon realizing it was Lisa, he hastily wiped the corners of his eyes, attempting to erase the evidence of his distress, and forced a smile. "Ah, Lisa, it's you. What is up? Did you just come from the library too?" He deliberately shifted the topic, his voice still bearing a hint of hoarseness, and his hand clutched the crumpled candy wrapper tightly, knuckles widening. Lisa noticed the redness at the corners of his eyes, instantly discerning that he had been crying, yet she chose not to confront him directly. Instead, she offered him a clean handkerchief, her tone gentle. "I just returned some books. Are you feeling unwell? You don't look too good. Would you like to go to the infirmary for a bit?" "No, it's nothing," Eli replied, shaking his head and retreating further into the shadows. Wishing to conceal the redness of his eyes from Lisa, she refrained from pressing him about visiting the infirmary, instead standing quietly beside him, her voice softening. "Did something happen? If you don't want to talk about it, that's all right, but don't keep it all bottled up inside." Eli remained silent for a few moments, unconsciously twisting the hem of his shirt, before murmuring, "I heard that Cho might be dating Cedric. I saw them together at the Quidditch pitch today," he called her Cho, "and they seemed particularly close." Upon hearing this, Lisa felt a jolt of unease within her. Eli's deliberate mention of the matter stirred a sense of apprehension. Did Eli harbor feelings for Cho Chang? This realization made her concealed affections seem even more unattainable. She opened her mouth to ask, "Do you like Cho?" But the words caught in her throat, held back by the fear of hearing an answer she dreaded. Lisa, unsure of how to console him, gently embraced Eli, her palms softly patting his back. "Do not be disheartened. Perhaps it is merely a misunderstanding. Even if it is not, there will always be others more deserving." Though she spoke these words, her heart felt heavy with gloom. Had she known better, she would not have asked. Now she had not only failed to assist Eli, but had also succumbed to a similar despondence, her chest feeling as if a small stone lay upon it. Oppressive and suffocating. Eli, enveloped in her embrace, inhaled the faint floral scent emanating from Lisa. His eyes grew slightly moist, yet he managed a soft, hoarse affirmation, "I know. It's just a bit uncomfortable." Chapter 102. Comfort, Peppermints, Strangers. After standing with him for a while longer and urging him not to overthink, Lisa departed. Clutching her book, Eli remained leaning against the wall by the entrance, still reeling from the moment when a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. "Eli." He turned to see Theodore standing a short distance away, holding a copy of magical potions and elixirs. Theodore's gaze fell upon the redness at the corners of Eli's eyes. And after a brief pause, he inquired, "Are you unhappy?" Theodore's tone was steady and untroubled, offering an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Eli clutched the candy wrapper in his pocket, no longer putting on a brave face as he had with Lisa. Instead, he softly responded, his voice still rough, "It's nothing serious, just a bit bothersome." Theodore stepped closer, but refrained from probing further about what troubled him. Instead, he retrieved a peppermint from his pocket and offered it to Eli. "Suck on this. It may ease your discomfort. My mother used to give me one when I felt down." Eli gazed at the simply wrapped peppermint, hesitating before accepting it. His fingertips brushed against Theodore's hand, cool yet steady. He unwrapped the candy and placed it on his tongue, the subtle mint flavor dispersing, indeed alleviating some of the bitterness in his heart. Theodore observed Eli as he sucked on the candy, his brow still slightly furrowed. Deep within, he had already discerned the truth, the glimmer of Eli's concealed disappointment and the tightness in his voice when Cedric was mentioned were unmistakable. Theodore was certain that Eli had developed feelings for Cedric. Yet, this sentiment remained unspoken, and Theodore lacked the courage to address it directly. He could not even dare to wager who held a more significant place in Eli's heart, Cedric, with his radiant allure, or himself, who had grown accustomed to the shadows. Often feeling like the one who would never be prioritized, he averted his gaze, gently rubbing the peppermint in his pocket, his voice retaining its calmness but imbued with a subtle warmth. "I must take my leave. I need to return some books to the library." After taking a few steps, he paused, glancing back at Eli. "Do not cry, all right? Red eyes may attract Felch's attention, and you could be mistaken for a suspicious character." His words carried a rare teasing tone, intended to lighten the mood. Eli was momentarily taken aback, watching Theodore's retreating figure. The minty taste in his mouth seemed more pronounced now, and surprisingly, the heaviness in his heart began to lift. Eli found a seat by the window in the library, just as he opened History of Magic, when a Ravenclaw girl settled beside him, clutching her own book. The other party gazed at him for a few seconds before suddenly speaking. "You have numerous invisible pests lingering about you." Eli paused, perplexed, and looked up with a puzzled expression. "What are invisible pests? Is it some kind of insect? I don't see any bugs on me." He instinctively patted his clothes, even flipping his collar, yet found nothing. The Ravenclaw girl couldn't help but chuckle, explaining, "They're not real insects. It's a residue of emotional magic. If a person harbors unspoken grievances or sadness, they attract these invisible pests." Eli stood in stunned silence, his movements ceasing, realizing with a jolt that his emotions were so conspicuous that even a stranger could perceive them. He lowered his gaze, his fingertips lightly brushing the pages of his book as he murmured, "I see. I thought they were actual insects." "I am Luna Lovegood, a first year from Ravenclaw," she said, blinking her slightly protruding eyes, her tone languid, as she gently caressed the spine of her book. Eli quickly regained his composure, putting down his pen and nodding. "Eli Light. A second year from Gryffindor." He still felt somewhat dazed, never expecting to engage in conversation with a stranger due to invisible pests. "I know you," Luna suddenly stated, her gaze fixed on him with a calm demeanor. Eli was taken aback, pointing to himself. "You know me? Am I that famous?" He usually kept a low profile at school. Aside from the incident with the freezing charm, he hadn't done anything particularly memorable. Luna nodded gently, brushing back her silvery gray hair that had fallen to her chest. "Many upperclassmen from Ravenclaw admire you, saying your hair is striking and your smile is quite gentle. A few first-year girls even mentioned wanting to give you sweets after witnessing you help a classmate pick up books." She paused, choosing not to elaborate on the fact that several Ravenclaw boys had discussed the handsome Gryffindor in the common room, feeling it unnecessary to overwhelm Eli further. Eli's face instantly flushed, and he quickly lowered his head, feeling a heat in his fingertips. "Oh, is that so? I had no idea." He had never noticed such things. Hearing them now made him feel both embarrassed and somewhat at a loss, dissipating some of the earlier sadness he had felt. Chapter 103. Draco, Searching, Testing. Luna continued to share some trivia about invisible pests before leaving with her book. Eli organized his belongings and hurried to the herbology classroom. Upon reaching the doorway, he spotted Draco leaning against the frame, his white shirt sleeves rolled up, his gaze tinged with impatience. "Why are you only arriving now?" Draco straightened up, his eyes scanning Eli. Eli jogged over, catching his breath. "Class hasn't started yet. There's still 5 minutes to go. Other partners have already arrived." Draco scrutinized him, not missing the fleeting daze in Eli's eyes, and reached out to touch his forehead, his fingertips cool against his skin. "You have a fever? You look unwell." Eli quickly turned his head away, shaking it. "No, I just spent too long in the library." "It's fine, let us go inside, we shouldn't be late." Draco didn't press further, merely slowing his pace to follow Eli into the classroom. After the herbalism class concluded, the two walked side by side down the corridor, where the distant sound of an argument reached their ears. Hermione, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, exchanged a few sharp words with Ron before turning and dashing towards the staircase. Ron remained rooted to the spot, frowning as he muttered about her unreasonable behavior, exuding an air of indifference towards pursuing her. Harry, standing nearby, anxiously attempted to intervene but was unable to prevent Hermione from leaving. Eli halted abruptly, a pang of concern tightening in his chest. It was unwise for Hermione to wander alone. He turned to the other three and spoke earnestly. Recalling the recent spate of petrifications at school, the thought of her encountering danger filled him with dread. Draco raised an eyebrow, offering no rebuttal, merely retrieving his wand from his pocket. Harry nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "I share your sentiment. Ron, set aside your anger. Let us find Hermione first." Ron grimaced but ultimately relented, saying, Fine, I get it. It's such a hassle." Without further ado, the four divided their paths, each rushing towards the staircase where Eli had seen Hermione vanish, their hearts heavy with worry, hoping fervently to locate her before any misfortune befell her. Eli sprinted up 2 flights of stairs and finally spotted Hermione at the far end of the corridor, leaning against the wall, her shoulders trembling slightly, her eyes red-rimmed. "Hermione," he called, hastening towards her, his tone laced with concern. "Why did you run so far? It's perilous to walk alone. You should have confronted Ron directly instead of hiding here." Hermione lifted her head, sniffling, and upon seeing Eli's anxious expression, felt her grievances begin to dissipate. Though she remained silent, Ron, trailing behind, caught wind of their conversation and immediately retorted, "Eli, I am your roommate. Why are you siding with her?" Eli disregarded him entirely, squatting down to meet Hermione's gaze, playfully mimicking Ron's earlier pout with exaggerated flair. "Look at him now. He resembles a goblin deprived of its candy. Do not stoop to his level." Hermione couldn't help but chuckle, playfully swatting at him as she admonished, "Stop saying silly things." The redness in her eyes had noticeably diminished. Harry joined them, adding, "Exactly. Ron was in the wrong. He shouldn't have allowed you to walk off alone after your quarrel." Ron, rendered speechless by their remarks, scratched his head and reluctantly conceded to Hermione, All right. I was wrong. I won't argue with you next time. Just promise you won't run off alone again." Hermione regarded him with a softened gaze. The anger having dissipated, she stood up and brushed off her clothes, stating, "Understood. Let us return. We have charms class soon." Eli stood as well, casually smoothing her wind-tousled hair and grinning. "That's more like it. Disputes should be settled on the spot. Don't harbor your frustrations." Draco, leaning against the wall a short distance away, feigned a forlorn demeanor as they prepared to leave. "So, you're abandoning me now? You were so eager to call for me while searching, yet now that it's time for class, I seem to have been forgotten." Eli retrieved a piece of fruit candy from his pocket and strode over, chuckling in resignation. "We aren't in the same charms class, you know. You're Slytherin, and I'm Gryffindor. We can't possibly walk together." Draco accepted the candy, his fingertips brushing against Eli's palm, his mind racing with thoughts. In just a few days, it would be Valentine's Day, and he had long envisioned receiving chocolates made by Eli's own hands. However, as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, anxiety crept in, fearing a direct rejection. He fiddled with the candy wrapper, turning it twice before mumbling, "Well, in a few days." "What about in a few days?" Eli inquired, looking up at him with curiosity, his eyes filled with confusion. Draco's heart skipped a beat under his gaze, and he quickly shook his head, swallowing back the words he almost uttered, feigning indifference. "It's nothing, forget it. We can talk about it later." Clenching the candy in his hand, he watched Eli turn to join Harry and the others, feeling a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have spoken outright. Now, with his hesitance, what if Eli prepared chocolates for someone else? The timeline was slipping from his grasp, so he decided to follow his instincts. Who do you think Eli will give his chocolates to? Chapter 104, Valentine's Day, Chocolates, Kitchen. Recently, due to Cedric's situation, Eli had been unable to muster the energy to think of anything else. After every meal, he would rush to the library, burying himself in his books. Even Snape, passing by the library, paused to observe him, a flicker of subtle astonishment in his gaze. After all, the Eli of the past had never been this passionate about potion theory. One day, as the group walked down the corridor towards their dormitory, Ron suddenly remembered something and nudged Eli's arm. "Hey, in a couple of days, it's Valentine's Day. Have you decided whom you'll give chocolates to?" Eli, lost in thought while staring at the floor, did not hear him. "Eli?" Harry gently nudged him, pulling him back to reality. "Oh right, Valentine's Day." Eli blinked, still processing the information. Hermione, carrying a stack of books beside him, couldn't help but laugh. "I bet you'll receive chocolates from many people, Eli. A Ravenclaw senior even asked me about your preferences." Eli paused, then nodded earnestly. "I think so too, but it's a bit of a hassle. I'll have to return each one individually." Harry slowed his pace, lowering his gaze, his voice softening. "Why return them? Aren't chocolates meant for those you like?" Eli turned to him, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Because all of you are people I care about, and friends can exchange chocolates too." Ron immediately wrapped an arm around his shoulder, beaming. Then can I be the first to receive one? I'll definitely prepare the best for you. Harry swatted Ron's hand off Eli's shoulder, retorting, in your dreams. Eli will give it to me first. Eli watched the two bickering, chuckling helplessly. The day before Valentine's, Eli sneakily entered the kitchen, faced with a countertop laden with cocoa powder, butter, and sugar. He intended to personally make chocolates for Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Draco, ensuring that everyone received an equal share, avoiding any feelings of discomfort from favoritism. The hand stirring the cocoa paste hesitated for a moment as he gazed into the pot of melted chocolate, pondering whether he should prepare a portion for Cedric as well. Logically speaking, they had been somewhat acquainted, and gifting a friend chocolate seemed quite innocuous. Yet, recalling the scene at the Quidditch pitch, where Cedric appeared so close to Cho, along with his own previous grievances, Eli felt a surge of defiance. Why should he extend such a gesture to that deceiver? Nevertheless, the spoon in his hand slowed its rhythm. Memories of Cedric and the moments they shared flooded back, particularly the way Cedric smiled and called him Eli, softening his heart. Perhaps he had misjudged? What if the rumors were unfounded? Eli scrutinized the chocolate, his brow furrowed in contemplation. To gift or not to gift, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet abstaining felt equally awkward, as if he still cared in some way. With a sigh, he divided the remaining chocolate into several portions, ultimately hesitatingly pouring a small bowl, deciding he would contemplate the act of gifting later. The warm light of the kitchen illuminated his conflicted profile, while the pot of chocolate released a cloying aroma. Yet, his heart was torn between two sentiments, leaving no sweetness to savor. In the end, Eli rummaged through the cupboard for a small box, pouring in some cocoa paste he had intentionally made quite bitter. If Cedric indeed presented him with chocolate, he would return this bitter gift, allowing Cedric a taste of the bitterness he felt inside. Conversely, if Cedric did not reciprocate, then this bitter chocolate would serve as a personal indulgence, a means of severing those futile thoughts. He placed the chocolate into the box, sealed it, and adorned it with a simple silver ribbon, outwardly indistinguishable from a gift for another. Yet only he understood the unspoken grievances and defiance concealed within. Having organized everything, Eli cradled a collection of chocolate boxes and made his way back to the dormitory, silently resolving. This time, he would not take the initiative. If Cedric did not express anything, he would no longer allow himself to be ensnared by thoughts of this individual. Chapter 105, Cedric, Estranged, Sweet. Eli, clutching a multitude of wrapped chocolate boxes, had just slipped out the back door of the kitchen when he unexpectedly collided with a familiar figure. Looking up, he was surprised to find it was Cedric. Cedric, holding a paper bag, appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing him, instinctively uttering, Eli. Cedric, Eli interjected hurriedly, taking a step back and subconsciously hiding the chocolates behind him. His tone slightly awkward. What are you doing here? Cedric observed Eli's evasive gesture, his gaze landing on the corner of ribbon peeking out from behind him. His grip on the paper bag tightened as he surmised the situation, striving to maintain a casual tone. I came to the kitchen to grab a few things. And you? Is that a collection of chocolates for Valentine's Day? Eli felt a flush rise to his cheeks, neither confirming nor denying, simply offering a vague as his gaze drifted elsewhere. I have something to attend to. I'll head back now. With that, he attempted to sidestep Cedric and move forward. Wait. Cedric suddenly called out to him, hesitated for a moment, and then handed over the paper bag, saying, This is for you. Happy early Valentine's Day. Eli gazed at the bag placed before him, his heart racing at the unexpected gift of chocolate from Cedric. He fixated on the bag, recalling the bittersweet chocolate he had prepared, his fingers instinctively tightening around the box in his arms. Caught in a dilemma of whether to accept it or not, Eli's eyes remained fixed on the paper bag, his fingertips gripping the chocolate box, his knuckles turning slightly pale. He chose not to accept it, instead softly inquiring, Why choose to give this today? The moment the words left his lips, a pang of bitterness arose within him. Tomorrow was Valentine's Day. Cedric was presenting him with chocolate today. Was it to free up time for him to openly gift Xiaozhang Sr. tomorrow? It was a clever strategy, allowing him to honor their friendship while celebrating with the one he truly cherished. Cedric noticed the guarded expression in Eli's eyes, and a swell of anxiety surged within him. He opened his mouth, intending to explain that he feared he might not find Eli tomorrow, wanting to clarify that his relationship with Xiaozhang was not as Eli presumed. However, as the words teetered on his tongue, he recalled Xiaozhang's prior admonitions, ultimately reducing his explanation to a dry, I might be busy tomorrow, so it's more convenient to give it in advance. This response pricked Eli's heart like a thorn, deepening his discomfort. He lowered his gaze, refraining from further inquiries, and stepped back, saying, No need, Senior. I have prepared my own. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. With that, he clutched the chocolate in his arms and nearly fled past Cedric, fearing he might unwittingly ask more questions and, even more, dread the answers that would only deepen his sorrow. Cedric watched Eli's hasty retreat, the paper bag still suspended in his hand, the weight of the chocolates inside suddenly feeling burdensome. Ultimately, He could not voice the words that lingered in his throat. I prepared this only for you. Eli rushed back to the dormitory ahead of Harry and the others, not bothering to set down the chocolate box before retreating into the restroom, locking the door behind him. He fished the paper bag from his pocket, trembling fingers carefully unwrapping it to reveal a solitary heart-shaped chocolate, encased in shimmering foil. He broke the chocolate into small pieces, popping them into his mouth one by one. The sweetness of cocoa unfurled on his tongue, yet the bitterness in his heart remained unchanged, growing heavier. They were merely friends. He should have moved on by now. Why? Upon seeing this heart-shaped chocolate, did he still find it impossible to detach himself emotionally? Why did the thought of Cedric potentially gifting Xiaozhang more exquisite chocolates tomorrow cause him such distress? Tears escaped him, falling onto the empty chocolate box, creating a small, damp stain. Eli reached out to wipe it away, but accidentally knocked the box over, causing a folded note to tumble out from the bottom. Stunned, he bent down to retrieve it and unfolded it, revealing a single line, "To the one I cherish." The handwriting was unmistakably Cedric's, imbued with a gentle strength. Eli gazed at the words, tears streaming down his face even more fiercely, yet he couldn't help but smile silently, realizing that it was not a matter of avoiding suspicion. He pondered why he hadn't simply clarified everything. Why had he gotten so close to Xiaozhang, allowing for such prolonged misunderstandings? He carefully folded the note and tucked it into his pocket, casting a glance at the empty chocolate box. His heartache seemed to dissipate slightly, yet new entanglements arose. Tomorrow, should he present the bittersweet chocolate he had prepared to Cedric? Should he inquire about the true meaning behind the words on the note? Chapter 106. The Exchange of Chocolates, Rings, and Inner Thoughts. Eli first exchanged chocolates with Harry, Ron, Hermione, and his fellow Gryffindors, watching as their faces lit up with joy upon receiving gifts, easing his inner turmoil a bit. After bidding farewell to the group, he clutched the remaining chocolates and sought out Draco. Leaning against the Slytherin table, Draco wore a sulky expression. Upon noticing Eli's approach, his tone held a hint of dissatisfaction. "I knew you would give chocolates to everyone, but why am I not the first?" Eli felt a twinge of embarrassment as he offered the chocolate. "Perhaps because you are not a Gryffindor. I started with my housemates." Draco accepted the box, his demeanor softening slightly, muttering under his breath to remember to give him priority next time, though he refrained from further comments. Subsequently, Eli found Theodore, sitting gracefully. With a gentle yet affectionate gaze, Theodore instinctively extended his hand as Eli approached. Just as Eli handed over the chocolate, Theodore unexpectedly grasped his hand, slipping a gleaming silver ring onto his right ring finger. "You will receive plenty of chocolates, so I thought I would offer something a bit different." Theodore's voice was soft, tenderly brushing against the palm of Eli's hand. Eli quickly withdrew his hand, his cheeks flushing. "Thank you." Without another word, he turned and dashed away, his heart racing as though it might leap from his chest. As he ran towards the Ravenclaw table, Lisa approached him, extending her hand expectantly. "What about mine?" Eli handed her the chocolate. Lisa smiled gently. "Happy Valentine's Day, Eli." He nodded in response. Eli hesitated, contemplating whether to give Xiaozhang a chocolate, but upon looking up, he met Xiaozhang's gaze. Taking a deep breath, he walked over and presented the box. "Happy Valentine's Day, Senior Xiao." Xiaozhang accepted it with a smile, affectionately ruffling his hair, her tone warm. "You too, Eli. You seem much happier today than before." Eli was momentarily taken aback, touching his own face, realizing it was indeed true. The lively interactions with everyone and Theodore's sudden gesture had allowed him to momentarily forget his worries, lightening his heart considerably. Yet, the thought of the bittersweet chocolate for Cedric, yet to be given, made him anxious once more. Eli lingered in the corner of the Great Hall for a long while, ultimately deciding to tuck away the box of bittersweet chocolate for Cedric. He still lacked the courage to present it, fearing the responses he did not wish to hear and worried that his newly settled emotions would be thrown into disarray once again. He unconsciously traced the sharp edges of the chocolate box with his fingertips, oblivious to the fact that the creases along the sides were rather sharp. Suddenly, a sharp sting radiated from his fingertip. Raising his hand, he discovered a small cut on his fingertip, blood slowly oozing from it. Eli furrowed his brows, dismissed the thought, and turned to exit the hall, intending to return to his dormitory to find a piece of gauze for a makeshift bandage. In his haste, he completely overlooked Cedric, who sat by the Hufflepuff table, gazing at his retreating figure with an expression filled with disappointment and longing, tightly clutching the repackaged box of chocolates he had not delivered. Autumn, seated beside Cedric, observed the scene and could not help but tap his arm urgently, her tone tinged with impatience. "What are you waiting for? Go after him. If you wait any longer, he will be gone." She had initially intended to help Cedric gauge Eli's feelings by orchestrating a misunderstanding between them for a few days. But now the situation had escalated to this point. If she did not intervene soon, they might truly miss their chance. Prompted by her insistence, Cedric snapped back to reality, stood up clutching the chocolate box, and hurried towards the entrance of the hall, determined not to let this opportunity slip away again. In the corner of the corridor, Cedric finally caught up with Eli, the hurried footsteps echoing distinctly in the stillness. Eli. As Eli turned around, he barely had time to speak before Cedric pressed him against the wall, with his back against the cold stone. Eli was enveloped by a faint scent that lingered around Cedric. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Cedric abruptly kissed him. The moment their lips met, Eli froze like a statue, feeling the urgency and tenderness of Cedric's embrace as his tongue gently pried open Eli's lips, trembling with tentative exploration. It was not until Eli was nearly breathless that Cedric released him, their foreheads resting together as he spoke, his voice thick with emotion. I like you, Eli. I only like you. I don't have feelings for Autumn. I lied to you before, and I made you misunderstand. Please don't be angry with me. I beg you. He wrapped Eli tightly in his arms, as though he wished to merge their very beings. Eli felt warm liquid trickle down his cheek, and, upon touching it, realized it was tears. Cedric was crying. Why are you crying? I'm not even crying, Eli chuckled, feeling the remnants of his own grievances and awkwardness washed away by Cedric's tears. I'm sorry, Cedric murmured into the crook of Eli's neck, his voice muffled. I won't do this again. I won't let you overthink things anymore. He raised his head, gently kissing Eli's cheek, with a hint of a playful clinginess. Eli smiled and pushed him away, pulling out the box of dark chocolate he had prepared earlier, offering it to him. Here, this is for you. As Cedric accepted the box, his gaze fell upon the small wound on Eli's fingertip, and his expression shifted dramatically. He grasped Eli's hand tightly, his brow furrowed in concern. Does it hurt? How did you get hurt? It doesn't hurt. I just accidentally scratched it a moment ago. Eli attempted to withdraw his hand, but Cedric tightened his grip even more. In the next moment, he felt a warm sensation at his fingertips as Cedric surprisingly took his finger into his mouth, gently licking the wound. What are you doing? Eli's face instantly flushed crimson, and he instinctively tried to withdraw his hand. However, Cedric did not release his grip until he had licked the blood clean, his gaze still tinged with lingering panic. He himself was unaware of why he acted this way. Upon seeing Eli injured, a profound anxiety surged within him, compelling him to confirm Eli's safety through this intimate gesture. Observing Cedric's flustered demeanor, Eli's mischievous side suddenly emerged as he deliberately offered him a piece of chocolate. Go on, eat it, don't just stand there. Cedric, without a second thought, opened the box and took a large bite. The bitter cocoa flavor erupted in his mouth, causing him to frown. Before he could utter a word, Eli, suppressing laughter, asked, Is it sweet? Cedric, noticing the cunning glint in his eyes, instantly comprehended the underlying jest. Instead of replying, he grasped the back of Eli's head and kissed him again. He transferred the remaining piece of bitter chocolate from his mouth to Eli's, until they both savored the complex interplay of bitter and sweet, before releasing Eli and resting his forehead against his. Now is it sweet? Eli's cheeks were so warm they could fry an egg, and although the bitter taste of chocolate lingered in his mouth, it mingled with Cedric's essence, rendering it unexpectedly sweet. He turned his face away, murmuring softly, It's sweet to death. Cedric lowered his head and gently kissed Eli's nose, his tone laced with tenderness. I like you. Eli felt a tickle at his nose from the kiss and deliberately turned his face away, yet his ears betrayed him, flushing a rosy hue. I know. I like you too. Cedric was relentless, softening his voice further, infused with a lingering warmth, his gaze overflowing with affection, firmly locking onto Eli. Eli, feeling a bit shy under Cedric's gaze, reached out to rub his cheek, playfully complaining, I know. I've said it 3 times already. Cedric took the opportunity to hold his hand, tilting his head slightly, his voice dropping to a barely perceptible whisper, laced with subtle tension. I mean you, Eli. Do you feel the same way about me? Eli's movements halted, a flurry of apprehension rising within him as he unconsciously twisted Cedric's sleeve. After a pause, he finally spoke softly. I somewhat like you, then shook his head, becoming more candid. I should say I like you. No sooner had the words left his lips than Cedric abruptly pulled him into an embrace, the force of it momentarily taking Eli's breath away. His voice brimming with barely contained joy. Thank you. Thank you, Eli. He released Eli and retrieved a small box from his pocket. Inside lay a silver ring, engraved with the initials of their names on the inner band. As Cedric reached to place it on Eli's finger, he caught sight of the ring on Eli's 4th finger. A gift from Theodore. His motion faltered, and after a few silent moments, he refrained from questioning further. Instead, he took the ring engraved with their names and removed a delicate silver chain from around his neck, threading the ring onto it before gently fastening it around Eli's neck. The cool metal pressed against Eli's collarbone as he looked up at Cedric, his gaze tender and content. It's all right, at least you like me. That was enough. Eli, feeling warmth and a tinge of bittersweetness from the acceptance in Cedric's eyes, reached out and embraced him, burying his face in Cedric's embrace, his voice muffled. Thank you, Cedric. Thank you for not being angry. Cedric gently patted his back, resting his chin atop Eli's head, smiling softly. Why would I be angry? Just hearing you say you like me brings me immense joy. Chapter 108. the cellar, chocolate, jealousy. After class, as Eli exited the charms classroom, he was called over by Snape. Follow me to the cellar. A sense of foreboding struck him as he anxiously trailed behind, and upon reaching the potions office, he quietly inquired, Professor, is something wrong? Was there an issue with my last potion assignment? Snape turned, the hem of his dark robe sweeping across the floor, and without addressing Eli's question, he coldly uttered, chocolate. Before Eli could comprehend, a box of elegantly packaged dark chocolate was thrust into his arms. The box bore the emblem of the Honey Duke, clearly a thoughtfully chosen gift. Eli, clutching the chocolate, felt a surge of panic. He had not prepared a gift for Snape at all. He had always assumed the professor's aloof demeanor indicated a disinterest in such festive occasions, and yet here he was, receiving chocolate from him. I'm sorry, Professor, Eli began, but then an idea struck him. He set the chocolate down and gently wrapped his arms around Snape's waist, resting his cheek against the professor's cool black robe, whispering, I didn't prepare any chocolate. May I offer this hug as a token of my gratitude? Snape's body stiffened instantaneously, his arms hovering in the air, evidently taken aback by Eli's sudden gesture. After a few moments, he let out a soft grunt, his tone slightly gentler than usual. He neither pushed Eli away nor uttered a word, merely accepting this unexpected gift. Eli could sense Snape's rigidity and couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. After a few seconds, he released his grip and lifted the chocolate. Thank you, Professor. I shall enjoy it thoroughly. Snape gazed at Eli's sparkling eyes, a flicker of barely perceptible warmth crossing his features as he waved his hand. Off you go. Don't delay me from grading assignments. Eli cheerfully responded and dashed out of the cellar with the chocolate, his heart aglow. Who would have thought that the seemingly indifferent professor would secretly prepare a Valentine's gift? As Eli pushed open the door to his dormitory, he was abruptly enveloped by a familiar figure. Harry buried his head into Eli's neck, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. They all went to the library. I've been waiting for you for ages. In the next moment, Harry nuzzled his neck, his tone subtly tense. You smell different. It's Cedric's scent, isn't it? Before Eli could respond, Harry pulled him down onto the bed. Gripping the back of Eli's head with a sense of urgency, he kissed him fiercely, an assertive hunger evident in their lips. It wasn't until they both struggled for breath that Harry released him, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. He kissed you, didn't he? He had long observed Cedric chasing after Eli outside the auditorium, his heart brimming with frustration all afternoon. He was determined to reclaim his presence, to ensure that Eli was enveloped in his scent. Eli, flushed from the kiss, gently nipped at his lower lip and retorted, We are not together. We merely clarified things. Are you satisfied now? Harry paused for a moment, then broke into a smile, pulling him into an embrace, resting his chin atop Eli's head, his tone softening. Then tonight, may we sleep together? Just like before. Eli, noticing the uncontainable anticipation in Harry's eyes and recalling their previous nights spent chatting in close quarters, felt the warmth creep to his ears. Ultimately, he nodded gently, all right. Harry's face lit up instantly, tightening his hold around Eli, his nose brushing against Eli's hair, his voice bubbling with joy like a child receiving candy. Wonderful. I shall move the pillows right away. He started to rise, only to be halted by Eli tugging at his shirt. Turning back, he met Eli's gaze, filled with a blend of helplessness and tenderness. What's the rush? Let us finish dinner first. Harry scratched his head, chuckling in agreement, yet he did not release his embrace. To hold the one he cherished so dearly made even the waiting feel exquisitely sweet. During dinner, Cedric sat at the Hufflepuff table, his gaze irresistibly drawn towards the Gryffindor table. Eli and Harry sat closely together. Whatever Harry had said made Eli's eyes crinkle with laughter, his shoulders gently shaking. In the next moment, Harry deftly reached for a napkin, expertly wiping the pumpkin juice from the corner of Eli's mouth, his movements so natural, as if he had performed them 1,000 times before. Cedric's grip on his fork tightened, a pang of bitterness stirring within him. He finally understood what Autumn Zhang had meant about the advantage of proximity. He and Eli were in different houses, and even the time they spent dining together was scarce, let alone such intimate gestures. Autumn, following his gaze, couldn't help but sigh. How unfortunate. They have confessed their feelings, yet now they can only watch from a distance, with no chance to draw closer. Cedric withdrew his gaze, forcing a cheerful expression onto his face, though he remained silent, well aware that haste would not yield results. At least Eli had confessed his feelings. Taking it slow would eventually present opportunities. He lowered his eyes to prod at the mashed potatoes on his plate, silently resolving, starting tomorrow, he would seek more reasons to wander near the Gryffindor Tower, inevitably finding moments alone with Eli. In Chapter 109, titled The Club, The Duel, the injury, Lockhart whimsically announced the establishment of a spell duel club under the guise of academic exchange, mandating participation from lower-year students. Eli internally groaned. I'm only in second year. He even suspected that perhaps Headmaster Dumbledore had indulged in too many lemon sherbets to approve such a ludicrous endeavor. Soon enough, Lockhart took to the stage to declare, I have also invited a dual assistant. A sense of dread washed over Eli as he whispered to Harry. It won't be Professor Snape, will it? Harry nodded, very likely. Ron confidently asserted, that's a certainty. And indeed, Snape strode onto the stage. Lockhart proposed a demonstration duel, only to be swiftly subdued by Snape. However, Lockhart chuckled and attempted to smooth over the situation, declaring, "Students, that was merely a blunder." He then announced, "Now we shall commence the first friendly exchange among classmates." His gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately settling on the second-year student, Eli, whom he both adored and despised, known for his plethora of love letters. Mr. Eli Light of Gryffindor, Lockhart beamed, will face Mr. Theodore, not of Slytherin. He chose Theodore because the boy appeared the most composed, providing a stark contrast to Eli's popularity, sure to capture attention. As the two ascended the stage, an air of tension enveloped the room. In the Slytherin section, Draco fumed, stamping his foot in frustration. How could it not be me? Am I not eager enough? That buffoon Lockhart. Pansy rolled her eyes and retorted coolly, perhaps it is precisely because you are too eager. Beside her, Blaise quickly attempted to defuse the situation, whispering, don't fret, there will be plenty of opportunities. Draco huffed, crossing his arms, yet his gaze remained fixated on Eli, his eyes brimming with defiance. Just wait. I shall demonstrate who truly deserves to be the one on stage for Slytherin. In the Gryffindor section, Harry's eyes were sharp, intensely focused on Theodore on the platform. He discerned that beneath Theodore's calm exterior lay a mind far from simple. Harry was almost certain that Theodore harbored feelings for Eli, and they were of an unspoken yet profoundly deep nature. This thought churned within Harry. Why did so many people have affection for Eli? Why? Jealousy surged through him uncontrollably. Eli could only like him, and him alone. Harry clenched his fists, striving to quell the flames of envy in his chest, repeatedly reassuring himself. It's all right. It's all right. He will prove through his strength that he is the one destined to stand beside Eli. When the names were called, Eli was momentarily taken aback to find Theodore as his opponent. Theodore merely nodded at him before steadily raising his wand. At the signal, both unleashed their spells nearly simultaneously. Incantations danced through the air, sparks flying. Theodore's attacks were precise and restrained, while Eli struggled to keep up with his agile movements and quick reactions. After several exchanges, Theodore seized an opening, executing a well-aimed disarming spell that sent Eli's wand flying. I have won, Theodore quietly declared. Eli smiled, fully aware that Theodore had been holding back. This realization stirred a sense of unease within him. As Theodore approached, he murmured, "Do not misunderstand. I have no desire to harm you." "I know," Eli replied, picking up his wand and gazing earnestly at him, "but this is not right." At that moment, Lockhart exuberantly announced, "Splendid. Now, let us welcome the next pair of contestants." In the crowd, Harry and Draco both sprang to their feet simultaneously. "I shall go. I will take the stage." Both individuals directed their gazes toward Eli. As an atmosphere thick with tension enveloped the air, Eli observed the two on stage with a perplexed expression. "Why are you two so agitated?" "It's not my turn to compete." Lockhart cast a glance at Harry and Draco before ultimately announcing, "Now, may I present Harry Potter?" In his mind, he calculated, Draco's father had crossed me, so opting for the more captivating Harry would not only draw attention but also avert trouble. The format of the match would be a defending duel. Lockhart excitedly proclaimed, "The reigning champion is Theodore Not. The challenger is Harry Potter." No sooner had he finished speaking than Harry swiftly ascended the stage, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. Meanwhile, Theodore remained composed, merely nodding slightly at Harry before once again raising his wand. The two stood face to face, and the air thickened, signaling the onset of an even more intense confrontation. As the duel commenced, Harry unleashed his full might from the outset, while Theodore maintained his calm demeanor. They exchanged spells in rapid succession, the air crackling with energy. At that moment, Harry seized upon a fleeting opening and cast a spell aimed directly at Theodore's shoulder. Theodore, who could have easily evaded the attack, chose to slightly pivot and absorb the blow, a crimson mark blossoming on his shoulder. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Harry initially reveled in triumph. "I've won." But in the next heartbeat, he noticed Theodore landing with surprising steadiness, as if he had anticipated everything. A chilling thought surged through Harry's mind. It was intentional. Why? Was it to feign weakness before the crowd, or to elicit sympathy from Eli? The more he pondered, the more enraged he became, flames of jealousy igniting within him. What frustrated him further was that he could only watch helplessly as Eli rushed forward, anxiously tending to Theodore's wound. "Next challenger." Lockhart's voice rang out, breaking the stalemate. Draco instantly leaped into action, casting a provocative glance at Harry. "Allow me to teach this hero a lesson." A new duel was poised to commence. In the stands, Theodore approached Eli directly. "Are you all right, Theodore?" Eli inquired, frowning as he examined Theodore's pale countenance. "It hurts," Theodore replied in a subdued tone. Yet his focus remained fixed on Eli rather than his injury. Eli sighed, deciding to escort him to the infirmary. He turned to Hermione and said, Hermione, once Harry finishes, please inform him that I've taken Theodore to the infirmary. Hermione shot him a knowing look. Oh, very well. The drawn-out made Eli feel inexplicably uneasy. Upon reaching the infirmary, Theodore reclined on a bed, his shoulders swiftly bandaged. Eli poked at his injured area and lowered his voice to ask, was it deliberate? Theodore nodded, his gaze sincere and resolute. Yes, I didn't want you to see him anymore. Eli was taken aback, momentarily at a loss as to whether to be angry or to feel sympathy. He opened his mouth, ultimately whispering, please don't do that again. Yet, Theodore seemed to have received permission, a nearly imperceptible smile gracing his lips as he quietly closed his eyes. On the dueling platform, the confrontation between Harry and Draco began. Draco took the initiative to strike, exclaiming, a serpent emerges. A black snake slithered forth, flicking its tongue as it lunged at Harry. Amidst the chaos and panic, Harry fixed his gaze upon the serpent and uttered something in a low, peculiar tongue. A miracle transpired. The snake obediently coiled back. The entire hall fell silent, only to erupt in hushed whispers. He speaks Parseltongue. Is he the heir of Slytherin? Snape swiftly approached, casting a spell that transformed the snake into a wisp of green smoke. He looked at Harry, his eyes brimming with a tangle of emotions. Before Harry could collect his thoughts, Hermione and Ron pulled him away, one on each side. Don't panic. Let us get out of here, Hermione murmured. As Harry was dragged back to Gryffindor Tower, the harsh gossips echoed in his mind. He longed to explain, yet found himself at a loss for words regarding this sudden ability. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and Hermione went to answer it. Standing outside was Eli, who appeared equally troubled. Harry's heart raced. His greatest fear was that Eli would misunderstand him as well. I've heard, Eli began. Are you all right? Harry opened his mouth, a torrent of words flooding his mind, but ultimately, only a single sentence emerged. I don't even know what just happened. Eli reassured him. This must have nothing to do with you. You've always been with us. How could you possibly be linked to the heir of Slytherin or that monster who petrifies people? He grasped Harry's hand, and the firmness in his gaze offered Harry a modicum of comfort. In the days that followed, rumors swirled, and Harry found himself the subject of pointed fingers as he walked down the corridors. Determined to uncover the truth, the group decided to seek out clues. Do you suspect Draco? Eli inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. Harry nodded. It's because of his spell that I became the target of scorn. All right, I'll ask him, Eli promised. In the corridor, Eli approached Draco alone. Eli, what is up? Did you need something? Draco greeted him with a bright smile. Is it you? Eli cut to the chase, fixing his gaze intently on Draco. Initially taken aback, Draco shrugged, his tone dripping with disdain. I admit, I find Potter insufferable and wanted to see him embarrassed. But I never anticipated he'd utter such odd words. That was purely accidental. Do you think Harry could be the heir of Slytherin? Eli pressed further. Draco furrowed his brow, contemplating seriously before shaking his head. Impossible. If he were the heir, he would have dealt with us long ago. Besides, my father, cough. Let us just say I don't believe that. Seeing an expression on Draco's face that seemed genuine, Eli felt a weight lift from his chest. All right, I understand. He nodded, turning to leave when Draco called after him. Eli, Draco hesitated, lowering his voice. Be cautious. Something feels off in the castle lately. Eli's heart quickened, and he nodded in acknowledgement before hastily departing. Upon returning to the common room, Eli relayed the situation to Harry and the others. As there were no clues from Draco, the group decided to explore a different avenue, venturing into the restricted section of the library in hopes of fortune. The night was deep, and they stealthily slipped out of the common room, making their way towards the library. The corridor was dimly lit, with torches on the walls crackling softly. Just as they turned a corner, an odd sound echoed ahead, reminiscent of something scuttling along the wall. Chapter 111. The lavatory, the diary, the contract link. Following the peculiar noise, they traced it to an abandoned girls' lavatory. On the dust-laden floor, Eli discovered a tattered diary. Hermione flipped through its pages, perplexed, and remarked, it's empty, not a word inscribed. Regardless of who had discarded it, they decided to take it back for further examination. Eli tucked the diary into his cloak. Upon returning to the common room, exhaustion weighed heavily on them, and they had neither the energy nor the inclination to delve into their findings, so they each retired to their respective dormitories. The following midday, Eli found himself alone in the dormitory. He retrieved the diary, intending to thoroughly investigate the enigmatic tome. He casually inscribed his name on the front page, and to his astonishment, the ink vanished as if drawn into the void. Almost immediately, a line of text began to materialize within the pages. Hello, Eli. Eli stared in astonishment at this speaking diary, his heart racing uncontrollably. Who are you? He wrote in response. In a swift moment, golden letters emerged. I am Tom Marvolo Riddle. Eli froze. He recognized the name as that of the recipient of the special award he had seen in the trophy room not long ago. Hello, upperclassman, he cautiously wrote. Hello. Riddle replied, his script elegant and fluid. Your handwriting suggests a burden on your mind. Unmasked, Eli hesitated briefly before confessing. Well, upperclassmen, I have a troubling matter. There's a rumor circulating that my friend is the heir of Slytherin, and he has been subjected to scorn because of it. I worry for him. Riddle responded swiftly. I understand your concern. However, the truth often lies beneath the surface. Pray, tell me, how did this rumor originate? With Riddle's patient guidance, Eli recounted the entire saga. Oh, I see. Riddle's handwriting exuded a sense of professionalism. Your friend's ability to speak Parseltongue indeed invites misunderstanding. Yet, Parseltongue is merely a language. It does not imply he is the heir. Do you possess any clues? For instance, who the true heir might be? Eli couldn't help but inquire. Riddle did not respond directly, but adeptly shifted the conversation. Perhaps we should consider an alternative perspective. Have you heard the legend of the Chamber of Secrets? Only the true heir of Slytherin can unlock it. If one were to locate the entrance to the chamber, perhaps the answers would be revealed. The Chamber of Secrets? Eli felt a surge of curiosity. Indeed, Riddle's words were imbued with an air of mystery. It lies hidden somewhere within the castle. With patience in your search, you shall uncover the clues. Under Riddle's guidance, Eli found his thoughts gradually led astray. Thank you, Senior. He wrote gratefully. You are most welcome. Riddle left a final remark. Remember, Eli, sometimes the most improbable individuals are often the key. Once the diary was closed, Eli's heart remained in turmoil for a prolonged period. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly fallen into a meticulously crafted trap. For the past few days, Eli had been secretly conversing with Tom in the diary. It must be said, this senior from decades past was indeed remarkable. Many of his queries were effortlessly resolved by him. On this day, Tom took the initiative to write, Eli, do you wish to learn more advanced and complex spells? Eli, of course, was eager to comply. You simply need to let a drop of your blood fall onto the paper, Tom gently coaxed. Eli felt a bit perplexed. Just a drop of blood, Eli. Tom continued in a soothing tone. We can forge a deeper connection. Do you not desire that? Eli hesitated. His intuition warned him against such an act, yet somehow, he was compelled to pierce his fingertip, allowing a single drop of blood to fall onto the page. The crimson liquid was swiftly absorbed by the paper, and in the next moment, the world spun chaotically. Eli's vision darkened, as if his consciousness were being dragged into an endless abyss, ultimately leading him to a pitch-black room. Chapter 112, Senior Riddle, Hermione petrified, Forbidden Forest clue. He rubbed his eyes and glanced toward the window. A tall, slender boy with dark hair stood with his back to him. Upon hearing the commotion, he slowly turned, revealing a pale, yet handsome face. Hello, Eli. The boy greeted with a smile, his voice soft and almost enchanting. Eli felt uncertain and cautiously inquired, Senior Riddle? The boy nodded, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. Clever. However, since we have established such a connection, you may call me Tom. His gaze fell upon the bloodstain on Eli's fingertip, and his smile deepened. Very well, Eli. Now, we can commence. Surprisingly, Riddle did not engage in any outrageous behavior. He merely taught Eli several challenging spells. During a break, Eli leaned against the headboard, and Tom reached out to caress his face, softly praising, Eli, you are truly beautiful. Before Eli could respond, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he found himself back in his own room. The sting in his fingertip and the lingering sensation reminded him that the preceding events were no mere dream. The diary lay quietly on his bed, awaiting the next summoning. It seemed the diary was absorbing energy, emitting a faint pulse, yet Eli felt no discomfort. Strangely, Senior Riddle could now manifest in reality. One night, as Eli drifted off to sleep, he vaguely perceived a shadow moving beside his bed. Eli. The shadow leaned closer, and it was Riddle's voice, tender enough to send shivers down his spine. Do not fear, I shall not harm you. His hand gently brushed against Eli's hair, the icy touch jolting him awake. The shadow smiled faintly, transforming into a wisp of black smoke, retreating once more into the mysterious diary. Upon the diary's surface, a line of text slowly emerged. Good night. Eli, see you tomorrow. Unfortunate news soon arrived. Hermione and a Ravenclaw student had been petrified. Eli's heart raced, and he immediately thought of the diary. Tom, you must know something, don't you? Tom's figure materialized in the air, playfully toying with a strand of Eli's hair, his tone tinged with amusement. Of course, I do. 50 years ago, a student was caught for opening the Chamber of Secrets. Perhaps you should seek him out. Who is it? Eli asked urgently. Tom's smile deepened. You know him, Hagrid. This revelation left Eli utterly astonished. How could Hagrid? Eli stammered, struggling for words. He wished to press further, but Tom ceased to respond, instead stating, you need to keep me with you. Carry a book? That would be too easily discovered. Eli immediately objected. Tom raised an eyebrow, regarding him with amusement. Are you afraid someone might take me away? Not at all. Eli retorted, though he felt a twinge of guilt. It was simply inconvenient. As soon as he spoke, Tom unexpectedly retrieved a stone from the cupboard. It was the Philosopher's Stone. You! Eli exclaimed, both shocked and alarmed. We'll use this. Tom disregarded any opposition, shrinking the stone and embedding it into the ring on Eli's finger. "Now, we are united," he declared. "Do not refuse me, Eli. You will find me indispensable." With that, he tenderly ruffled Eli's hair. Gazing at the ring on his finger, Eli felt a mix of resignation and unease. Yet, in order to save Hermione, he knew he must act swiftly. Eli informed Harry and Ron of Hermione's petrification and the reopening of the chamber. The trio promptly resolved to seek out Hagrid for answers. However, upon arriving at Hagrid's hut, Ministry officials appeared, taking Hagrid away on charges of once again opening the chamber. Before leaving, Hagrid discreetly advised them, "If you wish to know the truth, venture into the Forbidden Forest. The spiders will reveal everything." Watching Hagrid being led away, Harry felt overwhelming guilt. Yet, Eli noticed a peculiar determination in Hagrid's eyes, as if he were intentionally guiding them toward the Forbidden Forest. The trio decided to act immediately, heading straight into the woods in search of the clues Hagrid had mentioned. At the forest's edge, the night enveloped them. Just as they hesitated, Eli suddenly heard Tom's deep voice echoing in his mind. "Though I wish to warn you, you are clever, little Eli. Go forth, seek the spiders." Eli retorted silently, "I am not foolish." No sooner had he thought this than the ring on his finger warmed slightly, as if directing him. Guided by the ring, the three ventured cautiously into the darkened forest, soon hearing the chilling sound of rustling ahead. A multitude of gigantic spiders was advancing toward them. Chapter 113. The Reality, the Room of Requirement, Voldemort. Deep within the Forbidden Forest, the cold voice of the spider leader echoed through the darkness. "Hagrid has been wronged." Eli froze, his fingertips instinctively brushing against the ring. A daring hypothesis formed in his mind. If Hagrid were innocent, then the true opener of the chamber must be at that moment. Tom's sultry voice resonated in his mind. "Do you yearn to uncover the truth? Then please, do not return to your dormitory tonight." "Where shall I go?" Eli pondered silently. "I will take you to a place meant solely for us, where I shall reveal the truth." "Be good," Tom gently replied. Eli hesitated, but recalling their so-called connection, he acquiesced. At least for now, Tom seemed to still require him. As night fell, Eli stealthily departed the dormitory under Tom's guidance. Within the Room of Requirement, Eli marveled at the enchantment of this extraordinary space. Tom, transformed into a wraith, elegantly reclined upon the sofa. "Can you now unveil the truth to me?" Eli inquired anxiously. With a smile, Tom slowly divulged the astonishing secret. "It was I who opened the chamber. However, that foolish girl was not my intended target. It was the basilisk." "The basilisk? The creature that petrifies?" Eli pressed for clarification. "Indeed." A glint of coldness flickered in Tom's eyes. "Would you care to witness it?" "The entrance to the chamber lies where you discovered me." Eli pondered for a moment before posing another crucial question. "Then tell me, who was it that abandoned you there?" "Oh," Tom feigned recollection. "A girl named Ginny, your roommate's sister." "Ron's sister?" Eli was perplexed. Tom gradually drew closer, his voice low and enticing. "She has quite the affection for you. She remarked how she never expected so many to be fond of you at this school, while you regard her merely as a sister." "She is indeed a sister. Ron's sister is my sister. I do not harbor feelings for her," Eli asserted, shaking his head. Tom chuckled lightly. "Regardless, Eli, you are truly quite popular." His words carried an almost imperceptible possessiveness that sent a shiver down Eli's spine. Yet, for the sake of rescuing Hagrid and Hermione, he recognized the necessity of continuing his pursuit. "Take me to the chamber," Eli resolutely declared. "I wish to behold the truth for myself." Tom's smile deepened. "As you wish, my Eli." In the abandoned lavatory, Tom employed the chilling language of snakes to unlock the entrance to the chamber. As they descended the stone steps, a damp atmosphere enveloped them. "Do you know the meaning of my name?" Tom inquired. "I do not," Eli replied, shaking his head. He softly intoned the name. In a flash of insight, Eli rearranged the letters in his mind. "I am Voldemort." Before he could fully comprehend, darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed to the ground. "How unfortunate." "What shall I do with you now, Eli?" Tom leaned down, planting a kiss upon his forehead, his voice laced with perilous tenderness. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron discovered that Eli had not returned for the night, finding only a note in his diary that mentioned a washroom. It was the abandoned washroom. The two immediately sprang into action. In the common room, the anxious Ginny could no longer contain herself. "I was the one who threw away that diary. It is perilous and can control people. I'm sorry." Harry, however, had no time to listen closely. He understood that Eli might be in grave danger at that moment. Just as he was preparing to seek Professor Snape's assistance, a familiar voice interjected. "Oh, let me assist you." Professor Lockhart appeared, brimming with confidence, ready for his moment of heroism. Chapter 114. A Grand Performance, Destruction, and a Kiss. Eli slowly awakened, and the first sight that greeted him was Tom, standing before him. "Voldemort, what do you intend to do?" Tom looked at him with feigned innocence. "What are you talking about, Eli? I am merely Tom. At least before you, I am." Eli regarded him with disdain. "What are you pretending for, you liar?" Tom sighed dramatically, Could you please be quiet, Eli? I am going to invite you to witness a splendid performance. As soon as he finished speaking, he removed the ring from Eli's finger. Deep within the chamber, Tom's figure began to become clearer as he drew energy from somewhere. At that moment, Harry, Ron, and Lockhart burst in. You have arrived just in time, Tom smirked, then commanded in Parseltongue, kill them. The basilisk hissed menacingly and lunged forward. Lockhart hurriedly grabbed Ron's wand, exclaiming, Obliviate. However, the spell rebounded, striking him instead. Lockhart's expression instantly went blank, rendering him completely amnesiac. As their lives hung in the balance, a phoenix suddenly descended from above, clutching a sword in its beak. It was the sword of Gryffindor. The phoenix dropped the sword to Harry, who understood its significance. He raised the sword high and, as the basilisk lunged, plunged it into its throat. The creature emitted a piercing scream before collapsing heavily to the ground. Who are you? Harry demanded sharply. Tom Marvolo Riddle, the figure replied calmly. Before Harry could fully comprehend, Tom chuckled softly, and a series of letters materialized in the air, rearranging themselves to reveal, You are Voldemort. Tom sneered disdainfully as a realization struck Harry. The essence of Tom resided in the diary. If he could destroy it, Tom would vanish. Harry swiftly grabbed a basilisk fong from the ground and drove it into the diary. No, wait. Tom's facade of calm shattered for the first time. But it was too late. The diary was pierced by the fong and burst into emerald flames. Tom rushed towards Eli through the fire, placing the ring back on his finger with a low, resolute voice. I will always be by your side. You cannot escape, Eli Light. He leaned in and kissed Eli. In his shock, Eli bit down on Tom's lip, tasting a hint of blood. At the moment the diary turned to ash, Tom's figure vanished. No one noticed the peculiar smile at the corner of his mouth. The contract was originally one-sided, yet Eli's recent bite had inadvertently transformed it into a bilateral bond. The professors hurriedly arrived to escort the group away from the secret chamber. Upon returning to the castle, Harry supported Eli and asked with concern, Are you all right? Eli shook his head, though an inexplicable anxiety stirred within him. He instinctively tightened his grip on the ring, its chilling touch amplifying his unease. After a brief inquiry regarding the events, Professor Dumbledore allowed everyone to retire for the night. As darkness enveloped the castle, Eli lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. Just as he began to drift into a haze, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Good night, Eli. It was Tom. Eli sat up abruptly, yet the room was devoid of any presence. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that it was no mere illusion. He instinctively reached for the ring, discovering it was faintly warm to the touch. At that moment, a glimmering line of light flashed across the inner surface of the ring. Sleep now. I will always be here. Eli was utterly stunned. He finally comprehended that although Tom had been obliterated as a physical entity, through this ring and that unexpected kiss, he had left an indelible mark upon Eli. He feared he might never be able to rid himself of him. Chapter 115. Entanglement, Contract, Mark. Eli was once again drawn into that enigmatic room, this time encountering a youthful version of Tom Riddle, seemingly of the same age as himself. Eli. Tom's voice carried a hint of affection. Are you out of your mind? Have you become so entangled with me? Eli felt a mix of anger and helplessness. I didn't intend for this. I am merely a Horcrux, and now I am yours. Tom leaned in, his demeanor almost endearing. You're not about to cry, are you? He gently traced the contours of Eli's eyes with his fingertip, resting his forehead against Eli's. This is a soul link. Just consider me mad. I truly wonder if you possess any Vila heritage, for I find myself attracted to a Gryffindor. What does a soul link mean? Eli inquired warily. A life for a life. I will die for you. Does that move you? Tom chuckled softly. Eli was skeptical. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Do you doubt me? I would never deceive you. Enough. Are you trying to trick me again? Eli promptly covered Tom's mouth. You've caught me. But my affection for you is genuine, Tom whispered. As Eli opened his eyes, he found himself back in bed. Tom's voice resonated in his mind once more. Good night. Eli, don't be angry. So false, so deceitful. That great liar. Eli cursed inwardly. He thought this would mark a temporary pause in the turmoil, but the following morning, he discovered an unfamiliar, strange black mark on his hand. A slender black serpent coiled around his wrist, exquisitely crafted like a piece of art. Eli instantly understood what it meant. This was the mark of the contract. He abruptly tapped the ring 3 times, and in the next instant, he was pulled into Tom's realm. Tom lay peacefully asleep until Eli shook him awake. What do you mean by this? Was it intentional? Tom Riddle. Tom, in a daze, wrapped his arms around his waist and upon opening his eyes, beheld a small snake, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Oh, how lovely. He lifted his hand, revealing a diminutive lion mark on his wrist, his tone brimming with pride. If only it were a snake. I adore it. What about you? Do I appear to be someone who likes it? Eli, consumed by rage, unleashed a righteous beating upon Tom. Once his fury subsided, he departed without a word. Soon after, He discovered a method to block Tom by long pressing the ring. What a relief. At last, he was free from disturbances. Meanwhile, Tom lay on the bed, gently caressing the lion mark, his breaths quickening, an unprecedented surge of possessiveness and joy welling within him. How I adore this mark. Is it a gift from Eli? He seemed so happy. Upon regaining consciousness, Hermione immediately enveloped Eli in a warm embrace. Wonderful. But if I were present, you wouldn't be in such a predicament. Her concern warmed Eli's heart, further motivating him to completely dismiss his entanglement with Tom. Yet, tranquility proved fleeting. That evening, as he attempted to block Tom, he felt the ring grow searing hot, rendering it impossible to deactivate. In an instant, he was forcibly drawn into Tom's realm. Eli, are you happy today? Tom's voice was low and menacing. Is it because of that girl? Noticing the lion mark on Tom's wrist glowing, Eli swiftly comprehended. This mark could sense his emotions. What have you done to it? Eli seethed with fury. Tom, however, wore a satisfied expression. I merely wish to know your every joy and sorrow at the earliest opportunity. Your happiness brings me joy. Your sadness makes you happier? Eli scoffed. No, a dangerous glint flickered in Tom's eyes. I will annihilate anyone who brings you sorrow. Faced with Tom's blatant possessiveness, Eli felt a wave of nausea. Keep your distance, you creep. With that, he forcefully long pressed the ring, finally severing the connection. Unbeknownst to him, Tom, through the ring, sensed each of his heartbeats. How adorable. Eli, Tom whispered into the darkness. The more you struggle, the more exhilarated I become. Chapter 116, Stimulants, Cedric, Inquiry. After Lockhart's amnesia, the burden of defense against the dark arts fell upon Professor Snape. Not only did he have to conduct his potions class, but he also took on 2 defense classes. An astonishing workload. Gryffindor gained numerous points for resolving the Chamber of Secrets crisis, and although Professor Snape remained stern in class, Eli sensed a semblance of good humor about him. He even kindly awarded Gryffindor an additional 5 points. After class, Eli summoned his courage and pursued the weary Snape. Professor Snape, this is for you, a stimulant. Please don't overexert yourself. Snape paused momentarily, accepted the potion, and replied with a curt hum. While reaching out to pat Eli's head, Eli was instantly petrified. Goodness, what am I doing? He surely possesses ample stimulants and has no need for mine. He lowered his head in regret, only to have the potion in his hand suddenly snatched away. Forgetting his sorrow, he turned to find it was Professor Snape. The potion, which had already been returned, was taken once more. Next time, remember to be more precise with the dosage, Snape remarked before vanishing at the end of the corridor. Eli remained rooted in place, a warm current swelling within him. Unbeknownst to him, that evening, Snape sat quietly in his office, sipping the perhaps imperfect, invigorating potion he had received, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Eli and Cedric resumed their customary rendezvous in the library. While Cedric ostensibly guided him with patience, his hand roamed unceremoniously, gradually sliding onto Eli's thigh. Cedric, Eli hissed, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding his cheeks. Shoo, Cedric whispered close to his ear, his tone gentle yet laced with mischief. You wouldn't want to be discovered. Would you, Eli? Eli could only glare at him, mentally cursing both him and Harry, a pair of hypocritical scoundrels. At that moment, Eli's ring unexpectedly grew warm, tightening his chest. He promptly pressed the ring, silencing the voice that could appear at any moment. He warned Cedric in a low tone, behave yourself. This is the library. Cedric chuckled, retracting his hand and intertwining their fingers in a more discreet manner. However, when Eli glanced down, he noticed the small serpent tattoo on his wrist faintly glowing, as if silently proclaiming something. After parting ways with Cedric, Eli encountered Luna in the corridor. She stared at him for quite some time before slowly saying, You seem to be in good spirits. Perhaps, Eli replied awkwardly. Luna nodded, as if she understood something, leaving him with a single remark. Senior Dupin asked me to tell you that she is waiting for you in the tower. The tower? Eli pondered, wondering if it was the observatory. Lisa typically wouldn't frequent such places. A nagging sense of foreboding crept over him, assuring him that something significant awaited him. The wind at the observatory was chilly, and Lisa leaned weakly against the wall. Not long ago, she had encountered her so-called rival, Qiu Zhang. Are you really together with Diggory? Lisa couldn't help but ask. Qiu Zhang found it somewhat amusing. Why would you think that? Because Eli seems unhappy, Lisa muttered. Qiu Zhang sighed. Do you think it's because of me? Who else could it be? Lisa was taken aback, a sudden thought flashing through her mind. Wait a minute. Besides Qiu Zhang, there was another party involved, Cedric Diggory. Her eyes widened in realization. Qiu Zhang looked at her with understanding. I see, Lisa murmured, her complexion paling instantly. Just then, Eli pushed the door open. Lisa? Upon seeing him, Lisa took a deep breath, as if steeling herself. Eli, I have something to ask you. Qiu Zhang tactfully excused himself, leaving only Eli and Lisa in the observatory. Do you like Qiu Zhang? Lisa asked directly. If you mean that kind of like, then no. Eli shook his head. She is just a senior I admire. What about Cedric? Lisa's voice was tinged with excitement. Would you say he is merely a senior you hold in high regard? Eli clenched his fingers, falling into silence. Lisa managed a bittersweet smile. And what about me? Do you like me? I'm sorry, Eli's voice was barely a whisper. It's all right, Lisa forced a smile, but Cedric must really like you. I know, Eli responded almost instinctively. So you do know? Tears finally spilled from Lisa's eyes. Eli, would you grant me one request? Hug me, as if it were a farewell to this unrequited love. Eli stepped forward and embraced her, gently wiping away her tears. I'm truly sorry. Lisa shook her head, pushing him away, then turned and ran down the tower. Just then, darkness enveloped Eli as he was forcibly pulled into Tom's realm. Darling, you are quite popular. Tom lounged on the sofa, his tone laced with a hint of dangerous amusement. Cedric Diggory, you like him? Extra scene. Cedric, the red ribbon, post-marriage, by the lakeside at dusk, the setting sun painted the water in shades of gold. Cedric handed Eli a warm cup. Pumpkin juice, just brought from the kitchen. Thank you. Eli accepted it with a smile. You won the match again today. That's impressive. You are impressive too, Cedric replied, looking at him. Not everyone can express their feelings. Eli's smile faded slightly. But I still don't have an answer. I know. Cedric said gently, I will wait. I'll wait for you to find clarity and to no longer be afraid. Eli met his steadfast gaze, feeling a warmth in his heart. When you have made up your mind, return this to me. Cedric produced a red hair tie from his pocket, carefully tying it around Eli's hair. In exchange, I will give you my answer. All right, Eli nodded. Good night, Eli. Cedric stepped back, smiling as he bid farewell. Good night, said. In the night, the red ribbon stood out strikingly. Eli touched the ribbon, suddenly feeling an unprecedented calmness. The candlelight flickered, and outside the window was a tranquil night. Cedric gently tied the red ribbon around Eli's waist. His movements tender and focused. Said, Eli called softly. It looks beautiful. Cedric leaned down, placing a kiss on his forehead, his fingers brushing along the ribbon as if to soothe all his unease. Only for me, he whispered in Eli's ear, his voice deep and restrained, tinged with a smile. Their foreheads touched, their noses brushing lightly, breaths intertwining. Cedric's kiss descended slowly, first on the brow, then the nose, and finally lingering on the lips, tender and affectionate. Is it all right? He would always softly confirm at pivotal moments. Eli's response was as light as a sigh, yet incredibly resolute. As the wind outside begins to rise, the only sounds within the room are the synchronized heartbeats and breaths of the two. They lie entwined in slumber, a crimson thread gently draping between them. The morning sun spills into the room, casting a soft glow over everything. Beside the bed, Cedric diligently ties the red string around Eli's wrist, his focus unwavering. You big fool, it's too tight. Eli protests with a smile. Apologies, my little troublemaker, Cedric replies, lowering his head to place a gentle kiss on Eli's fingertip. How about this? Well, it's barely acceptable, Eli retorts playfully, his eyes sparkling with mirth despite his words. With the string finally secured, Cedric does not release it. Instead, he intertwines their fingers. Shall we go have breakfast, darling? His voice is deep and tender. Sure, Eli responds, deliberately elongating the word, rising onto his toes to plant a soft kiss on Cedric's lips. But I must first collect some interest. Cedric chuckles, bending down to return the kiss. We'll settle the accounts slowly on the way. Hand in hand, they walk, the crimson thread swaying gently between them like a sweet secret that belongs solely to them, heading towards the dining hall to enjoy their morning. Later that evening, the infirmary door bursts open with a resounding crash. Cedric sighs in exasperation as he steps out from behind the curtain, addressing the senior student at the entrance, who is crossing his arms with a menacing expression. Welcome. Which brave soul has sustained injuries for my beloved today? The boy stammers, unable to articulate a response. Please, have a seat, Cedric insists, guiding him to a chair before examining his wounds. His tone is laden with meaning. I must remind you, pursuing someone is permissible, but self-harm is not. And do not intrude upon others' private moments. After tending to the injury, Cedric sends the boy on his way and retreats behind the curtain. Another one? Eli inquires, reclining against the pillows, his gaze apologetic. The fifth one, Cedric replies, parting the curtain to sit beside Eli. But rest assured, I've assigned each of them a special task, to compose an essay on how to express affection healthily, which they must recite under my supervision. Eli chuckles at this. Is this a punishment or a backhanded way to create opportunities for them? Most certainly a punishment. Cedric leans closer, his tone suggestive. For each new admirer, I must expend additional effort to remind them that you are mine. He gently kisses Eli's lips, then suddenly recalls something, retrieving a red string from the drawer. What are you up to? Eli asks curiously. I'm going to tie this on you. Cedric meticulously fastens the red string around Eli's wrist, securing the other end to his own. This way, anyone who approaches will immediately see that you are already taken. Cedric, we are in class and at work, Eli protests, though his eyes reveal his amusement. Let them envy us, Cedric replies, tightening the string and drawing closer, resting his forehead against Eli's. But truly, I dislike being interrupted. And how do you intend to compensate me? Eli teases him intentionally. I can make reservations for dinner and dessert in advance, Cedric offers. Cedric kissed his fingertips, declaring, "The dessert is you. Only I may partake." "You big fool," Eli chided with a smile, yet he leaned in closer, bestowing a deeper kiss upon Cedric's lips. "Little troublemaker," Cedric murmured as he returned the kiss, softly suggesting, "Shall we continue what was so abruptly interrupted?" "All right," Eli nodded. As the curtain fell, it felt as though the world had shrunk to encompass only the two of them. Epilogue: Theodore and the Red String, after marriage. The evening rain poured increasingly, leaving only a few scattered students in the library. Theodore closed his book but lingered, standing beside the bookshelf, his gaze tracing the familiar figure of Eli, who was surrounded by a group of students answering questions. Once the crowd dispersed, Theodore approached, offering a cup of warm cocoa. "You forgot your umbrella." "Thank you," Eli replied, taking a sip. "How did you know I was here?" "You mentioned that the library is most tranquil on rainy days." Theodore paused, then retrieved a small silver brooch from his pocket, adding, "And this." It was a pin shaped like a book, delicately engraved along the edges. "I feared you might lose your scarf again." Theodore gently pinned it to Eli's scarf, his movements careful and tender. "At least someone will remind you." Eli felt a stir of emotion. "I will wait," Theodore said, lifting his gaze, his voice low and restrained, "for you to find clarity, and for your fears to dissipate." He leaned down, placing a feather-light kiss on Eli's forehead. "Let us go. I'll escort you home." The two walked side by side out of the library, the sound of rain muffling all other noise. Upon reaching the corridor, Theodore opened his umbrella, angling it toward Eli's side, while his own shoulder became soaked. "You'll catch a cold," Eli frowned. "It's worth it," Theodore replied softly. They moved slowly through the rain, enveloped in a silence that spoke volumes of unspoken tenderness. The rain intensified, the night deepening, elongating their silhouettes. "Can you provide me with an answer, Professor Eli?" Theodore's voice resonated deeply amidst the rain. Eli remained silent, stepping forward to kiss him in the downpour. After a long moment, he whispered against Theodore's lips, "This is my answer." With a gust, the umbrella was blown to the ground. Theodore grasped the nape of Eli's neck, deepening the kiss. The sound of the rain seemed to fade away, leaving only their hurried breaths and the intoxicating intimacy between them. Eventually, when they both struggled for air, Theodore pulled back slightly, resting his forehead against Eli's, his voice hoarse. "Then I shall no longer wait." "No more waiting," Eli responded, leaning in eagerly. The umbrella spun on the ground as raindrops trickled from their hair. Yet in the damp embrace of the night, they discovered warmth that belonged solely to one another. In the winter night, the fireplace crackled, casting a gentle glow that softened the living room. Eli sat securely on Theodore's lap, holding a half-eaten gingerbread cookie, his cheeks flushed from the warmth of the fire. "What is this?" He noticed the crimson thread entwined around Theodore's fingertips, and, driven by curiosity, reached out to touch it. Theodore remained silent, merely grasping his wrist and meticulously wrapping the red string around his arm. The gesture as delicate as if handling fragile treasure. At the moment the knot tightened. He leaned down and placed a gentle kiss upon the tips of Eli's flushed ears, his voice deep and warm. "I bind you. I love you." "Fool." Eli chided him with a smile, yet his fingertips instinctively tugged at Theodore's collar. "Who uses a red string to bind their beloved? And what would you prefer to be bound by?" Theodore retorted, drawing him closer, his nose brushing against Eli's cheek. "With my entire life, will that suffice?" The words made Eli's nose tingle, and his eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. Seeing this, Theodore tenderly nuzzled the corner of his eye, his tone laced with familiar indulgence. "Are you about to cry again? Cry, baby." "It's still your fault," Eli sniffled, yet he leaned in to kiss him, their lips meeting with a hint of gingerbread sweetness. "Then you must endure my tears for a lifetime, and you may not complain." Theodore cradled the back of his neck, deepening the kiss, while the red string swayed gently between their clasped wrists. The flickering firelight in the hearth cast their shadows upon the carpet, blurring the lines of their warmth and enveloping the entire winter night in comfort. As evening descended upon Hogwarts, Eli concluded his last transfiguration class and prepared to tidy his notes. A familiar sound of footsteps echoed from the doorway. He looked up to find Theodore leaning against the frame, his expression calm to the point of indifference. "What brings you here?" Eli greeted him with a smile. Theodore's gaze fell upon a small silver brooch adorning Eli's fingertips, shaped like an exquisite little stag. "Is it beautiful?" Eli asked, shaking his hand slightly. "Harry gifted it to me as a token of gratitude for revising his new spell demonstration." Theodore said nothing, stepping closer to adjust Eli's scarf with gentle movements, though his eyes darkened slightly. "Fool, are you jealous?" Eli effortlessly saw through him. "No," Theodore replied coolly. "I merely believe it does not belong on you." "Then who should adorn me?" Eli teased. "I should," he answered without hesitation. Eli chuckled and rose on his toes to plant a light kiss on his lips. "Then I shall remove it, and wear only what you give me, shall I?" Theodore finally softened, murmuring, yes. The two embraced as they returned to the office. Once the door closed, Theodore pressed him against the doorframe, his tone tinged with a barely perceptible grievance. The way he looks at you is too intense. That is because I was discussing his favorite spell, Eli soothed, caressing his face. And besides, he already has a beloved. But you are mine, Theodore's voice dropped lower. Only I may see you. Only I may touch you. What must I do to appease you? Eli laughed, inquiring playfully. Theodore pondered for a moment, then retrieved a slender red string from his pocket, carefully tying it around Eli's wrist. I bind you, and you shall not think of others. You've used this tactic before, Eli reminded him. Then I shall use it once more. Theodore tightened the knot and nibbled lightly at his lips. Until you remember. Remember. Eli smiled as he embraced him tightly, declaring, I belong only to you, fool. Outside, the rain fell softly, while the two inside nestled by the fireplace, whispering tenderly to one another. It was not until the late hours of the night that Theodore's jealousy dissipated completely within Eli's gentle presence. Epilogue, Tom. The red string, after marriage. In the evening, the Hogwarts library was illuminated by only a few dim lights. Eli was preparing for the lessons of the following day when he suddenly heard soft footsteps behind him. He turned to find a pair of jet-black eyes staring back at him. Tom, he called calmly. Eli, Professor, the other replied with a slight nod. His tone polite, yet distant. Still working at this late hour? I've grown accustomed to it. Eli replied with a faint smile. What brings you here? Tom approached, his gaze falling upon the softly glowing quill held delicately between Eli's fingers. His voice was low. I hear you possess a unique manuscript on ancient transfiguration spells. I find it quite intriguing. I have it here. Eli gestured to the book on the table, but it is not for loan. Tom's eyes were as unfathomable as the night. He leaned closer, nearly brushing his nose against Eli's. Then I shall read it here. The distance between them was so close that they could hear each other's breaths. Eli could sense the cold, dangerous aura surrounding Tom, but did not withdraw. Do you always speak so closely to others? He arched an eyebrow. Only to those who pique my interest. Tom's gaze lingered on Eli's lips, his tone laced with a subtle mockery. You are quite intriguing, Eli, Professor. You are testing me, Eli murmured. And you are challenging me, Tom replied, his fingers lightly tracing the spine of the ancient book. Let's see who crosses the line first. Eli suddenly chuckled, raising his hand to adjust Tom's collar, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against his Adam's apple. Then we best adhere to the rules, Tom. This is a library. Tom's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he grasped Eli's wrist, his grip gentle yet firm enough to prevent escape. Rules are made for those who choose to follow them. Their gazes locked in the air, the atmosphere thick with a dangerous and alluring tension. What do you desire? Eli lowered his voice. You, Tom replied without hesitation, completely and utterly mine. Eli did not respond immediately. Instead, he pushed the manuscript toward Tom. Finish reading this book first, Tom. Then we shall discuss what you seek. Tom scrutinized him, as if weighing the sincerity of his words. Ultimately, he released his hold, picked up the book, and sat down opposite Eli, under the dim light. The two were separated by a table, their eyes occasionally meeting in the air, a silent competition continuing between them. Later that night, Tom appeared once more at Eli's office door, as if he possessed a key, always arriving punctually during Eli's busiest moments. Eli, Professor. He placed an ancient notebook on the table. I have some new thoughts regarding the new spell you mentioned in class today. Eli looked up, calmly meeting his gaze. Mr. Riddle, your ideas change daily. Tom smiled slightly, taking a step closer, his voice low and restrained. Because I think of you every day. This harassment had nearly become a daily occurrence. Tom would coincidentally encounter Eli at the end of the corridor, find himself seated directly opposite him in the library, or deliver a perfectly brewed cup of tea while Eli was grading papers. Each approach was impeccably timed, imbued with a perilous politeness that rendered rejection impossible. Tonight, a modest celebratory gathering was held within the castle walls. Eli, having indulged in a bit of wine, felt the warmth in his cheeks. After the festivities had dispersed, he found himself halted in an empty corridor by Tom. The subtle scent of alcohol lingered on Tom, yet his gaze was more lucid than ever. He withdrew a slender red string from his pocket, his fingertips gently caressing its surface. Eli, he murmured, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. I have something for you. Without waiting for a response, he grasped Eli's wrist, meticulously wrapping the red string around it, his movements focused and reverent. At the moment the knot tightened, he leaned down, planting a searing kiss upon Eli's wrist bone. You are mine, 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 his breath brushed against Eli's skin, the intoxicating whispers resembling a vow. You can only belong to me. No one else is permitted to gaze upon you. He gently pressed Eli against the wall, his lips and teeth trailing along the side of Eli's neck, leaving a series of tantalizing marks. Eli did not resist, he merely gazed at Tom, a hint of mirth flickering in his eyes. Will you be with me? Tom's voice was almost a plea, as if he were finally shedding all defenses. Eli regarded him calmly. Do I have a choice? Tom paused, realization dawning upon him, and his eyes ignited with fervent light. He cupped Eli's face and kissed him deeply. "You have but one choice," he whispered between their lips, "to be with Tom Riddle. Then as you wish." Eli finally acquiesced, raising his hand to entwine around Tom's neck, deepening the kiss. The torch at the corridor's end crackled softly. The red string swayed gently between their clasped wrists, resembling a sweet tether that bound two hearts already drawn to one another. On the morning after their wedding, the kitchen was filled with the fragrant aroma of tomatoes and basil. Tom donned an apron, elegantly stirring the pasta in the pot, as if conducting a meticulous experiment. "Shall I taste for seasoning?" He offered a spoon to Eli, his gaze tender. Just as Eli was about to take the spoon, Tom suddenly withdrew his hand, feigning seriousness. "Tasting fee, 1 kiss. Are you cooking or conducting business?" Eli responded with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "A bit of both," Tom replied, leaning down to peck Eli softly on the lips, then asked with satisfaction, "Is it sweet?" "Not bad." Eli teased him deliberately. Tom's expression darkened, pulling Eli into his embrace. His voice low, "Then I shall add a bit more sugar." With that, he kissed him again. This kiss was infused with the essence of basil and garlic, tender and lingering. After the meal, Tom presented dessert and requested another goodnight kiss. "Greedy," Eli chided playfully. "Only for you." Tom held him tightly, whispering in his ear, "Forever only for you." Epilogue. Harry, the Red String, post-wedding. In the library, Eli was preparing for the Transfiguration class the following day, yet the thunder outside distracted him. At that moment, Harry entered, shaking off the raindrops from his umbrella, and approached him directly. "What brings you here?" Eli inquired, surprised as he looked up. "I noticed you weren't carrying an umbrella," Harry replied, raising the item in his hand, along with the scarf. Harry came to his side and gently wrapped the scarf around Eli's neck, his clumsy movements imbued with tenderness. Eli began. But Harry had already taken his hand softly. "It's quite windy outside. I'll escort you back later." At that instant, Eli felt a warmth surge within him. He nodded obediently, allowing Harry to lead him through the deserted corridor. At the corridor's end, the sounds of rain and wind intertwined. Suddenly, Harry halted, turning to face Eli, his gaze resolute. "Eli, I've been waiting for you." His voice was deep and sincere, causing Eli's heart to race uncontrollably. "I know," Eli whispered in response. "I've been thinking of you as well." Harry's eyes sparkled with light at that moment. He leaned in slowly and pressed a gentle kiss on Eli's forehead. "Then let us not waste any more time, shall we?" Eli looked at him, his eyes gleaming with joy, and nodded emphatically. The rain continued to fall, yet their hearts felt extraordinarily warm at that moment. On their first night after marriage, the bedroom was softly illuminated by a gentle bedside lamp. Harry delicately tied a red cord around Eli's wrist, then leaned down to kiss his fingertips, his voice husky and sincere. Thank you for choosing me." "Harry," Eli softly called, his eyes brimming with emotion. Harry leaned closer, capturing his lips, the kiss deepening gradually. He pressed his forehead against Eli's, their breaths intertwining, whispering softly, "Eli." "Harry," Eli responded, instinctively clutching the hem of his shirt. "Fortunately, you are mine." Harry bit his lip gently, his tone laced with restrained possessiveness. "Now you belong to me. Forever." "Forever," Eli affirmed, raising his chin to deepen the kiss. Outside, the night deepened, while within the room, everything remained quiet and gentle. The two embraced, slowly drifting into slumber. In the afternoon, Harry pushed open the door to the Transfiguration classroom at Hogwarts. Inside, Eli was surrounded by a group of students, patiently answering their questions. A blonde upperclassman leaned in closely to Eli to see better. Harry stood at the doorway, watching the scene unfold, his expression darkening. "Class is over. Everyone," Eli gently concluded the Q&A session. "See you tomorrow." Once the students departed, only the two of them remained in the classroom. "It's work time, Mr. Potter." Eli turned around, teasingly smiling. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Without uttering a word, Harry walked straight up to him, enclosing him between the podium and himself, his tone carrying an undertone of danger. "That blonde student was too close to you. He was merely asking questions." Eli stifled a laugh, playfully teasing him. "What's the matter? Are you feeling jealous?" Harry admitted with a nod, leaning in to nip at Eli's lips, a hint of acidity lingering. "So, what do you wish to do about it?" Eli raised his hand, hooking his fingers around Harry's tie, pulling their bodies closer, claiming his territory. "Is that permissible?" Harry's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Then make it swift," Eli whispered in his ear. "There are only 2 minutes left until the next class bell." Without hesitation, Harry leaned in, bestowing upon him a fervent kiss imbued with possessiveness. Now, he watched with satisfaction as Eli's cheeks flushed, both aware of who he belonged to. "Such a jealous one." Eli chuckled, yet leaned in for a gentle peck on Harry's lips. "But I rather enjoy it." Eli often jested that Harry possessed the traits of a devoted puppy, clingy, protective, affectionate, and particularly adept at using those emerald eyes to seek attention. On that day, Eli found himself entangled in conversation with a young Auror in the corridors of Hogwarts. The Auror lavished praise on his transfiguration essay, inching closer with every compliment. "You are truly enchanting, Professor Eli." "Thank you, but I am already married." Eli politely stepped back. Just then, Harry appeared, like a vigilant pup, silently positioning himself between them, arms naturally encircling Eli's waist, his tone calm but firm. "I'm sorry. His time belongs solely to me." The Auror paused, noticing the delicate red thread connecting Harry's wrist to Eli's, and tactfully withdrew. As the corridor fell silent, Eli turned to Harry, feigning ignorance. "Are you feeling jealous?" Harry did not deny it. Instead, he bowed his head and gently nipped Eli's lips. His voice low and restrained. "It stings. I dislike it when others gaze at you for too long. So how do you intend to punish me?" Eli provocatively asked. Harry's gaze darkened as he leaned in, resting his forehead against Eli's, their breaths mingling. "You shall belong to me this weekend. No looking at anyone else. And you mustn't leave my side." "Such a jealous one." Eli laughed, yet acquiesced. "And what about you?" "I shall be responsible for loving you." Harry tightened the red thread, akin to securing a beloved puppy on a leash. "Only you, only embracing you, only wagging my tail for you. Then I shall begrudgingly accept that." They exchanged smiles, fingers entwined, the red string gently swaying between them, like a sweet proclamation. They belonged solely to each other. Chapter 117. Tom, Possessiveness, Draco. "What concern is it of yours?" Eli crossed his arms, regarding him. Tom straightened at the remark. "Why shouldn't it concern me? I have declared that you are mine." He abruptly pulled Eli into an embrace, prompting Eli to bite him sharply. "Release me, Tom Riddle." Tom hissed in response but tightened his grip, whispering near his ear, "Be good and tell me, do you fancy that boy?" Eli struggled but remained silent. Stiffening in his hold, Tom's hands began to wander restlessly, even encompassing his earlobe. "You are mine. You cannot have affection for anyone else. I am not anyone's possession." Eli's voice trembled with a hint of desperation. Tom paused for a moment, releasing him, his gaze both dangerous and earnest. "Then I am yours. Is that acceptable?" Eli was taken aback for a moment, his emotions settling slightly before he replied coolly, "We are not together." Tom raised an eyebrow, seemingly pleased with this response. "That's good. Now leave." He pressed a gentle kiss to Eli's forehead. "You jerk." Eli retaliated with a sharp slap to his face. The sound was crisp and resonant. Yet Tom appeared to revel in it, his hand cupping his cheek as he chuckled softly. So cute, even when angry. His possessiveness was unabashed. "You are mine. And only mine." Fuming, Eli exited Tom's space and returned to the castle corridor, where he coincidentally encountered Draco. "Eli, what are you doing here so late?" "I was just about to ask you the same." Eli raised an eyebrow. "The Slytherin common room is underground. How did you end up here?" Draco scratched his head awkwardly. "Actually, I was looking for you. Would you accompany me for a walk?" Meanwhile, Tom reclined on his bed, resting. "It's just as well we aren't together," he mused, squinting as he tried to gauge Eli's state, but was thwarted by some unseen force. "Is he upset?" He chuckled softly, feeling not anger but rather a surge of happiness. Let him calm down for now. He closed his eyes, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Relishing the memory of that resounding slap, feeling oddly invigorated by it. "I shall see you tomorrow, by the lakeside." A cool breeze swept through as Eli and Draco walked side by side. "How have you been lately?" Draco inquired, a hint of disappointment in his tone. "I feel as though you've been neglecting me." Eli hesitated. Indeed, he had been preoccupied with various matters. Recalling how Draco used to seek him out, he extended his hand to grasp Draco's. "Don't be upset. Let us attend flying class together tomorrow." Draco's eyes brightened. "What about Potter?" Eli glanced at him. Stealing his resolve, "I will accompany you first tomorrow." Meanwhile, in the common room, Harry was engaged in a game of chess with Ron. His mind wandering as he absently remarked, "I wonder where Eli has gone." Lately, Eli had not been sleeping beside him, and he felt a tinge of disappointment. Ron, with a knowing expression, replied, "You'll get used to it." Seizing the opportunity while Harry was distracted, Ron exclaimed, "Checkmate. You took advantage of my inattention." Harry laughed, half angered. The next day during flying class, Eli was paired with Draco as promised. Their synergy was impeccable as they glided across the lake, leaving behind a trail of laughter. Upon landing, Draco, still exhilarated, asked, "Shall we continue next time?" Eli nodded with a smile, "Of course." From a distance on the stands, Harry watched them quietly, feeling a pang of discomfort. Just as he was contemplating whether to approach, an owl swooped down, delivering a letter that landed on Eli's arm. Eli unfolded the letter, his expression shifting slightly. Chapter 118. Flight, Kisses, and Chit-Chat. The note contained but a few words. "I invite you to fly with me tonight at the astronomy tower." The signature read, "Tom, it appears that you have a fondness for flying." His voice resonated in my ears. "Shall we, just for tonight?" The night enveloped us at the astronomical tower. Tom, transformed into his human form, stood at the railing, the moonlight delicately outlining his flawless profile. He extended his hand with an elegant gesture. "After you." Eli did not shake his hand. Instead, he playfully poked his face, feeling its softness and reality. "Really?" Tom rested his chin upon Eli's palm, his gaze affectionate. "Indeed. It is yours." The antiquated charm from decades past could be quite startling when stirred. Just as Eli intended to retract his hand, Tom seized it. And together they leapt into the night. Astonishingly, they were truly flying amidst the stars. "Call my name," Tom whispered into the wind. "Why should I call your name?" Despite his words, Eli found himself softly uttering, "Tom Riddle." "Say it again." "Tom." Tom tightened his embrace, holding him close, and chuckled softly in his ear. "Such a good boy." As they soared through the night sky, Tom unexpectedly murmured, "Kiss me." Before Eli could comprehend, Tom cradled his face. "Call my name, then kiss me." Tom's voice was deep, imbued with an irresistible possessiveness. The moment Eli uttered his name, their lips met gently, a kiss both tender and restrained, stirring tumultuous waves within his heart. "Say it once more," Tom whispered near his lips. "Tom." This time, the kiss ignited with fervor and intimacy, as if seeking to dissolve Eli entirely. "You are mine," Tom declared in his ear, his voice thick with adoration and contentment. They descended upon the tower's summit. And Eli finally regained his voice. "You took advantage of me." Yet Tom merely laughed, enveloping him in his arms. "Then punish me. I shall continue to take you flying tomorrow." Under the night sky, their shadows elongated by the moonlight seemed to merge into one. Upon returning to the dormitory, Eli was met with 3 scrutinizing gazes. "Out all night." Ron crossed his arms, wearing a face that suggested leniency. Harry regarded him with a complex expression, particularly scrutinizing his slightly swollen lips, his demeanor darkening. "I merely went to enjoy the breeze." Eli attempted to deflect. "Can a breeze cause swollen lips?" Ron immediately seized the inconsistency. Neville chimed in quietly, "I think I just heard you mention a name." Eli's heart raced, and he feigned calmness in his denial. "You must have misheard." Harry did not press further, but simply nudged his blanket toward Eli and softly said, "Get some sleep." After the lights were extinguished, as Eli was about to block Tom out, that familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Good night, Eli." He could only silently reply in his heart, "Good night, you scoundrel." Just then, Harry spoke up, his voice low. "Eli, were you just calling someone else's name?" The air became instantly tense. Eli beckoned Harry over and gently embraced him. "I wasn't." Harry paused for a moment, embraced him briefly, and then, without further contemplation, lay down and quickly fell asleep. In the stillness of the night, Eli was preparing to block Tom when suddenly he heard his low laughter. "Good night, little deceiver." Eli mentally retorted, "Shut up," and drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, during Transfiguration class, both Harry and Draco noticed that Eli seemed somewhat off. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Harry inquired with concern. Draco hesitated. "Your lips." Just then, Eli's serpentine mark on his wrist began to warm slightly, and a jolt of unease coursed through him as he realized Tom was watching him again. After class, Cedric approached Eli and said, "I wish to speak with you." Chapter 119, Cedric, Questions, and Deskmates. In the corridor, Cedric got straight to the point. "I saw something last night." "Who was that person?" Eli's heart raced, but he maintained an impassive facade. "What person?" Cedric did not beat around the bush. "You and a boy, in the astronomy tower." Eli fell silent. He understood that he could no longer keep this hidden. "His name is Tom," Eli finally replied, "a rather complicated individual." Cedric's gaze sharpened instantly, and his tone grew colder. "Is he important to you?" Faced with this almost possessive inquiry, Eli's emotions became intricate. "I don't know," he answered honestly, "but I do know that I dislike being watched." Cedric studied him, as if weighing something, and finally sighed, his tone softening. "I apologize. I may have been a bit overzealous. I am simply worried about you." "I understand," Eli nodded, warmth blooming in his heart. Cedric hesitated before earnestly saying, "Regardless of who he is, promise me you won't do anything to endanger yourself." "I will," Eli assured him. As he watched Cedric walk away, Eli couldn't help but think of that ever-present voice in his mind. "Did you hear that?" he thought. "I dislike being watched." Meanwhile, in another realm, Tom, with his eyes closed, wore a slight smirk. "I heard you," he murmured, "then let me find a way to make you accustomed to my presence." His patience and possessiveness were equally boundless. In the library, Eli finally freed himself from Tom's entanglement and sought a moment of respite, only to unexpectedly encounter Theodore. "Theodore, how have you been?" "So you finally remembered me," he replied, his tone carrying an imperceptible hint of grievance. Eli felt a pang of guilt. He had indeed neglected this old friend recently. The two found a quiet corner to sit, and Theodore slowly began to express his feelings about these past few days. "I am not here to argue," he said. "I merely wish to confirm that we are still friends." "Of course," Eli responded sincerely, "I've been preoccupied. But that doesn't mean I've forgotten you." Upon hearing this, Theodore's tense shoulders finally relaxed. He handed Eli a book, saying, "I thought you might enjoy this." As their gazes met, a A smile exchanged between the two. The barriers of the past dissipated into thin air. Meanwhile, in another realm, Tom leaned against the window, appearing tranquil. Yet the gentle tapping of his fingertips on the ledge betrayed his inner turmoil. He had indeed tempered his demeanor, yet this did not signify surrender. He was waiting, anticipating a more opportune moment to re-enter Eli's world. Soon, he whispered to himself, we shall meet again. During the afternoon's charm class, Eli found himself somewhat distracted. He and Lisa had always been partners, yet today, after a moment's hesitation, she chose not to team up with him. Although Eli felt a twinge of disappointment, he understood her sentiments. Reluctantly, he took a seat next to an unfamiliar Ravenclaw girl. The girl appeared slightly bashful, accompanied by a handsome Gryffindor. Hi, I'm Leah Chris. She introduced herself, her chestnut hair framing her face, glasses perched delicately upon her nose, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm Eli Light. Eli replied with a friendly nod. At that moment, the handsome boy interjected with a smile. Hey, I'm Gale Payne. Don't worry, Leah is just a bit shy, but her spells are quite solid. At Gale's remark, Leah's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Shortly thereafter, Professor Flitwick announced the day's task, practicing the slowing charm in pairs. 3, 2, 1, begin. Eli took the first turn, executing the spell with precision and clarity. However, the feather only hesitated slightly, yielding unsatisfactory results. When it was Leah's turn, she inhaled deeply, making a subtle motion with her wand, softly uttering the incantation. The feather seemed to be cradled by an invisible hand, descending gracefully. Wow, you're amazing. Eli couldn't help but exclaim. It's just that I have a good feel for it, Leah replied, smiling shyly. Gale gave her a thumbs up, affirming, I told you so. Eli observed Leah's technique closely. Her wrist movements were minimal yet remarkably steady, and the angle of her wand was impeccable. Could you do it again? I'd like to see it once more. Eli earnestly requested. Of course, Leah replied patiently, demonstrating the spell again. Following her method, Eli adjusted and cast the spell once more. This time, the feather's descent was noticeably slower, producing far better results. Splendid, Eli. Leah genuinely praised him. It's your excellent teaching, Eli responded with a grin. As their collaboration grew increasingly harmonious, they soon accomplished the professor's requirements. When the class bell rang, Gale stood up and patted Eli on the shoulder. Well done, Light. Next time, let us schedule a study session. I'll bring the humor, you two handle the learning. Leah mustered her courage and quietly added, if you don't mind, I could help you practice other spells as well. That would be wonderful. Thank you both. Eli felt a wave of warmth wash over him. The day's earlier disappointments vanishing. As he exited the classroom, Eli glanced back to see Lisa packing her belongings alone, her expression somewhat complex. He hesitated for a moment, then approached her. Thank you for your notes last time. They truly helped me a great deal. Lisa lifted her head and managed a faint smile, saying, You're welcome. Although little was said, the awkward atmosphere between the two seemed to dissipate somewhat. Chapter 120, Mischief, Twins, and a New Hairstyle. George, Fred, what brings you here? Of course, we are here to rescue our beloved junior from the tyranny of books, George declared dramatically. We have a small experiment that urgently requires a brave and clever Gryffindor to be our esteemed first test subject, Fred added, his eyes sparkling with the familiar glint of mischief. An experiment? Eli raised an eyebrow skeptically. I hope it's not another transformation into a canary or something of the sort. Oh, that was an accident, and that canary later made it onto the school newspaper. George waved dismissively. Rest assured, this time it is completely safe. Fred patted his shoulder, saying, We've invented a brand new awakening potion that can switch you from Sleeping Beauty mode to Academic Genius mode in mere seconds. Sounds like it might launch me into the stratosphere, Eli retorted, yet he found himself being half pushed, half dragged into the corridor by the two. It's just a little spark. At most it will make your hair stand up 3 centimeters. And the effects are remarkable. You'll feel your thoughts soar like a rocket. What if I don't need a rocket? Then consider it a complimentary ion perm. Watching the two banter back and forth, Eli sighed in resignation. He knew he could not escape this, so he asked, All right, what are the terms of victim rights protection this time? First, there will be professionals, that is, us, present at all times. George held up one finger. Second, should you experience any discomfort, we will immediately use a reversal spell. Fred raised a second finger. The two exchanged a knowing glance and chimed in unison. Third, if successful, you will receive a semester-long immunity from pranks. Deal. Eli nodded, but if I lose my eyebrows, you must be responsible for drawing them back on. Deal. Thus, under the twins' enthusiastic guidance, Eli ventured towards their undoubtedly safe little experiment. In the common room, the twins seated Eli in a chair, and after a flurry of the awakening potion experiment, his hair astonishingly grew down to his waist. Oh, how beautiful. You look like a princess. Eli was speechless. With a swift motion, he cut his hair to shoulder length. Perhaps it's time for a new hairstyle? Do you prefer long hair? Encouraged by the twins, he ultimately settled on a fresh, medium-length cut. Upon returning to the dormitory, He found a headband gifted by Pansy and stylishly wrapped it around his head, transforming his appearance entirely. Stepping outside, he turned heads at an unprecedented rate. Wow, that new hairstyle is fantastic. Gil was the first to whistle in the corridor. It really suits you, Leah added, blushing slightly as she softly complimented him. At that moment, Cedric approached, gazing at him seriously for a few seconds, his tone unusually nervous. You look great. Their essay match this weekend. Would you like to go for a walk afterward? Of course, Eli replied with a smile. Not far away, Harry silently observed him, hesitating to speak. He approached, paused briefly, and whispered, You look truly lovely today. Thank you, Eli replied, somewhat surprised yet pleased. At the opposite end of the hallway, Lisa watched from a distance, her expression complex. Taking a deep breath, as if she had made a resolute decision, she began walking toward them. Hi, she initiated, her voice slightly tense. I wanted to talk to you about last time. I need a bit more time. Eli nodded, I understand. Lisa glanced at his new hairstyle and managed a faint smile. That headband suits you quite well. Thank you. It was a gift from Pansy. A brief silence enveloped them, interrupted by the boisterous antics of the twins. It seems our hair potion has been a resounding success, Fred proclaimed with pride. Tomorrow, we launch a limited-time experience at the Wizarding Hair Salon. George chimed in. Eli rolled his eyes and pulled Lisa aside. We are still friends, right? Lisa met his gaze, her eyes filled with complexity. Of course. Just give me some time, okay? All right. Eli nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. In the evening, Eli stood before the mirror in his dormitory, adjusting the position of his headband repeatedly. Are you preening? Harry leaned against the doorframe, his tone laced with an imperceptible tension. Just trying to tie it a little tighter, Eli chuckled. After a moment's hesitation, Harry approached. May I help you? Sure, Eli replied. Harry carefully secured the headband, his fingers inadvertently brushing against Eli's nape. Both froze momentarily. Thank you, Eli said. Harry responded, though his gaze flickered away. The next day, on the Quidditch pitch, Cedric excelled in the match, leading Hufflepuff to victory. After the game, he strode directly toward Eli. Congratulations on your win. Thank you, Eli replied. Cedric smiled. Now, can we fulfill your promise and take a walk? Of course, Eli nodded. They strolled side by side toward the lakeside, the atmosphere light and cheerful. Suddenly, Cedric halted, looking earnestly at Eli. Eli, I want to seriously ask you something. Do you have someone you like right now? I mean, someone you wish to be with. Eli was taken aback by his directness. He glanced at Cedric, then thought of Harry and that temporarily vanished name. He began, unsure of how to respond. Just then, a gust of wind blew, loosening Eli's headband and letting his long hair cascade over his shoulders. Cedric instinctively helped him fix it, his fingers gently brushing through Eli's hair. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere shifted to something delicate. I can wait for your answer, Cedric said softly, his gaze filled with sincerity and patience. Eli looked at him, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. This question was indeed a difficult one to answer. Chapter 121. Affection, Sincerity, Draco. Eli sighed, his voice as fragile as if carried away by the wind. I like you. I like Harry. I like Theodore. He paused, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Do you still wish to like me? The breeze by the lakeside suddenly stilled, and Cedric regarded him, his gaze devoid of surprise, imbued instead with a gentle understanding. He did not respond immediately. Rather, he bent down to retrieve the hairband blown away by the wind, gently readying it for Isla with a touch lighter than before, his fingers deftly avoiding contact with his skin, as if safeguarding something delicate. I believe, Cedric finally spoke, his voice steady and reassuring. That affection is not a dilemma of singular choice. He met Isla's eyes with a seriousness bordering on solemnity. I like you for your hesitance towards friends, for your honesty with those you care for, even when that honesty is laced with uncertainty. Thus, regardless of how many hearts you harbor within, my answer remains unchanged. Isla was momentarily taken aback, his throat constricting, yet words eluded him. Cedric gently patted his shoulder, his tone easing. There's no rush to respond, nor any need to force a choice. You may take your time to ponder, and I shall wait until you are ready to see only me, or until you ascertain that no one wishes to be let down. At that moment, Harry's voice resonated nearby. He stood in the shadows of the trees, clutching a worn Quidditch ball, oblivious to how long he had been listening, emotions unspoken shimmering in his gaze. Isla, Harry approached, his attention first flickering to Cedric before shifting back to Isla. The dormitory is locking up. We ought to return. Observing this, Cedric took a step back. Then I shall take my leave. We will converse another time. With that, he cast Isla a lingering glance before turning away. Only Isla and Harry remained by the lakeside, the silence enveloping them, save for the whispers of the evening breeze through the leaves. I thought I would feel envy, Harry mused, staring at the lake's surface, his fingers unconsciously tracing the patterns on the Quidditch ball. After a lengthy silence, he continued. Seeing him so composed now leaves me at a loss for words. Isla refrained from responding, instead following Harry's gaze upon the shimmering waters. understanding that their shared turmoil echoed in their inability to articulate their feelings toward this candid affection. Truthfully, I should have anticipated this, Harry remarked, a self-mocking smile gracing his features. You are kind to everyone, to the extent that it is impossible to fault you for such avarice. He turned to Isla, his eyes devoid of resentment, only a softness that could not be concealed, yet I still wish to wait. To see the day when you feel that merely looking at me is sufficient. The wind picked up once more, causing Isla's hairband to flutter. He gazed into Harry's earnest eyes and suddenly felt a tension within him ease. Being understood in this uncertainty brought a sense of comfort greater than a definitive answer could provide. Let us return, Harry suggested. The doors truly are locking. He turned first, his steps deliberately slow, allowing the one behind to catch up. Isla observed his retreating figure, softly affirming, and hurried to follow. The two walked side by side along the path back to the castle, the moonlight stretching their shadows long. They exchanged no further words, yet an inexplicable tranquility enveloped them, rendering the silence profoundly comforting. In the corner, Draco overheard their conversation, and his expression instantly grew complex. Liking? Liking whom? Eli? The thought unsettled him, and he muttered to himself in annoyance, what is wrong with me? He had always regarded Eli as his closest friend. Yet hearing Cedric and Harry express their affections for Eli inexplicably pierced his heart. It must be possessiveness, he endeavored to convince himself. I simply do not wish to lose a good friend. However, when Eli's smile flashed in his mind, he could not deny the peculiar flutter in his chest. Upon returning to the common room, he flung himself heavily onto the sofa, disregarding Pansy's greeting. Stop thinking about it, he told himself. There's flying class tomorrow, and I must perform well. Yet, despite his words, his mind incessantly replayed the image of Eli and Cedric by the lake. Damn it! He irritably ran his fingers through his hair, feeling more helpless about his emotions than ever before. During the flying class the next day, Draco displayed a complete lack of focus, making frequent mistakes. Malfoy, concentrate. The professor's reprimands only heightened his irritation. During a break, Eli approached him, concern evident in his voice. What is wrong with you today? Nothing. Draco turned his face away, his tone brusque. Eli observed him for a moment, as if he understood something, and softly said, if you wish to talk, I am always here. Gazing into Eli's sincere eyes, Draco felt even more disordered inside. I'm fine, he reiterated, yet as Eli turned to leave, he involuntarily called out, Eli, will you always consider me your best friend? Eli paused, then smiled and nodded. Of course. This response provided Draco with a slight sense of reassurance, but he knew that this comfort was only temporary. Chapter 122. The Library, Little Son, Envy. Eli was idly flipping through books in the library, his eyelids nearly glued together. At that moment, a familiar set of footsteps halted beside his table. Ugh, this wretched place. The lighting is abysmally dim, Draco complained disdainfully, expertly extracting a thick book. Let me borrow this. Eli yawned. Can't you find it yourself? Don't you have it? Draco replied, sliding the book toward himself while producing a piece of candy from his pocket. Here is some candy for you. I'll trade it for the book. Fair and square. Eli shot him a sidelong glance and pushed the candy back. You're bribing me. I'm socializing. Draco raised an eyebrow. Besides, you look like you're about to doze off. You could use something sweet. What are you doing here? Eli closed his book and leaned back in his chair. Hiding. Draco lowered his voice. Parkinson keeps nagging me about attending some tedious meeting. At least it's quiet here. Aren't you the best at dealing with those? Eli replied with a half smile. Sometimes, I just want a moment of peace, Draco added. Then as if recalling something, he continued. Could I borrow your potion class paper for reference? Aren't you the top of the year? Inspiration is indeed a necessity. Draco stated this with unabashed confidence, urging Eli to not be so petty. With a resigned sigh, Eli handed over his paper, only for Draco to push back a piece of candy and subtly adjust the dim lamp beside him to a brighter glow. Just as Eli was about to voice a thought, Draco interrupted him with a hush, placing a finger on his lips. The administrator is watching us. Their eyes met, and they both succumbed to laughter, the library enveloped in silence, where even the ticking of the clock resonated clearly. Eli leaned in closer, gazing intently at Draco, and inquired, what kind of person do you think I am? Draco visibly froze, his gaze darting around as a faint blush crept to his ears, clearing his throat. He feigned composure and averted his gaze. You are the best person. My best friend. Eli was taken aback for a moment before reaching out to tousle Draco's hair, smiling. Yes, a good friend. He sighed softly in his heart, relieved that they were merely good friends. Before he could finish speaking, Draco awkwardly swatted his hand away. Don't touch my head, it's childish. Yet in that instant, he slightly tilted his head, as if anticipating something. As the holidays approached, everyone in the dormitory busied themselves with packing, except for Harry, whose suitcase remained conspicuously empty. Eli grasped Harry's hand earnestly and asked, Are you truly going to stay at school? Without hesitation, Harry leaned in closer, his voice soft as a feather. Of course. If I could, I would never go back. Eli felt a tightening in his chest, and nodded. All right, but remember to write to me. At that moment, Ron interjected, Hey, what about me? Eli chuckled and tossed him a piece of candy, just to keep you occupied. Oh, Eli, the heartless traitor, Ron exclaimed in exasperation, chasing after him around the room. Watching the playful banter between the two, Harry felt a warm glow in his heart. On the day of parting, Eli slipped a small sun pendant into Harry's palm. Look at it when you miss me, he said nonchalantly, but don't think of me too much. Harry clutched the little sun tightly and looked up earnestly. Does Cedric have one? No, only you have it, Eli replied succinctly, though a flicker of guilt washed over him. He seemed to have forgotten to prepare a gift for Cedric. He mentally resolved to make amends later, convinced Cedric would not mind. Before departing, Eli ruffled Harry's hair. Take care of yourself. Watching Eli's retreating figure, Harry softly replied, You too. The sun pendant warmed in his palm, as if he truly grasped a fragment of sunshine. On the train home, Eli rejoiced at the prospect of sitting alongside Cedric, only to find Cedric leaning against his shoulder, mumbling, Did you forget something? As Eli leaned in closer, Cedric entwined his hand gently, whispering, The gift. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by Draco, who immediately widened his eyes in displeasure. A wave of discomfort surging within him. Beside him, Theodore remained remarkably composed, quietly caressing the ring inscribed with their names on his finger. In the distance, Ron had already succumbed to slumber, blissfully unaware of the undercurrents swirling nearby. Eli felt a flush creep over his cheeks. Cedric gazed at him with a pitiful expression, prompting, Where's the gift? It turned out that before departing, Harry had made a point to flaunt his exclusive little sun charm before Cedric, which left Cedric feeling rather disheartened. Of course I prepared something, Eli stammered, his mind racing as he swiftly devised a plan. He retrieved a feather quill from his pocket and detached a button from his scarf, improvising on the spot. Is this the Feather of Light? Cedric inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, the one and only, Eli insisted, summoning courage to explain further, adding with a whisper, It's more sophisticated than Harry's son. Equipped with navigation. Navigation? Cedric echoed. Yes, it will guide you home, and to me, Eli concluded, chuckling at his own cheesy declaration of affection. Cedric smiled in response, his previous grievances dissipating as he grasped the Feather of Light tightly. Draco, witnessing the scene from across the way, let out an exasperated click of his tongue and turned his gaze towards the window, though a slight smile betrayed his indifference. Chapter 123, Parents, Embraces. Night lights. As the train arrived at the station, Eli gently nudged Cedric, who had been resting against his shoulder. We've arrived. Cedric leaned against him for a moment longer, murmuring, Don't forget to write. Just then, Draco sauntered past, scoffing lightly. Eli regarded him with a puzzled expression. After bidding farewell to everyone, Eli spotted his parents, Mia and Henry, waiting on the platform. Mom and Dad, he exclaimed, racing towards them. Henry scooped him up with open arms, declaring, Ah, my son, looking more handsome than ever. Eli had merely intended to share a brief embrace, but was unexpectedly lifted in public. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Cedric still lingering nearby. His heart racing. No, please, don't look. Yet, Cedric turned to him and smiled. In despair, Eli buried his face in Henry's shoulder, pleading, Dad, put me down. The family of three strolled home hand in hand. Mia, with a mischievous grin, scrutinized him. Is that Cedric? She teased. Mom. Eli's cheeks flushed. Mia chuckled even more heartily, teasing, The way he looks at you is quite special, darling. Eli's face deepened in color as he hastily shifted the topic. I'm hungry. What's for dinner? Upon arriving home, Eli flopped onto the couch. Mia brought him a steaming cup of hot cocoa, setting it before him with a gentle, yet inquisitive tone. Sweetheart, do you have any interesting tales to share from this semester? Eli glanced at his mother, his heart sinking. She's definitely hinting at something. She wants the scoop. Clearing his throat, he feigned calmness as he casually intertwined Harry's little sun charm and Cedric's Feather of Light into a narrative of mundane events. Mia blinked at him, her smile laden with meaning. Oh, is that the unique one only you possess? Eli retorted, Mom. Henry ambled over with a plate of cookies, bluntly asking, Which one is Cedric, the one you mentioned last time? The one who hugged you today? Eli was nearly choked by Coco's words. Dad, please refrain from speaking carelessly. Henry, catching Mia's disapproving glance, wisely shifted the conversation to praise their son's growth. The family joyfully finished their snacks, and Mia quietly leaned into Eli, whispering, It doesn't matter whom you like. Your happiness is what matters most to me. Eli felt a warmth in his heart and nodded in agreement. As the night deepened, Eli lay in his room, retrieving a small box as he diligently prepared belated gifts for his friends. Just then, a familiar voice drifted in from outside. Upon opening the window, a fluffy little creature leapt into his arms. Ah, Leo, he laughed, catching the owl, who bore a letter attached to its foot. The letter was from Harry. He wrote that he had rediscovered the magical mirror at Hogwarts, the same one he encountered in the mysterious room on the 4th floor during his first year. Harry expressed that he had seen his parents in the mirror and truly missed them. Excitedly, he concluded the letter by mentioning that he had received an invisibility cloak. Upon finishing the letter, Eli felt a complex mix of emotions. He was happy for Harry to see his parents, yet felt a pang of sympathy for his loneliness. Without hesitation, he unfolded a fresh sheet of paper and began to reply. Harry, he wrote, I miss you too. Thank you for sharing this with me. Regarding the mirror, I have done some research. It is called the Mirror of Erased, reflecting your deepest desires. While it is beautiful, it can also be perilous. Please do not become entranced by it. At this point, Eli was struck by inspiration. He retrieved a small parcel from his drawer, which contained a gift he had long prepared for Harry, a little nightlight that emanated a warm glow, shaped like a tiny star. Placing it by his bedside, he continued in the letter, this way, when you miss your parents, you will not only see their reflection in the mirror, but can also hold the tangible light in your hands. He added, the invisibility cloak is indeed marvelous. But remember not to use it for adventures on the 4th floor, promise me? Once the letter was complete, Eli entrusted the night light and the letter to Leo. As he watched the owl disappear into the night, he silently vowed, wait for me. I shall return to see you once the holiday concludes. Chapter 124. The Invisibility Cloak, The Mirror, London. As the night wore on, Harry lay in bed, idly toying with the sun pendant Eli had sent him, pondering. I wonder if Eli has made it home. Does he think of me? Just then, a faint sound echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he discovered a box resting on the floor. Curiously, he opened it to find an invisibility cloak and an anonymous note. This belonged to your father. It is time it is returned to you. Use it wisely. Harry immediately recognized the cherished relic of his father. He donned the invisibility cloak and gazed into the mirror, overwhelmed with excitement. At that moment, a gentle rustle outside signaled Leo's arrival, carrying Eli's reply and a small parcel. Eagerly, Harry tore open the letter. In it, Eli cautioned him about the Mirror of Erased and included the night light he had sent. Pressing the night light against his face, Harry whispered, I'm sorry, Eli, but I must see. I assure you, this is the final night. He carefully tucked the night lamp into his pocket, donned the invisibility cloak, and stealthily slipped into the corridor on the 4th floor. In the corridor, the Mirror of Erased stood silently. Just as Harry was about to approach, he heard a suppressed cough behind him. He turned abruptly, yet saw no one. Good evening, Mr. Potter. A familiar voice whispered in his ear. Here to visit your old friend again? It was Dumbledore. Harry then noticed the headmaster seated on a nearby bench, holding a small lamp. Harry began to explain. It is indeed captivating, Dumbledore remarked, gazing at the mirror, but it cannot reveal the truth. It merely reflects our deepest desires. To become ensnared by dreams is to forfeit the power of action. Harry bowed his head in shame. Dumbledore, with a gentle smile, inquired, do you have an assurance to make? Harry responded resolutely, I promise, this will be the last time. I will put it away and never seek it again. Very well. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. Before midnight, return to your bed. And remember, the invisibility cloak is precious. Use it wisely. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him as he turned to leave. Back in his room, he clutched the night lamp tightly in his pocket and penned a lengthy letter to Eli, apologizing and assuring him that he would take care of himself. After finishing the letter, he hung the small sun pendant by his bedside and drifted into a peaceful slumber under its warm glow. What Eli did not know was that night, before the Mirror of Erased, Harry beheld far more than just his parents. In the mirror, James and Lily stood behind him, while Eli was beside him, laughing and placing a piece of candy into his hand, just as they did during their playful antics in the dormitory. Sunlight danced upon their shoulders, and even the air felt warm and comforting. Harry stood before the mirror for a long, long time. He instinctively reached out to touch the surface, yearning to grasp that ephemeral warmth, but his fingertips met only the cold glass. Later, when Eli gifted him the sun pendant, he did not mention this experience, nor did he speak of it when receiving the night lamp. He feared Eli would find it peculiar, and he dreaded allowing himself to succumb to the solace of that mirrored companionship. Until he eventually wrote to Eli, the pen hovered over the paper, and he ultimately only inscribed the parts about his parents, some sentiments he wished to conceal within his heart for a time when he could share them with Eli face to face. Cedric had scarcely crossed the threshold of his home when he was enveloped by his parents, one on each side. His mother spoke first, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Son, have you pursued the one who occupies your heart? Cedric sighed, leaning back against the sofa. He is surrounded by many. It seems each person holds a place in his heart. His father patted his shoulder, while his mother playfully poked his cheek. Then strive to be the most special one. If you like him, go for it. Our family is not lacking in courage. Cedric shook his head, yet a subtle smile crept to his lips at the sight of his parents' eagerness, lightening his heavy heart just a little. He took out the temporary feather of light from Eli, gently stroking the tip of the feather with his fingertips, silently contemplating. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Ultimately, Eli decided to invite Theodore to London to purchase gifts. Why him? Because Ron was too prone to gossip, Draco had a sharp tongue. And Cedric was always a bit too hands-on. Theodore, however, was the most reliable and composed, though he occasionally had a knack for catching others off guard with his remarks. Upon their arrival in the bustling streets of London, Eli enthusiastically selected gifts for everyone. For Cedric, a quaint glass jar capable of holding numerous little notes, perfect for storing thoughts of him. For Ron, a large bag of colorful marbles, fitting for his boisterous nature. For Draco, a book of muggle magic tricks, just right for satisfying his penchant for showiness. For Lisa, a pair of shell earrings, which, although he was unsure if she had pierced ears, he felt suited her well. For Hermione, a novel he could not quite comprehend, yet he heard it was currently quite popular and presumed she would appreciate it. As for Theodore, Eli chose an intricately engraved brass compass featuring a nautical star chart from a charming vintage shop. After some thought, he discreetly engraved the initials of both their names onto it. Upon returning home, Eli diligently penned letters to each friend. When he reached Theodore, he simply wrote, "Thank you for accompanying me today and for always being there." Chapter 125, The Headband, Personal Gifts, and the Pursuit of a Kiss. After bidding farewell to Eli, Theodore clutched the compass tightly in his hand, unable to suppress a smile as he murmured to himself, "How utterly charming." Ever since Eli's hair had grown longer, he had yearned to present him with a headband, not one bestowed by another, but one gifted by him, Theodore. The image of the red headband hanging in the corner of the shop flashed through his mind, accentuating Eli's beauty splendidly. Thus, he quietly purchased it. Why not present it in person? He understood Eli all too well. He would undoubtedly respond with, "But I already have one." Nevertheless, he was determined to have Eli wear this particular one he had chosen. Theodore tucked the neatly wrapped headband into his pocket and set off homeward with a light step. After a few days of rest at home, Eli began to receive gifts from his friends, one after another. Draco sent an expensive feather quill and a bottle of ink, with a haughty note attached, "Stop using that shabby one. It's embarrassing." Harry gifted a soft scarf along with a card depicting a crooked sun, reminding him not to worry about himself. Ron sent a large package of snacks along with a joke box, the card stating, "I have some too. Let us share." Hermione presented a thick notebook and a reading list, the front page filled with her meticulously planned holiday itinerary. Lisa sent a handmade music box accompanied by a note, "I hope you remember our nights spent stargazing together." Just as Eli was enveloped by these thoughtful gifts, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found Cedric standing there, holding a bouquet of flowers. "Hello." Cedric's ears were slightly flushed, and since I happened to be nearby, I brought you something. He handed a bouquet to Eli and then retrieved a small box from his pocket, revealing an exquisite silver bookmark engraved with the words, "Do not let the wind disturb your pages." "How did you know I wanted a bookmark?" Eli inquired, his voice tinged with surprise. "You mentioned it last time at the library," Cedric replied with a gentle smile, his expression turning earnest. "Eli, I have a small request." He inhaled deeply, his voice trembling slightly. "May I kiss you?" Eli gazed at him and nodded. Cedric tenderly cradled his face and placed a soft kiss upon his forehead. "Not enough?" he murmured, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "May I kiss your lips?" Eli's ears turned crimson as he nodded once more. This time, Cedric pressed his lips against Eli's. The kiss was gentle and restrained, like a soft spring breeze. "Thank you, Eli," Cedric whispered, resting his forehead against Eli's. "I will wait for you until you are ready to reveal what place I hold in your heart." Eli's heart raced, and an idea suddenly struck him. Blushing, he leaned closer to Cedric's ear and said, "Actually, I have a gift for you." "Wait a moment." Eli handed Cedric a small glass bottle containing a little note. Cedric accepted the gift, his face lighting up with joy. He embraced Eli tightly, nuzzling against his cheek, his voice soft. "Thank you. I truly missed you. I came here secretly to see you. May I stay with you for a while?" Eli's cheeks flushed as he turned his face away, shifting slightly to create space. "Come in, but not for too long." The two settled onto the sofa, and Cedric earnestly read each little note he had prepared for Eli. "This one says I miss you. This one also says I miss you. And this one says I miss you immensely." Eli chuckled, playfully nudging him. "Don't you have any other words?" "I do." Cedric leaned closer, his gaze tender. "For example, I like you." Eli's heart skipped a beat. And just as he was about to respond, the doorbell rang. Chapter 126, Theodore, Overnight Stay, Uninvited Guest. "Eli, darling, Mommy forgot her keys." "Open the door." Mia's voice called from outside. Eli and Cedric exchanged panicked glances. "My mom." Eli hurriedly urged Cedric upstairs. "Quick, hide." "Huh." Cedric, still bewildered, was half pushed, half led up the stairs. Eli quickly tidied the sofa and took a deep breath before opening the door. As soon as the door swung open, Mia entered with groceries, her eyes sweeping across the living room, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "Do we have a guest?" she asked nonchalantly. "And no, not at all," Eli stammered, his gaze evasive. Mia smiled silently as she strode towards the kitchen. Passing by the staircase, she called out meaningfully to the upstairs, "Little friend, why not come down and have a bite with us?" Upon hearing this, Cedric reluctantly descended, greeting her politely, "Hello, Auntie." Mia's eyes crinkled with delight. "Ah, isn't this Cedric? No need to be shy now that you're here." Eli's face flushed crimson in an instant. Mia warmly guided Cedric to sit down and even offered him a slice of her signature cake. "Auntie, I feel a bit awkward," Cedric admitted. "Don't be nervous." Mia winked at him. "My Eli is tough on the outside but soft at heart, so be understanding." After the meal, Mia excused herself to wash the dishes, providing the two boys with a moment of privacy. Eli whispered a complaint, "This is all your fault. My mom caught us red-handed." However, Cedric chuckled in delight. "I think it's quite nice." Just then, the doorbell rang. Who could that be? Eli wondered as he approached the door, only to find Theodore standing outside, holding a small package. "I've come to deliver something," Theodore said, his gaze lingering on Cedric for a brief moment, his tone calm. The atmosphere in the living room shifted to a subtle tension. Henry patted Theodore's shoulder. "Good boy, come on in." He shot a meaningful glance at Eli. Mia, understanding the unspoken cue, accompanied Henry into the kitchen, leaving the three boys some space. Eli promptly ushered Cedric and Theodore into his room. The atmosphere inside was delicate. The three boys facing each other. Cedric broke the silence first. "You did that on purpose." Theodore met his gaze and replied calmly, "So did you." Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Mia crossed her arms, observing Henry with a slightly sour tone. "You're not actually favoring that Theodore boy, are you?" Henry cleared his throat. A hint of guilt in his voice. "Of course not. He quiet, composed, and intelligent. Seems dependable." "What about Cedric?" Mia immediately countered. "He's gentle, considerate, and polite. Truly sincere towards Eli." "Gentle is one thing," Henry muttered, "but the way he looks at Eli makes me feel like he's trying to steal my son away. That's bias." Mia shot him a glare. "Let the children handle their own matters. We shouldn't meddle." Henry sighed, his tone softening. "I just worry he might get hurt. No matter whom he chooses, as long as it makes him happy, I'll support him." Mia gazed at him, unable to suppress a smile. "Now that's more like it." The two exchanged a knowing smile, mutually deciding to prepare a late-night snack for the children. As the three boys descended the stairs, the aroma of food wafted through the kitchen. Mia warmly invited them to eat, playfully teasing Eli, causing his face to turn as red as a tomato. After the meal, Mia glanced out at the night sky and suggested, "Since it's so late, why not stay the night?" Henry readily agreed. "Yes, stay over." Eli hesitated, "But we don't have enough rooms." Mia mysteriously raised an eyebrow at him and snapped her fingers, saying, "What is so difficult about it? Just make the bed a bit larger." With that, she exchanged a knowing glance with Henry, and together they began to tidy up the dishes, leaving the three boys staring at each other in bemusement. As Henry passed by Eli, he playfully lowered his voice, assuring him, "Don't worry, it's quite sturdy." Mia turned back at the door and winked at Eli, saying, "Good night, darlings." The door closed gently, leaving only the three of them in the room, along with the noticeably larger bed. Chapter 127. Blow-drying hair, alternating. Sharing a bed. Eli ruffled his hair, his fingertips still damp with lingering moisture, his clean clothes stored in that cabinet. He glanced up at the slightly taller Cedric and added, "There's a pair of pajamas in the cabinet that should fit you." Cedric reached out to tousle the top of his head, his tone playful. "Got it." Eli, flustered by the unexpected touch, quickly clutched his change of clothes and hurried into the bathroom. The moment the door shut behind him, the atmosphere in the living room shifted dramatically. Cedric turned to Theodore, a hint of mischief playing at his lips. "What do you think?" Theodore leaned back against the sofa, his fingers tracing the edge of the compass. His voice cold and detached. "Let us sleep together." Cedric unbuttoned the top two buttons of his shirt, letting out a soft sigh, yet his tone held no reluctance, coincidentally. "That's what I was thinking too." The sound of running water filled the bathroom as Eli remained blissfully unaware that the two outside had reached an agreement. He simply aimed to finish his shower quickly to escape the awkwardness of the night. Water cascaded down his hair, tracing a path along his collarbone and pooling into delicate glimmers on his chest. Leaning against the cool tiles, Eli unconsciously grazed his fingertips along his neck, biting his lower lip softly as he murmured to himself, "So awkward." Steam enveloped the mirror, and he raised a hand to wipe away the fog, revealing his flushed cheeks and glistening eyes. The sound of water echoed in the confined space, and his heartbeat faltered in rhythm. Suddenly, a faint noise came from outside the door, causing Eli's heart to race as he instinctively turned down the water. "Eli?" It's Cedric's deep voice. "Where did you put the towel?" "It's on the shelf," he replied, subconsciously hugging himself, his ears reddening even further. "Thank you." The sound of fabric rustling floated in from outside before silence resumed. Eli took a deep breath, turned off the water, and reached for the towel. Just as the fabric brushed his skin, there came a gentle knock on the bathroom door. "Eli." This time it was Theodore's voice, cool and measured. "Are you all right?" "I am fine," he stammered, wrapping the towel tightly around himself, his voice trembling slightly. I'll be ready in a moment. The two outside seemed to share a low conversation before falling silent again. Eli leaned against the door, his heart pounding like a drum. Unbeknownst to him, the two outside were also silently confronting each other, a subtle tension hanging in the air. The sound of water ceased, but he hesitated to step out. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Elijah, clad in loose-fitting sleepwear, had the collar draping loosely over his shoulders, with water droplets trickling from his hair, leaving a small damp patch on the fabric. As he pushed open the door, two pairs of eyes immediately fixed upon him, causing him to instinctively clutch the hem of his garment. Who will wash first? He inquired softly, his gaze flitting between the two. Cedric cast a sidelong glance at Theodore, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. You go ahead. Theodore's eyes briefly lingered on Elijah's damp hair before settling on his flushed ears. He sighed slightly and uttered a simple, all right, before gathering his change of clothes and resignedly heading towards the bathroom. The room fell silent, leaving just the two of them. Elijah, come here, Cedric beckoned, his voice soft and enticing. Elijah blinked, confused as he approached. What is it? He asked. No sooner had the words left his lips than Cedric pulled him closer, seizing a nearby dry towel to gently rub his hair. Your hair is still wet. Be careful not to catch a chill. The pads of Cedric's fingers occasionally brushed against Elijah's ear, sending a shiver down his spine. The sound of water from the bathroom faintly reached them. Cedric's touch was tender and focused. Elijah stood frozen, his ears burning with heat, his breath becoming shallow. Theodore emerged from the bathroom, enveloped in a refreshing mist. He glanced at Elijah, who was being attended to by Cedric, and offered a subtle nod. I'm done, Cedric said with a smile, releasing Elijah as he brushed past Theodore, adding a teasing remark in a lowered tone. Now, only Elijah and Theodore remained in the room. Theodore said little, simply stepping in front of Elijah, taking the towel to continue drying his damp hair. His movements were swift and quiet, starkly contrasting Cedric's gentle coaxing. Elijah, alternating between the care of the two, found himself staring blankly at the floor, his ears burning as if they might bleed. Cedric soon returned from his shower. All done, he said, drying his hair. Shall we go to bed? It was then that Elijah noticed the bed, magically enlarged, resting quietly in the center of the room, seemingly radiating a soft glow. A feeling of foreboding washed over him. I want to sleep in the middle, he declared hastily, hoping to create a buffer between the two. All right, Cedric replied with a natural smile. Sure, Theodore nodded in agreement. The three settled on their respective sides of the bed, creating a subtly charged atmosphere. Just then, muffled laughter echoed from downstairs, as if their parents were intentionally reminding them that it was getting late. Elijah took a deep breath, pulled back the covers, and nestled in. Cedric and Theodore followed suit, lying on either side of him. Good night, Elijah murmured. Good night, Elijah, they replied in unison. The room descended into tranquility, the only sounds being the steady rhythm of their breathing. Chapter 128. Embrace, Anger, Kiss. Elijah lay tensely staring at the ceiling, too anxious to turn to his side. Cedric propped his head on his hand and asked, Why are you breathing so loudly? What's wrong? Theodore also opened his eyes and inquired, What are you afraid of? Before Eli could finish his words, he felt a hand resting on his waist. Do not fear me, Eli, Cedric said gently. Yet, in the next moment, Eli felt a caress near his abdomen. Cedric. Eli glared at him. Cedric innocently shook his head. Not me. Well, it was indeed me, Theodore calmly confessed, as he cupped the back of Eli's neck, his voice deep and earnest. I adore you. The atmosphere in the room instantly heated. Cedric, somewhat displeased, leaned down to plant a series of delicate kisses between Eli's brows. Following this, Theodore drew closer, gently nipping at his earlobe. Caught between the two, Eli felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, his eyes gradually reddening. You both enjoy this, don't you? He took a deep breath, flipped over, and straddled Cedric's waist, cradling his face and kissing him fiercely. This kiss was fervent and unrestrained, as if long-suppressed emotions had finally found their release. Just then, laughter from Mia echoed from outside, followed by Henry's cough, as if to remind them, Children, it is late. Eli snapped back to reality, abruptly separating from Cedric, burying his face into the pillow in embarrassment. I'm tired, I need to sleep. Once the lights were extinguished, only the steady breaths of the three remained in the room. Cedric gently embraced Eli from the front, his movements tender and restrained. Almost simultaneously, Theodore pressed in from behind, enveloping Eli in his embrace, with both men holding him. Eli's body tensed momentarily but soon relaxed, succumbing to a deep slumber. In the darkness, Cedric and Theodore exchanged glances over Eli's shoulder. They first shared a silent laugh, then raised their brows at each other, their eyes brimming with a competitive spirit. Theodore tightened his arms, placing a soft kiss behind Eli's ear, as if to assert his claim. Cedric, unwilling to concede, bestowed a gentle kiss on Eli's forehead, mirroring Theodore's tenderness. Thus, they subtly engaged in a silent rivalry. Yet both maintained an unspoken understanding, mindful not to disturb the sleeping figure between them. Eventually, they sighed simultaneously, exchanged knowing smiles, and redirected their attention back to Eli, closing their eyes in contentment. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the room. Cedric awoke to find Eli still nestled in his arms and unable to resist. He ventured further. "Good morning, Eli. May I request a morning kiss?" Before Eli could respond, he caught sight of Theodore's frosty gaze beside him, as if to say, "You dare to try?" Under the pressure of this atmosphere, Eli blushed and softly declined. "No, that's not permissible. It's too early." Cedric feigned disappointment with a sigh, yet gently placed a light kiss on Eli's forehead. "Very well, I shall settle for some interest first. Not to be outdone." Theodore reached over to tuck Eli's hair behind his ear and placed a similarly restrained morning kiss upon his cheek. After lingering in bed for a while, the three of them gradually rose. As they descended the stairs, the enticing aroma of breakfast wafted from the kitchen. Upon seeing them, Mia playfully raised her eyebrows at Eli and asked, "How did you sleep last night?" Eli's cheeks flushed as he replied softly, "Quite well." Henry slid a steaming plate of waffles before him and, feigning seriousness, cleared his throat, saying, "Eat well to replenish your strength." Mia shot him a disapproving glance but smiled as she poured glasses of milk for Theodore and Cedric, warmly welcoming them like a gracious hostess. "Make yourselves at home." The two boys politely expressed their gratitude, yet their eyes silently competed beneath the table, discreetly transferring the strawberries that Eli favored onto his plate. Caught in the middle, Eli had no choice but to bury his face in his food, pretending not to notice. Before departing, Cedric quickly pecked Eli on the cheek in the corner, whispering, "Thank you for the hospitality." Theodore merely cast a cold glance before turning away in silence. Eli shook his head helplessly as he returned to his room. He stood before the mirror, carefully tying back his long hair with the new headband Theodore had purchased, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting. He truly relished the feeling of being cherished by two individuals. Chapter 129. A letter, an apprentice, a delivery. Eli was gazing at the ring on his finger, feeling fortunate that Tom had been relatively calm lately when he received a letter from Snape. "Spinner's End?" he muttered to himself in confusion, wondering why Snape sought him during the holidays. The contents of the letter left him utterly stunned. Snape was inviting him to become his apprentice, with a remuneration of 100 galleons a day. Was this too good to be true? Eli's eyes widened in disbelief. Had Professor Snape perhaps indulged too much? Meanwhile, at Spinner's End, Snape lay feebly on the sofa, his fingers grasping the sweet wrapper Eli had previously sent him. The candy was delightful, yet he felt a lingering emptiness within. It suddenly became clear to him that he needed to see that boy, to discern what was truly missing. Eli stared at the letter, torn with indecision. Should he accept or decline? He resolved to consult his mother first. Descending the stairs, he found Mia nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a book. "Mom, I need to discuss something with you," Eli said as he handed her the letter. After reading it, Mia looked up and assessed him. "What do you think?" "I am somewhat inclined to go, but I fear that Professor Snape's invitation stems from loneliness," Eli admitted hesitantly. Mia replied earnestly, "Don't burden yourself too heavily. You could go once to gauge his condition and see if you both are compatible. Let the remuneration be secondary. Your safety and well-being are paramount." "So I should go once?" Eli inquired tentatively. "Yes," Mia nodded, "but remember to take this." She handed him a small talisman and added, "Should anything arise, use this to contact me immediately." "Thank you, Mom," Eli sighed in relief. "Be cautious on your way," Mia cautioned. "And do remember to return and share what you discover there." Back in his room, Eli penned a reply to Snape, arranging to visit the following day. Meanwhile, Mia sat on the sofa, her heart a tempest of emotions. Severus Snape, the renowned master of potions, was certainly known to her. As a senior 1 year ahead of him, albeit a Gryffindor in the house of Slytherin that they held in disdain, Mia had heard whispers of his past, mostly filled with sympathy. Yet, those tales belonged to others and had little to do with her. But now, he had the audacity to invite her son to be his apprentice? Alarm bells rang in Mia's mind. Could he possibly have taken an interest in her son? An older man courting a younger one? Surely not. After regaining her composure, Mia resolved to remain cautious and observe the unfolding situation. She reassured herself, "Let us assess the circumstances before passing judgment. Not everyone is as nefarious as they may seem." Nevertheless, she promptly took action, secretly preparing a protective charm and emergency contact methods for Eli, as any concerned mother would, ensuring she was thoroughly prepared. The following day, Eli located a house partially shrouded in shadows on Spidertail Alley, following the address provided. This must be it. He inhaled deeply and approached the door, knocking gently. It swung open to reveal Snape, his demeanor as perpetually aloof as ever. "Come in," he instructed, moving aside. "You are 3 minutes late." Eli sheepishly stuck out his tongue and hurried inside. The basement was suffused with the familiar scent of herbs. Snape offered brief instructions before allowing Eli to take the reins. "Lower the heat a bit more," Snape coldly reminded him. "Do not allow the potion to boil." Eli meticulously adjusted the flames, the aroma of the ingredients enveloping him. He fixated on the potion as it transitioned from murky to clear, finally achieving success. Marginally acceptable, Snape assessed with his characteristic impassivity, though a fleeting glimmer of approval danced in his eyes. Eli tentatively inquired about his reward. First, deliver this vial of antidote to St. Mungo's, Snape replied, handing him a small package. We shall discuss the rest upon your return. Understood, Professor, Eli exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he took the package. Just as he turned to leave, he heard Snape's deep voice behind him. Be cautious on your way. Eli paused for a moment, then turned back, flashing a smile. I will, Professor. Gripping the package containing the antidote tightly, he mentally encouraged himself with thoughts of 100 galleons and dashed towards St. Mungo's. Upon entering the hall, a familiar figure caught his eye. Neville, what are you doing here? He called out, quickening his pace. However, he noticed Neville with his head bowed, fingers clenching the hem of his garment, speaking in a muffled tone as if his words were stifled by cotton. The words hung in the air before Neville swallowed them back. Eli instantly recognized that Neville rarely spoke of his family. Yet he was aware that Neville's parents had long been patients at St. Mungo's. The atmosphere grew quiet, and Eli gently patted Neville's shoulder, refraining from further inquiries. Instead, he waved the package in his hand. I'm here to deliver a potion. Once I've finished, shall I treat you to honeydew sweets? Neville seemed taken aback. But as he looked up, his eyes were red, though a smile slowly formed on his lips. Sure, thank you, Eli. After delivering the antidote, Eli returned, ready to accompany Neville. When he spotted a figure in black robes standing not far away, Snape had indeed arrived. Chapter 130, Discontent, Candy, Wooden Box. Not far away. Snape's dark cloak nearly merged with the shadows of the corridor. He observed Eli gently patting Neville's shoulder, the gesture as light as a feather's touch. Despite being a perfectly ordinary act of consolation, a vague discontent stirred within him. His fingertips unconsciously brushed against the hem of his robe, and he could not discern whether his irritation stemmed from Eli diverting his attention to another or from the fleeting warmth that had not been bestowed upon him. It was not until Eli turned to leave, catching sight of him in his peripheral vision and smilingly waving, Professor, what brings you here? That Snape managed to suppress his inexplicable vexation. He stepped forward, his tone still icy, to confirm the potions have been delivered, lest certain individuals botch the task. As he spoke, his gaze briefly swept over Neville without lingering, urging Eli to proceed. Let us go. There's another potion to brew. Neville watched the two retreating figures, scratching his head before he turned toward his parents' hospital room. After departing from St. Mungo's, Snape did not immediately escort Eli back to Spinner's End, but instead veered toward the road leading to Hogsmeade. Professor, what are we doing? Eli inquired with curiosity. Just a detour, Snape replied blandly, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Honeydukes. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the famed sweet shop. Go in, Snape instructed, his voice slightly awkward. Choose whatever you deem suitable. Eli eyed him skeptically, but nonetheless dashed into the store with excitement. As he watched Eli engrossed in selecting sweets, Snape stood aloof, feigning interest in the price tags. Yet, his peripheral vision remained fixed upon that industrious little figure. When Eli emerged with a hefty bag of spoils, Snape was already waiting at the door. Thank you, Professor, Eli exclaimed joyfully. Don't misconstrue my intentions. Snape cleared his throat, attempting to maintain his composure. These are for experimental purposes. Experiments? Eli blinked in surprise. Indeed, Snape replied with a facade of seriousness, observing the effects of sugar on attention. Now hurry along. We must not dawdle. With that, he strode ahead, his ears betraying a faint flush. Eli, watching his retreating figure, could not suppress a chuckle. He hurried after him, warmth blossoming within. Trailing behind Snape, Eli clutched his bulging bag of sweets, calling out Professor 3 times. Snape paused, turning with a furrowed brow, though his tone softened slightly. What is it now? This, Eli said, pulling out a piece of candy wrapped in gold foil, extending it toward him. I saw you eyeing this for quite a while. It's for you. Snape's fingertips hesitated, glancing at the candy and then at Eli's sparkling eyes. He did not take it, but murmured, Keep it. You enjoy it. I have plenty. Eli insisted, shoving the candy into his palm before turning on his heel and racing toward the basement. I'll prepare the potion ingredients. Holding the piece of candy, Snape felt the delicate crinkle of the wrapper beneath his fingers. He watched Eli's retreating figure, a nearly imperceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth before it swiftly vanished. He quickened his pace to catch up. As the night deepened, Snape led Eli to a tidy room on the second floor, gently tapping the bedside lamp with his fingertip, causing a warm golden light to spread instantly. You shall sleep here, he stated in a neutral tone, his gaze sweeping over the neatly arranged bedding, adding, If you require anything, I am next door. Eli gazed at the unfamiliar yet cozy decor of the room, his heart softening. Thank you, Professor. Snape did not linger, turning to leave, but was gently tugged back by Eli, who offered him a milk candy still warm from his hand. Eat this before bed. It will help you sleep better, Eli whispered. Snape stared at the candy for a moment before accepting it, then turned and entered the adjoining room, the door closing with a barely audible click. In the room, Eli lay on the bed, listening to the faint sound of pages being turned from next door, gradually closing his eyes. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Snape sat at his desk, his fingers pinching the candy wrapper, slowly unfolding and refolding it. He opened a drawer and retrieved an old wooden box, gently lifting the lid to reveal several neatly stacked wrappers, all previously given to him by Eli in passing. His fingertips brushed over the shimmering wrappers, and Snape's expression softened. He could not quite articulate when it began, this unconscious habit of collecting such trinkets, or how Eli's words and smiles stirred emotions within him. This unfamiliar yet warm sensation had not graced him in many years. The last time he felt such a flutter was long ago in the halls of Hogwarts, now faded into a blurred memory by the passage of time and reality. He closed the wooden box and returned it to the innermost recesses of the drawer, rising to approach the window. In the moonlight, he could faintly see the window of Eli's room, tranquil and warm. I must be mad, Snape murmured to himself, yet could not suppress the slight curve of his lips. Chapter 131, Nightmares, Shared Slumber, Embracing. The moonlight had not yet faded when Eli suddenly sat up in bed, cold sweat beating at his temples. The dream had been filled with unfamiliar shadows, and upon opening his eyes, the outlines of the furniture in the room appeared particularly frigid in the dimness. Clutching the corner of the blanket, his fingertips turned pale as he hesitated for a while. The professor was likely asleep at this hour, his voice barely above a whisper, but his heart continued to race, making it impossible to lie back down. As if compelled, he gently moved to the door, his hand reaching for the doorknob only to retract. What if he disturbed the professor? Would he be reprimanded? Yet the emptiness of the room behind him urged him to take 2 steps closer to the adjoining room. A faint light seeped through the door, and Eli pressed his ear against it, listening intently. It was eerily quiet, save for the distant sound of pages turning. Biting his lip, he finally summoned the courage to knock gently. Professor, are you still awake? Snape opened the door, the hem of his black robe still carrying the night's chill. He regarded Eli, who stood at the threshold clutching the edge of his nightclothes, his eyes slightly reddened, his voice devoid of discernible emotion. Is there something amiss? Eli's fingers tightened, his ears burning, and his voice trembled slightly. I had a nightmare and I find it difficult to sleep. He quickly added, if I am disturbing you, I can return right now. Snape's gaze lingered on the damp strands of his forehead for a fleeting moment, before he stepped aside slightly, uttering no more than a subtle gesture of his chin towards the interior of the room. Come in. The fireplace within still flickered with a faint glow, while a potions notebook lay sprawled across the desk, evidently indicating that he had not yet succumbed to slumber. Eli, clutching the hem of his garment, stood awkwardly in the corner, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Apart from the armchair occupied by Snape, there remained only a bed draped in dark sheets. Snape glanced at him, setting down the quill he had been holding, his tone devoid of inflection. Sit on the bed. Eli hesitated for a moment, his steps slow as he approached, daring only to perch himself at the edge of the bed, half his backside suspended, his back rigidly straight. Stealing a glance, he observed Snape once again pick up the notebook, though he did not immediately begin to write, his fingertips pausing gently on the pages, as if lost in thought. The crackling of the fire was the sole sound that filled the room, gradually dissipating the initial tension in the air. The light from the fire dimmed, casting a tender orange hue across the space. Eli, weary to the point of struggling to keep his eyes open, nonetheless ventured a soft inquiry. Professor, aren't you going to sleep? Snape turned in mild surprise. He had assumed Eli had already drifted off. Let us sleep together, Professor. Eli's voice was as soft as cotton. I often sleep with my parents at home. Snape remained silent for what felt like an eternity, his throat constricting slightly, before he finally murmured, all right. The lights extinguished, and in the darkness, Eli was very close enough to hear the rhythm of their breaths. Snape lay awake, completely devoid of drowsiness. He cast his gaze downward at the peaceful visage so near to him. A wave of long-forgotten, almost terrifying tranquility surged within him. I must be losing my mind. He murmured inwardly, I could truly be going mad. Gently, he tucked Eli's blanket around him, his fingers trembling slightly upon contact with that warmth. And fearing to disturb something precious, he quietly withdrew. The night stretched on, yet for the first time, he found himself reluctant to remain awake alone. The moonlight draped like a delicate veil over the dark bedding. Snape looked down at the individual so close, his heart swirling with complex emotions, unaware that Eli's eyelashes fluttered slightly, revealing that he was, in fact, awake. Utilizing the moonlight, Eli squinted his eyes into a narrow slit, feigning the appearance of just awakening. Nuzzling softly against Snape's chest, before reaching out to gently embrace Snape's slender waist. Snape's entire body stiffened, his breath hitching momentarily. He could distinctly feel the warmth of that hand and the sudden weight pressing against him. After several seconds, it seemed he finally regained his voice. Warning in a low tone, Eli. Yet Eli merely responded with a vague murmur, akin to a small creature seeking comfort, tightening his embrace. Snape's throat constricted again, as if he were making a monumental decision, and ultimately, he cautiously raised his hand, reciprocating the embrace with careful tenderness. His movements were gentle, yet reassuringly steady. "Good night, Professor," Eli murmured from within his arms, a muffled chuckle escaping him, filled with a sense of triumph. Snape chose not to respond further, simply holding him a little more securely. He sighed to himself once more, madness. Yet this time, he had no desire to struggle any longer. Chapter 132, Breakfast, Rewards, Photographs. The following day, when Eli awoke, he found the space beside him already cold. He paused for a couple of seconds, feeling a pang of emptiness within. However, the sounds emanating from downstairs soon captured his attention. It was Snape, busily engaged in the kitchen. Upon descending, he discovered that breakfast had been prepared: perfectly fried bacon, golden toasted bread, and a pot of steaming tea. Snape, feigning indifference, remarked, "Eat once you're awake. Do not delay today's studies." Yet Eli noticed a hint of redness at the professor's ears. "Professor, you seem in good spirits today," Eli ventured tentatively. Snape averted his gaze, responding, "No. It is merely breakfast." After their meal, Snape handed him a list filled with today's potion studies. Today's tasks are quite demanding. He hesitated before adding, "Last night must not repeat itself." Eli blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. "Last night? What occurred?" Snape choked momentarily, opting to ignore the question as he turned to tidy the dishes. Watching his retreating figure, Eli could not suppress a smile, aware that Snape had tacitly acknowledged everything from the previous night. In the basement, the air was rich with the aroma of potions. Snape stood beside the workbench, his voice low and focused. "The first step is not to rush into igniting the flames, but to first take a moment to smell." He offered Eli a mortar, instructing, "Tell me, what do you smell?" Eli inhaled deeply, discerning carefully a refreshing scent of mint, with a touch of the bitter aroma of wormwood, as if it were spreading in my throat. A flicker of satisfaction flashed in Snape's eyes. "Very good. Remember, potions have their temperament. You must first learn to soothe them." Eli nodded, commencing the task methodically as per the professor's instructions. Steady with his left hand, gentle with his right. Snape stood nearby, continuously advising, 3.5 clockwise rotations, stop, 1 counterclockwise. Eli complied, and the potion within the cauldron began to emanate a soft glow. "Lower the heat slightly." Snape's voice suddenly grew closer. He was nearly standing behind Eli, guiding him hand in hand to adjust the flames. They were in close proximity, and Eli could distinctly sense the professor's cool essence, causing his heart to race unexpectedly. Just then, with a pop, an unwelcome plume of white smoke erupted from the cauldron. "Do not panic." Snape swiftly stabilized the situation, quietly instructing, "Add a drop of lemon juice. Then stir 7 times in the same direction with the wooden stick." Eli followed the directions, and soon the white smoke dissipated, leaving the potion clear once more. "Very well." Snape stepped back, his tone returning to its usual calmness. "Today's performance barely passes." Yet Eli detected a subtle note of approval within that "very well." He smiled at the professor. "May I anticipate a reward for tonight?" Snape paused, his ears slightly reddening, and averted his gaze, stating, "First, complete today's tasks." After Snape exited, Eli unexpectedly discovered a yellowed photograph tucked within the pages of an old book. The image depicted a girl with bright green eyes and a dark-haired boy, both leaning closely together, their faces illuminated by carefree smiles. Inscribed on the back in delicate handwriting were words that made Eli's heart race inexplicably. At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock interrupted his reverie. "What are you looking at?" Snape's voice resonated from the doorway, laced with a barely perceptible tension. "Just an old photograph," Eli replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Snape approached, his gaze drawn to the picture, instantly shifting to a complex expression. He reached out, gently retrieving the photograph, his fingertips trembling slightly. "Who is she?" Eli inquired softly. "A friend from long ago." Snape's voice was deep, as though he struggled with the memories. They shared a moment of silence. "Professor," Eli finally spoke, "I did not mean to pry into your past. You are not alone." Snape regarded him, his eyes revealing a tumult of emotions. He opened his mouth, then simply whispered, "Put the book back. We shall continue with today's lesson." With that, he turned and retreated into the adjacent room. As the door closed, Eli fancied he heard a faint sigh. Chapter 133, The Photograph, Eternity, Farewell. That night, Eli gently knocked on Snape's door. "Professor, may I come in?" "Enter," came Snape's low response. Eli stepped inside, his expression serious. "Professor, I apologize for intruding upon your privacy this afternoon regarding the photograph." Snape looked at him, pausing in silence before replying, "There is no need to apologize. It is merely a matter of the past." Eli nodded, softly affirming, "I understand. Let the past remain where it belongs." He hesitated, summoning great courage, and continued, "Professor, I wish to visit London tomorrow. I would like to take a muggle photograph with you, if that is agreeable. Just one, as a memento. Snape's gaze faltered momentarily, seemingly moved by the unexpected suggestion. He scrutinized Eli for several seconds before replying in a voice barely audible over the crackling fire. Why the sudden desire for this? Because, Eli said earnestly, I wish for us to remember this moment when we are old. The room fell silent, save for the occasional crackle of the fire. Snape finally averted his gaze, as if concealing a particular emotion, and replied calmly, there are many tasks to attend to tomorrow. I understand, Eli quickly interjected, anxious to avoid a refusal. It will only take a moment. We will return promptly. Snape remained silent for an extended period, long enough for Eli to almost believe he would decline. Ultimately, he merely nodded, his tone still composed. Very well. Eli's eyes sparkled with delight. Wonderful. Shall we depart tomorrow morning? Indeed, Snape murmured, but upon our return, today's assignments shall be doubled. At your command, Professor. Eli replied with a smile, adding earnestly, thank you. As he watched Eli depart, Snape's gaze became intricate. He murmured to himself, madness. Yet, the faint, barely perceptible curve at the corner of his mouth betrayed his true emotions. The following day, they indeed ventured to London. Eli, brimming with excitement, pulled Snape into a quaint little photography studio. Snape stood before the camera, his expression as perpetually stern as ever. Professor, smile for me, Eli softly urged. Snape cast a sidelong glance at him, ultimately allowing the corners of his lips to lift slightly. With a click, the Muggle camera captured that fleeting moment. Upon receiving the photograph, Eli beamed like a child. Professor, look, don't we resemble? Resemble what? Snape inquired. Like a family, Eli blurted out, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he lowered his gaze. Snape fell silent, his fingertips gently caressing the thin photograph. After a moment, he quietly said, let us go. On their way back, neither spoke a word. However, Snape kept the photograph clasped in his palm, as if it contained a long-lost warmth. As night deepened, Eli returned to his room and soon fell into a deep slumber. In the adjacent room, Snape, under the dim glow of candlelight, retrieved the photograph from his drawer. He took out a fine pen and inscribed a series of letters on the back. Once finished, he placed the photograph into a frame and solemnly hung it on the wall of his room. After gazing at it for a moment, he softly uttered, thank you. The flicker of the firelight illuminated his profile, revealing a tenderness on his usually austere face for the first time. With a week remaining before the new term began, Eli packed his belongings and stood at the door, feeling a pang of reluctance. Goodbye, Professor, he waved to Snape, hoping that in the new semester, he could award Gryffindor a few extra points. Snape rolled his eyes but stepped forward to give him a firm pat on the back, solemnly advising, be safe. I will. Eli assured with a smile, and as if struck by a sudden thought, he pulled a piece of candy from his pocket and handed it to Snape. This is for you. Enjoy it on the way. Snape accepted the candy, feigning distaste with a click of his tongue, yet as Eli turned to leave, he quietly added, you can come back during the holidays. Eli paused for a moment, turned back, and nodded vigorously, definitely. Once the door closed, Snape leaned against it, remaining motionless for quite some time. He looked down at the candy in his palm, then raised his gaze to the framed photograph on the wall, a subtle smile curving his lips. Chapter 134, Prefect, Patrol, Inner Thoughts. On the train, as Eli secured his prefect badge, a familiar teasing voice reached his ears. Congratulations, Prefect. Ron grinned, raising an eyebrow. Good luck. Percy clapped him on the shoulder. I will, Prefect Weasley, Eli replied with a nod. Percy hesitated for a moment, uncharacteristically awkward. You can call me Percy. Eli met his gaze and nodded earnestly. All right, Percy. Ah, is this the essence of the Weasley camaraderie? George and Fred, one on each side, embraced him and commenced their customary interview. Pray tell, new prefect, what is the first order of business upon your ascension? Is it to grant the two of us a reasonable allowance for mischief? The first order of business? Eli pondered momentarily, a sly grin creeping across his face. Perhaps it would be to kindly escort you both down from the roof of the carriage. Oh dear, discovered. The pair exaggeratedly sighed, and amidst their laughter, the atmosphere within the carriage ignited. In the distance, the train's whistle echoed, heralding the commencement of a new term. Eli proceeded to patrol Draco's compartment, only to stumble upon a heated debate between him and Pansy regarding who should deliver Eli's headband. I told you, you cannot give it to him. Why not? I am his friend too. Because I am his dear friend. Eli pushed the door open, and upon learning the cause of the commotion, he pointed to the red headband around his neck, declaring he already possessed one. Who gave it to you? Draco immediately inquired. Eli remained silent, merely gesturing towards Theodore behind them. The atmosphere in the compartment plummeted to a chilling silence. Draco turned. A tight-lipped smile plastered on his face as he fixed a knowing stare on Theodore, letting out a significant chuckle. After exchanging a few words, Eli resumed his patrol. At the next compartment, Cedric leaned casually against the doorframe, smiling as he called out, Eli. He presented a small box, which contained a pale yellow headband. A gift for the beginning of the term. Thank you. Eli responded just as Cedric pressed further. And what about a welcoming kiss? May I have that? Greedily. Eli feigned reluctance but still rose on his toes, gently brushing his lips against Cedric's. At that moment, a light cough interrupted them from behind. Turning, they found Lisa standing a short distance away, her expression somewhat awkward. She shoved a small box into Eli's hands, murmuring, a gift for the start of the term. And congratulations on becoming prefect. With that, she hastily departed. Eli opened the box to reveal an intricately designed ring. He paused, taken aback, for he already possessed a ring. Cedric observed him, tenderly ruffling his hair, and remarked, but you won't be needing it. Off you go to patrol. I shall see you in the Great Hall. All right. Eli nodded, carefully stowing the ring and headband away as he continued his prefect duties. Outside the train window, the scenery whirled by in a blur. Lisa sat alone in the empty compartment, her fingers tracing the returned ring, her heart tugged in conflicting directions. Why could she not forget? She questioned herself repeatedly. Having witnessed him kiss Cedric with her own eyes, she knew she ought to let go, yet her heart remained obstinate. She had even gifted a ring. A sentiment transcending mere friendship, which now felt painfully conspicuous. She was unwilling, truly unwilling. Just then, a gentle knock echoed on the compartment door. May I come in? It was Eli's voice. He stood at the threshold, his expression earnest, devoid of any evasion. I wish to clarify some matters. Lisa inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself. Go ahead. Eli approached, placing the ring box before her with a sincere tone. This ring is exquisite, yet I cannot accept it. I hold our friendship in high regard and do not wish for any misunderstandings to jeopardize it. He paused for a moment, then softly added, I hope for your happiness, irrespective of whether it is I who brings it to you. Lisa gazed at him, her eyes gradually reddening. She fought back tears, defiantly lifting her chin. I understand. With that, she took a deep breath, as if finally making a resolute decision. Then let it be a blessing from a friend. I shall cherish it dearly. Eli exhaled with relief and smiled genuinely at her. Thank you, Lisa. Watching Eli's retreating figure, Lisa placed the ring back into its box and gently closed it. She whispered to herself, even if I am reluctant, I must find acceptance. The train's announcement rang out, signaling that Hogwarts was nearing. Lisa wiped the corners of her eyes and stood up. She knew that a new semester was beginning, and she too must learn to quietly tuck her affections away in her heart, allowing herself to embark anew. Chapter 135, The Start of Term, Observations, and Accolades. In the Great Hall, Eli sat languidly at the Gryffindor table. Harry and Ron were passionately embroiled in a debate over last night's Quidditch strategy, oblivious to the fact that George and Fred had already seized Eli as their prize. Onward, the twins hoisted Eli from either side, amidst the cheers of their classmates, dragging him to the end of the table. Put me down, Eli exclaimed, half amused, half exasperated. At your service, our esteemed head boy, the twins replied, placing him on a chair and flanking him like twin sentinels. Eli sighed in resignation, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted to the staff table where Snape sat, his expression as perpetually stern as ever. Hey, old bat, George remarked, following Eli's gaze and immediately expressing his discontent. Eli, what are you looking at him for? You can only look at us. Fred chimed in, feigning seriousness as he pointed a finger. Head boy, please correct your line of sight. I was merely contemplating. Eli quickly averted his gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. Contemplating, old bat? George exaggeratedly shuddered. That image is too beautiful for me to behold. All right, spare me, Eli pleaded. I was thinking about tonight's patrol route. Just then, the Great Hall doors swung open, and Cedric strode in. His eyes immediately spotted Eli, now surrounded by the twins. And he couldn't help but chuckle. Mind if I borrow him? Cedric approached, effortlessly lifting Eli from between the twins as if he were an item off a shelf. Hey, George and Fred protested. That's our head boy. You've had your turn, Cedric replied with mock seriousness. Now it's my turn. He led Eli to the intersection of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, offering him a piece of candy. Have you figured out the patrol route? Do you need my assistance? Thank you. I am nearly finished. Eli accepted the candy, feeling a warmth in his heart. Two individuals conversed in hushed tones, while not far away. Lisa sat quietly at the Ravenclaw table. She glanced at them with a complex expression, but soon lowered her gaze, resuming her cheerful banter with friends, as if striving to conceal her innermost thoughts. Meanwhile, at the staff table, Snape appeared to be lost in reverie, yet his peripheral vision remained vigilant, observing the happenings at Gryffindor's End. When he saw Cedric escorting Eli away, his brow furrowed slightly, though it quickly returned to its usual calm demeanor. In the hall, candlelight flickered, and melodies resonated. Eli, holding a goblet of pumpkin juice, gazed at his lively, yet genuine friends nearby, and suddenly felt a sense of tranquility settle within him. Cedric, tonight you may, he remarked. Cedric immediately leaned in, his voice barely above a whisper. Of course, I am always available. Eli playfully punched him, grinning, tonight you can walk with me. Cedric feigned indignation. Logically, It should be Weasley accompanying you. After all, it is the first night. He ruffled his hair. But I can wait for you in the kitchen. Deal. Eli nodded in agreement. As night fell, the corridor was dimly lit, the flickering torches casting a warm glow. Stay close to me. It's easy to lose your way on the first patrol, Percy advised earnestly, lowering his voice. All right, Percy, Eli replied, though his attention was captivated by the suits of armor and portraits lining the corridor. In a moment of distraction, Percy suddenly halted, and Eli, unable to stop in time, bumped into him with a thud. Ouch! Percy swiftly turned, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? Eli rubbed his forehead, chuckling as he patted Percy on the back. Quite sturdy, aren't you? Percy, flattered by the compliment, felt a blush creep to his ears and cleared his throat softly. Stop fooling around. Let us continue. They resumed their journey, the corridor so quiet that they could hear one another's breaths. You did exceptionally well, Percy suddenly remarked, his tone earnest and low. Maintaining silence during the first patrol is no easy feat. It was your guidance, Eli replied, glancing at him, his eyes sparkling in the torchlight. Percy, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Eli's gaze, attempted to appear composed. This way, it's a bit closer. After the patrol concluded, Eli bid farewell to Percy and turned to find Cedric waiting at the end of the corridor. Patrol officer, you've worked hard, Cedric greeted with a smile, effortlessly taking Eli's cloak and draping it over his arm. I'll wait for you in the kitchen. Would you care for a late-night snack? Absolutely. Eli's spirits soared at the prospect. The two walked side by side toward the kitchen, the corridor behind them returning to its serene stillness, leaving only the warm glow of firelight and the promise of an unfinished tale.